Chapter 1. After 100,000 years, the experience card of the Emperor of the Wasteland. Wishing all the handsome men and beautiful women. Good fortune 99999. Wealth 9999 999 9999. Blue star. Yi Xian wandered along that familiar, yet desolate path, unheeded by anyone. Boom. What had been a clear sky and scorching sun suddenly darkened. Ominous clouds loomed over the city. Winds howled and thunder roared. A mysterious light flashed. Yi Xian felt a darkness envelop him, and in an instant his consciousness faded, his figure vanishing from the path. Through the vastness of time, across endless epochs, the forbidden must not reappear. A voice, deep, vast, and steeped in an ancient, relentless killing intent, traversed countless ages, reversing the fabric of time itself, resonating from an unfathomably distant realm. A profound and eerie gaze emanated from the unknown, illuminating the present world. I'm not dead yet. Get back. With an enraged shout, the universe trembled, boundless blood energy surged, and the river of time quaked as the heavens lamented. In that ethereal void, at what seemed the edge of existence, stood a blurred figure, hunched yet towering, radiating golden light, with blood energy ascending, alone in the void, confronting an indescribable terror. When Yi Xian awoke once more, he found himself lying upon an ancient warship. Ding. Detection of host initiated. System activation commencing. Ding. System activation successful. Ding. System binding in progress. Ding. System binding successful. Startled by the sudden sounds, Yi Xian sprang to his feet. Who is barking like a dog? And what is this? A system? Yi Xian exclaimed, exhilaration evident in his voice. A system? Where am I? He hurriedly inquired upon hearing the system's voice. Ding. Host, this is a spatial passage. Is this a transmigration? Yi Xian gazed ahead in astonishment. Joy spread across his face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Ha! A novel come to life. I can also traverse realms. The warship sailed through a passage. However, he quickly became bewildered when he stood up, realizing he was floating above the warship. His entire form appeared translucent, and when he glanced towards a corner of the warship, he discovered a figure seated there. What the hell is going on? Yi Xian was taken aback, for that figure was none other than himself. What shocked him most was the bright light flickering within his soul, which floated apart from his physical body. What is happening? Ding. Due to a system error, the host's soul and body have separated and cannot return. What the hell? Yi Xian was left speechless, his face contorted in disbelief. He had thought he was embarking on a path of invincibility, only to be told that his soul and body had separated. Wasn't that akin to being dismembered? In an instant, he felt as though the sky had fallen. Ding. Detection of a rupture in the river of time is underway. Opening a passage system encountered a bug. Repair expected to take 100,000 years. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. What the hell? Again? 100,000 years? By then, I might as well be dust. Yi Xian felt dizzy, as if he might pass out at any moment. 100,000 years? Would that not render him a pile of ashes? Ding. Please rest assured, life within the warship will not diminish. But I don't want to stay here for 100,000 years. I might as well just die. Ding. With this system present, it is nearly impossible for the host to perish. Yi Xian fell into complete silence. Heaven help me, this is unbearable. A separation of body and soul due to a ruptured passage? What kind of transmigration is this? It would be more practical to deliver takeout. The warship remained stagnant, yet fortunately, the system, despite the bugs, continued to automatically register attendance. Initially, he attempted to fiddle with the items aboard the warship, even hoping to return to his body. Open sesame. Mammy who? Mixy. He tried every incantation imaginable, yet none could restore him to his body. 3 years passed, and Yi Xian grew bored, losing interest in his surroundings. Ding. Automatic attendance. Successful congratulations. Host, you have obtained the chaotic god demon, physique 1. Ding. Automatic attendance. Successful congratulations. Host, you have gained 50,000 cultivation points. Ding. Automatic attendance. Successful congratulations. Host, you have acquired a Xian artifact 1. Ding. Automatic attendance. Successful congratulations. Host, you have received 80,000 cultivation points. Ding. Automatic attendance. Successful congratulations. Host, you have obtained the experience card for the Desolate Emperor 1. Upon hearing the system's announcements, Yi Xian's eyes shot open. A short while later, he fell back into slumber. Ding. Automatic attendance. Successful congratulations. Host, you have received 10 million premium spirit stones. Ding. Automatic attendance, successful congratulations. Host, you have obtained a pair of straw sandals. Time flowed slowly. On a day, 100,000 years later, the system's voice resounded. Ding. Passage repair completed, commencing transmigration. The warship finally began to move. Upon hearing this voice, Xuan slowly opened his eyes from his slumber. Fengshan continent. Wasteland. Celestial Martial dynasty. Yi family. In a secret chamber. A figure in white sat cross-legged, head bowed, devoid of breath. Buzz. Accompanied by a resonating hum. The once lifeless figure began to move its fingers. Life gradually emanated from the entire being. 100,000 years, 100,000 years. I have finally arrived. This figure trembled with excitement. The figure in white slowly lifted his head, his features exquisitely defined, hair cascading like silk, his gaze filled with the weight of ages. This person was none other than Xuan, who had finally emerged from that hellish place. He had transmigrated into the body of a recently fallen family patriarch. The patriarch of the Yi family, previously at the heavenly soul realm. 100,000 years, and I have arrived. But the most pressing question is, where will the warship take my body? Xuan mused aloud, a look of confusion and helplessness on his face, his eyes reflecting the weight of time. For he realized that only his soul had been brought here, he had no idea where his body had been sent by the warship. Unable to fathom it, Xuan dismissed the thought and began to investigate himself. In Blue Star, his parents had long since passed away, and he possessed nothing that belonged to him. Perhaps the heavens took pity on him, allowing him to transmigrate into the body of a family patriarch, granting him the chance to experience familial connections. The Yi family was one of the three major families in Tianfeng City, second only to the city lord's mansion in strength. However, in recent years, the Zhou and Su families had seen a surge in power. The two families sought to unite and swallow the Yi family whole. During an outing, Xuan encountered a group of masked individuals. Although he killed them, he was poisoned. To suppress the toxin, he chose to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. However, during the breakthrough, the toxin erupted, leading to his failure and demise in the secret chamber. After his fall, another Xuan, sharing his name, transmigrated into his body, resulting in the current Xuan. Previously relieved, Xuan absorbed the information in his mind and hurriedly began to explore his purple mansion. There, he saw a pitch-black vortex swirling within his purple mansion. It's still here? Fortunately, this toxin should be manageable. Xuan observed the dark vortex, reassured by the fact that he was no longer the same person, especially with the system at his side. In his time on Blue Star, he had read many novels. Ding! Rest assured, host, it's just a minor toxin. After understanding the situation, Xuan seemed to recall something and looked into the system space. To his astonishment, the system space was filled with glistening stones piled high, seemingly endless. Various martial arts, techniques, and elixirs were haphazardly strewn across the ground. System, how much stuff is there? Xuan asked in shock. Ding! The system is currently tallying for the host. Cultivation points. 98765432100000000 points. Low-grade spirit stones. 999999999999999 pieces. Mid-grade spirit stones. 9999999999999 pieces. High-grade spirit stones. 9999999999999 pieces. Premium spirit stones. 99999999999 pieces. Holy grade elixirs. 999999999 bottles. Royal grade elixirs. 999999999 bottles. Holy grade techniques. 99,999 volumes. Holy grade martial skills. 99,999 volumes. Indeed, there is an abundance of items. System, use all cultivation points. Ding. Not permitted, this system prioritizes cultivating the family. At the current stage, the patriarch's combat power cannot exceed the highest realm within the family by 7 major realms. Ding. Once a martial emperor is born in the family, the restrictions can be lifted. What? It can be like that? When will I be invincible? Xuan stood dazed, remaining in place until a long time passed before he regained his senses. System, fuse the physique. Xuan sighed, shaking his head. It was better than cultivating on his own. Ding. Initiating physique fusion. Though Xuan found himself in a secret chamber, surrounded by chaotic energy, he closed his eyes, his body radiating brilliant light, merging with the chaotic energy. Within him, the power of the chaotic god-demon physique gradually awakened. An ancient and formidable aura of the wilderness emanated from him, as if he had become the embodiment of celestial beings and demons. His physique began to undergo a transformation. His muscles grew increasingly firm, while his bones emitted a resonant sound. His breath became ever more potent, as a spectral shadow of deities loomed behind him, causing the surrounding space to tremble. At the moment of completion of the fusion, Xuan opened his eyes, a peculiar light shimmering within them. He felt himself endowed with unparalleled power, as if he could embody a deity or demon and command chaos itself. Ding! Congratulations to the host on a successful fusion. Xuan sensed the successful fusion of his physique, although his cultivation level remained unchanged. He now possessed the enhancement of the chaos divine demon body. His combat power had likely surged to an extraordinary level. Yet, this was not his greatest gain. The most significant reward was the orb of light within him. Divine abilities. The divine abilities birthed by the chaos divine demon body. Even Xuan was astonished by the immense power of the chaos divine demon body. To autonomously cultivate divine abilities was terrifying beyond measure, truly deserving of the title of the supreme physique among the heavens. With a hint of joy, Xuan immediately turned his gaze to the cultivation points. System, grant me 50,000 cultivation points. Xuan sat cross-legged within the secret chamber, surrounded by mysterious runes and radiant light. He closed his eyes tightly, his expression serene, fully immersed in his cultivation. Streams of powerful energy descended upon him, directly pouring into his being like a tidal wave. His body trembled slightly as he bore the weight of this tremendous force. As the energy continually surged in, his meridians gradually expanded, and the spiritual energy within his purple mansion grew increasingly rich. He felt his cultivation level rising swiftly, his heart brimming with joy and excitement. Under the impact of the energy, excruciating pain began to erupt throughout his body, as if it were being torn apart. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, and soon the infusion of cultivation finally came to an end. Xuan slowly opened his eyes, brilliant light flickering within them. He sensed the powerful energy surging within him. Under this overwhelming energy, Xuan broke through several realms in rapid succession. Ninth layer of the heavenly soul realm. Ninth layer of the calamity Yin realm. Ninth layer of the calamity Yang realm. Ninth layer of the mystic underworld realm. Ninth layer of the void realm. Ninth layer of the celestial being realm. Ninth layer of the celestial king realm. Celestial monarch realm. Xuan's cultivation soared dramatically, his internal aura growing increasingly majestic, directly leaping several major realms to reach a level that had never existed in the Tianwu dynasty. Celestial Monarch Realm. In the Fengxian continent, the martial realms are categorized as body refinement, spiritual essence, earth soul, heavenly soul, calamity Yin, calamity Yang, mystic underworld, void, celestial being, celestial king, celestial monarch, calamity emperor, calamity sovereign, and martial sage. These are the realms known to the world. As far as he knew, the strongest individuals in the Tianwu dynasty were merely at the void realm. Gazing at his skyrocketing realms, Xuan was utterly astonished. He had smoothly ascended to the celestial monarch realm. Is this the power of the system? How exhilarating! Indeed, no wonder those prodigies in novels often find it impossible to contend with the extraordinary. With such advantages, it would be a miracle to prevail. Upon inspecting the toxins within his purple mansion, he found they had indeed vanished. Seeing the toxins' disappearance, a smile of joy graced Xuan's face. Feeling the sudden surge of power within him, Xuan's spirits lifted considerably. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Place? A single punch to annihilate. In a distant realm, within a mysterious forbidden area, stone tablets stood erect, exuding a sinister aura. Suddenly, the deepest stone tablet exploded, sending up a cloud of dust. A withered hand emerged from within. Faintly, it could be seen that the withered hand trembled. Yi family. Having just broken through, Xuan was probing his own condition. Suddenly, he sensed voices outside the secret chamber. Outside the secret chamber, a young man, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, whose gaze was as deep as the sea, sat on the steps, murmuring to himself, "Seventh uncle, why have you been in seclusion for so long without emerging?" Xuan had been in seclusion for 3 years. During these 3 years, the Yi family faced oppression from the Zhou and Su families, and now all the shops in the city have been seized by the two families. Though my father and second and third uncles have broken through to the heavenly soul realm, they are no match for the two families. His father was Yi Tian, the grand elder of the Yi family. Some of our younger clan members have been sent to the outside world, hoping to preserve the lineage of the Yi family amidst this crisis. The Su and Zhou families had grown even stronger, and recently, there were indications that they intended to annihilate the Yi family, already stirring with malice. Rumors abound that you have perished, but I believe you will soon break through, right, seventh uncle? You have always been the most gifted individual in our family. He cast a glance at the secret chamber, speaking softly to himself. In truth, he knew that a breakthrough to the heavenly soul realm did not require such an extended period, especially for his seventh uncle. He simply could not accept that the person who had treated him so well, his exceptionally talented seventh uncle, might have failed in his breakthrough. Now, his father and all the clan elders were gravely injured, with the family in dire straits. He refused to accept the reality that his seventh uncle might have failed. Seventh uncle, this may be my last visit to you. As the eldest son of the Yi family, I will not allow those scoundrels to humiliate us. As he spoke, the originally handsome face bore a hint of coldness. He, Yi Beichun, would never allow anyone to disgrace the Yi family, even if it meant fighting to the death. Master Chun, it's bad. The Zhou and Su families are attacking. A servant hurriedly rushed in from the distance. The servant's words caused Yi Beichun's expression to change. He bowed to the secret chamber, saying, "Seventh uncle, I believe you will succeed after all. You promised to lead our family back to the central domain." The Yi family were not native inhabitants of Tianfeng City, but had come from the central domain for certain reasons. Having spoken, Yi Beichun turned to leave, and just after he departed, creak, the long sealed door of the secret chamber creaked open. I never expected the Yi family to have fallen to such a state. Since I have come here, I shall make the Yi family invincible, so that no one dares to oppress us. As for the central domain, I will personally lead you all back. Humph. Not just the central domain, I shall take you to the pinnacle of all realms, never to be bullied again. Such was his confidence. A man with a system would never settle for mediocrity. Only the core members of the Yi family knew that they originated from that place. Yet Tianfeng City was merely a small dynasty on the fringes of the 3,000 domains wilderness. The thin spiritual energy had led to the Yi family's strength diminishing with each generation. Until his emergence, the Yi family had finally glimpsed a sliver of hope, once more standing on the brink of returning to the central domain. Yi Xian had fused the memories of Yi Xian himself. He was now both launching Yi Xian and Yi Xian of the Yi family. There was no rush regarding matters of the central domain. He would lead the Yi family back once they had grown stronger. For now, he must first resolve the imminent crisis. Humph. Su family, Zhou family. It is time to settle the scores of the past. Yi Xian's figure flickered, and he vanished from sight. At this moment, the joint forces of the Zhou and Su families had surrounded the Yi family, leaving no room for escape. The members of the Yi family displayed resolute expressions despite the overwhelming odds. None wavered. "Today shall be the day of the Yi family's downfall," roared the head of the Zhou family, laughing maniacally. "Humph, Zhou Tianyuan, would you dare utter those words if old Seven were here? Ha ha, Yi Xian must have long since perished after all. The soul-devouring powder is particularly lethal to heavenly soul realm cultivators." Zhou Tianyuan ominously revealed a truth. "Devouring soul powder, it is indeed you, Zhou Tianyuan," Yi Tian exclaimed in a fit of rage. They had long suspected that the poison afflicting Yi Xian was the handiwork of the Zhou or Su families. "Humph, why waste words with them? Let us slay them all." The head of the Su family impatiently interjected. Su Yuda then declared, "Today, we shall see if you have the capability to vanquish us." The second elder of the Yi family, Yi Qing, bellowed in response. In unison, Yi Tian, Yi Qing, and Yi Feng unleashed their formidable powers. Reaching the realm of heavenly soul, Yi Yun, Yi Qiu, and Yi Tsang emanated the formidable aura of complete mastery in the soul realm. And the three were indeed the other three elders of the Yi family. As the eldest son, Yi Beichun unleashed his full power, emanating the initial fluctuations of the earth soul realm. Observing the formation of the Yi family, Zhou Tianyuan and Su Yudao were inwardly astonished. Were it not for the assistance of that individual, it was likely that the combined forces of their two families would not stand a chance against the Yi family. With this thought, both men shuddered. There was no room for mercy. The Yi family must be eradicated, leaving not a single soul alive. Zhou Tianyuan bellowed, and forthwith, 15 individuals stepped from the ranks of the Su and Zhou families, most of whom were unfamiliar faces, though a few were from their own clans. They collectively unleashed their prowess in the Heaven Soul Realm. Heaven Soul Realm. How could this be? Yi Tian was instantly engulfed in shock. How could the two families possess so many in the Heaven Soul Realm? Humph, nothing is impossible. Today, the Yi family shall be expunged from Tianfeng City. Zhou Tianyuan sneered coldly. Just as all present believed the Yi family to be devoid of hope, a deep, emotionless voice resonated from within the depths of the Yi family. reverberating through the air. With your meager strength, you dare to speak of annihilating the Yi family? The voice was icy to the bone, suffused with overwhelming murderous intent. The members of the Su and Zhou families were initially taken aback by this voice, followed by confusion. Who dares to masquerade in such a manner? Show yourself. An elder from the Zhou family shouted angrily, entirely oblivious to the trembling hands of their clan leader and Su family leader. Years of seclusion. And now even a dog from the Zhou family dares to bark at me? As the crowd looked up, they beheld a tall figure, strikingly handsome. With flowing hair billowing in the wind, standing majestically in the void, an aura of terrifying might radiating from him. Upon seeing this figure, Zhou Tianyuan and Su Yudao's eyes widened in disbelief and astonishment. How is this possible? How could you still be alive? Zhou Tianyuan trembled in fear. Indeed, I am not dead, much to your disappointment. Yi Xian's expression darkened, his gaze shimmering with boundless killing intent. With that, he cast a brief glance at the skies above Tianfeng City, as if sensing something, before turning his attention back to the leaders of the two families. Humph, Yi Xian. Even if you are alive, what does it matter? You are merely in the Heaven Soul realm. Zhou Tianyuan, recalling something, regained his composure. Presently, our two families boast 17 individuals in the Heaven Soul realm. In the past 2 years, under the guidance of that individual, we have rapidly progressed, surpassing the Yi family. Never did we anticipate that the head of the Yi family was still alive. Alas, what does it matter? The power dynamics of the two families have irrevocably changed. It appears the Yi family's fate is sealed. Murmurs of discussion circulated among the onlookers. Yi Xian, today marks the end of your Yi family. Zhou Tianyuan sneered. In an instant, a throng of Heaven Soul realm practitioners surged forward. The members of the Yi family, upon witnessing the situation, swiftly channeled their spiritual energy in preparation for battle. Yi Xian shook his head, dismissing the notion of the 17th Heaven Soul realm as mere insignificance. However, before they could make a move, a formidable and terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from Yi Xian, sweeping across the entirety of Tianfeng City. Upon sensing this piercing aura, the entire city turned its gaze toward the direction of the Yi family, astonished by the emergence of such an overwhelming presence. Could it be that the city lord had made a move? In the Tianfeng City Lord's mansion, Lord Fengxian trembled upon sensing that aura. Who was this? A formidable being had appeared in Tianfeng. This individual was not beneath him. Across from him, an elderly figure also appeared momentarily stunned. Then, with a glint of cold light in his eyes, he recognized that another formidable presence had emerged in the form of a calamity of the Yin realm. This was far from good news for them. In the skies above Tianfeng City, a mysterious figure clad in gray robes stood rigidly in place, only regaining his senses long after the piercing gaze had departed. Such terrifying perceptiveness was indeed formidable. This level of power likely surpassed my own. Well then, I can return and report the situation. With that, the old man turned and departed. The elder of the Yi family, who had just spoken disrespectfully to Yi Xian, was instantly obliterated into nothingness, leaving no trace of his presence. Zhou Tianyuan and Su Yudao were also violently propelled away by the overwhelming pressure, blood surging from their mouths. How is this possible? You have broken through? The head of the Zhou family cried out in terror. Yi Xian let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with a semblance of pity. There exists nothing that is truly impossible. Those who dare to infringe upon the Yi family shall meet their demise. Moments ago, he had merely unleashed a fraction of his overwhelming pressure, fearing that excessive force might obliterate Tianfeng City entirely. With a resounding boom, Yi Xian's colossal hand, imbued with boundless might, transformed into a fist and descended with crushing force. The immense aura surged skyward, and with a single punch, devastation ensued. The 15 souls of the celestial realm fell like mere chickens, obliterated by the imprint of Yi Xian's fist. Members of the Zhou and Su families fled in terror. Yet how could Yi Xian allow them to escape? They could not simply come and go as they pleased. Such actions were far too simplistic. Within moments, the battlefield was left with only the awestruck and astonished gazes of the Yi family members, fixated upon that invincible figure. The Zhou and Su families were left with naught but the incapacitated Zhou Tianyuan and Su Yudao. The expressions on their faces were rife with fear, shock, and despair. It is over. All is lost. The foundations of both families have been utterly annihilated, obliterated by a single strike. No, it was not just a single strike. He had not even lifted a finger. Chapter 3. The Might of the Yi Family, a Visit from the City Lord. The members of the Yi family were utterly astonished by the scene before them, rendered speechless and frozen in place. It was not until a voice shattered the silence that the stillness was broken. Uncle Chi-Chi, is that truly you? Yi Beichen inquired, gazing at the figure before him, whose overwhelming presence was so radiant that he found himself questioning his own certainty. Yi Xian turned his gaze in that direction and smiled, nodding his head. Ah, young man, have you truly forgotten me after just 3 years? Only upon confirming that the newcomer was indeed their clan leader did the crowd hurriedly gather around. Yi Tian rushed forward and enveloped Yi Xian in a warm embrace. What a remarkable lad. I always knew you would endure. Tears glistened in Yi Tian's eyes. Over the past 3 years, they had ventured to the outside of the secret chamber more than once. The initial visits were bearable, as they could still converse with Xuan, but as time progressed, their exchanges dwindled. Eventually, they could no longer hear Xuan's voice. They had even begun to believe that Xuan had failed in his breakthrough. The unyielding door of the secret chamber had become a symbol of hope, a flicker of desire to cling to. To their astonishment, Xuan was truly alive. "Little Xuan, what of your poison?" At that moment, the second elder, Yiqing, inquired eagerly. "Elder brother, I have resolved the poison. It was completely eradicated during my breakthrough," Xuan replied, gazing at the exhilarated second elder. "Ha ha ha, splendid. It's wonderful to hear that it has been resolved," Yiqing exclaimed joyfully. The other elders joined in the laughter, their hearts filled with elation. Xuan is their younger brother, and his ability to resolve the issue of toxins brings them immense joy. "Xiao, you mentioned that a breakthrough would dispel it. Does that imply that you have already transcended the tribulationine realm?" Although Yi Tian harbored some suspicions, he still inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Yi family were utterly astonished, their gazes fixed on Xuan, eager to seek confirmation from him. Xuan nodded faintly, confirming his surmise that a tremendous uproar had arisen within the family. The realm of the Jane. Such individuals warrant the utmost respect, even from the city lord. It was astonishing that their clan leader had ascended to such heights at a tender age. Heaven blessed the Yi family. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Xuan had already surpassed the Jane realm. Upon receiving confirmation, the numerous clan members were filled with unparalleled excitement. "Kill, kill, kill." However, as soon as their voices echoed, Xuan raised his hand and spoke sternly, "Surround all remaining members of the two families." When they were engulfed in fear and despair, only then would they be utterly eradicated. At these words, everyone inhaled sharply. This was a decree to plunge them into despair. Soon, members of the Yi family led a charge to completely encircle the two families. With the upper echelons of both families annihilated, they possessed no capacity for resistance. They could only submit to the Yi family as they confined them within their own homes. The Yi family, hesitating at Xuan's command, the Yi family refrained from retaliating on the spot. Guests arrived, and a grand feast was prepared to celebrate the patriarch's breakthrough. The second elder, filled with joy, exclaimed loudly, prompting everyone to merrily prepare for the occasion. The entire Tianfeng city was abuzz with excitement. The Yi family patriarch had not perished. Instead, he had advanced further and vanquished 2 other families. Patriarch Xuan truly exuded unparalleled might. "Did you not express a different sentiment yesterday?" "Silence. You were the most vociferous in your criticisms yesterday." Zhou Tianyuan and Su Yudao were taken away, yet Xuan spared their lives. He chose to celebrate with his family first before settling scores. After all, escape was futile, for the entirety of Tianfeng City lay within the reach of his divine perception. As night descended, the banquet was set. The hall was adorned with tables and chairs, and an array of exquisite delicacies filled the air with their tantalizing aromas. Xuan was surrounded by his clansmen as he ascended to the esteemed position. After several rounds of toasts, he rose, raised his cup, and proclaimed loudly, "Today, my breakthrough is largely attributed to the family's protection and everyone's concern. I am deeply grateful for the hard work over these past 3 years. This cup is dedicated to all of you." With that, he drank it down in one gulp, prompting a chorus of responses from the crowd. At that moment, a disciple hurriedly approached, whispering a few words into Yi Tian's ear. Yi Tian's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of skepticism. He then sent a message to Xuan, and only after Xuan nodded did the disciple withdraw. "Ha ha ha. Fengxian has come to congratulate the head of the Yi family on his breakthrough." Before long, a voice resonated from outside. Upon hearing this, the others furrowed their brows, questioning his intentions. It is well known that the Yi family has no ties to the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, they would not have faced such hostility without assistance from the mansion. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a resplendent robe strode in. Upon seeing Xuan, who occupied the seat of honor, the newcomer expressed mild surprise, thinking to himself that the rumors circulating in the outside world were indeed true. "Ha ha. Congratulations to the head of the Yi family on transcending to the realm of Jiayin. I have come uninvited. I hope the head of the Yi family will not take offense," Fengxian declared. Xuan regarded Fengxian with a slight nod, acknowledging the visitor. "As a guest, please take a seat, Lord of Feng City." After a few rounds of wine, Fengxian suddenly leaned closer to Xuan. "Patriarch Yi, over the years, I have been unable to extend my assistance to the Yi family. I hope you can forgive me." His demeanor conveyed sincerity, tinged with a hint of regret. In response, Xuan merely waved his hand and consumed the contents of his cup in one swift motion. Fengxian followed suit. "Patriarch Yi, may I inquire about your plans following your recent breakthrough?" After a prolonged silence, Fengxian resumed the conversation. "Naturally, I intend to eliminate the two families. They seek to annihilate the Yi family, and I shall not allow them to survive." Xuan replied nonchalantly, as if recounting a mundane event. Upon hearing Xuan's words, Feng Xian exhibited no signs of astonishment. Evidently, he had anticipated such a response. Once they have breached your doorstep, to endure further would no longer be the Yi Xian we know. Are you aware of why those two families have experienced such rapid growth and strength in recent years? Feng Xian's question prompted the members of the Yi family to set down their wine cups and listen intently. Feng Xian had no intention of withholding information. As far as I know, this matter should be connected to the Yingtian prefecture. Having uttered this, Feng Xian continued, I also possess some additional insights. It seems that for the past 2 years, someone has been covertly assisting the Yi family. As these words fell from his lips, Feng Xian fixed his gaze upon Yi Xian's countenance, eager to gauge his reaction. However, to his disappointment, Yi Xian displayed no emotion. Nevertheless, his statement sparked a commotion within the grand hall, eliciting gasps of surprise. The revelation that someone had aided the Yi family astonished both Yi Xian and the numerous elders present. Reflecting on Feng Xian's words, the elders began to recall certain peculiarities from the past. Regaining his composure, Yi Xian addressed Feng Xian calmly, Lord of Feng City. Your inquiries regarding matters I wish to understand are not particularly challenging. After all, those two individuals are in my grasp. Upon hearing this, Feng Xian appeared somewhat embarrassed. Ha, patriarchy, you jest. I merely wish to reminisce with you, and casually mention a few things I know. Feng Xian chuckled awkwardly. Yi Xian smiled, his thoughts drifting back to many years ago. At that time, he had just broken through to the heavenly soul realm and had ventured out to hone his skills. Passing by a dilapidated temple, he encountered a man in splendid attire attempting to drug a woman in broad daylight for illicit purposes. Without hesitation, he intervened and delivered a beating to the man, causing him to flee in disgrace. In his haste, the man dropped a jade pendant. Now, within the grand hall, Yi Xian retrieved a jade pendant from his spatial ring. The front bore the character for Ing, while the back displayed the character for Fu. Everything began to connect. Yi Xian mused. It turned out that the man was indeed from the Ying Tian mansion, and it seemed that the one dispatched was none other than him. As for the mysterious benefactor assisting the Yi family, could it be that individual? The city lord of wind likely came not merely to extend congratulations and reminisce. Moreover, considering the ties to that place, his return here might be somewhat inappropriate. Suddenly, Yi Xian shifted his gaze, his deep-set eyes locking onto Feng Xian. At that moment, Feng Xian felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by an immense terror. However, he quickly regained his composure, a bitter smile appearing on his face. It seems he could not deceive the discerning eyes of the Yi clan leader. Indeed, he had come here with ulterior motives. Yi Xian remained silent, merely gazing at him. You are aware that Tianfeng City is subordinate to Yingtian Prefecture. Within Yingtian Prefecture, there are several cities akin to Tianfeng City. However, Tianfeng City ranks among the lower to mid-tier cities within this hierarchy. Ordinarily, matters pertaining to the higher echelons are not my place to elaborate upon. Yet, in recent years, several neighboring cities have inexplicably cast covetous eyes upon Tianfeng City, a situation that would have been unthinkable in the past. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian finally comprehended the situation. No wonder Feng Xian had been indifferent to the affairs of the city in recent years. The matters concerning the Yi and Lu families undoubtedly possess the potential to influence the very foundation of Tianfeng City. However, with external foes to confront, he finds himself unable to divert his attention. Moreover, if we consider recent years, the passivity of Tianfeng City is likely intertwined with his own circumstances. Over the past 2 years, the Su and Zhou families have targeted your Yi family, and while I have observed this, I remain utterly powerless. The moment I take action, that old wretch will certainly not remain idle. Thus, I have been unable to find an opportunity all these years. Yet, the recent breakthrough of the Yi clan leader may just be the key to alleviating the crisis facing Tianfeng City. Feng Xian grew increasingly animated as he spoke, and it is not difficult to understand why. Being besieged by several neighboring cities can exhaust even a powerhouse of the Yin robbery realm. The emergence of another Yin robbery expert within the city would be of paramount significance to Tianfeng City. This is precisely why, upon hearing of the annihilation of the two families, he still chose to visit in person. A master of the Yin robbery realm is certainly worth his personal endeavor to court. Compared to the treachery of those two families, the Yi family is incomparably more reliable. Since they aim to undermine him, is it excessive to take some overt and covert actions in response? Chapter 4. Acquiring the summoning card. Summoning accepted thus. My purpose in coming here today is not solely for a visit. I also seek to propose an alliance with the Yi family. Only through such an alliance can Tianfeng City weather this impending crisis. After all, the surrounding cities would not be foolish enough to strike against a Tianfeng City fortified by two masters of the Yin robbery realm. However, Yi Xian's response took him by surprise. Lord City Master, please return. My Yi family has no intention of forming an alliance. Upon hearing this, Feng Xian's form quivered. Yet, the subsequent words offered him some solace. However, once the matters with the two families are resolved, should any outsiders dare to invade Tianfeng City, the Yi family will certainly not turn a blind eye. Upon hearing this, Feng Xian rose with delight and clasped his hands in respect towards Yi Xian. Yi clan leader. I express my gratitude on behalf of the people of Tianfeng. He then raised a cup from the table and drank it in one gulp. Time grows short. I shall take my leave now. After bidding farewell to Yi Xian, Feng Xian turned and returned to the city lord's residence, feeling exceptionally pleased with the day's events. The banquet then came to a close. In the room, Yi Xian was in meditation, attuning himself to the transformations within his body. Another extraordinary ability had come to fruition. The wondrous phenomenon of divine and demonic manifestation. Divine beings descend upon the 9 heavens. Yi Xian felt an exhilarating surge of awakening divine powers, primarily in the realm of domain. As he unleashed this extraordinary ability, the ethereal shadows of myriad gods and demons descended upon the world, a truly magnificent display of prowess. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. At midnight, a notification chimed. Automatic check-in successful. Another chime followed. Congratulations to the host for achieving a critical check-in. A final chime announced. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 million top-grade spirit stones, 100 bottles of saint-grade elixirs, and a sapling of the world tree. Another critical hit? Has the system been particularly joyous lately? It is no wonder he felt elated, as after 100,000 years of check-ins, the majority of rewards consisted of cultivation resources, spirit stones, and elixirs, with the sapling of the world tree being a first-time reward. By the way, system, have you forgotten about the grand gift package that was delayed for 100,000 years? Chime. Issuing the novice gift package to the host. Chime. Novice gift package successfully used. Chime. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 top-grade saint weapon and 1 earth-level summoning card. What is the summoning card? Chime. The summoning card can randomly summon any powerful being, and the summoned being will have no ulterior motives towards the host. Chime. The earth-level summoning card can summon beings of the Jia-yin and Jia-yang realms. This is excellent. It is the first summoning-related item I have received in 100,000 years. A hint of surprise flickered in Yi Xian's eyes. Just in time. He now had a helping hand, albeit slightly weaker in strength, yet still respectable within the Tianwu dynasty. Quickly, he decided to use the earth-level summoning card. Chime. Usage successful. Will you conceal the phenomenon? Conceal it. A robust figure materialized from thin air, radiating an aura akin to the blazing sun. The moment he appeared, Yi Xian discerned his realm, Jiayang realm. Moreover, he was at the 9th level of Jiayang. Qingya, I greet the clan leader. No need for excessive formalities. From this day forth, you shall be an esteemed elder of the Yi family. Thank you, clan leader. Very well, you may find your own dwelling within the courtyard. The clan leader's residence was vast, and accommodating Qingya would pose no issue. Understood. Qingya promptly turned and exited the room. Yi Xian could not help but feel increasingly satisfied as another formidable warrior joined his family. Each additional strength brought an extra layer of security, undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. System. Activate the protective array and the spirit gathering formation, along with the weapons, he commanded. Ding. The spirit gathering formation has been established across the family territory. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully utilizing a supreme-grade holy weapon. You have obtained a supreme-grade holy weapon. As the system's voice faded, a spear imbued with the unparalleled power of thunder floated before Yi Xian, yet another supreme-grade weapon, a coveted treasure desired by even the most powerful beings of the sage realm. Yi Xian contemplated silently. What an impressive weapon. Subsequently, he casually discarded it into the system's space, deeming it of no use to him, merely an excess. He then took stock of his gains once more. Having a system is truly delightful. A life augmented by extraordinary means is remarkably unpretentious. Yi Xianqing finished his inventory and retired for the night. Having attained such formidable prowess, he no longer required sustenance or rest. Yet, idleness plagued him. Perhaps in the coming days, he might seek out a tranquil lake to relocate, where he could while away the hours with leisurely fishing. The next day dawned. The Yi family felt the dense aura of the heavens and the earth. What is happening? Am I still dreaming? Please, hit me. With a swift motion, someone beside him delivered a resounding slap, sending him spinning 3 times on the spot, his shoes flying several meters away. No, you really hit me. Did you not ask me to? Yet, it seemed to be genuine. Strangely enough, it truly is. We are prospering. We are prospering. My cultivation may advance even further. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had just awakened, and it was time to attend to pressing matters. The Su family, the Zhou family. He had instructed Qingya to keep watch over the skies of Tianfeng City last night. The 2 families could only await their doom in despair. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Those who dared to humiliate the Yi family would meet their end in utter hopelessness. Yi Xian arrived at the grand hall to find that everyone was engaged in a discussion. Upon his entrance, they all rose to pay their respects. Even though some were his own brothers, in the clan, Yi Xian held the esteemed position of patriarch, and the necessary formalities were to be observed. Once Yi Xian took his seat, the others followed suit and settled down. Before Yi Xian could utter a word, Yi Tian spoke first, addressing him as the clan leader. regarding the matter of the spirit energy in the Yi family becoming increasingly abundant. At this point, Yi Tian paused, casting a glance at Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded in acknowledgement. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Although they had their suspicions, the confirmation left them somewhat incredulous. Such a dense concentration of spiritual energy could only be amassed by a highly advanced gathering formation. Where had the clan leader procured such a master of formations? It is worth noting that typically, formation masters are found within families. Elder Wu, Yi Qiu for instance, is merely a beginner in the profound tier of formation masters and could never access a gathering formation of this caliber. However, Yi Xian chose not to elaborate further, nor did the others press for more information. As long as it was established that Yi Xian was the one responsible, that sufficed for them. They were indifferent to the rest. After all, the clan leader would never bring them harm. Yi Xian turned to Yi Tian and inquired, "Brother, how prepared are we?" "The clan members have been ready for quite some time. They have eagerly awaited this day for long." Yi Tian replied, "Very well. Let us depart and exact vengeance upon the two families, reclaiming all the grievances we have endured over the years," Yi Xian declared as he rose to his feet. In an instant, Yi Xian appeared in the square, where the Yi family members had already gathered in full assembly. The square brimmed with several hundred individuals, devoid of children, as most elders and youngsters had been left at home, with only a few elderly insisting on accompanying them. These few were the former elders of the Yi family, possessing the cultivation of the Earth Soul realm. However, in the tumult of recent years, several had met their demise. The remaining elders were gravely injured, some even having been stripped of their powers. Yi Xian gazed at the scene before him, his heart brimming with an intensified murderous intent. No wonder. Upon his emergence from seclusion yesterday, he had scarcely encountered a few elders. It turns out they had been gravely injured and had withdrawn from their positions. Chapter 5. Bloody Carnage, the Expulsion of Two Families. Yi Xian retrieved several bottles of elixirs from the system space, instructing Yi Tian to distribute them among the crowd according to their types. At the moment they acquired the elixirs, the onlookers were bewildered, gazing at the flawless potions before them. Surely, these must be exquisite elixirs. Where did the clan leader procure such remarkable items? Consume them, Yi Xian urged the elders. Complying with his command, they promptly ingested the potions. In an instant, a miraculous transformation occurred. Their grievously injured bodies began to mend at an astonishing pace. Their shattered dantians were reconstituting. The elders were taken aback by this unexpected spectacle, subsequently overtaken by tremors, not of fear, but of exhilaration. "I am healed. I have recovered," they exclaimed, regaining their strength and returning to the realm of Earth Soul. Their excitement erupted into shouts of gratitude. "Thank you, clan leader, for bestowing these medicines." After the initial jubilation, they spoke in unison. "There is no need for thanks. You are the pillars of the Yi family, and it is I, as the clan leader, who feels indebted to you for the sacrifices you have made for our clan." Yi Xian gazed at the assembly of elders, a hint of remorse in his expression. "However, after today, no one shall ever again humiliate the Yi family. Furthermore, dear sons of the Yi family, remember this. If you find yourselves outmatched, do not struggle in vain. Call upon more allies until victory is assured. Today, we shall honor the spirits of our ancestors with the blood of both families. Sons of the Yi family, follow me as we utterly annihilate these two families. Let us proceed." Yi Xian's voice resonated powerfully. The strength of the two families was, after all, no match for Yi Xian alone, yet he yearned to unleash the pent-up frustrations that had burdened the Yi family for years. This would greatly benefit their growth. Tianfeng City was already in a state of chaos, with the news of the brutal slaughter of the two family heads and their elites spreading like wildfire. Despair had already set in for the two families, especially as the Yi family had them completely surrounded, leaving no avenue for escape. The news of Yi Xian's survival sent waves of terror through both families. As they waited in their mansion, the anticipated retaliation from the Yi family never arrived. Desperate to flee under the cover of night, they found their escape routes blocked. In utter despair, they finally comprehended the grim reality. They were destined to perish in hopelessness. The Yi family embarks on their grand expedition. Yi Xian stood firmly in the void, refraining from taking action, merely observing in silence. Among the Su and Zhou families, many of the less resilient members chose to take their own lives. Only a few opted for resistance, however, lacking the prowess of their clan's elites. They were no match for the Yi family. "Let us fight to the death," cried one. "Yi heir, step aside. We eight can handle him alone." "I despise this. This young man is surprisingly formidable, even with 4 of us against him. We have struggled for 3 breaths and yet remain standing. Spare me, I swear. It was not I who killed your brother." The members of both families fought desperately, yet their efforts were in vain. Under the relentless assault of the Yi family, both clans faced complete annihilation. On this day, the people of Tianfeng City quaked in fear. The air thick with the sounds of slaughter. Zhou Tianyuan and Su Yudao were held by the elders of the Yi family, forced to witness the destruction of their clans. They screamed in anguish, yet the Yi elders remained indifferent. Regret gnawed at their hearts. Why provoke the Yi family? Why? Ultimately, as they watched their kin fall one by one, both men coughed up blood, collapsing into a pool of crimson. The two families were utterly eradicated from Tianfeng City. Yet, this was not the end. After the obliteration of the two clans, their strongholds were thoroughly ransacked. Even the slightest traces of spiritual energy clinging to the grass in the corners were stripped bare. Valuable resources were completely scavenged, leaving no trace of life behind. The Yi family emerged as the foremost clan in Tianfeng City, their reputation instilling terror in the hearts of all. The Yi family, second only to the city lord's mansion. Of course, this is merely the perception held by those outside. Yi family Yi Xian sat cross-legged in his chamber. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully leading the family in annihilating a rival clan. Rewards: 10 celestial grade martial arts techniques, 50 million high-quality spirit stones. 1 copy of the celestial grade cultivation method heavenly thunder body refinement scripture, 10 earth grade martial arts techniques, 100 bottles of celestial grade elixirs, 100 bottles of celestial grade elixirs, and 100 celestial grade weapons. The family's cohesion has been enhanced, and the family's fortune has increased by 10,000 points. Ding. The host's family fortune points have increased by 10,000. Ding. The family fortune has reached a total of 10,000 points, unlocking the family exchange shop. Sigh. An exchange shop? System, open the exchange shop. Ding. The shop has been opened. Immediately, Yi Xian glanced at the exchange shop and could not help but exclaim in frustration. System, are you trying to swindle me? Ding. Host, please refrain from making unfounded accusations. This system has no intention of deceiving the host. Yi Xian expressed such sentiments due to the exorbitant prices of items within the exchange shop. One must utilize fortune points for redemption, as long as one possesses fortune points. Even legendary items can be acquired, and it is even possible to exchange for cultivation levels, provided that one has the requisite fortune points. Within the room, Yi Xian gazed at the densely packed supplies within his backpack, and a spark of inspiration seemed to ignite in his mind. He turned away and made his way to the Yi family square, where the younger generation often gathered to meditate and exchange insights on their cultivation practices. Suddenly, a resolute-looking man awoke from his meditation and headed towards the main hall. Alas, why did Brother Baichen leave so abruptly? One of the clan's disciples inquired. I do not know, another disciple responded, but judging by his demeanor, he is likely headed to the main hall. Could it be that the clan leader summoned him? It is possible, although, to be fair, the clan leader was exceptionally striking that day. Indeed, just thinking about it fills me with excitement. How I wish I could be as formidable as the clan leader. Yes, I too wish for the same. At that moment, as the two were lost in their admiration, an incongruous voice interrupted their reverie. They were about to retort when they recognized the newcomer, and their expressions transformed into sheer exhilaration. The newcomer, with his thick hair and a hint of unruliness, donned a blue robe, and his eyes sparkled with wisdom. Ha ha ha, Brother Hao Yu, what brings you back? Brother Hao Yu. It truly is you, the two exclaimed, leaping with joy. The newcomer was Yi Hao Yu, a disciple of the Yi family who had joined the Qingshan sect for cultivation 2 years prior. He was well aware of the strife between the Yi family and the Su and Shou families, which motivated him to join the Qingshan sect as one of its core disciples. His aspiration was to achieve a swift breakthrough in order to assist his family. However, upon receiving the news and attempting to return, he was thwarted by the son of the Qingshan sect's master, who was also his rival. After finally extricating himself, he hurried back, only to find that he had arrived too late. Fortunately, he overheard on the way that the family head had made a breakthrough, emerging from seclusion to annihilate both rival families, eradicating them completely. With this news, he felt a sense of relief. As the entire Tianfeng city buzzed with tales of the Yi family's patriarch's unmatched prowess, Yi Hao Yu approached the two individuals, exclaiming, Little brother, it has been quite a while since we last met. In the grand hall of the Yi family, Yi Xian sat above, his eyes closed in tranquility. A figure entered, approached below, and respectfully bowed to Yi Xian. Greetings, clan leader, said Yi Baichen. There is no need for formality here, as there is no one else present. Yi Xian replied. Baichen, your words spoken outside the secret chamber were heard by Uncle Qi. He feels proud of you, and I too. Find comfort in knowing that the Yi family has you. The Yi family shall continue to thrive. Such is the duty of the sons of the Yi family. Yi Baichen listened to Yi Xian's words, momentarily at a loss. Seventh uncle, we are ineffectual. If it were not for your breakthrough, our Yi family would be in dire straits. Hence, this is the very reason I sought you out. Although your intentions are noble, the reality is that sometimes strength falls short. Yi Xian gazed intently at Yi Baichen, speaking earnestly. Chapter 6, Astonishing Everyone, the clan leader's tomb raiding. Seventh uncle, please rest assured. From now on, Baichen will dedicate himself to cultivating. Yi Baichen solemnly vowed. Well, since you possess such resolve, I, as your uncle, shall offer you a token of my support. I hope you will not disappoint me. With that, he waved his hand, and a spatial ring flew forth, landing in Yi Baichen's grasp. Remember, the future of the Yi family lies with you. As soon as the words left his lips, Yi Xian vanished from the grand hall. Yi Baichen gazed in the direction where Yi Xian had vanished, resolutely making up his mind. Seventh uncle, I shall catch up with you. He then departed from the grand hall. Inside the chamber, Yi Beichen contemplated the spatial ring, having refrained from inspecting its contents earlier. Now that Xuan had left, he promptly opened the spatial ring. As his consciousness probed within, he stood frozen in astonishment. For within the ring lay a multitude of glimmering stones, spiritual stones. They were all mid-grade spiritual stones, and upon a cursory glance, he estimated there to be at least several million. What a staggering concept. To put it into perspective, his family's annual income barely amounted to 10 million low-grade spiritual stones, which, when converted to mid-grade, was a mere 1,000. Even one as unflappable as Yi Beichen could not help but tremble uncontrollably, managing to utter a stunned exclamation. What on earth? Was this merely an illusion? Rubbing his eyes, he widened them to look again. The pile of translucent stones sparkled brilliantly, solidifying his belief that it was no mirage. In that moment, he even began to suspect that their clan leader had not retreated for meditation, but rather to plunder someone else's tomb. Where else could such wealth have come from? And this was merely the beginning. When he turned his gaze to the corner of the spatial ring, he was utterly bewildered. What did he behold? 2 books lay nestled in the corner. Were they ordinary tomes, it would not have mattered much. However, the 2 books emitted a faint golden radiance. And what shocked him further were the bold characters inscribed upon them. Saint-tier martial techniques. The other bore the inscription Saint-tier cultivation method, heavenly thunder scripture. Beside them were several pill bottles. Behind the 2 books stood a formidable halberd, its shaft entwined by a celestial dragon, exuding a terrifying aura. Yi Beichen gazed upon the formidable halberd before him, unable to resist the urge to grasp it. To his astonishment, despite its terrifying aura, the halberd offered no resistance. The moment his hand clasped around the weapon, a surge of information flooded into his mind. The heavenly dragon war halberd, a low-grade royal-class war weapon. Yi Beichen could not help but draw a sharp breath, for in that moment, he was utterly certain. His 7th uncle, the patriarch of the Yi family, had ventured to plunder someone else's tomb. The strongest weapon passed down through their lineage was merely a superior-grade sword of the mysterious tier. The hierarchy of weaponry is classified as follows: yellow tier, mysterious tier, earthly tier, and heavenly tier, with the king's weapons residing above. It is essential to understand that only those who attain the martial arts enlightenment can wield heavenly tier battle weapons. The king's weapons correspond to the mightiest beings of the heavenly realm, a level that does not exist within the entirety of the Tianwu. And now, the patriarch had audaciously bestowed upon him a mere earthly soul realm cultivator, a king-tier battle weapon. This, in the confines of his chamber, Yi Beichen harbored suspicions regarding Yi Xian's potential as a grave robber. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Xian was merely concerned that presenting him with a higher-tier item all at once might overwhelm him. Thus, he decided to offer the royal weapon as a means of gradual acclimatization. System: what high-level physiques have been signed in the backpack? Ding. The following are the saint-level physiques currently signed by the host: 1 primordial saint body and 1 azure profound overbearing body. Yi Xian gazed at the rewards he had received. Nodding in satisfaction, these 2 physiques could indeed be bestowed upon several younger members of his family. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Yingtian mansion, a resounding crash echoed. Incompetence. A band of inept fools. 10 of you at the celestial soul realm, and yet you cannot even extinguish a small clan. A young man clad in luxurious attire seethed with fury as he berated them. The black-clad figure kneeling before him trembled, stammering, "My lord. It is not that my men lack capability, it is merely that those 2 families are utterly useless. Furthermore, for the past 2 years, a mysterious entity has been covertly aiding the Yi family, which has hindered our efforts to secure victory. It was only this time that I dispatched reinforcements. Who could have anticipated that the head of the Yi family was still alive?" The black-clad man continued, "This has led to the annihilation of my forces. Incompetents are simply incompetent. There is no need for excuses," the young man coldly retorted. "I shall grant you one more chance. This time, you will personally go. And I want to see the head of that man. Very well, I shall accompany you this time." Upon hearing this, the black-clad man felt a surge of joy. His lord would personally undertake the mission. Once the black-clad man had withdrawn, the young man's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly as he murmured, "Yi Xian, I never anticipated that you were still alive." This young man was the very individual who had once attempted to act against Yi Xian during his trials. He and Lin Yuru were both offspring of court officials, and his father had strongly advocated for him to wed Lin Yuru. However, Lin Yuru held no interest in him, prompting him to deliberately isolate his companions during an outing, intending to take advantage of Lin Yuru's innocence. It is well understood that a woman holds her chastity as dearly as life itself. He believed that once he took advantage of her, she would have no choice but to marry him. But fate had other plans, as he encountered Yi Xian during his scheming, who decisively subdued him. The more he recalled the incident, the angrier he became, veins bulging on his forehead. With a fist slamming against a pillar, he roared, "Yi Xian, I swear I will see you dead." Outside the door, the maidservants and guards trembled in fear. Yi family system, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in and receiving 1,000,000 cultivation points for the next day. In the grand hall of the Yi family, a group of elders furrowed their brows. as if confronted with some formidable predicament. As for Xuan's presence, they had long since grown accustomed to his absence. Since his appointment, Xuan has been rather indifferent, appearing only during fights and remaining absent at all other times. Sigh, why does everyone look so troubled? Just as the elders were at a loss, Xuan's figure materialized in the hall. Little Xuan. With no outsiders present, the elders called out directly. Why does everyone look so troubled? Has something happened? Xuan inquired, somewhat perplexed. The elders exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Tian who stepped forward to elucidate the situation. Little Xuan, it is this way. Now that you have broken through, only our Yi family remains among the once great 3 clans of Tianfeng City. The Yi family is currently in a phase of development. The disciples require spiritual herbs, medicinal pills, and various cultivation items, all of which entail considerable expenditure. The resources seized from the other 2 families during the last encounter were rather meager. For the Yi family to advance swiftly, we must deliberate for a more extended period, as it will be challenging to achieve in the short term. After listening to his elder brother Yi Tian's words, Xuan felt somewhat speechless. In essence, they were lamenting a lack of resources and funds. Although the family lacked these, he did not. He had amassed a considerable amount from the system and was at a loss for how to spend it. About this matter before Xuan could finish, Yi Tian interrupted him. Little Xuan, leave this matter to us. You have been in seclusion and may not be well acquainted with the family's resources. The family treasury lacks sufficient assets. Yi Tian presumed that Xuan intended for him to retrieve something from the treasury. Chapter 7. The Son of the Manor Lord. Infuriated beyond words, Xuan wore an expression of helplessness. Well, my dear brother, I must say that while you lack resources, I possess them. Xuan remarked. Yi Tian sighed deeply and earnestly remarked, Xiao Xian, the spirit stones we require are not merely in the dozens or hundreds. We need a substantial quantity to sustain our endeavors. Xuan, unable to articulate his thoughts, merely shrugged. He tossed a spatial ring to Yi Tian, who, without giving it much thought, assumed it was merely Xuan's gesture of goodwill. However, when he probed the contents of the ring with his divine sense, he was left utterly astounded. Inside the spatial ring lay heaps upon heaps of spirit stones, more than 10 piles in total. These spirit stones radiated a brilliant glow, signifying their quality as mid-grade spirit stones. After slapping himself to confirm he was not dreaming, he exclaimed in disbelief. The elders present, witnessing Yi Tian's outburst, exchanged disapproving glances. Yuqin said, Brother, remain calm. There's no need to be so alarmed over trivial matters. Indeed, we have encountered spiritual stones before. The other elders echoed his sentiments. Yi Tian remained silent, merely extending the spatial ring forward. Yuqin snatched the path, exclaiming, What is there to be so astonished about? Subsequently, he extended his consciousness into the spatial ring. Mid-grade spirit stones. His reaction was even more intense than that of Elder Yi Tian. The other elders exchanged glances, and upon witnessing Yuqin's response, they realized the situation was perhaps not as they had imagined. They promptly directed their consciousness into the spatial rings as well. My heavens! They gasped, astonished. What they beheld was a staggering multitude of spirit stones, radiating spiritual energy and shimmering brilliantly. The spatial ring was brimming with approximately 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones. 1 billion. During the pinnacle of their family's prosperity, their annual yield was merely 10 million. And that was in low-grade spirit stones. It is important to note that a single mid-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Aside from the spirit stones, the spatial ring also contained an array of spiritual artifacts, profound devices, earthly instruments, and a multitude of elixirs. Indeed, not just a few, but a veritable heap. Despite the elders having steeled themselves for what they might find, they were still left utterly flabbergasted by the scene before them. Xuan gazed at the elders with a look of utter disbelief, observing their uncouth demeanor. It was quite astonishing to witness a group of venerable elders, who usually commanded respect and instilled fear, resorting to such crude language. Their naivety was palpable, and Xuan regarded them with a hint of disdain. Upon regaining their composure, the elders felt a flush of embarrassment wash over them. Indeed, they had not been exposed to the world beyond their confines. Old fellow, do enlighten us. Did you perhaps unearth the grave of some ancient ancestor? One elder queried. Indeed, young Xuan, where did you acquire such treasures? They clamored, one after the other, their excitement palpable. Xuan, somewhat exasperated, found himself at a loss for how to elucidate the matter to them. Concerning the spirit stones, you need not worry. I have my own means, though it is rather inconvenient to disclose the specifics, he reassured them. Upon hearing this, the elders finally relaxed, their previous apprehensions dissipating. They genuinely feared that this young man, in his pursuit of knowledge, might inadvertently disturb the resting places of the departed. Even if he did so, it was critical that he remained undetected. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Please, allocate these resources as you see fit. They should suffice for a while. Should you require more, do not hesitate to reach out to me, he instructed. The family's rich spiritual essence heralded an opportune moment for the Yi clan's advancement. Once your powers have been sufficiently enhanced, I shall personally guide you in undertaking that endeavor. Xuan gazed at the assembly and the elders, well aware of the matter at hand, adopted a demeanor of slight seriousness. They understood the urgency of enhancing the family's overall strength. Only through the elevation of their collective prowess could they hope to keep pace with Xuan in the days to come. Xuan's fervent desire to bolster the strength of the Yi family is motivated by more than mere ambition. He harbors a profound suspicion that the emergence of the system is no mere coincidence. Therefore, he must expedite the expansion of the family's ranks. Ever since he merged with the chaotic divine demon body, he has sensed, albeit vaguely, the subtle shifts occurring in the fabric of the universe, instilling in him an unsettling apprehension. Nevertheless, with the system at his disposal, he finds little cause for alarm. At present, it is imperative that he enhances the foundational abilities of his kin, for the greater their potential, the more substantial the rewards he can reap. This will enable him to swiftly acquire formidable resources to forge an indomitable family. Should unforeseen calamities arise in the future, they will possess the means for self-preservation, even if his instincts prove misguided. When the members of his family mature into beings of unparalleled strength, they will reverently address him as the esteemed patriarch. The mere thought ignites a thrill within him. Ah, yes, there are also some martial techniques and cultivation methods. You may take them and begin your training. Xuan presented Tian with a spatial ring. After completing these tasks, he vanished, retreating to his chamber to indulge in idleness, leaving the rest in disarray. The moment the assembly concluded and they exited the grand hall, the elders appeared radiant, their earlier expressions of concern entirely erased. Witnessing this scene, the disciples were filled with bewilderment. For it had been quite some time since they had observed the elders in such a jubilant state, their noses held high. The last occasion they had seen such a demeanor was indeed the previous time. Yes, precisely that time. Upon encountering the elders, the disciples of various clans promptly paid their respects. However, a striking young man clad in azure strode forward with confidence. "Father, why do you all look so haughty and flushed? Have you caught the lovesickness?" he exclaimed as he approached the second elder. The disciples were taken aback. The elder's expressions darkened considerably. The second elder, Yi Qing, who had been in good spirits, was momentarily stunned by the unexpected remark. Upon recognizing the speaker, his fury ignited. It was none other than his wayward son, Yi Haoyu. Yi Qing strode forward with determination, approaching Yi Haoyu and delivering a swift kick to his rear. "How dare you speak to your father in such a manner?" he admonished. Yet, still unsatisfied, he seized Yi Haoyu by the ear, demanding an apology to the assembled elders. The elders quickly gestured for him to cease, remarking that he was merely a junior. Furthermore, they were well aware of the boy's exceptional talent, which rivaled that of Yi Beichen. The only flaw they perceived was his excessively sharp tongue. Yi Qing also wore an expression of embarrassment. "Father, please. There are too many people here. Let us discuss this at home to maintain some decorum." Under the watchful gaze of numerous disciples, Yi Haoyu was gradually pulled away from sight. Brother Haoyu remains as stubborn as ever. What do you know? That is called being ambitious. Far beyond the skies of Tianfeng City, a colossal birdsword, bearing 3 figures upon its back. Among them stood a man clad in luxurious garments, flanked by an elder and a figure in black. This elegantly dressed individual was none other than Jiang Bei, the young master of Angtian prefecture, the very one who had been struck by Xuan. The man in black spoke. "Young master, we are less than 1,000 miles from Tianfeng City, where the Yi family resides." Upon hearing this, the elegantly dressed man replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. Upon our arrival in Tianfeng City, I shall first visit the city lord's mansion. You two will annihilate the Yi family. Oh, and do remember to conceal your identities. If this reaches my father's ears, I shall find myself confined once more. Furthermore, that Xuan, I want him brought before me. I shall slay him myself." As Jiang Bei mentioned Xuan, a shadow of darkness crossed his face. He could never forget him, and he dreamed incessantly of killing him. The Yi family in Xuan's room. "Achu. Xuan, who was thinking of me? Could it be that my display of invincibility that day captured the heart of some young lady? It is indeed possible. After all, I am rather handsome. Being handsome is one thing, but I am also quite wealthy. Wealth is one thing, yet I possess formidable strength as well. One must wonder which maiden would not be enamored upon meeting me." Chapter 8. The invincible Qingya shocks the world in Tianfeng City, under the blazing sun. The streets were bustling with throngs of people. Within the city lord's mansion, a man clad in luxurious attire reclined with his legs crossed, while 2 maidservants attended to him, massaging his shoulders and back, creating an atmosphere of utter comfort. This man was Jiang Bei, and below him, the city lord Fengxian wore a forced smile. Though he held little regard for this young lord, he still felt compelled to maintain a facade of respect. Deep down, he could not help but worry for the Yi family. How had they managed to provoke such a visit from the young lord? Should the Yi family face annihilation once more, the strength of Tianfeng City would undoubtedly diminish significantly. At that point, other cities would surely seek to swallow Tianfeng City whole. "The Yi family, I hope you can endure," Fengxian silently thought as a piercing cry echoed through the skies above Tianfeng City. With a resonant call, a colossal bird emerged, soaring majestically over the city. Upon its back stood 2 figures. In the instant they appeared, the once bustling Tianfeng City fell silent, leaving only the desolate streets in their wake. The 2 figures paid no heed to the chaos below as they stood resolutely atop the giant bird, heading towards the Yi family. Xuan, who originally intended to take a midday nap, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "You have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time." A faint smile graced the corners of Xuan's lips. He was prepared to welcome any adversarial force that dared to approach. Come forth, all of you. The more that arrive, the greater the bounty he could extract from the system. After all, having obliterated 2 minor clans, the system had generously bestowed upon him a plethora of rewards. If all went as expected, the next arrival would likely be from the heavenly capital, promising even more substantial rewards from the system. You clan, emerge and meet your demise. A resounding voice, imbued with overwhelming authority, echoed throughout the entirety of Tianfeng City. Those who sought the Yi clan wondered what formidable foes they had provoked. For the mere aura of this presence was utterly terrifying. It seemed that the Yi clan was on the brink of an insurmountable calamity. In the shadows of Tianfeng City, whispers filled the air as some individuals huddled together, exchanging hushed remarks. The Yi family, the elder members of the Yi family, had already congregated in the square. Led by Yu Tian, a total of 12 elders, including former ones, stood together. With Yu Xian's assistance, they had all successfully ascended to the celestial soul realm. Particularly the 3 grand elders, who had made significant strides within this realm. At this moment, the crowd gazed solemnly at the 2 ethereal figures hovering above. Filled with a sense of dread, they were undeniably formidable and exuded an aura of incomprehensible terror. Yu Tian gazed upon the 2 figures perched upon the avian creature's back and, with a respectful gesture, inquired, "Might I ask which members of the Yi family have drawn the ire of esteemed seniors such as yourselves?" With a chilling tone, the cloaked man replied, "Do we require a justification to eliminate your Yi family? Where is the patriarch? Is he not at the Yin robbery realm? Have him come forth." Upon hearing these words, Yu Tian's initial thought was that perhaps his 7th brother had indeed disturbed someone's ancestral grave, and now they had been discovered. This predicament posed quite a challenge. For it was no small matter to desecrate a grave. Seeing Yu Tian remain in stunned silence, the cloaked figure assumed he had instilled fear in him and erupted into laughter. "Rest assured, I shall ensure your demise is somewhat dignified." Just as he was about to continue, an elder beside him interjected, "You speak too much. Attack." The cloaked man, momentarily taken aback, promptly fell silent, gathering his martial prowess to strike. Observing this, the elders swiftly summoned their inner spiritual energy, bracing themselves for battle. Yu Tian bellowed loudly, fully prepared to take action at any moment. Yu Xian had previously informed them that he had established a defensive formation for the family. Yet he had not disclosed the rank of the formation. Should the formation be breached, they would have no choice but to take action. "Elder Qingya, the 2 insects outside are your responsibility, and by the way, there is another one in the city lord's mansion," Yu Xian called out. Immediately, a figure vanished from Yu Xian's courtyard. A black-clad figure condensed a massive palm print and pressed it down towards the Yi family. "How dare you, a mere wretch, cause havoc in my Yi family? You shall face retribution." Just as the palm print descended, a voice of unmatched authority resonated from deep within the Yi family. An unparalleled fist print soared into the sky, colliding with the giant palm. Crack! The palm print shattered within the span of a breath, while the fist print surged forth with boundless might towards the 2 assailants. The black-clad figure's eyes flickered with a hint of fear upon witnessing the formidable fist print. "Impudent!" The elder beside him bellowed in fury and immediately took action. An immense, searing aura erupted from the elder, enveloping the entire Tianfeng City in an overwhelming blaze. The inhabitants of the city trembled in fear. His form transformed into that of a blazing sun, flames igniting the heavens. A master of the Jiayang realm. The elder utilized his finger as an instrument. Heavenly severing finger, go. The fingerprint clashed with the fist print. Boom, boom. The resulting shockwaves instantly upturned the debris of buildings throughout Tianfeng City. As the waves continued to spread, a mysterious force suddenly emerged, silently dissipating the residual energy and preventing casualties. Humph. The elder grunted coldly, pushed back several dozen steps by the backlash. His gaze darkened as he fixed his stare on the depths of the Yi family. "You, as the head of the family, are merely a concealed and timid figure." "Haha. As the head of the family, I dare not claim such a title. I am but a humble elder of the Yi family," came the response. Before his words had faded, a middle-aged man clad in plain blue garments, with a resolute countenance, stepped forth from the depths of the Yi family. Each stride seemingly treading upon the void. He emerged above the Yi family, confronting the 2 assailants. "Who is this person? You ask me? How would I know?" The disciples of the Yi family were all utterly perplexed, for they had never encountered such a sight before. The elders of the Yi family exchanged bewildered glances, equally unfamiliar with the situation. Observing their reactions, the old man seemed to comprehend something, his voice turning cold as he warned, "I advise you not to meddle in the affairs of the Yi family. The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear." "Oh? I am yet to learn what consequences I cannot endure." "Pray tell," Qingya retorted with a mocking grin. Seeing the playful expression on Qingya's face, the old man's tone grew even more sinister, laced with threats. "It appears you are resolute in your intent to oppose us." "Ah, you misunderstand." Qingya waved his hand dismissively. The old man instantly relaxed, sensing a possibility for negotiation. After all, it would be best if such a formidable opponent chose not to engage. However, as he continued to listen, Qingya's demeanor shifted dramatically. "I have come here solely to eliminate the 2 of you," Qingya declared, waving his hand once more. With a thunderous roar, the old man exploded with fury, his power as a 7th-level Jiayang practitioner surging forth as he launched an attack. In response, The cloaked figure also unleashed his full strength, revealing a first-level Zhejiang cultivation. Qingya remained unfazed, letting out a sigh. It seems words fail you. So let us witness your strength. Unleash. Qingya's aura erupted violently, a tidal wave of power sweeping over the two, its imposing might cascading outward toward the city's outskirts. The expressions of the old man and the cloaked figure morphed into shock as they exclaimed in unison, "How is this possible? A peak Zhejiang practitioner. This strength rivals that of the lord of the manor before his seclusion." In their astonishment, Qingya struck. Mountain seal, suppress. A colossal golden seal descended upon them. They hastily summoned their inner energy. Heavenly ruin finger. Shadow palm. In an instant, their three attacks clashed, but the golden seal effortlessly obliterated their efforts, continuing its relentless descent. Seeing their attacks dismantled, they quickly formed a protective shield. Yet, the golden seal crashed into them with a resounding boom, unleashing blinding golden light that sent shockwaves spiraling outward, enveloping the vicinity in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a deep crater marked the spot where the golden seal had struck. Chapter 9. A battle that shook the world. Within the crater lay two figures, their previous divine demeanor utterly diminished. Cough, cough, the old man's voice emerged, still possessing a faint breath of life, while the cloaked figure lay lifeless. It seems you are not only incapable of besting me in words, but also in combat, Qingya remarked coolly. Upon hearing this, the old man trembled with rage, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Ha ha ha, wait for it. Someone will come for you. When that time comes, it will be your end. With that, he succumbed to death. Qingya regarded the scene before him with indifference. As for the old man's threats? Ah. Come forth then, if you seek to deliver a head. With a swift motion, he seized the 2 bodies, tucking them away in his spatial ring, before leaping towards the city lord's manor. At the manor, Jiangbei was taken aback by the abrupt silence outside. He assumed his men had dealt with the Yi family. After all, that clan had only 1 Jain practitioner, and even at the peak of Jain, they could not withstand the might of 2 Zhejiang practitioners for long. City Lord Fengxian also mourned for the Yi family, lamenting, "Yi Xian, you have thwarted my plans and confined me. I shall repay you for this." However, his reverie was shattered as a tremendous crash echoed, and 2 bodies plummeted through the ceiling, landing before Jiangbei. Well, this time your efficiency has improved. I am quite satisfied. Jiangbei did not even glance at the corpses but instead focused on the gaping hole in the ceiling, awaiting the appearance of his men. To his astonishment, figures emerged from the opening, but they were not his dispatched subordinates. Jiangbei paused. "Who are you?" Qingya regarded the bewildered figure before him. Sensing his fear, he was apprehensive about killing such a fool, lest the foolishness befall him. Fengxian, however, immediately turned his gaze to the 2 corpses. Upon recognition, he was struck with alarm. "I am your superior," Qingya stated nonchalantly. "Oh, so you are," Jiangbei began to comprehend. But his expression darkened as he continued, "You dare to play me for a fool? Mulao, hey Feng, seize him." When there was no response, Jiangbei's attention shifted to the 2 bodies once more. His face paled dramatically, and he stumbled back, collapsing to the ground. "They're dead. Mulao and Hei Feng are dead. How is that possible? They were 2 Zhejiang practitioners." Jiangbei's disbelief was palpable. A crisp slap resonated as Qingya sent Jiangbei flying with a single blow. "Upon arriving, I heard you shouting here, thinking there were still experts around. You nearly startled me. You dare strike me." Jiangbei, now stripped of his bravado, appeared disheveled, a red handprint marring his face. Qingya regarded him as one would a simpleton. "You've been struck and still question my resolve? Do you know who I am?" Jiangbei shouted with indignation. "I am the young lord of the Yingtian Manor. You dare strike me? My father will not let this go." Seeing Qingya unmoved, he invoked his father's name. "Enough." Qingya struck Jiangbei once more, sending him reeling. At that moment, a figure clad in white emerged from the depths of the Yi family compound, stepping through the void with an ethereal grace, devoid of any discernible aura. "Where is the clan leader headed?" "None of your concern. Surely, it is to eliminate the intruders." The disciples of the Yi family chattered animatedly. The figure in white was none other than Yi Xian, who swiftly arrived before the cliff, gazing down at Jiangbei, whose face bore 2 vivid red handprints and had already fainted. He spoke calmly, "Take him away to the Yingtian prefecture." "How dare the deputy lord of Yingtian prefecture act recklessly in my Yi family's domain? I shall seek an explanation." The city lord's residence was left in a state of turmoil. Indeed, the head of the Yi family had transcended merely breaking through the Yin tribulation. Fengxian looked up towards the direction Yi Xian had vanished, realizing that with Yi Xian's prodigious talent, 3 years of seclusion could not have been spent in vain. It seemed he was right. Rather than opposing the Yi family, it would be wise to ally with them. The Yingtian prefecture lay tens of thousands of miles away from Tianfeng City. However, for Yi Xian, a heavenly monarch, such a distance was trivial. In the span of half a stick of incense, he arrived above Yingtian City. The Yingtian prefecture was situated at the heart of Yingtian City, which was the center of the entire jurisdiction of the Yingtian prefecture. The territory was 100 times larger than that of Tianfeng City, teeming with formidable warriors, including numerous practitioners of the Yin tribulation and even the occasional presence of those in the Yang tribulation realm. Upon reaching the skies above Yingtian City, Yi Xian concealed himself within the void. At that moment, a figure flew toward the cliff. "Flying is prohibited above Yingtian City. Descend at once," the newcomer shouted. The cliff entirely disregarded this warning, stepping forward and unleashing an overwhelming pressure from the peak of the Yang Tribulation, descending upon the entire Ingtian city. The intruder was immediately crushed into the ground by the pressure. A voice echoed throughout Ingtian city. The Ingtian prefecture dares to provoke the dignity of my Yi family. Today, my Yi family demands an explanation. As soon as the words fell, a multitude of voices erupted from various corners of the Ingtian prefecture. Bold, reckless, seeking death. Sensing the hostile intent, dozens of figures surged from the Ingtian prefecture toward the cliff. Realizing the strength of the intruder, they all struck simultaneously. Heavens! That is the Grand Commander. And over there, it seems to be the third commander. The citizens of the city were astonished. What kind of family is the Yi family? Daring to provoke Ingtian city? Amidst the chaos, the cliff wasted no words. The full might of the Pekyong tribulation erupted, radiating a fierce battle intent. With hands forming seals, he charged toward the approaching multitude. In the heavens, the two sides clashed, with soldiers soaring through the air, spells colliding, and the void roaring. Good heavens, that person dares to battle several commanders and nobles single-handedly. He must be courting death. Look, someone is falling. The crowd turned to see a figure plummeting swiftly. That is the 9th commander of the Ingtian prefecture. How is this possible? The 9th commander, a Peking tribulation expert, has fallen. The battle raged on. And with each clash, the cliff grew more resolute, facing even an existence at the 9th level of the Yang tribulation. There were 2 others at the high tier of Yang tribulation as well, while the majority were in the early to mid stages of Yin tribulation. The powerful members of the Ingtian prefecture, witnessing the cliff's increasing valor, revealed their murderous intent. Shame. Only the blood of our enemies can wash this away. Kill. Fight. The two sides collided once more, and the warriors of the Ingtian prefecture grew increasingly alarmed. As the battle progressed, several Yin tribulation experts fell. And even some high-ranking Yang tribulation warriors suffered injuries. The cliff sustained some wounds, but was largely unharmed. Who are you? Why have you come to my Ingtian prefecture? The elder leading the Ingtian prefecture, seeing they were unable to subdue the cliff, finally spoke. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Enough of your prattle. The cliff roared. Do you truly believe we cannot deal with you? Attack, and do not hold back. The elder, looking at him with fury, commanded, Great demon, empty-handed. Strike the heavens. The 8 dragons' palm, the no heaven point, and the Qing mountain seal. As the cliff formed seals with both hands and shouted. Chapter 10, the Lord of Ingtian Prefecture. Just as the battle was on the verge of erupting once again, a voice, cold as ice, rang out. An overwhelming pressure descended, extinguishing both sides' momentum. A colossal hand reached toward the cliff. The cliff hurriedly defended himself, yet was still forced back thousands of feet. You dare to stir trouble in my Ingtian prefecture, showing such disdain for me, Jiang Ingtian? As the words fell, a tall figure materialized in the void before them. The newcomer appeared middle-aged, donned in a long robe, with long hair cascading down, strikingly resembling Jiang Bei. This person was none other than Jiang Ingtian, the lord of the Ingtian prefecture. He stood in the void with hands clasped behind his back. Welcome, Lord, the crowd hastily bowed, seeing the Lord's arrival. The elder behind relaxed, feeling reassured. If it had turned to a death struggle, they might not have been able to subdue the individual before them. The man was too formidable, single-handedly resisting dozens and even slaying a few. Such a feat was unparalleled within the same realm in the Tianwu dynasty. Jiang Ingtian regarded the cliff, admiration evident in his gaze. Impressive, quite powerful. No wonder you dare to provoke the might of my Ingtian prefecture. However, you have chosen the wrong opponent to challenge. As his words faded, the admiration in Jiang Ingtian's eyes evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming killing intent. Of course, not all is irreparable. If you are willing to join my Ingtian prefecture and become a venerable elder, I can overlook your previous transgressions. Otherwise, intruding upon my Ingtian city and slaying my Ingtian prefecture's people, you should know what fate awaits you. How about it? Jiang Ingtian's gaze fixed upon the cliff. Confident that if the cliff was wise, he would acquiesce. However, the cliff's response ultimately disappointed him. You think I would submit? Your Ingtian prefecture lacks the qualifications. At these words, Jiang Ingtian's murderous intent surged forth, the pressure of the 3rd level of the Xianming realm enveloping the area. So you choose the second path? The cliff remained silent. Very well, then come and die. Seeing the cliff's silence, Jiang Ingtian, consumed by rage, unleashed his attack. The aura unique to the 3rd level of the Xianming realm instantly filled the entire Ingtian city. 3rd level of the Xianming realm. The lord of the Ingtian prefecture is a formidable 3rd level expert. An endless force coalesced into a gigantic hand, reaching toward the cliff with the intent to obliterate him. A mere 3rd level Xianming dares to touch an elder of my Yi family. Just as the colossal hand was about to grasp the cliff, a slender figure appeared before him. The gigantic hand was effortlessly dispelled with a wave from this figure. Who dares? Jiang Ingtian bellowed. Is it he? Jiang Ingtian. Had the world forgotten your renown for so long? As Jiang Ingtian turned to face the source of the voice, he beheld the cliff coalescing into form, garbed in white. With flowing hair and a handsome visage, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. However, what drew Jiang Ingtian's attention even more was the person held in the white-clad figure's grasp. As he finally discerned the figure in his grasp, Jiang Ingtian halted, his complexion turning ashen as he bellowed, Yer, The silhouette was none other than his son, Jiang Bei. The onlookers behind Jiang Yingtian also changed their expressions upon hearing his voice. You audacious fool, release the young master at once. Your methods are exceedingly despicable. Jiang Yingtian's gaze was frigid, his teeth clenched as he fixed his eyes on Xuan. Your son has come to my doorstep to wreak havoc. Do you expect me to present my head for him to sever? Xuan scoffed disdainfully while Jiang Bei gradually regained consciousness. He shook his head to clear his vision. And upon seeing the crowd before him, tears streamed down his face in fervent agitation. Father, save me, please. At the sound of Jiang Bei's cries, Jiang Yingtian's eyes grew even colder, an aura of murderous intent coalescing around him. Speak your terms. What must I do to secure his release? To liberate him. The condition is quite simple. This sum, Xuan replied, raising a single finger towards Jiang Yingtian. Very well, 10 million low-grade spirit stones. We shall comply. Jiang Yingtian tossed a spatial ring towards Xuan. Xuan cast a disdainful glance at the spatial ring and scoffed. Who told you it was 10 million? Jiang Yingtian frowned upon hearing this, contemplating for a moment before retrieving a storage bag from his robes and tossing it to Xuan. Humph. There are 100 million spirit stones inside. Release him. However, upon receiving the storage bag and peering inside, Xuan's expression turned to one of revulsion as he looked at Jiang Yingtian. Is there some misunderstanding? I never stated that I wanted low-grade spirit stones, Xuan remarked. Fixing his gaze on Jiang Yingtian, realizing that Xuan had no intention of releasing him, Jiang Yingtian coldly retorted. Do you truly believe that my Yingtian mansion is easy to bully? If you wish for his release, fine. Your son dispatched people to annihilate my Yi family, thus. You shall settle this debt on his behalf, 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones to buy your son's life. Xuan's countenance darkened at these words. Jiang Yingtian's expression soured, as did the faces of those behind him. 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones could not even be equated to the worth of the entire Yingtian mansion. They had confirmed that Xuan was toying with them. Boom. Jiang Yingtian immediately launched an attack, declaring, then perish. This was the first time he had been humiliated in such a manner, and he sought the blood of this man to cleanse his shame. As for his son, he could always have another. Jiang Bei, witnessing this scene, was overwhelmed with despair, clearly realizing, even with his limited wits, that his father had abandoned him. No, please. Save me, father. Jiang Bei cried, fear etched across his face. If his father would not save him, he was doomed. Seeing Jiang Yingtian make a move, Xuan waved his hand, tossing Jiang Bei to Qingya, while simultaneously extending his other hand to nullify Jiang Yingtian's assault. Jiang Yingtian attempted to evade, channeling his spiritual energy. But that seemingly unremarkable hand effortlessly restrained him. Jiang Yingtian's complexion shifted dramatically as he realized, this is the power of heaven and earth. Panic gripped him as he exclaimed. The power of heaven and earth. You're at the celestial realm. Before he could finish, Xuan grasped him by the throat. Upon hearing Jiang Yingtian's words, the members of Yingtian Mansion trembled visibly. Jiang Bei, upon hearing his father's terrified scream, fainted once more. Now aware that he had provoked a formidable enemy capable of annihilating their Yingtian Mansion, he succumbed to an abyss of regret and despair. In Yingtian City, all gazes were drawn to the figure clad in white against the sky. They could hardly fathom that this frail silhouette was the legendary Celestial Realm. Some even covered their mouths in shock, recalling how they had insulted Xuan when he had arrived with Jiang Bei, uttering words of ignorance. That was the Celestial Realm. The Tianwu dynasty had long since faded away. How could they have dared to insult them? Sweat poured down their backs in dread. The most disheartened was none other than the mansion lord of Yingtian. He no longer resembled a lord, being lifted as if he were a mere chick. His sole thought was to crush his worthless son. Utterly incompetent, he was the champion of attracting calamity. A few years prior, he had nearly been slain by the lord of Qinlin Mansion and had to pay a hefty price to keep him alive. Now, he had stirred the ire of an unprecedented adversary. This was a path to the ruin of Yingtian Mansion. As they witnessed their lord's downfall, many leaders felt their legs weaken, nearly plummeting into the void. Chapter 11. The Great Celestial Martial Saint, the Ancient Demon Phoenix. Everyone internally lamented, it's over. What kind of entity has this fool provoked? The Yi family, I have never heard of such a formidable clan within the Tianwu dynasty. Could it possibly be a top-tier force from beyond the Tianwu dynasty? The onlookers were eager to rouse Jiang Bei from his slumber, even to the point of striking him down. Having provoked such a formidable foe, he sleeps soundly, leaving these old fellows to confront Xuan. While the hearts of the people from Yingtian Prefecture sank into despair, if their adversaries were at the Xianming or even the Kongming realm, their combined strength would still struggle to safeguard Yingtian Prefecture. Yet, they faced a celestial being. The current sovereign of the Tianwu dynasty is merely at the pinnacle of the Kongming realm, although there are whispers of potentially stronger entities within the dynasty. They have never laid eyes upon them. My lord, I beseech you to spare our lives. I am merely a venerator of Yingtian Prefecture, not one of its inhabitants. Please. My lord, grant us mercy. I have elderly relatives and young children to care for. It was the Jiang family who acted against you, and we bear no responsibility for their actions. The crowd hastily prostrated themselves, bowing their heads in supplication. This scene rendered Jiang Yingtian's complexion ashen. Those who had once shown him utmost reverence now displayed a completely different demeanor. Xuan observed the scene with great interest, then slowly raised his hand, I have never been one to leave behind hidden dangers. As the words fell, a terrifyingly large hand descended from the heavens, bearing immense pressure that crushed everything beneath it. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Ingtion mansion? Do you believe this old man is dead? The voice belonged to the old master of Ingtion mansion, who emerged from his coffin, determined to retaliate against the intruder. He summoned his cultivation to engage in a battle that would reach the heavens. With a resounding roar, the entire Ingtion mansion, along with all its inhabitants, was obliterated by the colossal hand. As for the old master of Ingtion mansion, in the instant he struck, he was vaporized. Even in his final moments, he could not comprehend why his opponent was so overwhelmingly powerful. Xuan was taken aback by the sudden appearance of an individual, momentarily believing that a formidable opponent had caught him off guard. Soon, the annihilation of the Ingtion mansion sparked a tremendous uproar within the Tianwu dynasty. Have you heard? Ingtion mansion has been destroyed. I just learned of it. It seems they offended a power known as the Yi family, leading to their demise. That's nothing. I've uncovered more detailed information. It was the young master of Ingtion mansion, Jiang Bei, who caused this calamity. Various taverns and tea houses throughout the Tianwu dynasty were abuzz with discussions about the incident. In the city of Qinlin, where the Qinlin mansion is situated, a lady dressed in a pink gown gazed out at the bustling streets from the top floor of a tavern. She possessed an exquisite beauty, radiating an innate gentleness. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, with a few strands delicately framing her face, exuding tranquility and elegance. Miss, what are you pondering? A woman entered the room. I was not thinking of anything, replied the pink-clad lady. Xiaochui, why have you returned so early? I wasn't thinking of anything. I called for you outside for quite a while, but you ignored me, Xiaochui said with a hint of grievance. Oh. I was just lost in thought and didn't notice. My apologies, it was my mistake, the lady smiled softly. Humph, as if I didn't know you, miss. Xiaochui pouted, then continued, Miss, I have 2 pieces of good news to share with you. Xiaochui exclaimed joyfully, knowing these tidings would surely delight her mistress. Oh, what good news? The lady knew that for many years, she had been deeply grateful to her savior, and following the incident from years ago, she had even sent someone to seek out the Yi family. After finding them, she attempted to visit, only to be informed that the clan leader was in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. Really? Xiaochui, are you serious? Lin Yuru stood up, her beautiful eyes brimming with excitement and astonishment. Of course, it is said that the clan leader of the Yi family has indeed made a breakthrough, and once the matters entrusted to you by the mansion lord have concluded, you may pay a visit to the clan leader. Xiaochui looked at the exhilarated Lin Yuru, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. It had been a long time since she had seen her mistress so animated. All right, I shan't dwell on that any longer. Miss, I have also unearthed a shocking piece of news, and it pertains to a power called the Yi family. Oh, what news is that? I heard that Ingtion mansion has been destroyed. What? Ingtion mansion has been annihilated? Xiaochui, you aren't deceiving me, are you? In the Qinglin mansion, a middle-aged man sat in a high seat. He was the lord of the Qinglin mansion. As he listened to the reports from below, a look of incredulity crossed his face. In the golden throne hall of the Tianwu dynasty, a tall and imposing figure, exuding an aura of authority, sat upon the dragon throne, listening to the reports from below. Preposterous. A tremendous force surged forth, overwhelming the individuals reporting below, causing them to tremble in fear. Ha ha ha, splendid. To assassinate the lord of the Tianwu mansion, they truly do not regard the Tianwu dynasty with any respect. The figure seated upon the throne, the ruler of the Tianwu dynasty, Wu Jifeng, emanated a formidable pressure. Your Majesty, as Wu Jifeng's fury blazed, a voice beside emerged calmness. The speaker was an elder, the current national master of the Tianwu dynasty. Your Majesty, please, temper your anger. In my humble opinion, it would be prudent to first dispatch individuals to ascertain the origins of this matter. Primarily, we must identify who acted and their strength. Upon hearing the elder's words, Wu Jifeng instantly grasped the underlying implication. They would first send someone to gather intelligence. If the perpetrator was of weak strength, they would send forces to suppress them, as the majesty of the Tianwu nation must not be trifled with. However, if it were a powerful entity responsible, they would need to proceed with caution. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Yi family, several elders were dividing the spoils. After the eradication of Ingtion mansion, Xuan and Qingye had returned to the Yi family. Xuan was not with the elders. He remained alone in his chamber. Dog system, have you forgotten something? Ding. I forgot. My apologies. You, a system, can forget? Ding. Congratulations to the host for annihilating the opposing forces, thus earning rewards. 1 Supreme Grade Sacred Gathering Array, 1 Supreme Grade 9 Heaven's Thunder Prison Array, 1 million Upper Grade Spirit Stones, and 1 Sacred Mount. The Ancient Demon Phoenix, deeply connected to the Ancient Phoenix lineage. Alas, system, you've hit a jackpot today with such splendid rewards. Ding. This system dispenses rewards at random. System, you're so generous that I no longer wish to scold you. After claiming the rewards, Xuan hurriedly began to assess them. The mount materialized before him. Xuan meticulously assessed the rewards before promptly declaring, Ding. Host, are you certain you wish to materialize here? Is there an issue? Ding. The divine grade demon phoenix's true form is as vast as the city of Ingtion. Incredible! Such enormity means it cannot possibly be consumed entirely. Shrink, materialize. Ding. Very well, host. Materialization successful. Xuan gazed into the empty room ahead, then turned to look behind him. His face was filled with confusion. System? Where's the demon phoenix? At that moment, a notification chimed. Host, the demon phoenix is right beside you. Just as Xuan was searching for the presence of the demon phoenix, he felt something tugging at the hem of his long robe. Xuan glanced down and exclaimed in astonishment, "What on earth?" Before him was a diminutive mountain chicken, barely the size of his palm, clinging to his clothing. Ding. Host, this is the demon phoenix. The demon phoenix? Is this truly what your demon phoenix looks like? Xuan felt a hint of disbelief. It seemed that Shanji had noticed the peculiar gaze directed at him by Xuan. A youthful voice echoed, "I am here." Astonishingly, Shanji could speak. Xuan exclaimed in astonishment, "You are but a mere mountain chicken, while I am the ancient demon phoenix." A voice emanated from the mountain chicken, and shortly thereafter, a faint ethereal figure materialized behind it. This apparition spread its wings across several dozen miles, shrouding the sky and blocking out the sun. Its scarlet feathers were interwoven with delicate tendrils of flame, and its tail swayed gracefully, adorned with ribbons that shimmered like stars. An overwhelming aura, devoid of malevolence, enveloped Xuan. Chapter 12, Supreme Realm, Ascension Technique. Xuan gazed at that figure, indeed a primordial demon phoenix. Truly remarkable. Very well. Please cease this display. I am convinced of your authenticity. Upon hearing this, the little mountain chicken cheerfully retracted its extraordinary manifestation. Do you have a name? Xuan inquired, observing the diminutive creature. Master, I am called Xuan, the mountain chicken declared, standing proudly with its hands on its hips. You share the name Xian as well. It appears we are quite fated. There is no need to address me as master any longer. From now on, you may refer to me as patriarch. Henceforth, you shall be the guardian divine beast of the Yi family. Xuan gazed at Xian and replied, Very well, esteemed clan leader. Xian flapped his wings in response, revealing that he had also inquired from the system. The ancient demon phoenix does not belong to the Wen-Xian continent. Furthermore, these primordial races are distinct from others. They must ascend to the legendary immortal realm to take on their true forms. The authentic realm of Xian is that of a great heaven-ranked martial saint. In the courtyard, several elders had nearly finished dividing their spoils. At that moment, a figure clad in white emerged from the chamber. The elders clapped their hands in welcome. Xian, you have finally come out. Rumors are circulating outside about a mysterious powerhouse who annihilated the Yingtian mansion. Elder Yitian paused, observing Xian's reaction. Xian nodded. So, you have reached the realm of the celestial being. His expression remained calm, as if he were discussing the most mundane of matters. The audacity of lying without the slightest hint of shame was astonishing. Wow, Xian, are you serious? I can't believe it's truly you. After an initial shock, laughter erupted, filling the air with joyous merriment. It has been ages since our Yi family last produced a celestial being. The last occurrence dates back several centuries. The elders exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with delight. Soon, they noticed a small chick perched upon Xian's shoulder, its diminutive size having rendered it invisible to them until now. Xian, where did you acquire this little mountain chicken? Elder Yitsong inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. Indeed, it's far too small to be of any use. There is hardly any meat. Elder Yichio concurred. Upon hearing this, the little phoenix on Xian's shoulder exploded in indignation. You're the mountain chicken. Your entire family is a mountain chicken. The elders were taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected voice. They glanced around, searching for the source, but found none. Their gazes eventually settled on the small chick, which flapped its wings and squawked defiantly. Xian could call it a mountain chicken without concern, but for others to do so was intolerable. After all, it was a martial Dao saint. Such indignities were simply unacceptable. Ah, so this little chick is the one speaking, they realized, astonished by the revelation. Of course I can talk. I'm not mute. Came a youthful voice from the chick's beak. Xian addressed the elders of the family, who were also his brothers, reminding himself to remain respectful. Xian discerned the amicable relationship between Xian and the elders. Otherwise, he would have acted otherwise, for no one dared to speak to him in such a manner. Seventh brother, where did you acquire this little creature? It possesses quite a remarkable spirit, remarked Yutian, who also recognized the extraordinary nature of the being. Aha, brother. This is a guardian beast I sought for our Yi family while I was outside. Its name is Xian. Xian noticed the elders' curiosity and proceeded to elucidate. Although the elders were inclined to inquire further, they recalled Xian's formidable prowess, realizing that his words must hold significance. Perhaps this mountain chicken truly harbored some unique attributes. By the way, brother, how has the cultivation of the younger generation in our clan progressed recently? Xian suddenly remembered, as he had not attended to the matter since providing the elders with resources, leaving it in their capable hands. His elder brother essentially managed all family affairs in his stead as the clan leader. You still think of the clan's disciples, seventh brother? Yutian looked at Xian with a hint of exasperation. The chief of the Yi clan, Xian, has been utterly outrageous in his leadership, neglecting all matters while the elders are left to tirelessly manage the affairs of the family each day. Xian was quite content, essentially dedicating his time to cultivation within the confines of his room. However, this notion of cultivation was merely a figment of their imagination. In reality, Xuan spent his days in slumber. Had they known that Xuan was not engaged in cultivation but rather indulging in sleep, they would likely be beside themselves with frustration. Upon hearing Yution's words, Xuan awkwardly scratched his head. Indeed, as the clan leader, he had seldom involved himself in familial matters. Noticing Xuan's discomfort, Yution slowly remarked that the disciples of the clan had significantly improved their cultivation speed compared to the past, with many having even broken through to a new minor realm. For instance, Chen Er had reached the pinnacle of Earth Soul, just a step away from entering the realm of Heaven Soul. The same could be said for that young lad, Hao Yu. As they spoke of the advancements of Yi Bei-chen and Yi Hao Yu, both Yution and Yi Qing stood tall with pride, for they were their descendants. Yet, amidst the joy, the other elders exhibited a hint of melancholy and concern. This stemmed from the sacrifices made years ago to avert the looming crisis of annihilation. They had dispatched their offspring far and wide, leaving only Yi Bei-chen behind. Should calamity befall the Yi family, the others would serve as the family's hope. Thus far, only Yi Hao Yu had returned to the clan, and his journey home had not been without peril. They were acutely aware that the outside world was fraught with danger, where one could lose their life at any moment, hence the inevitable anxiety. Seemingly recalling something, Yution and Yi Qing composed their expressions and patted the shoulders of the remaining elders. All 6 current elders had offspring, except for Xuan, who was merely 27 years of age, yet only achieving a minor breakthrough. Xuan furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with his current progress. Yution seemed to discern Xuan's thoughts. Ah, my dear 7th brother, you are unaware that the spiritual roots of our kin are not particularly high in grade, resulting in a slower pace of advancement. Unlike you, who awakened a heavenly spiritual root from a tender age, cultivating at a rate several times that of an ordinary person, many of our clan members possess inferior spiritual roots, causing their cultivation to progress at a languid speed. To reach this level is already quite commendable. Spiritual roots are categorized as follows: inferior spiritual roots, middle-grade spiritual roots, superior spiritual roots, exceptional spiritual roots, earth spiritual roots, and heavenly spiritual roots. Furthermore, there exists a distinct category of bloodlines and physiques. Individuals within this classification surpass the cultivation speed of those with spiritual roots. Upon hearing Yution's words, Xuan furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. System, is there any method to enhance spiritual roots? Ding. Indeed, there is a way. To strengthen your spiritual root, you must first concoct a potion using spiritual herbs, allowing it to steep. Then, by practicing the ascending spiritual technique, the spiritual root will gradually absorb the essence, leading to natural enhancement. Ascending spiritual technique. Xuan plunged into the system space, rummaging through its contents. Before long, he grasped an ancient tome in his hand, upon which 3 archaic characters were inscribed. Spirit Ascension Technique. This was one of the items Xuan had acquired over the past 100,000 years of signing in. Due to the overwhelming number of items, he had not taken the time to examine them all, but he had a vague recollection of having encountered this particular one before. Now, the family's spiritual roots could be enhanced. Chapter 13. Awakening of the Sacred Body in the Courtyard. Everyone gazed at the suddenly materialized ancient tome in Xuan's hands. Before they could inquire further, Xuan spoke, noting that the cultivation speed of the disciples was still rather sluggish. Elder brother, please bestow this upon the disciples for their training. I shall venture out to procure some necessary herbs to assist in enhancing your spiritual roots. The Yi family aspires to attain greater power. However, their current pace of cultivation is exceedingly sluggish. After signing in for 100,000 years, they have received a scant few spiritual herbs and plants due to ongoing bug fixes. And it was only when the system was fully restored that they began to acquire such items. Currently, their resources remain woefully limited. Xuan intended to assist the disciples of the Yi family in enhancing their spiritual roots, while the physical enhancements from the system's inventory would be bestowed upon the elders. The elders received the ancient tome from Xuan, and the moment they opened it, they were nearly overwhelmed with excitement. The word Spirit Elevation Technique adorned the cover, promising the ability to harness the essence of heaven and earth, amalgamating myriad spirits to forge spiritual roots. The notion that with the right spiritual herbs and materials, they could potentially elevate their innate qualities was beyond their wildest imaginings. They could scarcely fathom the heights the Yi family might reach with such a resource. Those who practiced the Spirit Elevation Technique would be bound by a restriction, ensuring that its secrets remained undisclosed. Xuan, maintaining a calm demeanor, instructed them to prepare for their return. He added, by the way, summon Bei-chen and Hao Yu to the courtyard. I wish to take them out. With a flicker of inspiration, he turned to the elders. The elders, brimming with enthusiasm, hurried away, their smiles wide enough to reveal their elation. In the family square, 2 figures stood tall. One, with an air of confidence and striking features, exuded a sense of grace. The other, with flowing locks and a charming demeanor, radiated vitality. These 2 were Yi Bei-chen and Yi Hao Yu. As they observed the approaching elders, their expressions were filled with bemusement. They questioned the elders' dignity, particularly Yi Hao Yu, who regarded them with evident disdain. Ah, Xiaochen, Xiaoyu, just in time. The clan leader seeks you. Please go to him, called Yution, spotting the 2 from afar. Oh, the clan leader is looking for us? They replied, somewhat puzzled. Yet, the cheerful expressions of the elders suggested it was indeed good news. Very well, Hao and I shall go at once. Father, esteemed elders, we will make our way to the clan leader now. With that, Yubaichan took the lead, ushering Yi Hao towards the courtyard. Xuan was in a state of tranquil contemplation, while he was still immersed in thought. The two individuals had already arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. Just as they were about to speak, a gentle voice resonated from within, inviting them in. Exchanging a glance, they stepped into the courtyard, one following the other. Inside, Xuan stood resplendent in white robes, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, exuding an aura of ethereal presence. Yet, despite his proximity, he seemed to exist at an unfathomable distance, a sensation that enveloped both visitors. Though rumors had circulated that Xuan was likely the one who had obliterated the Yingtian mansion, many still found it difficult to believe. Those who had witnessed him soar through the air that fateful day remained skeptical, and as for the others outside the city, who would believe that a celestial being had emerged in a mere small town? Nevertheless, the sight before them left them in awe, as they realized that their esteemed seventh uncle had indeed ascended to such extraordinary heights. Seventh uncle. They greeted him with utmost reverence. Ah, my two mischievous lads. Xuan chuckled heartily, his gaze warm upon them. In the Blue Star, he had known no kin, yet in this life, he found solace in familial bonds. You need not be so formal. There is no need for such politeness with your seventh uncle. Xuan gazed upon the gentle visage of Yi Hao, clad in azure garments. It has been a long time since we last met. You have endured much over these years. Uncle Seven, Yi Hao felt his eyes welling with tears at these words. When they departed back then, they had been prepared for the long journey ahead, serving as the final embers of hope. It is all right now. Uncle Seven has returned. I shall endeavor to bring your younger siblings back. By the way, Hao, this is a gift from Uncle Seven. With that, Xuan tossed a storage ring to Yi Hao. After expressing his gratitude, Yi Hao hastily examined his storage ring. To his astonishment, he discovered an abundance of treasures. He had initially assumed that Xuan would merely offer a token gift, as it is customary for elders to bestow small tokens of affection upon their juniors. Moreover, considering his own charming and dashing demeanor, he expected to receive some additional favor. However, he had never anticipated such a generous gesture. Yi Hao wanted to express his thoughts, but was interrupted by Yubaichan, who patted him on the shoulder, urging him to tone it down and be more discreet. Yi Hao, all right, the reason I summoned you here is primarily for 3 matters, one of which has already been accomplished. Now, I ask you both, do you wish to become formidable? Xuan's previous jovial demeanor vanished, replaced by a solemn gaze directed at the two. Upon hearing this, both were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged determined glances and responded in unison. Yes, we wish to. We desire to grow stronger to protect our family that has nurtured us. Through their experiences, they had come to understand that only through strength could one make choices. The weak are forever deprived of the right to choose. They yearn for strength, for it was essential to safeguard their lineage. In response to their declaration, Xuan remained composed and nodded slowly. Very well, today I shall assist you in awakening your potential. But, seventh uncle, neither Hao nor I possess any innate abilities. How can we awaken? Yubaichan inquired, confusion evident on his face. There is no need for further questions. I have my methods. Embrace unity, Xuan replied, deliberately withholding detailed explanations, knowing that such matters were complex and difficult to elucidate. Recognizing Xuan's reluctance to elaborate, the two refrained from pressing further, closing their eyes to focus inward and embrace unity. They understood that Xuan would not endanger them. Prepare yourselves. The next phase may bring some discomfort. Endure it. And you shall earn the privilege to contend with the prodigious. Xuan's ethereal voice resonated in their ears. With a mere wave of his hand, 2 streaks of luminous energy surged forth and entered their bodies. In that fleeting moment, Yubaichan and Yi Hao felt a torrent of searing power coursing through them, as if it sought to rupture their meridians. Waves of spiritual energy cascaded over their forms, and an unbearable pain surged like a tide. The two clenched their jaws, striving to stifle their cries. The awakening process endured for a full half-hour, with both enduring excruciating agony. Fortunately, both persevered through the ordeal. A radiant golden light enveloped Yubaichan, within which the shadowy image of an ancient colossal beast flickered, accompanied by the deafening roars of otherworldly creatures swirling around him. The awakening of the primordial sacred body was underway. Simultaneously, Yi Hao was illuminated by a shimmering blue light, as if the profound expanse of the heavens had descended upon him. An overwhelming, sovereign aura emanated from his being, and a tall, imposing figure materialized behind him. The awakening of the azure tyrant body commenced. As the brilliance intensified, the surrounding space began to tremble slightly. Moments later, the light began to subside, and the two gradually opened their eyes, filled with excitement and astonishment, each exploring their newfound selves. Witnessing this scene, Xuan nodded in satisfaction and, once the two became accustomed to their powers, he spoke slowly. Excellent. Your willpower is commendable. You have successfully awakened your sacred bodies. However, remember, this is merely the beginning. You must strive diligently in your cultivation to unearth the full potential of your sacred bodies. Upon hearing this, Yubaichan clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and resolutely declared, Rest assured, seventh uncle, we will not disappoint your expectations. Yihaoyu also wore an expression of unwavering determination, as if to declare, I too. In Chapter 14, titled The Turmoil of the Royal City, the son of Tianwu, the two felt the immense power surging within them. Their faces were filled with disbelief. For they had awakened their innate potential. Not only had they awakened their physiques, but their realms had also ascended. Yi Beichen has ascended to the 5th level of the Celestial Soul Realm. Yihaoyu has attained the 4th level of the Celestial Soul Realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host. 2 members of the family have had their innate bones elevated to the sacred body. Reward. 1 Supreme Grade 9 Transformation Indestructible Scripture, 1 Supreme Grade Primordial Emperor Scripture. 10 million top-grade Spirit Stones, and 10 million mid-grade Spirit Stones. Hiss. System. I find you increasingly agreeable. Ding. Host. I find you increasingly disagreeable. The two who have just broken through gazed at Yixian. They had not forgotten that Yixian had mentioned 3 matters, and thus far, only 2 had been addressed. Therefore, the next should be the final matter. As expected, Yixian slowly spoke. Next, I shall take you both on an outing. Do you have anything you wish to prepare? 7th uncle, we have nothing to prepare and can set off at any moment, the two hastily replied. Seeing this, Yixian refrained from further conversation, conveying a message to Qingya to protect the family diligently. He then vanished from the courtyard with Yi Beichen and Yihaoyu. Initially, Yixian intended to bring Qingya along, but Huangxian insisted on following, leaving Yixian with no choice. The family still required powerful guardians. Hence he brought Huangxian instead. Above the vast sky, a colossal crimson beast soared through the air. Yixian instructed Huangxian to decelerate their flight, allowing them to fully appreciate the magnificent landscapes. Wherever they traversed, the void was consumed by flames, only to be restored autonomously under the influence of the forces of nature. Standing upon Huangxian was none other than Yixian and his companions. Their destination was the Celestial Martial City, for it was there that Yixian could acquire the medicinal herbs he sought. From a distance, the Celestial Martial City resembled a colossal beast lying in wait. Its towering walls reaching the clouds, constructed from immense black stones that emanated a chilling luminescence. The walls were adorned with various ancient runes, their flickering suggesting tales of the city's former glory and brilliance. The city gates bustled with activity, alive with throngs of people. Wealthy merchants clad in resplendent robes flanked by a retinue of guards mingled with cold-faced swordsmen, swiftly passing by with their long swords at their backs. Upon entering the city, the streets were wide and immaculate, lined with numerous shops. Some establishments showcased artifacts emitting a peculiar glow, capturing the attention of passers-by, while others offered an array of rare herbs, their fragrant aromas wafting through the air. Yixian and his companions entered a bustling tavern, filled with a cacophony of voices. A lively young attendant approached them with enthusiasm, inquiring whether the esteemed guests sought a meal or accommodation. Yixian remarked, let us first find a place to stay. Then prepare some food and drinks for us. Meanwhile, Yi Beichen and Yihaoyu wandered about like country bumpkins in the city, which was hardly surprising given that Yi Beichen had grown up in the small town of Tianfeng and had never ventured beyond its borders. Since joining the Qingshan sect, Yihaoyu has been diligently honing his skills, seldom having the opportunity to venture outside. Upon witnessing the opulence of the Tianwu royal city, he could not help but express his astonishment. As for Huangxian, he squinted his eyes while perched upon Yixian's shoulder. Alas, have you heard? Recently, there have been some tensions along the borders between the Great Yin Dynasty and our Tianwu Dynasty. With a scoff, he continued, from what I know, it is the Great Yin Dynasty that has been excessively overbearing, seeking to encroach upon our territories, which has led to a fierce conflict. But let's set that aside for now. Not long ago, the Yingtian mansion was annihilated, and the dynasty has yet to resolve the matter. Moreover, who knows where that formidable celestial realm expert emerged from? The trio savored their food and drink while eavesdropping on the chatter from the adjacent table. Upon hearing the mention of the mysterious celestial being, Yi Beichen and the others cast a subtle glance toward Yixian. Just then, a voice, tinged with surprise, resonated. Yihaoyu. Yixian continued to savor his food, while Yi Beichen and Yihaoyu turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. Approaching them was a throng of individuals. Leading the way were 2 men, one donned in a resplendent golden robe, the other in a delicate pink attire. The voice they had heard emanated from the young man in pink. Upon seeing the newcomers, Yihaoyu furrowed his brow. Yihaoyu, I never expected to find you here. The man in pink remarked, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Brother Hao, do you know this person? Yi Beichen inquired, turning to Yihaoyu with a look of curiosity. Indeed, he is from the Qingshan sect, the son of the sect leader, Wang Hao, Yihaoyu explained, taken aback by the unexpected encounter. Humph, Yihaoyu. You have quite the audacity. Why don't you come back with me to the Qingshan sect? The young man in pink displayed the demeanor of a spoiled aristocrat. Although he held the esteemed title of the sect leader's son, his cultivation talent paled in comparison to several core disciples, achieving the pinnacle of the Earth Soul realm solely due to his father's influence. Moreover, the core female disciple he coveted in the Qingshan sect had her affections directed towards Yihaoyu, a fact he found intolerable. Consequently, he harbored a relentless grudge against Yihaoyu, persistently targeting him within the sect. Particularly upon learning of Yihaoyu's family's predicament, he arranged for an ambush, only to find that Yihaoyu had anticipated such treachery. This was part of the reason he had refrained from returning to the Qingshan sect. Humph. Who are you to command me? Yi Haoyu scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. Wang Hao, incensed and humiliated, retorted, you are nothing but a stray dog. How dare you act so arrogantly? Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of offending me. With that, he summoned his spiritual energy and charged towards Yi Haoyu. Yet, Yi Haoyu remained utterly unperturbed. With a subtle push of his foot, he gracefully retreated. The spiritual energy within him surged, instantly radiating the aura of the celestial soul realm. Wang Hao's expression shifted, a surge of astonishment coursing through him. He had not anticipated that Yi Haoyu had actually ascended to the celestial soul realm. Yi Haoyu curled his lips into a mocking smile and waved his hand, sending a surge of spiritual energy directly towards the man in pink. Wang Hao, caught off guard, attempted to defend himself but was sent flying backward. Is this all you've got? This is not your Xuan sect. To act recklessly, one must possess true strength. Yi Haoyu strode forward, unleashing a flurry of powerful punches. Each strike contained immense force, leaving Wang Hao utterly defenseless, his pink robe in tatters, before being sent crashing away. Your Highness, save me. He spat blood. His eyes filled with terror as he cried out desperately. Nearby, a man in a golden robe observed the scene with a calm demeanor. Sir, to lay hands on someone in front of this nobleman is rather disrespectful, wouldn't you agree? With a thunderous roar, the aura of a 7th-layer Tianhan expert enveloped the area, effortlessly blocking Yi Haoyu's assault. A crowd of thousands had gathered outside the tavern to witness the commotion. Hey, that person looks familiar. Isn't he the son of the Xuan sect's leader? Indeed, it is him. And the one inside must be the son of the Pingxi king. Another remarked. Wang Hao, aware of the whispers around him, felt his face flush with embarrassment. A sect's heir being publicly humiliated. The thought of returning to the sect after such disgrace darkened his expression further. Chapter 15. Indestructible Battle Body. Wucangshan. Wang Hao, consumed with rage, spat another mouthful of blood. He was seething inside, plotting to have the prince capture the detestable Yi Haoyu. He yearned to employ the most ruthless methods to torment him. Since he is your dog, you ought to keep it on a leash, lest it runs free and bites others, Yi Haoyu remarked, his expression unfazed by the presence of the royal heir. At these words, the golden-robed man's expression shifted noticeably. He had not anticipated that. Upon the revelation of his identity by those surrounding them, this individual would remain so unfazed. Who is this person to so brazenly disregard the prince? Does he not realize this is the royal city? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Witnessing the unfolding situation, the golden-robed man clearly felt his dignity slipping. Just as he prepared to act again, a deep voice resonated. Who dares to cause trouble in Trinwu Royal City? The crowd parted, revealing a figure clad in black armor, exuding a fierce aura. Behind him marched soldiers in black armor. Upon reaching the tavern entrance, they beheld the fallen Wang Hao. They recognized him as the leader responsible for maintaining order, having interacted with the Xuan sect's lord on numerous occasions. When he spotted the figure within, he was taken aback and hurried forward, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Your Highness. The golden-robed man felt a flicker of joy at the arrival of the black-clad leader. He had been concerned about subduing Yi Haoyu, especially with 2 accomplices by his side, one of whom seemed unbothered, casually enjoying his meal. Commander Wang, you arrived just in time. These 3 are causing a ruckus in the tavern. Please take them into custody. The black-clad commander was none other than Commander Wang. Upon hearing this directive, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes, recognizing it as an order from the prince himself. Should he execute it well? He might ascend from merely a leader of order. He surveyed Yi Haoyu and his companions as if they were tokens leading him to greatness. Yes, Your Highness. Commander Wang replied eagerly, fearing the opportunity might slip away. You 3 are the troublemakers, is that so? Daring to create a disturbance in the royal city, come with me. Commander Wang's gaze turned ominous as he addressed Yi Haoyu and his companions. Oh, as a commander, do you not inquire about the reasons before apprehending individuals? Yi Haoyu's expression remained calm, seemingly unperturbed by the unfolding events. Humph, still daring to be defiant. Then I have no choice but to take you back. Commander Wang declared, his words barely leaving his lips when his formidable aura surged forth, ready to strike. At that moment, a voice interjected. Since when can the commander of Tianwu Royal City arrest people indiscriminately? Who? Commander Wang furrowed his brow, and even the princess' expression turned cold. With measured steps, a figure descended the stairs, standing tall and imposing, dressed in black. He emanated an aura that instilled an oppressive sense of dread. His fair skin was juxtaposed against his cold demeanor, devoid of any softness. Long silver hair flowed behind him, with a few strands falling across his forehead. His narrow, icy eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who met his gaze. Upon recognizing the figure, Commander Wang's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. Prince, he stammered. The golden-robed man's face paled at the sight of this figure. Cousin, Your Highness, he exclaimed, completely losing the arrogance he had displayed moments earlier. The surrounding crowd hurriedly bowed, for the newcomer was none other than the current prince of the Tianwu dynasty, the unparalleled prodigy of his time, Wucangshan. At just 18 years of age, he had already reached the Xianming realm. In that instant, a notification chimed. Ding. A prodigy has been detected. The host may proceed to recruit him as a disciple. Ding. The host will receive a mysterious gift package upon recruitment. As Xuan listened to the system's announcement, he was taken aback. The system had never previously required him to actively recruit disciples. It seemed that Wu Songxing truly had the potential to be an exceptional talent. Wu Songxing cast a piercing glance at the man in the golden robe, then turned his gaze towards Commander Wang. Who gave you the audacity to arrest someone without discernment? His voice was laced with a palpable sense of menace. Commander Wang, terrified, collapsed to the ground, repeatedly begging for mercy. Wu Songxing let out a cold snort and delivered a kick towards Commander Wang, sending him flying several meters like a kite with its string cut, landing heavily on the ground and spewing blood. Subsequently, Wu Songxing approached the man named Wang Hao and slapped him across the face several times. Within the city of Wang, how dare you act so recklessly? Wang Hao's face became swollen from the blows, yet he dared not utter a word. Consider this a lesson for you. If I catch you again, you know the consequences. Wu Songxing declared, his fierce gaze sweeping over both Commander Wang and Wang Hao. Leave, with a cold snort accompanying his command. The two of them felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and fled without a backward glance. Once they departed, Wu Songxing turned his attention to the man in the golden robe, his expression icy. The man in the golden robe shivered under Wu Songxing's gaze, as if being scrutinized by a fearsome beast. Wu Songxing chose not to speak further, but instead turned to Xuan and his companions, offering them a respectful bow. My apologies, esteemed guests. I hope you can forgive my inept cousin. At this, the onlookers were left in astonishment, bewildered by the prince's courteous demeanor towards these three individuals. Even the man in the golden robe wore an expression of shock and confusion, having never witnessed his cousin behave in such a manner. Emergence and his companion furrowed their brows, silently acknowledging that this prince was indeed no ordinary individual. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry over and apologize to the three. Wu Songxing barked at the man in the golden robe, who remained unmoved. The man in the golden robe wished to speak, but the pressure exerted by his cousin was overwhelming. Esteemed friends, I must admit my earlier impulsiveness was misguided. I seek your forgiveness, he said, reluctantly bowing before Xuan and his companions at their table. After the man in the golden robe expressed his contrition, Wu Songxing promptly prepared to depart. Suddenly recalling something, he retrieved 3 white cards from his spatial ring and tossed them to Xuan. Esteemed friends. Tomorrow the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce in the Royal City will hold an auction. Should you be interested, I encourage you to attend. Xuan nodded and accepted the 3 cards. He and his companions did not impede the departure of the 2 individuals, thus bringing the farce to an end. As he gazed at the retreating Wu Songxing, Emergence couldn't help but exclaim how formidable he was. The man's strength felt even more formidable than that of Commander Wang. He chuckled, of course, he has already reached the Xianming realm. Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, responding to his inquiry. Xianming. Even though the two had already speculated about higher realms, they were still taken aback. Xuan watched the departing Wu Songxing and nodded in satisfaction. In the dead of night, Xuan sat in his chamber, immersed in meditation and cultivation. Ding. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Wuji Scripture 1. Chapter 16. The auction the following day at the entrance of the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce. A throng of people gathered, all eager to participate in the auction. The crowd surged into the auction hall, each person seeking their designated seat. And Xuan and his companions were no exception. Guided by a maid, they arrived at a private box. The auction hall was adorned with opulence, with countless luminous night pearls embedded in the dome, illuminating the entire hall as bright as day. The atmosphere buzzed with animated conversation as attendees discussed the upcoming auction. Amidst the sea of eager gazes, a graceful woman stepped onto the stage, and the previously bustling hall fell into a hushed silence. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Tianbao auction house. I shall be your host for today's auction, she began, as was customary. For this event, we have prepared 128 treasures. The first item up for bid was introduced as a maid approached, carrying a box. The woman opened the box and smiled. The first item for today is a millennium spirit fruit, which, when consumed, can enhance one's cultivation by a century. The starting bid is 5 million low-grade spirit stones. A wave of excitement rippled through the audience as the cultivators gazed at the spirit fruit with fervent eyes. The bidding commenced, and the price soared. However, within the private box, Xuan remained composed, his gaze calmly surveying the exhilarated crowd. As the price reached 50 million low-grade spirit stones, a sudden hush fell over the room, for it was a voice from the private box that had called out the amount. Aha! I hope everyone will grant the Qing Shan sect some face. This fruit shall be claimed by me, declared a middle-aged man from the box. It is the sect leader of Qing Shan. Someone whispered. It seems the spirit fruit will fall into their hands. 5 million from box 5. Is there any further bidding? The woman inquired. As silence lingered, she prepared to finalize the bid. 100 million low-grade spirit stones. A gentle voice resonated from box 8. Boom. The sudden escalation sent shockwaves through the auction hall. Who just raised the bid? Gasped the crowd. That voice seemed to have come from box 8. What a bold move. Increasing the bid by 50 million. The woman, poised to strike her gavel, hesitated. A loud thud echoed from box 5. It appears you are unwilling to give the Qing Shan sect face. The sect leader of Qing Shan coldly remarked. Xuan chose to ignore him. But the phoenix perched upon his shoulder could no longer tolerate the situation. What are you barking for? If you possess spirit stones, make your bid promptly. If not, then be gone. A mocking voice echoed from the bird's beak. Upon hearing this, the auction hall erupted in laughter. The leader of the Xuan sect wore a grim expression, as if he had swallowed something foul, muttering a few words under his breath. 15 million. Now, I am curious to see what weight you truly carry. How dare you contend for items with me? Upon hearing these words, Xuan's lips curled upward slightly. Is it compared to spirit stones? He replied indifferently. 150 million and one. A stir arose, with some questioning the integrity of the bidding. To Xuan, spirit stones were utterly worthless, yet, for such a rare herb, every piece mattered. The system's bugs had been rectified, and after this period, he could hardly be bothered to look at herbs of such caliber. The head of the Xuan sect clenched his teeth in fury, his expression twisted with rage. Keep raising the bid, come on, echoed the nonchalant voice of Huang Xian. The Xuan sect leader's countenance was cold, his fists trembling with suppressed wrath, yet, he ultimately relented. Realizing the futility of competing for this single herb, knowing there would be more opportunities ahead. After some time, another 1,000-year herb was presented for auction, starting at a price of 5 million. Eagerly, the Xuan sect leader shouted, 50 million. As his voice resonated, the crowd hesitated to counter, showing him some semblance of respect. However, within mere moments, a voice rang out once more, 50 million and one. The crowd froze, turning towards the source, the very voice of Huang Xian. Annoyed, the Xuan sect leader bellowed, 200 million. His furious shout echoed throughout the auction hall, clearly indicating his boiling anger. 200 million and one. With a resounding crash, the table in the private room was shattered by the force of his fist, prompting him to cease his bidding. From that moment onward, every precious fruit and herb encountered fell into Xuan's possession, each bid shattering the collective perception of those present. He consistently outbid his opponent by a mere fraction. Particularly noticeable whenever the Xuan sect leader made a bid, as he would always offer one more. At one point, a herb reached a staggering 10 billion, prompting Huang Xian to decisively withdraw from the bidding. The herb was claimed by the Xuan sect leader for 10 billion, nearly leaving him in financial ruin. Consumed by rage, the Xuan sect leader trembled, his eyes glinting with icy fury, for every herb he coveted eluded his grasp. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to storm into the 8th private room and eliminate its occupants. Inside the 8th room, Yi Beichen and Yi Haoyu were equally astounded by their uncle's extravagant spending. Who in their right mind would casually toss out billions in spirit stones? Meanwhile, Xuan's actions attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. In the first private room, a distinguished silver-haired youth sat, accompanied by a man in a golden robe, who was equally astonished. The 8th private room was, after all, reserved by his cousin for the 3 individuals. Such lavishness was not the act of an ordinary individual. In the 5th private room, the Xuan sect leader wore a grim expression, deep in contemplation, while behind him stood Wang Hao, whose face still bore the marks of swelling. As the final item was auctioned, the event came to a close. The moment Xuan and his companions exited the room, a wisp of consciousness latched onto Yi Haoyu. Xuan's gaze turned icy, yet he refrained from erasing the mark of consciousness. Upon leaving the auction house, he and his companions visited numerous trading houses, depleting the spiritual herbs and fruits from each establishment. Some shops were left utterly barren after their departure. With their collection of spiritual herbs and fruits nearly complete, it was time to return. Xuan glanced at the space rings brimming with their acquisitions, nodding in satisfaction. As for taking on disciples, that opportunity would require the right moment. Just as the trio exited the city, a chilling voice echoed through the void. Upon hearing it, Xuan smiled faintly. Sensing the recklessness of the speaker, before his eyes, 2 figures materialized. The first was a tall middle-aged man, Wang Dafeng, the sect master of the Xuan sect. The second was his son, Wang Hao. At that moment, Wang Hao's gaze was fixed intently on Xuan and his companions. It's you, he exclaimed, astonished to discover that the very individuals who had outbid his father and assaulted him were the same. Father, they are the ones who attacked me. I want to kill them, Wang Hao shouted, the humiliation of the previous day flooding back to him. Very well, the sect master replied, his voice frigid. I never imagined that it would be you who harmed my son. Today, I shall have you torn to pieces, your consciousness obliterated. Xuan paid him no heed and instead turned his gaze towards the void beside him. Come out, gentlemen. There is no need to conceal yourselves. A sinister chuckle echoed. I never expected you to uncover our presence, young one. You are indeed remarkable. As the 3 figures clad in black robes emerged, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. 3 beings of the Void Realm. The leader of the Xuan sect displayed a visage of terror. How could there be Void Realm individuals here to assassinate the person before him? It was worth noting that he himself had only reached the Astral Yang realm. In the uppermost floor of an inn within the royal city, a figure of extraordinary bearing, with flowing white hair, stood poised, accompanied by a man in a golden robe. The 2 observed the city gate from afar. When the 3 formidable presences manifested, the expression of the white-haired figure shifted noticeably. He murmured, The 3 old demons of Emosha have also appeared in the Void Realm? The man behind him visibly stirred. Xuan gazed at the 3 figures that had emerged, shaking his head in disappointment. He had been waiting, hoping to encounter a formidable opponent, one capable of resolving matters in a single confrontation. The incessant interruptions were quite bothersome. Young one, are you trembling in fear? The leader of the shadowy figures taunted. If you surrender the treasures from the auction and all your spatial rings, the old ghost, might still consider granting you a path to survival. Chapter 17. Gods and demons descend upon the 9 heavens. Upon witnessing this, Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Yi Beichen and Yi Hao exchanged a glance, shaking their heads in unison. Humph, these youngsters appear remarkably composed. They must have a hidden strategy. One figure clad in black robes stated, and 3 formidable presences from the void realm surged forth, intending to seize Xuan and his companions. Meanwhile, the master of the Qinshan sect cowered in fear nearby, terrified that the 3 ancient beings would ensnare him as well. As the words fell, one black-robed figure stepped forward, extending a hand towards Xuan and the others. A colossal black hand materialized from the void, rushing towards them. Just as it drew near, an invisible force erupted from within Xuan, obliterating the giant hand in an instant, rendering it utterly non-existent. Witnessing their attack fail, the gazes of the other 2 black-robed figures momentarily froze. The 3 exchanged glances, unleashing an overwhelming aura as their combined void energy enveloped the area beyond the royal city. A chilling presence filled the space, locking onto Xuan and his companions, intent on capturing them collaboratively. Suddenly, the expressions of the 3 shifted dramatically. The individuals they had targeted had vanished right before their eyes. When Xuan reappeared, it was high above in the firmament. A figure, ethereal and celestial, with hair flowing like silken threads, graced the scene. I have never relished bloodshed, yet you leave me no choice. At this moment, Xuan was transformed, his demeanor icy and resolute. Today, I shall use your blood to test my grand technique and establish the prestige of the Yi family. As his words echoed, the very essence of heaven and earth trembled. The forces of nature surged. A golden light and a black light ascended into the sky. In the realm of the Tianwu dynasty, which had basked under a blazing sun, dark clouds suddenly loomed overhead. The blinding black and gold radiance enveloped the entire Tianwu, instilling trepidation among countless beings and sending innumerable beasts quaking in fear. The heavens roared. Thunder rumbled endlessly. What is this presence? Is it divine? How can it be so terrifying? Suddenly, a coffin lid within the Tianwu dynasty exploded, emitting a fearful sound. The sovereign of the Tianwu kingdom, sensing the overwhelming oppression of the heavens, turned pale and hastily summoned the national fortunes to protect the entire Tianwu royal city. Throughout the Tianwu domain, countless powerful individuals felt their expressions shift dramatically upon sensing this aura. They gazed towards the royal city, where, unbeknownst to them, several phantoms had appeared in the skies above Tianwu royal city. Golden phantoms radiated with holy light, gazing down upon all, as if they were the very embodiments of the laws of heaven and earth. The black figures exuded an overwhelming demonic aura, their dark light overshadowing all, looking down upon the mortal realm. In the midst of it all, a figure clad in white stood in the void, divine light swirling around. A magnificent presence enveloping the surroundings, exuding an oppressive force over all living beings. Divine power, the gods and demons descend upon the 9 heavens. The entire Tianwu dynasty transformed into his domain. The national fortunes of Tianwu wailed beneath his feet. Golden energy surged, and demonic mist ascended to the skies. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the realm, annihilating the 3 demonic spirits in an instant. Only the master of the Qinshan sect and his son remained, both collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Beneath Wang Hao, a yellow liquid began to seep forth. Xuan gently waved his hand. The master of the Qinshan sect had fallen, as had his son. Only the echoes of regretful roars reverberated through the space. Observing the demise of his adversaries, Xuan's expression remained tranquil. As the oppressive force of heaven and earth dissipated, he and his companions vanished from the skies above Tianwu watching. With the celestial pressure lifting, sunlight streamed through the clouds, once more illuminating the earth. In the grand hall of the Tianwu dynasty, the sovereign, Wu Jifeng, spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he had sustained grave injuries while employing the national fortune to withstand the might of heaven and earth. The dignity of a celestial being must not be insulted. To those beneath the heavens, celestial beings are akin to mere ants. At this moment, he comprehended the weight of that statement. In the ancestral grounds of the dynasty, witnessing the waning of celestial pressure, a withered hand emerged from the coffin lid after a prolonged silence, gently sealing it once more. Little did he know that the aura he sensed was not that of a celestial being at all. Within the corners of Tianwu watching, discussions abounded regarding the emergence of celestial power. Good heavens, what was that ethereal figure just now? One exclaimed. I merely caught a glimpse of those apparitions and nearly lost my senses. On the rooftop of a tavern, a man clad in a golden robe collapsed onto the ground. Beside him, a white-haired youth looked on, equally astonished. He had not anticipated that the enigmatic figure he could not fathom was indeed a being of celestial realm. Moreover, those apparitions were utterly fearsome. The Yi family. The silver-haired man silently rejoiced at having previously thwarted his cousin. Following this, a series of edicts were disseminated throughout the Tianwu dynasty. Those who encountered the Yi family were instructed to steer clear of them. This identical directive was echoed across various regions of the Tianwu dynasty. Even more alarmingly, the Tianwu dynasty dispatched troops to the territory of the Qinshan sect. All individuals associated with the sect's master were utterly annihilated. This incident sent shockwaves throughout Tianwu. However, certain disciples and unrelated individuals were disregarded by the Tianwu forces, who allowed them to depart unscathed. They understood that this was Tianwu's way of extending an olive branch to the Yi family. In the face of overwhelming circumstances, the Yi family was brought into the limelight. The Yi family hails from the city of Tianfeng. However, this is a matter that will unfold in a few days. The voice of the Yi family resounded, accompanied by a melodious and lingering sound. Xuan and his companions emerged within the courtyard. Yi Beichen and Yi Haoyu were utterly astonished. The journey from Tianwu King City to the Yi family spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. Yet it was accomplished in mere breaths. The strength of their guardian beast was simply incomprehensible. This outing greatly broadened their horizons, allowing them to witness the splendor of the royal city and the terrifying prowess of the prodigies. It can be said that this experience was immensely beneficial for both of them. Moving forward, they resolved to diligently cultivate. For the emergence of Wu Zongxian made them realize how far they were from matching such extraordinary talents. Xuan gazed at the two individuals who were assimilating the experience, nodding in satisfaction. He then pointed, and two golden streams of light flashed by, vanishing into the consciousness of each person. In Yi Beichen's mind, an ancient scripture materialized, radiating a brilliant golden light, with three magnificent characters that shone brilliantly, the Heavenly Emperor Sutra. In Yi Haoyu's mind, there existed a sacred text, radiating an aura of immortality and indestructibility. The scripture was enveloped in a crimson glow, with 5 formidable black characters that read 9 turns of eternal indestructibility. Both individuals felt their spirits tremble at the emergence of this text within their consciousness, recognizing it as an utterly terrifying scripture of unknown rank. Overwhelmed with excitement, they opened their eyes, which sparkled with joy, gazing at Xuan with boundless gratitude. Xuan instructed them to return to their training, confident that it would not be long before they experienced rapid growth. Meanwhile, he had even more pressing matters at hand, namely the enhancement of his family's overall strength. The spiritual herbs and fruits he had brought back should suffice to elevate the qualifications of his family members by an entire level. System, open the family panel. Ding. The family panel has been opened. Family, Yi Clan leader, Xuan, 9th level of celestial sovereign. Physique, chaos divine demon body divine ability. Divine demon descends from the 9 heavens family genius Yi Beichen. 5th level of the celestial soul realm, Yi Haoyu. 4th level of the heavenly soul realm, Mount. Ancient demon phoenix, great heavenly martial saint. Stored cultivation points, 98. 765, for 32, 100, 000, 000 low-grade spirit stones, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999. 999 mid-grade spirit stones, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999 high-grade spirit stones, 99, 999, 999, 999. 999 supreme grade spirit stones, 99, 999, 999, 999, 999 family cohesion, 23. 000 points cultivation method, yellow grade superior fire and wind technique martial skill, yellow grade superior whirlwind / gazing at his cultivation methods and martial skills. Xuan was momentarily speechless. Upon enhancing the family's foundational abilities, he intended to skillfully extort the system. Chapter 18, the 12 Elders of the Spiritual Body. 12 individuals gathered within the courtyard of the Yi family, comprising 6 current esteemed elders and 6 former elders of the Yi lineage. Xuan summoned them to this place. Due to the considerable distance between Tianfeng City and Tianwu Wang City, the news of the previous day's events had yet to reach Tianfeng City. Upon learning from Yi Haoyu and Yi Beichen that the overwhelming pressure that enveloped Tianwu that day was the doing of Xuan, they were both astonished and elated. Astonished by Xuan's terrifying prowess, and elated that he hailed from their own Yi family. At this moment, everyone exchanged glances, wide-eyed in anticipation of Xuan's arrival. With a creak, the door to the room swung open, revealing Xuan, who was taken aback by the beaming smile of Elder 12. However, a mischievous grin began to form on Xuan's face, as he thought to himself, let them laugh for now, soon enough, they would face the consequences. The others, observing Xuan suppressing his amusement, couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Patriarch, why have you summoned us? Tian inquired, perplexed as he gazed at Xuan. The rest of the assembly similarly regarded him with curiosity. Xuan's expression grew solemn. Do you remember the method I mentioned for enhancing our qualifications? Clan leader, are you suggesting that we can indeed elevate our abilities? Tian exclaimed with excitement. Yes. However, the process of enhancement may prove somewhat painful and could even pose a threat to one's life. Xuan earnestly conveyed to the assembly. Haha. What is there to fear in danger? As cultivators, we have always contended against fate. Who can guarantee perpetual safety? Yuqing stepped forward with a hearty laugh. Indeed. When compared to the enhancement of our qualifications, a little danger is nothing to dread. Elder Yuqiu also took a step forward. Xuan gazed at the determined crowd, contemplating whether to speak, yet hesitating. Patriarch, we too have cultivated the Ascending Spirit Sutra. Could it elevate our spiritual roots even by a minor tier? Even reaching the upper grade spiritual roots would significantly enhance our cultivation speed. An elder from the Yi family spoke up. Upon hearing this, Xuan shook his head. Observing his refusal, the elders' once hopeful expressions gradually dimmed. They understood that enhancing one's innate quality was no simple task. I believe you have misunderstood. Yuxian addressed the silent assembly. What misunderstanding, Xiaoxian? We recognize that improving our aptitude requires time and effort. You need not comfort us, Elder Yifeng interjected. Alas, you are indeed mistaken. I truly cannot elevate your roots to the upper grade. However, I possess a method to awaken your innate qualities. Yuxian explained helplessly. Oh. It's quite all right, Xiaoxian. Awakening innate qualities. Elder Yuchio initially intended to counsel Yuxian to take his time. But the subsequent revelation propelled him into a fit of excitement. What? Awakening innate qualities? Awakening innate qualities. Xiaoxian, you just not? Elder Yutian inquired. The elders fixated their gaze on Yuxian, yearning for the desired confirmation. Rest assured, I am not jesting. Even if you lack innate qualities, I possess a means to assist you. Thus, you need not worry. Yuxian reassured the eagerly anticipating crowd. However, the process may entail some discomfort. Who wishes to go first? Yuxian stated earnestly. Aha, patriarch, I shall go first. Elder Yuqing laughed heartily as he stepped forward. Yuxian nodded. And the elders promptly retreated, leaving only Yuqing in the arena. Yuxian pointed with his finger, and a stream of radiant light surged into Yuqing's body. He bestowed upon Yuqing the Thunder Spirit body, a physique with immense potential for growth. As the stream of light penetrated Yuqing's form, he trembled violently. And soon countless bolts of lightning flickered and coursed across his skin. His brow furrowed deeply, and his teeth clenched tightly, clearly enduring excruciating pain. Yet, he remained silent. His heart brimming with an insatiable desire for formidable power. After half an hour of awakening, anguished roars echoed through Yuxian's courtyard. As the lightning gradually dissipated, Yuqing slowly opened his eyes, which now gleamed with arcs of lightning. He could sense an unprecedented surge of power coursing within him, his aura steadily ascending. It was accomplished. Yuxian nodded in satisfaction. The other elders, witnessing this transformation, were filled with envy and excitement, clamoring for their turn. Enough. Who will be next? As soon as Yuxian's words fell, Yutian stepped forward. Yuxian uttered no further words. With a mere gesture, a stream of light entered Yutian's body. On this day, within the courtyard of Yuxian, anguished cries intermittently pierced the air, accompanied by occasional upheavals of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. The cacophony of screams continued until the twilight descended upon the land. In the courtyard of Yuxianting, 12 figures sat in meditation, each exuding a profoundly terrifying aura. Particularly the three at the forefront. Their presence emanated the formidable energy of the Calamity-Ine realm. The three esteemed elders had directly ascended to the Calamity-Ine realm upon their awakening. The remaining 9 were at the pinnacle of the heavenly soul realm. The assembly engaged in quietude to stabilize their inner spiritual power. Witnessing the elevation of their strength, Yuxianing felt a swell of joy for them. The overall might of the clan had significantly increased. Once the elders completed their meditation, Yuxianing bid them to return and rest. Before departing, the esteemed elders offered a respectful bow to Yuxianting. It was a gesture beyond mere formality, for even among close kin, such reverence must be upheld. Yuxian chuckled helplessly. As night fell, the system announced the successful completion of the automatic check-in, granting him 10 bottles of the heavenly spirit cleansing fluid. Not bad. He thought to himself, this will be just enough to enhance the talents of my clansmen. The following day arrived. All members of the Yi family gathered in the family square, where hundreds of large vats were positioned, each capable of accommodating a dozen or so individuals. The clan members gazed at the vats before them, their expressions filled with confusion. Some individuals, however, exhibited a glimmer of insight in their eyes, as if they had begun to fathom the underlying significance. The elder of the Yi family stood at the forefront, seemingly awaiting something. Only Yi Haoyu was beside a female disciple of the clan, laughing and joking. Sister of the clan, I ask you, are you a good girl? Of course I am. The young woman replied, her face flushed with shyness. However, our clan leader often tells me that if a girl does not fancy Yi Haoyu, then she is not a good girl. This is what the clan leader personally confided to me during our outing. Yi Haoyu's expression remained unchanged as he solemnly remarked, Oh? Is that true? Did the esteemed clan leader truly say that? The young woman appeared slightly taken aback, her belief wavering. Indeed, although I am not a virtuous person, every word I utter is the truth, Yi Haoyu declared with utmost seriousness, his face adorned with gravity. Yu Beichen stood beside, covering his face in utter disbelief. Having awakened his physique, Yu Qing, in high spirits these past few days, regarded the family disciples with an air of authority, nodding in satisfaction. However, upon seeing Yi Haoyu, his brow furrowed. When he finally comprehended Yi Haoyu's words, his expression darkened instantly. At this moment, Yi Haoyu was engaged in light-hearted banter when he suddenly sensed a change in the weather. Why is it suddenly getting colder today? He mused. Could it be that my striking handsomeness has even the heavens feeling uneasy? He continued, unabashedly boasting, See, cousin, even the skies are blushing from my charm. Deciding to lower the temperature. Noticing the absence of a response, he inquired, Cousin, why are you silent? He turned to find the previously cheerful young woman staring oddly behind him. What are you looking at? You'd be better off admiring me, I assure you. Within this clan, aside from the clan leader, none can rival my looks, Yi Haoyu declared with utmost seriousness. Yet, he found it peculiar that the temperature was dropping even further, colder than his father's palm. As he pondered this, a sudden realization dawned on him. And he slowly turned around. Behind him stood a towering figure, whose presence had gone unnoticed until now. Ah, help! A single cry for aid echoed across the square. Chapter 19. Refining medicinal liquids, elevating the clan's spiritual roots. Suddenly, the skies over Tianfeng City erupted with purple lightning. A brilliant column of violet lightning struck the Yi family square. As the brilliance faded, a figure clad in white, resembling a celestial being, emerged into view. The gathered elders and disciples, upon recognizing the visitor, respectfully bowed and proclaimed, "Welcome, clan leader." The newcomer was none other than Yi Xian. And this grand entrance was a lesson imparted by Huang Xian. Initially, he intended to make a casual entrance, but Huang Xian advised him that such a manner lacked dignity. As the leader of the clan, one must embody the pinnacle of grace and power. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian found it to be quite reasonable and promptly conceived such an entrance. There was no need for excessive formalities. Yi Xian gazed at the members of the Yi family and waved his hand. "How have you all fared with the cultivation of the ascending spirit technique?" Yi Xian inquired, addressing his kin with a calm demeanor. A young woman, around 17 or 18 years of age, standing in the forefront, replied, "Esteemed clan leader, we, the descendants of the Yi family, have all successfully cultivated it." Yi Xian turned his gaze upon hearing the voice, slightly astonished to find it was her. The young woman possessed a face brimming with vitality and mischief. Her bright, lively eyes exuded a sense of curiosity and playfulness. The slight arch of her brows added an extra touch of whimsy. Her nose was dainty and straight, with a subtly upturned tip that appeared exceedingly charming. A cascade of long, smooth hair flowed freely over her shoulders, for she was none other than Yi Jixia, the daughter of the fourth elder of the Yi family, his very own niece. "Elder brother, you should make the announcement," Yi Xian said, feeling disinterested in the proceedings. His only responsibility was to be present. Upon hearing this, Yu Tian could only shake his head in resignation, yet he stepped forward and addressed the Yi family disciples. "Listen closely. Today the clan leader has procured a medicinal liquid for you, aiming to help you forge higher-tier spiritual roots." Instantly, a wave of excitement surged through the square. No wonder they had urged them to practice that seemingly useless sacred spirit technique. "Silence," Yu Tian commanded. The disciples fell in line, forming groups of 10. Separating by gender as they entered the medicinal vat, Yi Tian continued, "However, I must preface this by stating that the process of upgrading your spiritual roots will be excruciating. Should anyone find it unbearable, do not force yourselves." "Damn. Pain? Yu Tianyo, fear nothing more than pain." With that, he was the first to leap directly into the vat. Following his bold move, the others quickly followed suit, and all those present in the family square, except for one individual already possessing a suitable constitution, plunged into the medicinal vat. Yi Jixia. Upon encountering Yi Jixia, Yi Xian desired to bestow upon her a distinct constitution. Thus, he directly communicated with her through sound transmission. "All right, now activate the ascending spirit technique and absorb the medicinal liquid," Yu Tian remarked as the resonant sounds of various cultivation techniques echoed throughout the Yi family plaza. "Ah, this is excruciating." A cry of agony erupted within mere moments. The crowd hurriedly turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, only to behold a robust figure yelping like a dog. It was none other than Yu Tinio, who had boasted he feared no pain. In response, his father, Yi Tiexin, who shared the same medicinal vat, swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps to his son. "Stop your wailing. If you cannot endure this modicum of pain, you are tarnishing the name of our family, Iron Hammer." Eutinia fell silent in an instant, and after a brief pause, exclamations of agony erupted. Ah, it hurts so much." The crowd turned towards the source of the sound, only to find the familiar medicinal vat, though the principal character had changed. There, barking furiously, was none other than Yutiechue, Eutinia's father. Eutinia gazed at his father, who was shouting even louder than he was. He nearly succumbed to the urge to deliver a couple of sharp slaps, but alas, he was his own father. The elders present wore expressions of exasperation. This family was truly something. As time passed, the roar from the square gradually subsided. They had endured. The countenances of the elders relaxed. Being members of the Yi family, none wished harm upon one another. In the following half hour, the spiritual energy of the entire Yi family surged tumultuously. The Yi family's gathering spirit array operated frantically, nearly unable to keep pace with the Yi family's consumption of spiritual energy. As for the commotion here, it was concealed by Yi Xian. Otherwise, the entire Tianfeng city would likely be driven to madness upon witnessing this scene. A mass enhancement of spiritual roots, the manpower, resources, and financial investment required for this endeavor are beyond imagination. Yi Xian has also utilized the spiritual liquid obtained from signing in, all in hopes of enhancing the abilities of his clan members. At last, a triumphant figure emerged, and to everyone's astonishment, it was none other than Yi Tinio. "Haha. It seems that I, old Nyo, am still superior." Eutinio laughed heartily. Yu Xian gazed at Eutinio and nodded in satisfaction. He possesses a heavenly spirit root and is at the initial stage of the Earth Soul realm. This was the current state of Eutinio's spiritual root and cultivation level. For the subsequent half hour, individuals continued to emerge from the medicinal cauldron, until the very last one, heavenly spirit root. All of them possess heavenly spirit roots. Remarkably, there were even 2 individuals who, if provided with sufficient attribute-based elixirs, could solidify their spiritual bodies, such as the terrifying potential of the Ascension Spirit technique. With ample resources, I can forge an invincible physique. I have succeeded. I have succeeded. I feel as though my cultivation speed is at least several dozen times faster than before. One disciple exclaimed joyfully. Haha. Who would have thought that one day I could also possess a heavenly spirit root? Yi Tiechue echoed in agreement. The crowd was animatedly discussing the matter of heavenly spirit roots. The elders and Yi Xian refrained from interrupting them, allowing them to revel in their excitement. Yi Xian gazed upon the joyful expressions of his kin, a profound sense of happiness blossoming within him. In this moment, every member of the clan possessed a celestial root, heralding a future of unparalleled splendor for the Yi family. As he surveyed the expanse of the Yi family square, he couldn't help but fall into a deep contemplation. The Yi family requires a more expansive territory. A solution must be devised. Amidst his contemplation, he noticed Yu Zhixia in the corner. Yi Zhixiao observed that all her clansmen possessed celestial roots, while she herself was merely endowed with a superior spiritual root. The clan leader had just communicated through a mental message, advising her not to partake in this occasion of medicinal liquid elevation. Although she was uncertain about the reasoning behind his directive, she felt compelled to heed his words, as she witnessed her kin ascend in their abilities. A flicker of envy crossed her gaze, accompanied by a tinge of despondency. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Your entire clan possesses celestial roots. Clan Cohesion 3,000,000. Current clan cohesion 3,083,000. Congratulations to the host. Clan cohesion has reached 1 million. Reward. Linglong's Sacred Body X1. Congratulations to the host. Clan cohesion has reached 2 million. Reward. Tontian Floating Pagoda X1. Congratulations to the host. Clan cohesion has reached 3 million. Reward. 7 Apertures Linglong Scripture X1. The sudden system announcement left Yi Xian utterly bewildered. Were it not for the presence of his fellow clansmen, he might have prostrated himself in reverence to the system. At that moment, someone finally reacted, and, not knowing who initiated it, a voice rang out, "Thank you, esteemed clan leader, for this opportunity." The newly elevated members promptly raised their hands and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed clan leader." Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian waved his hand, saying, "You all may return to your cultivation to solidify your realms. I have matters to discuss with the elders." Upon hearing this, the Yi clan members did not linger unnecessarily and returned to their respective homes to continue their training. Once the clan members had departed, Yi Xian spoke calmly, "Esteemed elders, I have an idea and would like to seek your opinions." The clan leader, "Do not keep us in suspense, just speak plainly," Yu Tian remarked. Casting a glance at his younger brother, Yi Xian deliberated with several elders regarding the quest for a new family residence. Ultimately, they resolved to seek a suitable dwelling for their clan. In the family assembly hall, the elders engaged in discourse about the matter of the residence. As for Yi Xian, he had long departed, opting not to partake in the meeting, a customary practice of his. His primary inclination was to embrace a leisurely existence. Accompanying Yi Xian was also Yi Zhixia. Chapter 20. Yi Xian's Heist of the Emperor, Lord of the Azure Cliff. Yi Xuanting's courtyard. Yi Zhixia gazed at the space ring in her hand, filled to the brim, in the ancient tome, the 7 Apertures Linglong Classic. This was a reward bestowed upon Yi Xian by the system. Initially, Yi Xian pondered what type of constitution would be most suitable for this young lady. However, his system's inventory was limited, containing only a few spiritual bodies. Alas, the system understood him all too well and presented a complete set instead, leaving Yi Xian with no choice but to offer it as a gift. He observed Yu Zhixia, still caught in a daze. Yi Xian patted her shoulder gently and said, "Embrace the unity of the primordial essence. Your awakening of innate abilities is a gift from 7th uncle." Yi Zhixia intended to express her thoughts, but hesitated, ultimately choosing to sit cross-legged as instructed by Yi Xian. Observing this, Yi Xian directed a stream of radiant light that swiftly entered Yu Zhixia's body. The awakening process proved somewhat painful. However, to Yi Xian's astonishment, the young girl remained utterly silent, gritting her teeth and persevering. It is worth noting that his brothers had cried out in distress during similar experiences. This young lady certainly possessed remarkable tenacity, earning Yi Xian's admiration. As the luminous energy continued to flow into her, a gentle halo gradually enveloped her form. Suddenly, a formidable aura emanated from her, expanding outward in all directions. Yu Xian swiftly waved his hand to extinguish the energy fluctuations. A magnificent aura of spiritual energy surged into Yu Zhixia's body. Slowly, Yu Zhixia opened her eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. The Linglong's sacred body has awakened. 7th uncle, I feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through me, Yi Zhixiao exclaimed, exhilarated by the transformation within her. Indeed, splendid. With the Linglong sacred body you now possess, your future cultivation will surely yield remarkable results with half the effort. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Moreover, this awakening has also enabled you to break through your previous cultivation level, which is excellent. Following the successful awakening, Yi Xian did not allow Yu Zhixia to depart. Instead, he inquired about the whereabouts of the other descendants of the Yi family. Several individuals had been sent away in the past, yet only 2 had returned thus far. Logically speaking, those who wish to inquire should be aware that the Yi family posed no danger and could safely return. Upon hearing Yuxian's question, Yi Jixia fell silent. Yuxian also sensed something amiss. It's all right. Just speak your mind, Jixia. What troubles you? Uncle Qi is here as well. Upon hearing this, Yuxia could no longer hold back her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. This left Yuxian utterly perplexed. As he pondered whether this young girl had suffered some injustice outside, Yuxian hurriedly offered comfort. Under his consolation, Yuxia recounted the sequence of events. It turned out that when they were sent away, he and Yi Haoyu were dispatched to a nearby sect, while several others were sent together to a sect named Shinyiman. Before her return, she had visited Shinyiman, only to be informed that her younger cousins had ventured out for training a year prior and had not returned to the sect since. The elders of the Yi family at Shinyiman had sent external elders to search for them, but their efforts yielded no results, leading to a final abandonment of the search. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian sighed in understanding. Little did he know, the family elders had already sent people to seek them out, and the answers they received were equally disheartening. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Yi Xian urged Yu Jixia to return and rest. After Yu Jixia departed, he inquired of the system, is it possible to locate any members of the Yi family outside? Ding. Yes. It can be done for a cost of 10 million family points, came the response. Why don't you go and seize it? Yu Xian exclaimed in exasperation, explaining that family points represent the cohesion of the family. Ding. If you prefer not to search, I can share a piece of information for free. They are all safe and sound. Humph. If you're not going to assist, I shall manage it myself. Yu Xian declared resolutely, I will utilize cultivation points to conceal the anomalies. Ding. 120,000 cultivation points have been successfully used. Boom. An overwhelming surge of celestial spiritual energy rushed wildly into Yu Xian's body. Yu Xian's body resembled an abyss, devouring an immense amount of spiritual energy. After breaking through to the pinnacle realm of the Cataclysm Emperor, he ascended through the 9 heavens and the 1 layer of Cataclysm Emperor. Yi Xian's cultivation has finally reached a standstill. With 100,000 cultivation points, Yi Xian stands majestically at the pinnacle of the Tribulation Emperor realm. Yi Xian's figure vanished, only to reappear once more in the heavens above. Standing atop the celestial expanse, Yi Xian slowly raised his hands, unleashing a formidable consciousness that surged like a tide, permeating every corner of the desolate realm. Wherever this consciousness traversed, the very fabric of space rippled, causing some concealed lesser beasts to be rendered unconscious from the overwhelming force. In the desolate domain, the North Ming Heavenly Sect, one of the preeminent forces within this wasteland, stood as a sovereign power. At this moment, the ancestors hidden in the mountains of the North Ming were gripped by an overwhelming terror upon sensing this terrifying mental prowess, trembling in their coffins, too afraid to utter a sound. In the rear mountains of the 9 Thunder Heavenly Sect, beneath the tempestuous sea of thunder, several elders gazed in horror at the heavens above, their bodies quaking violently, hair standing on end, as if they were being scrutinized by some unfathomable horror. This sensation struck swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. When the consciousness finally receded, the elders, drenched in cold sweat, gradually relaxed. This scene unfolded in various locales throughout the desolate realm. Yet, despite Yu Xian's consciousness having traversed nearly every inch of the land, he was unable to uncover any trace of the Yi family disciples. Yu Xian furrowed his brows, filled with profound perplexity. Suddenly, a notification resonated. Detection indicates that the disciples of the Yi family are in no peril. There is no need for the host to be concerned. When the opportune moment arrives, they will naturally be found. Yu Xian no longer clung to his previous concerns. Since they were unharmed, he decided to search leisurely. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found Qinya lounging comfortably on a rattan chair, with Huang Xian resting atop his head. Observing this scene, Yu Xian couldn't help but smile wryly. Huang Xian had a penchant for perching on others' heads. Just as he had mentioned, he desired someone to serve as a steed. Ding. Congratulations, the host family roots have been enhanced, and you have received a random reward. Summon character Heavenly Monarch Upgrade Card 1. Chaos Reincarnation I1. Premium Spirit Stone 10 million. Superior Spirit Stone 10 million. Medium Spirit Stone 10 million. Inferior Immortal Spirit Stone 1 million. Gazing at this bounty, Yu Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. His family's combat strength had been woefully inadequate, and now he had acquired an upgrade card. As for the Reincarnation Eye, its purpose remained a mystery, yet it possessed an air of sophistication. The Immortal Spirit Stones, rumored to harbor celestial power, were of little consequence to him. He casually discarded the rest into the system space, as if tossing away refuse. System, I find myself rather fond of you, Yu Xian remarked unabashedly. Just kidding. I shall use the summon character upgrade card. He addressed the system nonchalantly. Ding. Usage successful. Suddenly, the serene Qinya, still reclining in the rattan chair, was engulfed in a surge of spiritual energy. His aura soared dramatically. Huang Xian, perched atop Qinya's head, was startled by the unexpected commotion and tumbled off. Blast it, little ya, what are you doing? Came a voice from the flapping bird on the ground. Qinya ignored him, hastily regulating the tumultuous energy within him. Boom. In just a few breaths, Qinya's aura reached its zenith. Heavenly Monarch 9th Layer. After utilizing the Summon Character Upgrade card, Qingya's strength surged to the pinnacle of Heavenly Monarch. Chapter 21. Taking disciples in Tianfeng City as the events surrounding the royal city unfolded. An increasing number of individuals became aware of a singular fact. This modest Tianfeng city harbored unparalleled combat prowess. After the royal city incident, another event transpired, instigating panic among the various sects within the dynasty. The Qingshan sect was annihilated by the dynasty itself. With the exception of unrelated personnel, the entire direct lineage of the Qingshan sect was eradicated. The perpetrators were none other than the Tianwu dynasty. These occurrences indicated a clear gesture of goodwill from the dynasty towards the Yi family. Recently, a growing throng of people surged into Tianfeng City, bustling with life. The marketplace was alive with vibrant calls and lively banter. The crowd ebbed and flowed, pressing against one another. Outside the city gates, a carriage traveled from 100 miles away, with voices faintly audible from within. "Miss, do you think that esteemed individual is indeed the Yi clan leader you mentioned?" inquired a melodious voice. "Xiao Chui, I cannot say for certain. At least from the portrait, he bears a striking resemblance," a gentle voice responded, tinged with anxiety and excitement. If that person truly was the Yi clan leader, she would express her gratitude and thereafter refrain from intruding, for they no longer belonged to the same world. Years ago, when she visited the Yi family, she was informed that the clan leader was in seclusion. Subsequent visits yielded the same result. She was repeatedly told that he remained in isolation. Rumors even circulated that the Yi clan leader might have perished. Upon receiving word from her uncle Zhang that the clan leader was alive and had emerged from his retreat, having fulfilled her father's last wish, she hastily made her way here. Upon hearing this, the one named Xiao Chui refrained from further inquiries. The carriage gradually entered Tianfeng City. Shortly after its departure, a group of individuals appeared once more. At the forefront stood a man clad in a plain robe, his countenance resolute, which could not mask the authority radiating from his face. Behind him were two young men, one adorned in a white robe with black hair, and the other in a black robe with white hair. The entrance of the Yi family was completely obstructed, with a crowd gathered, all eager to catch a glimpse of the celestial beings of the clan. If fortune smiled upon them, they might behold one of these ethereal figures and not have made the journey in vain. Among the throng, a captivating silhouette stood out. The young woman, adorned in a delicate pink gown, possessed a gentle beauty, her long, lustrous black hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, rendering her enchanting. Beside her was a maidservant. "Miss, the gates of the Yi family are firmly shut. How shall we gain an audience with the clan leader? Furthermore, even if we were to enter, is it certain we would meet him?" the maidservant inquired. "Oh, Xiao Cui, we have come this far. Let us wait a while longer. Perhaps someone will emerge shortly," the young woman replied softly. Upon witnessing this scene, the maidservant wore a look of resignation. Ever since the incident years ago, her mistress had been incessantly reminiscing about that benefactor, especially after learning of his possible demise, which had plunged her into deep sorrow. Prince Wujifeng of the Tianwu dynasty seeks an audience with the venerable celestial being. A resounding voice, both powerful and courteous, reverberated through the skies of Tianfeng City. Instantaneously, the city fell into a profound silence, astonished. Wujifeng, a name synonymous with the current sovereign of the Tianwu dynasty. The ruler of the Tianwu dynasty himself had come to pay respects to the Yi family as patriarch. "Miss, even the monarch has arrived," the maidservant, Xiao Jie, exclaimed in astonishment. "Alas, this is truly unexpected," the young woman sighed, a note of resignation in her voice. "If even the sovereign cannot gain direct access to that individual, what hope do we have?" At that moment, the most astonished of all was the lord of Tianfeng City, who, upon hearing of the monarch's arrival, hurriedly rushed to pay his respects. Yi Xian was leisurely reclining in a wicker chair when an unexpected voice caused him to furrow his brow. The ruler of the Tianwu kingdom? What could be the purpose of their visit? He then extended his consciousness and, indeed, discerned three individuals of exceptional demeanor outside the city. "Please enter." A clear yet sacred voice resonated from the courtyard, reaching those beyond the city walls. Upon hearing Yi Xian's invitation, the group outside was so exhilarated that they momentarily lost their regal composure. Wu Jifeng chose not to soar through the air, but instead opted to enter through the city gates, making his way into the Yi family compound. Yi Xian's consciousness enveloped the city of Tianfeng, and aside from the presence of Wu Jifeng, he made an unexpected discovery. "Oh, it is she," Yi Xian murmured to himself. Subsequently, a strand of his consciousness transmitted a message into the void, vanishing without a trace. In the next moment, Yi Xian's figure flickered and appeared within the grand hall. He found three individuals already awaiting him, with the elder of the Yi family engaged in lively conversation with Wu Jifeng. In the presence of these beings, who were merely of the Tianhun and Jane ranks, Wu Jifeng did not dare to act presumptuously, addressing them as equals. After all, the Yi family had a celestial being overseeing them. Upon seeing Yu Xian's arrival, Wu Jifeng hastily rose from his seat, respectfully bowing in greeting. Wu Jifeng pays his respects to the esteemed elder. The two individuals standing behind him also quickly bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the esteemed elder." Xuan gazed at the three individuals before him, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful, and calmly remarked, "There is no need for excessive formality. Guests are always welcome. Please, take a seat." Upon hearing these words, Wu Jifeng exhaled softly and gradually settled into his chair. The other two remained standing behind him. That day, from a distance, he had admired the invincible might of the elder, which left him in deep admiration. Seated, Wu Jifeng, with a steady demeanor, extolled, "It is my utmost fortune, as well as that of Tianwu, to witness the true visage of the esteemed elder today." The two men behind him were slightly taken aback. When did the national leader begin to flatter? Even more astonished were the elders of the Yi family, as this fundamentally altered their perception of the national leader. For Wu Jifeng, such matters were trivial. Having observed the ministers flatter daily, he had learned a few techniques, and to his surprise, they proved to be quite effective. Xuan felt somewhat speechless and then remarked, "The lord of the martial kingdom has traveled thousands of miles. Surely it is not solely to meet me? If there is something to discuss, please speak freely." Wu Jifeng, upon hearing this, let out a sigh of relief and said, "Senior, I have learned that my wayward junior has offended you, so I have brought him here specifically to apologize." He then turned to the black-haired young man behind him. "Songyan, kneel and apologize to the senior." Wu Songyan was the young man in the golden robe from the royal city that day. At his name, the black-haired youth trembled momentarily, but quickly regained his composure and prepared to kneel. However, a mysterious force held him back. Wu Jifeng, witnessing this, looked at Xuan with a hint of confusion. "Senior?" Xuan calmly replied, "Since I did not pursue the matter at the time, we can consider it settled. There is no need for such formality." Upon hearing this, Wu Songyan slowly raised his head to look at Xuan, then bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, senior, for your magnanimity." Xuan nodded, casting his gaze upon the silver-haired man. He then uttered a statement that left everyone present in astonishment. "Are you willing to become my disciple?" The silver-haired man, naturally Wu Songxing, was momentarily taken aback by Xuan's unexpected question, standing there in a daze. Wu Jifeng, too, was bewildered by this sudden declaration. Once he regained his composure, he hastily nudged Wu Songxing, exclaiming, "Songxing, the elder is addressing you. Why are you in a trance?" Upon realizing the situation, Wu Songxing quickly knelt, proclaiming, "I pay my respects to my master." "Ha ha ha, splendid. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple, Xuan." Xuan responded with hearty laughter. Following Xuan's acceptance of Wu Songxing as his disciple, Wu Jifeng felt less constrained and engaged in lively conversation with the elders of the Yi family. Most importantly, when the topic arose regarding the Yi family's search for a new residence, Wu Jifeng recommended a location that perfectly met their needs, Tianqiong Mountain. This renowned peak within the Tianwu dynasty is rich in spiritual energy, with its steep terrain yet ample space to accommodate the family's development. However, no one had dared to establish a sect there due to the presence of a formidable demon at the peak of the Void Realm. After a fruitful discussion, Wu Jifeng took his leave with the two men. In the Yi family plaza, three figures stand at the center. Alas, who were those two women? With Sister Jixia accompanying them personally? The sister in the middle is so beautiful. Gasps of admiration resonate around the area. Chapter 22. Yi Xian awakens the Chaos Reincarnation Eye. As the discussions ensued, Lin Yuro's cheeks were instantly adorned with a blush reminiscent of the evening glow. "Sister Yuro, allow me to take you to the patriarch's courtyard to await him. The reception hall is currently occupied with guests." Yi Xia observed the bashful Lin Yuro, her eyes revealing a hint of gossip. "Very well, I appreciate your kindness, Sister Jixia," Lin Yuro replied softly. Yu Jixia nodded, leading Lin Yuro towards Yi Xian's courtyard. Alas, their destination was met with astonishment from a disciple who exclaimed, "What on earth? Could it be true?" Another disciple, equally incredulous, responded, "Hush, keep your voice down. Are you seeking death? Discussing the fairy sister of our clan leader is not something you should take lightly. Could she possibly be the clan leader's little admirer?" This revelation left Yi Jixia astounded, secretly acknowledging that her seventh uncle was indeed strikingly handsome. After the departure of the heavenly martial kingdom's ruler, Yi Xian initially intended to head to the family square to meet Yi Jixia. However, upon arriving at the square, he was greeted by a chorus of murmurs from the crowd. Initially, Yi Xian paid little attention, intending to listen to what these disciples were discussing. Yet, as he listened further, he began to realize that they were indeed speaking about him. Yi Xian's face darkened with frustration. Those individuals continued their animated discussion, oblivious to the presence of another, only sensing a sudden drop in temperature. The outcome was predictable. "Ah, save me. Lord Clan Leader, spare my life." It was Eugenia who mentioned the clan leader, not me. It was Brother Haoyu who said it. Meanwhile, Yi Haoyu, who was cultivating at home, expressed his thoughts. In the courtyard, Yi Xianting, Lin Yuru sat quietly on a stone bench, her gaze filled with anticipation directed towards the entrance. Xiao Zui stood behind her, observing her mistress's eager expression with a sense of helplessness. Yi Jixia was introducing Yi Xian to Lin Yuru, occasionally flicking her eyes as if lost in thought. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and a figure clad in white, with flowing hair resembling a celestial being, emerged in the courtyard. The moment that figure appeared, Lin Yuru's gaze was fixed intently on Yi Xian. It was indeed him. If there had been any lingering doubt before, she was now entirely certain. It was unmistakably him. Even after the passage of many years, and despite their brief encounter back then, that image remained indelibly etched in her mind. Miss Lin, it has been a long time. Xuan said with a warm smile, noticing Lin Yiru lost in thought as she stared at him. He bore no ill will towards her. Observing that her ladyship was unresponsive, Xiaotsui hastily nudged Lin Yiru. It has been quite a while, clan leader Yi. Lin Yiru finally came to her senses and replied. A hint of excitement in her voice. Yu Zhixia observed the scene before her and inwardly mused, indeed, the esteemed clan leader is truly remarkable. And my seventh uncle is no exception. Even such a celestial beauty can be utterly enchanted. It appears that the charming words my brother How You spoke may very well have been imparted by my seventh uncle, the clan leader. Yi Zhixia nodded. And the more she contemplated, the more she felt it to be true. Haha, Miss Lin, there is no need for formality after such a long time apart. Observing Lin Yuro's reserved demeanor, Xuan quickly attempted to lighten the mood with a chuckle. I wonder if Miss Lin has come to Tianfeng for leisure, or perhaps for another reason. Xuan inquired, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Patriarch Yi, my young lady has come specifically to seek you out. Before Lin Yuro could speak, Xiaotsui interjected. Oh, to find me? Xuan said, slightly perplexed. Upon hearing Xiaotsui's words, Lin Yuro's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly responded, Patriarch Yi, I have come to express my heartfelt gratitude for the life-saving assistance you provided several years ago. Oh, that matter? When one witnesses injustice, it is only natural to lend a hand. It was but a trifling affair, no need for thanks. Xuan replied with a calm demeanor, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Moreover, over these years, had it not been for Miss Lin's discreet aid to the Yi family, we might not have endured until my return. Xuan stated solemnly, gazing earnestly at Lin Yuro. Xuan spoke with genuine sincerity. What may be a casual matter for young Master Yi is, however, quite different for me, Lin Yuro gradually elucidated. As for assisting the Yi family, it is unfortunate that this territory does not fall under the jurisdiction of my Qinglin mansion, and I cannot summon other formidable figures. I can only rely on Uncle Zhong. Ha. Thus, Miss Lin need not stand on ceremony. I shall assist you, and in turn, you have rendered aid to the Yi family. Xuan remarked with a smile at Lin Yuro. Wow, beautiful sister. Just as the two were reminiscing, an incongruous voice interrupted. Hearing this, Lin Yuro glanced around but found no one, only to look down and discover a little chick flapping its wings. Its beak was wide open. The sound had originated from it. With the arrival of Huang Xian, Lin Yuro and Yi Xian found their conversation increasingly relaxed. 2 hours later, Yi Xian observed Lin Yuro and Huang Xian playing with unrestrained joy, feeling a sense of helplessness. It was evident that Lin Yuro held a deep affection for Huang Xian. Upon meeting Yi Xian, Lin Yuro was naturally elated. She posed numerous questions, though Yi Xian skillfully sidestepped some. As evening fell, Lin Yuro took her leave. But her heart brimmed with happiness, having encountered her benefactor from years past. Exiting the Yi family estate, she gazed at a crimson feather in her hand, her face alight with a smile. The feather was a gift from Huang Xian, who had urged her to carry it with her at all times. With Lin Yuru's departure, tranquility returned to the courtyard. Alas, it seemed she wished to keep pace with you, but that appears impossible in this lifetime. After Lin Yuro left, Huang Xian, with wings folded behind him, assumed an air of otherworldly detachment. Shortly thereafter, Yi Xian sent Huang Xian away to Qingya, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. System. I recall having a grand gift package. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the disciple recruitment task. You have received a mysterious gift package X1. Upon opening it, ding. Successful opening of the mysterious gift package. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Chaos Ancient Scripture X1, Cataclysmic 9 Heavens Demon Finger X1, Heavenly Monarch Battle Weapon X1, Ancient Azure Dragon Blood X1 Drop, Low-Grade Immortal Spirit Stones X 10 million, Royal Grade Dan Pills X 100 bottles, Sacred Grade Heavenly Spirit Fruits X 100 pieces. Xuan's eyes sparkled at the contents of the mysterious gift package. System, use the Chaos Ancient Scripture and the Cataclysmic 9 Heavens Demon Finger. Ding. Usage successful. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully cultivating the Chaos Ancient Scripture. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully cultivating the Cataclysmic 9 Heavens Demon Finger. System, use the Chaos Reincarnation Eye. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully using the Chaos Reincarnation Eye. With the awakening of the Chaos Reincarnation Eye, Xuan felt a sharp pain in his eyes, followed by an overwhelming clarity. As he slowly opened his eyes, they seemed to harbor the cosmos itself, with stars appearing to be birthed and extinguished within. At that moment, Xuan discovered he could see through the concealed formations and restrictions in the surrounding space. While operating the Reincarnation Eye, he viewed the clan's great formation with perfect clarity. Curiously, he directed his gaze towards a massive stone in the corner of the courtyard. What seemed an ordinary rock now revealed threads of spiritual energy beneath the Chaos Reincarnation Eye's gaze. Is this the power of the Chaos Reincarnation Eye? Truly, The system's offerings are of the highest quality. Naturally, at that moment, Qingya's silhouette appeared above the towering peaks of Tiankong Mountain. Chapter 23, The Abyssal Dragon's Roar. The peerless demon king Tiankong Mountain stood majestically, its peaks piercing the clouds, streams babbling, and mountain ranges extending endlessly, shrouded in mist. Behind the highest peak lay a cold pool, its waters a peculiar inky black, resembling a dark abyss, with dense fog swirling above, creating an eerie atmosphere. As Qingya appeared in the skies above Tiankong Mountain, a beastly roar resonated from the depths of the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the earth trembled, and the mountain shook. A colossal figure, engulfed in flames, soared across the sky. A thunderous voice echoed across Tiankong Mountain. Humans, leave Tiankong Mountain. Otherwise, face death. As the words faded, a massive fire-laden lion emerged before Qingya, filling the atmosphere with an overwhelming pressure. The demon beasts within the mountains fled in terror upon sensing this fiery might. Recognizing the identity of the colossal lion, Qingya thought, the flame lion. The immense pressure surged towards Qingya, accompanied by an intense heat wave. Impressive might, though lacking in strength. Qingya scoffed, a slight smirk gracing his lips. With a wave of his hand, he dissipated the oncoming heat wave into nothingness. But the void realm alone is insufficient. Suddenly, Qingya's demeanor shifted to one of cold indifference. And the sky darkened ominously. The flame lion's massive visage displayed a grave expression as it roared, "Human, you seek death." Its flames ignited to their peak, aiming to obliterate Qingya. Yet, Qingya remained unfazed, lightly tapping his finger, forming a great seal that descended upon the flame lion. As the seal pressed down, the flames enveloping the lion were extinguished instantly. The lion's enormous body hesitated in the air, fear evident in its eyes. The seal contained terrifying power, propelling the flame lion towards the ground. Boom. The flame lion crashed to the earth, creating a vast crater. It struggled to rise, only to find itself immobilized. Had Qingya not held back, it would have been reduced to ashes. Deep within Tiankong Mountain, two colossal figures emerged from dark caverns. One was a giant cloud lark, its feathers a kaleidoscope of colors, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The other bore the head of a lion and antlers of a deer, its massive frame cloaked in dark scales. The overwhelming aura of the void realm surged forth, pressing towards Qingya. Faced with such immense power, Qingya merely waved his hand, causing the pressure to vanish without a trace. The great demons of Tiankong Mountain were not singular, but rather three: the flame lion, the sky-swallowing lark, and the chaotic Tianlin. Even Qingya felt a hint of astonishment, not from their strength, but from the realization that each possessed the bloodline of ancient divine beasts, subdivine beasts. If captured, with the clan leader's abilities, aiding them in ascending to the divine beast realm would not be impossible. At that time, the Yi family would boast several guardian divine beasts. The more Qingya contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, his fervent gaze fixed on the three great demons before him, a sly grin spreading across his face. Under Qingya's intense scrutiny, the three great demons shivered, particularly the flame lion, which trembled in fear. Such pressure reminded it only of their elder brother. The sky-swallowing lark and the chaotic Tianlin stepped forward, demanding, "Human, why do you trespass upon Tiankong Mountain? Do not misconstrue my intentions. I do not seek to slay you. I merely wish to claim this land." Qingya waved dismissively. "Claim this land? Surely, you jest. Tiankong Mountain is our foundation. How could we relinquish it so easily?" The sky-swallowing lark retorted angrily, the air resonating with its fury. Demon beasts possess a strong territorial awareness, and upon learning that an intruder sought to seize their very foundation, how could they endure such an affront? "Curse that human! Is this an attempt to eradicate us?" roared the chaotic Tianlin. "Let us fight. I refuse to flee any longer." The massive chaotic Tianlin erupted in blinding light and charged forward, eager to confront Qingya. Despite knowing the futility of their attempt, they pressed on. The sky-swallowing lark joined the fray, its form radiating endless darkness as if to devour the heavens and earth. The flame lion rose once more, its aura reaching its zenith, charging towards Qingya. Yet, as Qingya watched the unfolding scene, his gaze held no malice. Instead, he displayed a hint of anxious admiration. If they could be utilized for the Yi family, they would become tremendous assets in the future. However, judging by their current demeanor, it would not be an easy task. They would have to be subdued. In the shadowy depths of the Qingya chasm, he made his move, swiftly pointing forward. Mountain seal. In an instant, a colossal seal materialized in the heavens, rendering even the three great demon beasts diminutive in its presence. The forces of nature collided. The sky was engulfed, flames raged, and space itself seemed to constrict. The three demon beasts unleashed their ultimate power to resist the great seal. With a resounding crash, a radiant brilliance erupted above, dazzling, yet exuding an aura of ferocity. The three massive figures were sent hurtling away, akin to kites cut from their strings, crashing into the mountains. Where they fell, flora withered, trees snapped like twigs, and the mountains crumbled. At that moment, the three demon beasts were left on the brink of collapse, a mercy granted by Qingya. Otherwise, he could have easily obliterated the three void realm demon beasts without such complexity. Despair etched on their faces. The trio summoned all their strength to raise their heads and howl at the heavens. Even with their utmost efforts, they could not withstand the casual strike of that man. Just as the three demon beasts believed their demise was imminent, Qingya spoke. I acknowledge the difficulty of your cultivation. I shall grant you a chance. He paused for a moment before continuing. What say you to submission? Accursed human. If you wish to kill us, do so. We are not cowards. The Chaos Sky Unicorn retorted furiously. Upon hearing this, Qingya maintained his calm demeanor, having anticipated such a response. However, they were not in a position to make demands. Without a word, Qingya cast a nonchalant glance at the three demon beasts lying in the pit. He then stepped into the void. Traversing 7 strides to arrive at the foot of the black water pool atop the highest peak, the expressions of the three great demons shifted at once. Had he discovered their secret? Observing this scene, the Chaos Sky Unicorn roared, its blood surging, ready to ignite its essence for another battle. With a swift motion, Qingya suppressed the tumultuous energy within it, rendering the three demon beasts immobilized. Thus, he stood quietly above the black water pool, seemingly awaiting something. Finally, after the passage of a short incense stick, a deep, resonant voice emanated from the depths of the black water pool, akin to the roar of a lion, the growl of a tiger, or the bellow of an ox. Accompanied by this low growl that intensified, the entire Tsangqiong mountain trembled violently. The mist within the black water pool dissipated, revealing the boiling depths, where 2 immense, profound, and terrifying blue pupils emerged. Humans, withdraw from Tsangqiong mountain, or face death. Chapter 24. The martial sage strikes, subduing the demon king Qingya, treading upon the void, his gaze shimmering with light, murmured, I never expected to encounter such a being here. Previously, he had only sensed a concealed aura within the black water pool. Yet, he had not anticipated such a creature's presence. Such beings he had only seen within the Yi family. If you wish me to retreat, I could consider it, Qingya said, his expression calming instantly. Come with me back to the Yi family. What say you? Human, you court death. The creature from the pool retorted angrily. It was enraged. In that moment, the heavens darkened, thunderclouds surged, casting a gloomy pall over the entire Tsangqiong. Countless columns of black water rose, intertwining with violet lightning. A gargantuan black head slowly emerged from the surface. It was a behemoth, hundreds of feet in size. Its immense body coiled within the darkness. Its scales glimmering with an eerie light, resembling stars in the night, each scale as hard as iron, exuding a chilling aura. The head was monstrous and menacing, with eyes like burning flames, radiating a chilling glare. Its sharp teeth, serrated like a saw, gleamed ominously, as if capable of tearing apart any prey with ease. From its back sprouted a pair of colossal black wings, which, when unfurled, obscured the sky. It emanated a potent aura of darkness, instilling terror in all who beheld it. The abyssal demon serpent, a pinnacle demon king of the heavenly monarch realm. Moreover, it was a serpent on the verge of transformation into a divine beast. Qingya gazed at the towering figure that loomed between heaven and earth, his eyes brimming with indomitable combat spirit. This was a demon king soon to metamorphose into a divine beast. Human, dare you challenge my Tsangqiong mountain? You shall perish. A voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the void. Today I shall force you to submit. Qingya bellowed. The overwhelming pressure of a heavenly monarch erupted from him, transforming the very atmosphere. Akin to a god of war, 2 terrifying figures surged forth from Tsangqiong mountain, appearing within the celestial expanse. Otherwise, the clash of 2 heavenly monarchs would inevitably sink the entire Tsangqiong mountain, a scenario neither the abyssal demon serpent nor Qingya desired. In the celestial void, the 2 formidable figures engaged in fierce combat. One radiated azure light, resembling a war deity, while the other, shrouded in black mist, resembled a demon god. Their battle was intense, each strike resonating with great force, causing the very fabric of space to tremble, eclipsing the sun and moon. Yi family, upon witnessing Qingya's prolonged absence while attempting to subdue a formidable entity at the pinnacle of the void realm, Yi Xian furrowed his brow. Subsequently, he extended his divine sense, which swiftly enveloped the entirety of Tianwu. What? Qingya was engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal figure. It was a flood dragon. Upon discerning this, Yi Xian comprehended the situation immediately. So that is the reason for the extended delay. Yi Xian's figure flickered as he grasped the Phoenix Xian's chicken claw and vanished from his original position. In the Tsangqiong mountain range, 3 transformed great demons stared in astonishment at the 2 figures engaged in battle in the void above, their expressions mixed with anxiety and elation. They were delighted that their leader had successfully broken through, yet troubled by the formidable opponent he faced. Second brother, it seems our elder brother is in trouble. He cannot subdue this human. A middle-aged man clad in red remarked to a man in a gray robe. Damn it, where does this human come from? How can there be such a being in the Tianwu dynasty? The gray-robed man clenched his fists, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Beside him, a stunning woman in a flowing black gown gazed anxiously at the sky above. Why are you 3 sighing? At that moment, a melodious, youthful voice rang out. Startled, the 3 figures activated their spiritual energy, focusing on the void ahead. Suddenly, the fabric of space tore apart, and a person alongside a chicken stepped forth from the void. In that instant, a celestial-like man emerged, accompanied by a chicken. The 3 great demons' expressions shifted dramatically as they fixated on the chicken, the source of the earlier voice. Observing their gaze, the man puffed his chest and placed his hands on his hips, showcasing his perfect form. Am I not impressive? The three great demons quaked in fear, sensing a bloodline pressure. They understood that only an entity like their elder brother could exert such dominance over them. Divine beast bloodline. Could it be? They stared intently at the Phoenix Xuan, unable to utter a word. Noting their silence, Phoenix Xuan turned his gaze skyward. Is that little brat suffering from impotence? How can he not subdue his opponent after such a prolonged struggle? Phoenix Xuan, seize him. Xuan calmly commanded, observing the celestial battlefield. At this rate, the fight could stretch on for 2 days and nights. Upon receiving the order, Phoenix Xuan acted instantly. His claw reached into the void above. Meanwhile, the abyssal demon dragon fixated on the seemingly insignificant figure before him, his massive pupils filled with trepidation. Were it not for his consumption of the dragon blood flower, which allowed for a dual breakthrough in bloodline and realm, he would have already been subdued. Even now, he bore injuries, with scales shedding. Xingye also bore wounds, his green attire riddled with several tears, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The two figures again coalesced their forces, preparing for another clash. Suddenly, a rift tore open in the sky, and a colossal claw radiating boundless divine light emerged from the void, reaching towards the abyssal demon dragon with a gentle grasp. Upon seeing this overwhelming claw, the abyssal demon dragon's expression changed dramatically. He unleashed a terrifying offensive, attempting to shatter the claw. Dragon-slaying technique, he roared, unleashing a dreadful black beam skyward. However, the moment the black beam collided with the colossal claw, it disintegrated utterly. The abyssal demon dragon, filled with horror and fury, exclaimed, "How can this be? A phoenix of the sacred clan." The immense claw directly ensnared him, capturing the massive creature as if it were a mere chick, drawing him into the void, leaving Xingye in a state of bewilderment. Where's my opponent? Below, Phoenix Xuan slowly retracted his claw from the void. Unlike before, a glowing orb now rested in his grasp, within which a slender figure thrashed against its confines. The three great demons were already astounded by this overwhelming display. Their elder brother had been so effortlessly captured? He was a dragon. Did they not understand the significance of a dragon? Stop struggling. You cannot escape once ensnared by me. Phoenix Xuan addressed the thrashing abyssal demon dragon within the orb. Damn it. The abyssal demon dragon roared in fury. Submit, and how about it? Xuan finally spoke. If you yield, I will assist you in transforming into a true dragon of the 9 skies, and I will also aid your brethren in their metamorphosis. Upon hearing this, the abyssal demon dragon hesitated. He was not oblivious to Xuan's intentions. He sought to subjugate them, leaving them with no chance of survival otherwise. Regardless of the cultivation level of the man before him, the one who had imprisoned him could easily annihilate them all. Furthermore, he sensed the aura of the phoenix emanating from Phoenix Xuan, indicating that the phoenix had acknowledged a master. This was the source of his hesitation. He could not comprehend how a phoenix could appear in the Fengshan continent, nor why a proud phoenix would submit to a human. The abyssal demon dragon fell silent, deep in contemplation. Xuan did not rush, instead surveying the abyssal devil serpent from head to tail. He held a firm belief that the serpent would acquiesce, for it was in the presence of the true divine beast, Xuan. I can submit, yet we, as brothers, face formidable foes in this world. The abyssal devil serpent fixed its gaze upon Xuan. Xuan could hardly fail to perceive the underlying implications. Rest assured, no one would dare act presumptuously within the Yi household. Should they dare, they shall be eliminated without exception. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of the man before him, the abyssal demonic serpent felt another tremor of astonishment. Evidently, this Yu family wielded formidable power. Very well, the abyssal demonic serpent declared, we are willing to pledge our allegiance. Xuan cast a glance at Xuan, who promptly waved his claw. The abyssal demon serpent was then released, transforming into a tall middle-aged man clad in a black robe. Mingyuan, at your service, clan leader. The man in black approached Xuan and bowed respectfully. Chapter 25, The Divine Wind Dynasty, Peril of the Clan. Upon witnessing their elder brother's submission, the three swiftly advanced to follow Mingyuan. Hunt Tian, Yunying, Xian Wang, at your service. Clan leader. Observing this, Xuan offered a faint smile. Excellent, no need for formalities. From now on, you shall be my Yi clan's guardian divine beasts. Just like Huang Xian. As for you, let us return to the clan together. Xuan addressed Mingyuan and the others. Yes, clan leader. They replied in unison. Indeed. You all are quite impressive. Henceforth, you shall accompany me on my ventures. Brother Xian will look after you. Huang Xian remarked with an air of authority. Gazing at the group, Xuan stared at him, utterly speechless. This fellow, even amongst the Phoenix clan, was still considered a minor. Yet now, he had the audacity to assume the role of an elder brother. Xuan was indifferent, allowing Mingyuan and the others to grapple with their own troubles. Huang Xian tore through the fabric of space, and within mere moments, they found themselves hovering above the Yi family estate. Such was the terror of the martial Saint realm. Upon arriving above the Yi family, Mingyuan and his companions were taken aback. In their perception, the strongest individual in the Yi family was merely at the pinnacle of the tribulation Yin realm, far from being a hidden aristocracy. They had anticipated that with such a patriarch and divine beast presiding over the family, there would at least be a celestial being among them. Yet, what did they witness? A group of Earth Soul Realm practitioners. An overwhelming sense of deception washed over them. Seeing the stunned expressions on their faces, Xingye gently tapped a few of them on the shoulder from behind. Don't be dazed. Let us descend. Rest assured, you shall not regret this. He then followed Xuan into the Yi family. A few days later, in Tianfeng City, within a lavish tavern, a young man clad in an ornate blue robe sat by the window, delicately holding a fan. Opposite him was a young man in a crimson-purple robe. Behind each of these young men stood an elder. As they gazed out at the bustling streets of Tianfeng City, the blue-robed young man addressed his companion. Brother Zhu. This so-called Tianfeng City, which has recently stirred such a commotion in the Tianwu dynasty, isn't all that impressive. In response, the crimson-purple robed man nodded slightly. Indeed. It is rather disappointing. However, for a place as modest as the Tianwu dynasty, it is still somewhat commendable. As Brother Zhu sipped his tea and observed the outside world, his eyes suddenly brightened as if he had spotted something extraordinary. Brother Feng, look. The blue-robed man followed his gaze, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Who would have thought that in such a trivial little city, there would be such a beauty? Before them stood a tall and graceful woman, and soon their expression shifted to one of avarice, glimmering with desire. Brother Zhu, why don't we? In an instant, Brother Zhu comprehended. Casting a knowing glance at the elder behind him, the two elders exchanged a look, then proceeded towards the street, well-versed in such undertakings. Whoever their young master set his sights upon, they would not hesitate to seize, regardless of the repercussions. Fear of retaliation? That was inconceivable. For they hailed from the Divine Wind dynasty, a realm infinitely more powerful than the Tianwu dynasty. Yuzhixia had originally planned to accompany Yi Beichen and Yi Haoyu to procure spiritual herbs today. As the two men ventured forth on their errand, she chanced upon a quaint stall brimming with an assortment of peculiar trinkets. Intrigued, she wandered over to explore. Adorned in a flowing gown of shimmering pink, her long hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, she was a figure of striking elegance, capturing the attention of all who beheld her. At that moment, Yuzhixia was engrossed in selecting her small treasures. Just as she prepared to depart, she was unexpectedly halted by the outstretched hands of two elderly gentlemen. Miss, greetings. Our young master would like to invite you for a cup of tea, one of the elder figures in black attire spoke. Gesturing towards the seat occupied by their young master, Yuzhixia furrowed her brows and glanced towards the window, conjecturing that it was yet another scion of some powerful faction. The disdainful glances cast upon her by the two individuals filled her with revulsion and disgust. Forgive me, but I have no interest in tea. Please return and inform your young master, she replied with indifference, preparing to leave. However, as she took a single step forward, an elderly man obstructed her path. It appears the young lady is refusing a toast and opting for a punishment drink, he remarked. At these words, Yujixia's calm demeanor gradually morphed into fury. I have stated my disinterest. Leave me be. This outburst drew the attention of those around them. Isn't that person from the Yi family? Someone murmured. Indeed. That woman is the daughter of the fourth elder of the Yi family. Who are those two old men? How dare they provoke the Yi family in Tianfeng City? I've never seen them before. They must not be locals. The crowd buzzed with speculation. The two elderly men, having overheard the discussions, knitted their brows in concern. So she is a member of the Yi family. They have a celestial realm expert backing them, as we have heard. Although our dynasty is not afraid, we understand the wisdom of not provoking a local power. They were just about to report back to their young master when they turned and noticed two young men exiting the tavern, approaching their direction. One of the young men, named Feng Wuji, waved his folding fan as he strode forward with deliberate steps. Fair maiden, I am Feng Wuji, and this is my companion, Zhu Dachang. We wish to invite you for a cup of tea and perhaps forge a friendship. Might you grace us with your presence? Feng Wuji gazed greedily at Yuzhixia, his desires barely concealed. I'm afraid I do not enjoy tea. Young master, please take your leave, Yuzhixia replied, her loathing for them prompting her to fabricate an excuse. Oh, it seems the young lady intends to deny me, Feng, this courtesy? Feng Wuji's expression narrowed. Oh, grant you face? What merit does a worthless wretch like you possess? At that moment, an incongruous voice resonated through the air. The crowd turned towards the source of the sound, and two figures emerged, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The eldest son of the Yi family's grand elder and the second son of the second elder. The voice that had just echoed was indeed that of Yi Haoyu. Elder brother, second brother. Upon seeing the two, Yuzhixia instantaneously dashed over with joy. Fourth sister, are you all right? Yi Beichen inquired with concern as he gazed at Yuzhixia. I'm fine, elder brother. I merely encountered a few bothersome individuals. Yuzhixia recounted the earlier incident, a hint of grievance in her tone. No sooner had she finished speaking than Yi Haoyu erupted with fury. Are you two little pests? How dare you obstruct my sister's path? Have you even glanced at your own pathetic selves? Feng Wuji's expression darkened as he seemed poised to speak. What? You wish to say you are quite ugly, is that it? I share that sentiment. Yi Haoyu continued his tirade. Feng Wuji's body trembled. His gaze icy as he bellowed, seize them. Damn it, you dare to bark. Yi Haoyu retorted upon hearing Feng Wuji's furious command. However, before he could utter another word, Yi Beichen had already dragged him away in haste. Humph, think you can flee? You cannot escape. A figure in black appeared before them, emanating an aura of chilling darkness. The surrounding onlookers were instantly overwhelmed by this oppressive force, collapsing to the ground in fear. A peak practitioner of the Void Realm, the bystanders were rife with terror. seeing their escape route blocked. Even the usually composed Yi Beichen's expression shifted slightly. Kill them for me, especially that brat. Tear his mouth apart, but spare the girl. Feng Wuji commanded with fury. Chapter 26, Annihilation. Realizing escape was futile, Yi Beichen's gaze hardened as he summoned his spiritual energy. Haoyu, take Xixia and run. I will hold them off. With a roar, the power within him erupted, a formidable aura of peak-in calamity spreading forth. No, we leave together. Yi Haoyu shouted defiantly. Leave? Do you think you can? The white-clad elder's gaze was shrouded in malice, his demeanor foreboding. The black-clad elder sneered, today, you two are undoubtedly doomed. A peak-in calamity practitioner is indeed commendable in such a small town. But to us, you are far too weak. As his words fell, the oppressive aura of the peak void realm bore down upon the three, causing many to tremble uncontrollably, their eyes betraying sheer terror. The trio hastily combined their spiritual forces in a desperate attempt to resist. Yi Beichen emanated a faint roar akin to that of a wild beast. A surge of primal energy erupting forth. Yi Haoyu, breaking from his usual demeanor, radiated a divine aura, exuding an unparalleled majesty, reminiscent of a formidable war deity. Within Yu Zhixia's body, 7 apertures seemed to radiate with a brilliant glow, entwined with exquisite energy. The trio combined their strengths, successfully warding off the assault of the black-clad elder from the void realm. The white-clad elder, witnessing this, expressed a hint of surprise. These young children possess some skill. However, the white-clad elder soon unleashed a fierce attack. Although they momentarily withstood a peak void realm strike, they ultimately could not withstand the onslaught from 2 formidable void realm adversaries. The 3 were instantly propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from their mouths. Let me hear you curse again. Feng Wuji stepped forward. A look of disdain on his face as he addressed the elder, kill the man, spare the woman. Upon hearing this, the black-clad elder gathered his spiritual power and struck with a palm, intent on obliterating the two. In the crucial moment before the palm strike could reach the trio, a resonant hum echoed, seemingly freezing time itself. The palm imprint could advance no further, transforming into a cascade of starlight that gradually dissipated into the ether. An overwhelming aura of killing intent surged forth from deep within the Yi family of Tianfeng City, enveloping the entire city in a chilling embrace. Countless individuals felt an impending sense of suffocation. Terrifying, truly terrifying. A voice, akin to thunder, erupted from an unknown source above the city. 2 mere void realm beings dare to harm those of the Yi family. Seeking death. Who dares to emerge before me? The black-clad elder thundered. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a figure cloaked in green gradually materialized from the void. The moment this figure appeared, the 2 elders were gripped by fear, their bodies trembling as if they were being targeted by an ancient monstrosity. Upon seeing this figure, Yu Zhixia stammered. It's Qingya. The newcomer was indeed Qingya, and upon witnessing the severe injuries of the trio, an immense killing intent erupted from him, causing the atmosphere to shift dramatically. With thunder rumbling ominously. You scoundrels! Qingya's gaze turned icy as he clenched his hand towards the void. 2 young men were promptly lifted into the air. Help me! Feng Wuji's face flushed crimson as he struggled against the invisible grasp. The man surnamed Zhu also cried out for rescue. The 2 elders hesitated for a moment before rushing forward, determined to save them. The overwhelming might of 2 peak void realm experts surged forth, attempting to rescue their young master. Yet, their hopes were swiftly dashed. Qingya's murderous intent was palpable as he pointed a finger. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators in Tianfeng City, the 2 exceptionally powerful masters disintegrated inch by inch in the void. How is this possible? The black-clad elder's expression was one of sheer horror as he vanished. You are. The white-clad elder's final words were left unspoken as he was erased from existence. No. This cannot be. Feng Wuji's eyes widened in despair at the obliteration of his protector. Let me go? I am a person of the Divine Wind Dynasty. You cannot kill me, he proclaimed, invoking his identity. We are from the Divine Wind Dynasty. If you kill us, even if you are of the Celestial Realm, you cannot escape retribution. Release us. Zhu Dachong chimed in hastily, fearful of being too slow. Your Tianwu Dynasty will soon belong to my Divine Wind Dynasty. Release us, and we shall return to report. Ensuring that the Yi family becomes the ruler of the Tianwu Dynasty, Feng Wuji desperately offered a lifeline for his survival. Indeed, you cannot let us die? Qingya replied coolly after a few breaths. Feng Wuji and Zhu Dachong exchanged glances, relief washing over their faces. Their pleas had borne fruit. Yes, you cannot kill us. Release us. We will not hold you accountable. Feng Wuji pressed on, his mind racing, plotting revenge against the Yi family upon returning to the Divine Wind. The surrounding crowd breathed a collective sigh. Even the Yi family was compelled to compromise? Alas, it seemed that only strength held true weight in this world. Very well, I shall release you, Qingya declared. As his words fell, he waved his hand, and 2 iron chains materialized on the towering walls of Tianfeng City. With a mere flick of his finger, he nullified the cultivation of Feng Wuji and Zhu Dachong. You have stripped us of our powers. You have the audacity. Feng Wuji and Zhu Dachong's faces turned pale, fear etched upon them. Qingya paid them no heed. With a gesture, the 2 were flung outwards. becoming ensnared by the chains on the city walls. After executing these actions, the oppressive killing intent that had shrouded Tianfeng City gradually dissipated, and Qingya vanished along with the trio. Deprived of their powers, the two could not escape. Qingya had secured them to the city walls as a stark warning. The Yi family was not to be trifled with. A trembling young nobleman had witnessed the scene, had the two not intervened. He might have been the one chained to the walls. How fortunate. The Yi family's strength was astounding. It appeared prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with Tianfeng City. A black-clad elder, trembling in fear, was none other than Yu Xian, who had encountered them during his breakthrough at the city lord's estate. He had been the one to keep Feng Xian at bay, preventing interference. Should the Yi family discover this, both he and his faction would likely face annihilation. The Yi family, Yi Beichen, and the other two have been taken by Qingya to the Phoenix Mystic sect for healing. Yu Xian listened to Qingya's report, a slight frown creasing his brow. If what those two had said were true, then his disciple might be in peril. After all, the Tianwu and the Shenfeng dynasty were not on the same level at all. This was precisely what troubled Yu Xian. At that moment, 3 formidable auras surged from the back mountain, piercing the heavens. Yu Xian was instantly filled with joy. He had achieved a breakthrough. In the back mountain, 3 figures stood majestically in the void, their vital energy surging. Indeed, it was the trio of Han Tian. After returning to the Yi family, Yu Xian had bestowed upon them some elixirs, and with the abundant spiritual energy of the Yi family enhancing their efforts, they were able to attain this breakthrough. The Yi family has welcomed 3 new individuals of transcendent realms, causing the void to tremble. Yu Xian's figure appeared in this place. Upon seeing the newcomer, the 3 hurriedly bowed and greeted. We pay our respects to the clan leader. No need for such formality, Yu Xian kindly replied. Congratulations to the 3 of you on your breakthrough to the celestial realm. We are deeply grateful for the clan leader's guidance. Without your support, it would have taken us much longer to achieve this breakthrough, Huan Tian replied leisurely. Yi Xian smiled and nodded, dismissing any need for modesty. I have come to you with a matter of some importance. I would like to trouble you to take a journey. The chief of the clan has given the order. And the 3 from the mixed heaven, upon hearing of a task at hand, eagerly prepared themselves, having found the recent days rather dull. Yi Xian then relayed the details to the trio, instructing them to travel to the Tianwu dynasty to protect a person named Wu Zongxing, who happens to be Yu Xian's disciple. Without further ado, the 3 set off towards Tianwu King City. After their departure, Yu Xian furrowed his brow, gazing into the void with narrowed eyes. Chapter 27. The mysterious clan. After the 3 from mixed heaven left, Yi Xian's brow slightly furrowed. He lifted his gaze towards the void, his eyes narrowing. In a mysterious location beyond the desolate realm, on a floating island, an elder with an ethereal presence suddenly opened his eyes, causing the compass in his hand to fall to the ground, his face etched with astonishment. Brother Tianji, what has happened? Is there any outcome? Inquired a black-robed elder beside him. Elder Tianji took a deep breath, shaking his head as he replied slowly. I just attempted to use the blood essence you provided to glean some insight, but nearly faced a backlash. The black-robed elder's expression shifted, incredulous that such a thing could occur. Even you could not deduce it? Elder Tianji shook his head. I have only a vague sense that clan seems to still exist. Yet, I cannot see clearly, as if it is shrouded. The black-robed elder's eyes flickered with shock and fear at the notion that the clan still survived. Observing the black-robed elder, Elder Tianji fell silent. Can you calculate their precise location? The black-robed elder asked, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Elder Tianji shook his head. I cannot ascertain the exact position, but I can determine a general direction. In which direction? The black-robed elder's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he pressed for the answer. Only they understood the terror of that clan, which had once suppressed the entire Fengshan continent. They had also been the bulwark against those dreadful beings. Alas, that clan ultimately faced annihilation. Recently, however, their ancient ancestor had suddenly awakened from slumber. In fragments of dreams, he had glimpsed that clan, and it appeared that formidable beings still existed among them. At the level of his ancient ancestor, it is better to trust in the possibility than to dismiss it. Thus, he sought to utilize the blood of that clan's members from years past to deduce whether their descendants still existed in the world. Now, he had confirmed that the clan indeed still existed. If those individuals were to learn of this, the entire Fengshan continent would likely be thrown into turmoil. After all, that clan was truly terrifying, and no one wished to return to a time of being suppressed by them. To the east, Elder Tianji's gaze turned towards a direction on the floating island. Thank you, Brother Tianji. I must take my leave. This matter is of utmost importance, and I must return to inform the ancient ancestor. The black-robed elder said solemnly. Please, do as you wish, Elder Tianji replied quietly. After the black-robed elder departed, a spurt of blood erupted from Elder Tianji's mouth, his eyes filled with dread and apprehension. No one knew what he had witnessed, an unfathomable gaze, deep and indifferent, that could not be deduced or predicted. He muttered to himself. The sentiments associated with the Yi family arrive swiftly, yet they dissipate just as rapidly. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, questioning the system. Did I misinterpret the situation just now? Ding. Host did not misinterpret. There was indeed someone peering in. Oh, ding. However, rest assured, this system has already shielded you. No one can deduce your circumstances. Very well, I trust your capabilities. Since you handle matters so adeptly, how about rewarding me with a critical sign-in system? Feeling the presence of the gaze dissipate, Xuan returned to his courtyard. At that moment, 3 individuals were seated on the ground, their injuries nearly healed. After all, it was the Phoenix's power that could restore even those on the brink of death. Upon spotting Xuan, the trio attempted to rise and pay their respects but were restrained by an unseen force. Remain seated, do not move, Xuan calmly instructed. Seventh uncle, Xia and the others exclaimed. Although you have sustained some injuries this time, it may not be entirely detrimental, it is conducive to your growth. Xuan stated seriously, gazing at the 3. Seventh uncle, we understand. We will strive to cultivate diligently, the youngest, Xia, replied. Her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. The reason you were injured ultimately stems from insufficient strength. Therefore, take these items. Xuan said as he produced several spatial rings and tossed them towards them. The trio hastily extended their hands to catch them. Within are various elixirs, spirit stones, and techniques. Use them as needed, and should you require more, do not hesitate to seek me out, Xuan continued. Yubei-chan and the other 2 gazed in awe at the densely packed spiritual stones, cultivation techniques, martial arts, medicinal pills, and the remarkably high-grade battle weapons within the spatial ring. They collectively inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by the opulence before them. How delightful it is to have such a wealthy and generous uncle. They expressed their gratitude to Uncle Chi with haste. As for the origins of these treasures gathered by Xuan, they felt no inclination to inquire further. Having long since learned that Xuan had once faced death and did not speak of it, Xuan not only refrained from speaking, but also periodically sent provisions to the family, insisting that they utilize them fully. Who could he turn to for reason? Seventh uncle, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Yubei-chan suddenly interjected. What is it? Xuan inquired, his expression tinged with confusion. Even Yihaoyu and Xia wore puzzled looks. Seventh uncle, I desire to venture out and experience the world, Yubei-chan declared earnestly to Xuan. Upon hearing this, Xuan furrowed his brows. I understand that no one in the family would dare to bully us, yet we cannot indefinitely rely on your protection, seventh uncle. I must engage in battle, to carve out my own path to invincibility through life and death, Yubei-chan proclaimed with determination. Xuan's face lit up with admiration. Good. Truly worthy of being a son of the Yi family. Seventh uncle grants his approval. Xia and Yihaoyu also stood up at that moment. Seventh uncle, we wish to embark on our own journey of experience. Xuan nodded. It was indeed time for them to venture into the vast world beyond. One could not perpetually shield them, after all. Just then, a disciple from the Yi family entered and reported, Patriarch, someone seeks your presence. Xuan was puzzled, wondering who could be seeking him. Come in. Am I interrupting you? Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound and beheld a woman standing at the entrance of the courtyard, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Her face resembling an elegant oval, adorned in a splendid pale pink gown. She exuded an innate gracefulness. Accompanying her was a maidservant. Sister Yuro, what brings you here? Upon seeing the enchanting figure, Xia dashed towards her, completely devoid of any signs of injury. I heard you were hurt, and as fortune would have it, I happened to be passing through Tianfeng City, so I came to see you, Lin Yuro replied. Oh, is it really such a coincidence? Xia expressed a hint of skepticism. Noticing her doubts, Lin Yuro responded with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Xuan maintained a serene expression as he observed the scene unfold. Yihaoyu and Yubei-chan also nodded towards Lin Yuro, acknowledging her presence. Clan leader Yi, I apologize for the intrusion once more. I hope for your understanding, Lin Yuro said, taking 2 steps forward to bow respectfully to Xuan. Xuan replied nonchalantly. There is no need for excessive formality. Xia gazed intently at the heavens, her eyes surveying the surroundings. Yubei-chan and Yihaoyu also turned their heads to gaze at the flowers and grasses. Chapter 28, Journey to Qinglin Prefecture, Divine Wind Dynasty. Ah, my son, who dares to take the life of my child? 2 thunderous roars echoed across the skies of the Divine Wind Kingdom. Investigate this matter. I demand their complete annihilation. Their son's soul lamp has extinguished. Many prominent families encase a fragment of their clan member's consciousness within the soul lamp, and its extinguishment signifies death. Just moments ago, the breaths of Feng Wuji and Zhu Dachong, who were suspended in the air above Tianfeng City, vanished completely. Those were the voices of the mountain-guarding king and the Grand General of the Divine Wind. Their son? Does this imply that those 2 scoundrels have indeed perished? How splendid. Haha. Daughter, your vengeance has been avenged. Haha. Woe is me. Silence. Do you wish to perish? Waves of discussion spread throughout the Divine Wind Kingdom. Some wept tears of joy, secretly celebrating the fulfillment of their vengeance. In the courtyard of the Yi family, Xuan wore an expression of utter exasperation. His lips curled in a dismissive manner. Seventh uncle, we have matters to attend to and shall take our leave. Yubei-chan hastily interjected upon observing the situation. Before Xuan could respond, he and Yihaoyu swiftly departed. Xia glanced left and right, and then stealthily slipped away as well. Huangxian, on the other hand, flapped its wings and boldly soared onto Xuan's shoulder. Xuan wore a countenance marked by a deep frown, while Lin Yuro responded with a gentle smile. The members of the Yi clan truly possessed an intriguing disposition. Their usual demeanor was rather whimsical and eccentric, warranting little regard. Please, take a seat. Yi Xian offered an explanation. I find this quite delightful, Lin Yurua softly stated, though she did not take a seat. In comparison to the cumbersome formalities, this way of life was indeed far more enjoyable. By the way, Miss Lin, is there a particular matter that brings you here? Although Lin Yurua had claimed her visit was to see Yi Zhixia, Yi Xian clearly harbored doubts regarding her statement. The news of Yi Zhixia's injury had likely not yet reached Tianfeng City, suggesting that Lin Yurua had ulterior motives. After all, he had previously mentioned that she could approach him whenever she needed assistance. Upon hearing this, Lin Yurua seemed to realize something, her gaze carrying a hint of concern. I have come to seek your assistance, clan leader Yi, she stated, her tone tinged with nervousness and a touch of gravity. Although Yi Xian had offered help, the question of whether he would actually extend it remained uncertain. Oh, what is the matter? Yi Xian inquired, raising an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that Lin Yurua was genuinely seeking his aid. Logically, as long as she wasn't facing an insurmountable challenge, it should not be too difficult for her. Given the strength of the Qinglin manor, clan leader Yi, I have come on behalf of my father to request assistance, Lin Yurua declared, her expression growing serious, hinting at a sense of urgency. She then proceeded to recount the difficulties she had encountered in her cultivation. Yi Xian finally comprehended the situation. No wonder. It turned out that his father had sustained grave injuries. Recently, the great Yin dynasty had besieged the borders, engaging in a fierce battle with the Tianwu dynasty. As the master of Qinglin Manor, he rushed to the battlefield at the first opportunity, only to suffer severe wounds in the fray. Although many renowned physicians from Qinglin Manor were already attending to him, Lin Yurua remained deeply concerned, which is why she hurried to Tianfeng City in search of Yi Xian's assistance. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian secretly thought to himself, so that is how it is. The head of the Yi clan, Lin Yurua, inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Yi Xian furrowed his brow. Yet considering that the lord of Qinglin was fighting for the sake of Tianwu, he hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Yi Xian has always held in high esteem those heroes who embody the noble ideals of family and country. Furthermore, the heavenly martial dynasty is also connected to his disciple, Wu Songxing. In light of this, how about I send someone to accompany you on a journey? Yi Xian responded with enthusiasm. Really? That would be splendid. Rest assured, Qinglin Prefecture, shall provide you with a satisfactory reward. Lin Yurua felt a surge of excitement upon learning that Yi Xian was willing to accompany her, and she subsequently let out a sigh of relief. Yi Xian mused privately, to satisfy me? That is quite a challenge. The reason he was willing to send someone was that in recent years, the Qinglin Manor had indeed aided the Yi family to some extent, and the lord of Qinglin Manor had sustained injuries while defending his homeland. Very well, we should not delay this matter any further. You may depart at once. Yi Xian spoke slowly. As Yi Xian's voice faded, Qing Ye's figure materialized in the vicinity, enveloping Lin Yurua and Xiao Chui in a powerful aura that swiftly transported them away from the courtyard. In a mere moment, they found themselves hovering above a city known as Qinglin City. Lin Yurua and Xiao Chui gazed down at the familiar metropolis, a sense of recognition washing over them, as if they had encountered it before. Suddenly, Xiao Chui exclaimed in realization, is this not Qinglin City? Upon hearing Xiao Chui's exclamation, Lin Yurua too acknowledged the truth of her words, a glimmer of awe and admiration flickering in her eyes as she turned to Qing Ye. Even Xiao Chui's gaze towards Qing Ye transformed, understanding that while Yi Xian was formidable, even his subordinate possessed an equally terrifying presence. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Qing Ye awkwardly suggested, let us descend. Before the two women could respond, he vanished from the void, taking them along with him. Outside the city gates, three figures emerged. For the city was under strict regulations against aerial travel, a rule Qing Ye adhered to as it fell under Qinglin Prefecture's jurisdiction. Were it within the territory of the Yi family's sworn enemies, such as in the case of Qingtian City, he would have acted otherwise. I not only soar through the skies, but also dare to invade your den. What will you do about it? As they entered the city, they instantaneously attracted countless gazes. The woman, with her flowing black hair and fair complexion, exuded an enchanting grace in her pale pink gown, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Even the maid trailing behind her possessed an air of nobility. Witnessing such a stunning beauty, a drunken man attempted to rise and approach her, only to be hastily restrained by a companion who dealt him a sharp slap, causing him to spin thrice before halting. Are you blind? Recognize who that is. The man, clutching his face and rubbing his eyes, reconsidered, and upon clarity, cold sweat cascaded down his brow. Goodness, that was close. She is the esteemed young lady of Qinglin Prefecture. Lin Yurua was well known, and many greeted her with respect, yet none recognized Qing Ye. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Qinglin Prefecture, where guards promptly saluted upon seeing them. Miss, you have returned. Lin Yurua nodded at the guards and asked, how is my father? Has there been any improvement? The guard replied, Miss, the physicians have arrived, but they have yet to emerge, so the situation remains unclear. Lin Yurua nodded in understanding and proceeded into the manor with Qing Ye. Please, Master Qing, Upon entering, a slick voice reached her ears. Yuru, you have returned. At the sound, Lin Yuru's expression shifted. Before her stood a man clad in an ornate white robe, his pale complexion and fan in hand exuding a sense of flamboyance. Chapter 29. The boisterous Wang Tong. A suppressing presence upon seeing this figure. A flicker of disdain crossed Lin Yuru's eyes. Wang Tong, what are you doing here? She replied with an edge of irritation. And I have told you before, do not call me Yuru. Wang Tong, however, ignored her protest, his gaze darkening as he scrutinized Qinya. Initially, he had assumed Lin Yuru was alone, never expecting her to accompany a man. The presence of another male was an affront to him, a blatant provocation. Qinya, speechless, refrained from reacting, considering this was a connection to the clan leader's household. Instead, he addressed Wang Tong with indifference. What I am does not concern you. Wang Tong's expression darkened further. Humph, Wang Tong, this gentleman is my esteemed guest. Lin Yuru interjected with growing irritation. You have yet to inform me of your purpose here. Wang Tong, fixated on Qinya, eventually turned his attention back to Lin Yuru. Yuru, I heard your father was gravely injured, so I have summoned my grandfather to treat him. Lin Yuru's brow furrowed slightly. It was surprising that the old man would personally come to attend to her father. You are aware of my grandfather's esteemed reputation as the chief alchemist of Wang City. He can concoct top-tier earth-grade elixirs. With his intervention, your father will surely recover, Wang Tong continued, his tone dripping with arrogance, as if claiming the accolades for himself. Qinya shook his head slightly at the mention of earth-grade elixirs, knowing they were as common to the old man as candy. Lin Yuru, however, remained contemplative, troubled by the peculiar circumstances surrounding Wang Tong's grandfather's visit. Acknowledging the potential for additional medical expenses, she resolved to focus on her father's well-being. Turning to Qinya, she said gently, Master Qing, Wang Danshe is diagnosing my father. Please bear with us for a moment. Qinya nodded in agreement, but Wang Tong was incensed. Why should he receive such treatment? He could not fathom why Qinya was afforded such privileges. Just as Lin Yuru was about to lead Qinya away, Wang Tong interrupted, Wait, what Master Qing? Are you certain he is not an imposter? Lin Yuru and Qinya turned to face Wang Tong, who scrutinized Qinya with a hostile glare. Yuru, are you being deceived? You did not bring this man to heal your father, did you? Furious, Lin Yuru retorted. Wang Tong, I will say this once more, Master Qing is my guest. If you persist in this manner, do not blame me for being unkind. Faced with Lin Yuru's ire, Wang Tong's expression darkened, trembling slightly. Ignoring him, Lin Yuru guided Qinya towards her father's courtyard. Upon arrival, they found a group of people quietly awaiting news. Mother, uncle, how is my father? Lin Yuru rushed towards them, her urgency palpable. The crowd brightened at her arrival. Yuru, you have returned, exclaimed a middle-aged woman in plain robes, her face a mix of excitement and sorrow. But Wang Danshe and the others have yet to return. We still do not know the outcome. Lin Yuru quickly embraced her mother, while the others bowed their heads in silence. Rest assured, with my grandfather here, your father will be fine. Besides, did you not also invite a pretty boy to treat him? A sarcastic voice interjected. The crowd turned to see Wang Tong had followed them in, eliciting disdainful glances from the Lin family. Were it not for his grandfather, he would have met his end long ago. The assembly frowned at Wang Tong's remarks, yet the implications of Lin Yuru's caregiver brought forth a wave of speculation. The members of the Lin family turned their gazes towards Lin Yuru and beheld the figure clad in white. In their previous urgency, they had overlooked this individual. Yuru, who is this? Lin Yuru's mother inquired, her face betraying confusion. Mother, Uncle Air, Uncle San, this esteemed gentleman, Lord Qing, is the one I invited to tend to father's injuries, Lin Yuru hurriedly clarified. Upon hearing her words, the others furrowed their brows. Though they did not voice their concerns, their expressions spoke volumes. They silently questioned where Lin Yuru had encountered such a distinguished figure, especially one bearing the surname Qing. Nevertheless, they all nodded to Qinya, acknowledging that he had been summoned by Lin Yuru. At that moment, the door to the sealed chamber creaked open. An elderly man with a pale complexion stepped out, accompanied by a group of individuals carrying medical kits. Upon seeing the leading figure, Wang Tong dashed forward, Grandfather. This man was none other than Wang Teng's grandfather, Wang Yu. Grandfather, how is he? Has he been cured? Wang Teng eagerly asked his grandfather. As long as the patient was healed, they could propose a marriage to the lord of Qinglin Mansion. This was indeed their ulterior motive. Even Lin Yuru, who was unaware of their intentions, gazed at the elder with anticipation. The crowd soon directed their hopeful looks towards him as well. In the midst of their hopeful anticipation, Wang Yu shook his head and glanced at the leading woman. His injuries are too severe. Prepare for the worst. Lin's mother was struck with disbelief, trembling all over. She turned to the physicians and alchemists behind Wang Yu, only to see them all shake their heads in agreement. At this, Lin Yuru felt as though a thunderbolt had struck her. Her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. But fortunately, Xiaotsue was there to support her. Do not despair. The lord of Qinglin Mansion is not without options. Just as Lin Yuru succumbed to her sorrow, a calm voice interjected. She followed the sound and realized it was Lord Qing. How could she have forgotten him? She was the one who had invited him. Upon hearing these words, the crowd felt a flicker of hope ignite in the darkness. Yet when they turned to regard the speaker, that flicker extinguished instantaneously. It was merely a young man. If even the masters were unable to help, what could he possibly do? However, Lin Yuruo held a different perspective. Lord Qing possessed formidable strength, and perhaps he had a solution. My lord, do you truly mean it? Is there hope for my father? Lin Yuruo's eyes gleamed with a glimmer of hope. Indeed. I assure you that your father is not beyond salvation, Qingya responded softly. The moment he entered, he had used his spiritual sense to ascertain Lin Yuruo's father's condition. Yet, Wang Yu, standing nearby, furrowed his brow and darkly remarked, Who are you, young man? Are you unable to hear my words? Do you presume to know more than I, the elder? Wang Yu was taken aback that someone would challenge him. After he had declared there was no hope, Qingya's rebuttal felt like a slap to his face. Huh, what can you offer for salvation? Wang Yu bellowed, I am a master alchemist of the earth tier, if I cannot save him. What gives you the audacity to claim you can? Earth tier master alchemist? What is so remarkable about that if you cannot even save a single person? Qingya's expression remained serene, his voice calm, yet heard clearly by those around him. Ignoring Wang Yu further, he addressed Lin Yuruo. Let us not delay, Miss Lin. We must prioritize saving your father. The Lin family members were incredulous. He had the audacity to confront a master. With that, Qingya moved towards the room. Just then, a figure obstructed their path. It was Wang Teng. You better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I fear you will not leave this place today. Wang Teng's eyes glinted coldly as he fixed an unfriendly stare upon Qingya. This man had offended him, and now he dared to challenge his grandfather. He was courting death. Young man, speaking recklessly comes with consequences. Wang Yu's expression darkened. Oh, you seek an explanation? With Wang Teng's interruption, even Qingya's patience had reached its limit. Did they truly think him a soft target? Time and again, they had dared to provoke him. Qingya's eyes blazed with cold light as an overwhelming force surged within him. The spiritual energy erupted, unleashing an immense and terrifying pressure that bore down upon Wang Teng. With a thunderous crash, Wang Teng let out a final, desperate roar. In his helpless cry, he was reduced to dust. The residual force swept through, stirring up clouds of dust. It has grown quite silent now, Qingya remarked indifferently. One ought to learn to choose their battles wisely. Wang Yu's eyes widened in horror, his voice hoarse with rage. Qingya's strike had taken him completely by surprise. He could hardly fathom that Qingya would dare to act. In that fleeting moment, his grandson was lost to him forever. I will make you pay for this. Wang Yu roared, channeling his profound energy, unleashing the might of the first level of the Xianming realm. Qingya made no immediate response. Instead, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes as he unleashed a terrifying punch directed at Wang Yu. With a resounding crash, Wang Yu was sent flying, embedded into the wall of the Lin family's courtyard. You lack honor in combat. Wang Yu's eyes bulged in disbelief, unable to comprehend how swiftly he had fallen. The Lin family and the remaining physicians were left dumbfounded, unable to process the events unfolding before them. Although Qingya had only released a fraction of his aura, the depth of that presence felt as if they were on the brink of descending into an abyss. Qingya paid no mind to their astonishment. In a flash, he enveloped Lin Yuruo in his spiritual energy and entered the room. It wasn't until Qingya departed that the others finally regained their senses. It's over for my Qinglin mansion. That was a master alchemist. If the higher-ups hold us accountable, our family is doomed. They lamented. Right, we must check on the family head. They quickly shifted their focus, leaving the deceased for later discussion, urgently rushing toward the chamber. Inside the room lay a robust middle-aged man, his breath faint and weak. Through Qingya's perception, he sensed that the man was on the brink of death. If they delayed any longer, they might have to prepare for a funeral. Upon seeing that figure, Lin Yuruo could no longer contain her tears. Qingya released a stream of spiritual energy to stabilize Lin Qing's condition. Slowly, a translucent pill, exuding a mysterious aura, materialized in his right hand. The moment the pill appeared, Lin Yuruo was struck by a sense of foreboding, her eyes wide with shock. This pill was no ordinary concoction. Just then, the others burst into the room and were met with this astonishing sight, their faces frozen in disbelief. Ignoring their astonishment, Qingya placed the pill into Lin Qing's mouth. Under the influence of the spiritual energy, the pill gradually dissolved within Lin Qing's body, mending his injuries. After a brief moment, they observed Lin Qing's complexion gradually returning to a healthy hue, his fingers beginning to stir. Qingya ceased his actions. Father, witnessing the slight movement of his fingers, Lin Yuruo rushed forward, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Lin Qing gradually opened his eyes, and the first sight that met him was the enchanting visage of his daughter, her tears glistening. My dear, why are you crying? Hearing his voice, Lin Yuruo paused in disbelief. Father, you're awake, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Haha, silly girl. Stop crying. Your father is well now, is he not? Lin Qing gazed at her daughter, a twinge of heartache evident in her expression. The members of the Lin family approached one after another, while Qingya quietly stepped out of the door. Xiao Chui stood beside Qingya, having never entered the house. Upon seeing Qingya emerge, she followed closely behind. It was already evening, and the last remnants of daylight were gradually engulfed by the encroaching darkness. Qingya looked up at the vast sky, deep in thought. What ponderings occupied the mind of the esteemed Qing? As Qingya gazed up, a voice called out from behind. Lin Yuro hurried towards him, a hint of urgency etched on her face. After her father regained consciousness, the family had been enveloped in joy, oblivious to Qingya's presence. Only upon realizing that he had vanished did she rush out in search of him. This was the savior she had invited, and she had yet to extend the proper courtesies, a breach of decorum indeed. Seeing Qingya still in the courtyard dispelled her anxiety and fear. "Miss Lin, what brings you out?" Qingya inquired, a note of curiosity in his voice. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely wish to express my gratitude to you, esteemed sir. Thank you for saving my father. I apologize for the lack of hospitality from the Lin family. I hope you will not take offense." Lin Yuro smiled, and in that moment, it seemed as though the very heavens dimmed in comparison to her radiance. "Indeed, it is only fitting that we express our heartfelt thanks for the life-saving grace bestowed by the esteemed Qing." A deep, steady voice resonated from within the residence. Subsequently, a throng of individuals emerged from the room. Unlike before, they now exuded a sense of resolve, shedding the earlier panic and fear. Their gazes towards Qingya filled with gratitude. At the forefront of the Lin family stood a robust and imposing middle-aged man, Lin Qing, the patriarch of the Lin clan. The assembly approached Yi Xian, and Lin Qing bowed deeply, clasping his fists in respect. "I am profoundly grateful to clan leader Yi for saving my daughter years ago, and now for sending the esteemed Qing to save my life. This kindness shall forever be etched in the annals of the Lin family." He had only just realized that the individual before him was the one sent by the very savior of his daughter, prompting an even deeper respect. "Please, there is no need for such formality. My clan leader and Miss Lin are friends," Qingya replied nonchalantly, as if it were a matter of little consequence. The members of the Lin family hastily echoed their thanks, each feeling a sense of guilt regarding the events of the day. Lin Qing responded, "Rest assured, esteemed sir. The matter concerning Wang Yu shall be handled by the Lin family, and the Yi clan shall not be burdened with it." Having been saved by Qingya, he was determined not to let the Yi family face the repercussions of the dynasty. Since Lin Yuro only mentioned that Yi Xian was their savior, they remained unaware that he was the formidable celestial being. Without allowing Qingya a chance to respond, Lin Qing called out, "Bring forth a feast." The banquet was, of course, to express gratitude to Qingya for his life-saving intervention on behalf of the Lin family. Throughout the evening's revelry, words of thanks flowed freely. As night fell, Qingya was arranged to stay at the Lin residence, a choice aligned with his own desires, for the matters at hand were not yet fully resolved. Ding. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving critical rewards. Ancient Immortal Phoenix Blood 1, Ancient Qilan Blood 1, Ancient Xuan and I Blood 1. In the courtyard of the Yi family, an unexpected sound jolted Yi Xian awake just as he was about to close his eyes. "What the heck, system? Have you finally come to your senses?" Yi Xian exclaimed in shock and laughter. "Ding. This system has always been like this," came the reply. "The rewards from the past few days have merely been worthless items like spirit stones. Of course, they may be treasures to others, but they hold no value for me. Although this essence of blood is also of little use to me, it is certainly beneficial to the likes of Huitian and the others." This is precisely why Yi Xian felt such exhilaration. Yi Xian drifted into a blissful slumber. The following day, at the entrance of Qinglin Manor, a resounding cadence echoed as the army marched in perfect unison. Thousands of soldiers clad in black armor appeared before Qinglin Manor, creating a path amidst their ranks. A young man adorned in a robe of golden light strode forward, accompanied by a commander in black armor. "What has transpired at Qinglin Manor? I have no idea. I heard through the grapevine that the chief alchemist of the royal city has perished within Qinglin Manor." "What nonsense. How could that be? How dare Qinglin Manor? I assure you, my aunt's cousin's sister's nephew's lover is a servant there, and that is the news that has reached me." How do you know this?" That is not something I can conveniently discuss." Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a commanding voice reverberated through the skies above Qinglin City. "Qinglin Manor's lord, come forth." Chapter 31. The overbearing pressure that terrifies the commander, Wu Tsongyan. The gates of the Lin family remained tightly shut. All members of the Lin family, except for Lin Yuru, gathered within the grand hall, their faces etched with concern. They hadn't anticipated the arrival would come so swiftly. Lin Qing furrowed his brow. "Elder brother, I have heard that the one who approaches is none other than the heir." At this moment, a figure resembling Lin Qing spoke up. The crowd gasped in shock. It is indeed him. Wang Yu, a mentor to the heir, had taught him the art of alchemy during his youth. Now that the heir had come in person, it seemed dire. "Elder brother, perhaps we should," another who bore a resemblance to Lin Qing began, only to be silenced by a cold glare from Lin Qing. "Do not speak of that." In his perspective, Qingya had clashed with Wang Yu in an attempt to save him, resulting in Wang Yu's unintended death. He could not repay kindness with malice. Moreover, if he took the blame, his contributions to the Tianwu Empire might spare him from punishment. Upon hearing this, the one who had spoken fell silent, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Even as brothers, he dared not continue. The matter of Wang Yu shall rest solely upon my shoulders, and I implore you, speak no more. Upon finishing, Lin Qing rose, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the assembly. Should anyone dare utter nonsense, let us go and meet this heir. Lin Qing strode towards the entrance. The others exchanged glances before following closely behind. Outside Qinglin Manor, under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, the gates creaked open. At the forefront stood Lin Qing. Yet, as the gates swung wide, a sense of dread enveloped him. An ominous outcome loomed ahead. A commander of the Black Armored Army had arrived. It was known that Tianwu was engaged in war with the Dyn Empire. The presence of a commander here signified the gravity of the situation. Your Highness, the heir, has arrived at Qinglin Manor, and we have failed to offer a proper reception. Lin Qing greeted the man clad in golden robes with a smile, fully aware that the heir had come seeking retribution. Hand over the perpetrator. The golden-robed man's expression turned cold, his tone sharp. He had come solely to avenge his mentor, and though Wang Yu had imparted little to him, he was nonetheless one of his teachers. Such a person could not simply be murdered without consequence. Alas, it seems the heir is already aware. Wang Yu was slain by my hand. I beseech you to spare the Lin family, considering my contributions to the dynasty. I am willing to accompany you, Lin Qing stated. He understood that only by taking the blame could he hope to protect the Lin family. As for betraying Qingya, he could never commit such an act of treachery. Lin Qing, do you take us for fools? Hand over the true murderer. The black-armored commander retorted. They had already conducted their investigation and discovered that someone else had killed Wang Yu. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing's expression shifted. He realized the severity of the situation. Will you surrender willingly, or shall I command my men to search? The golden-robed man spoke icily. The lord of Qinglin Manor was no ordinary individual. As the head of a prominent family, they did not wish to make an enemy of him without cause. I have already stated, the deed was done by my house. If you wish to apprehend someone, seize me. Lin Qing's expression narrowed as he spoke coldly. Since you refuse our goodwill, you shall face the consequences. The black-armored commander stepped forward, a chilling aura surging forth, the peak energy of the Xianming realm emanating fiercely, bearing down upon the Lin family. I fear you not. Lin Qing scoffed, stepping forward, an overwhelming force of the 7th level of the Xianming realm surging forth to counter the pressure. Lord of the Lin family, do you wish for us to take action? The golden-robed man admonished. Clang, clang, clang. The black-armored troops moved in unison, their energies intertwining, unleashing a terrifying presence. A battle formation. Were they truly intending to annihilate Qinglin Manor? The onlookers turned pale, and the Lin family members also fell into shock at the sight of the troops employing a battle formation. Just then, an overwhelming, majestic aura, filled with a killing intent that surged like a tempest, erupted from deep within the Lin family estate. This formidable energy rushed forth towards the black-armored commander and the black-armored troops. Instantly, the commander's imposing aura was overshadowed by this vast and boundless force. His pupils constricted as his expression shifted dramatically. He hurriedly summoned his spiritual power for protection. I am Yi's family, and it was I who dealt the blow. If you wish to live, depart. A voice resonated like that of a deity, reverberating through the air. The black-armored commander's defenses shattered, and he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through countless structures before finally coming to a halt. The black-armored troops, too, were left spitting blood, collapsing to the ground. Hearing this commanding voice, the golden-robed man's expression drastically changed, revealing a profound fear. His body trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. I did not know that a senior was present. I beseech your forgiveness. The golden-robed man stammered in terror. This golden-robed figure was none other than Wu Zhangyan, a cousin of Wu Zhangxing. Having previously visited the Yi family, he recognized the voice as that of an esteemed figure by the side of the Yi family patriarch, the very existence that even his uncle, the ruler of Tianwu, revered. A chilling dread enveloped him. Wang Yu was slain by my hand. If you are unconvinced, let the ruler of Tianwu come forth. The divine-like voice echoed once more across Qinglin City. The countless citizens trembled, pondering the identity of this formidable being. Senior, we dare not. Wu Zhangyan's fear intensified as he spoke. Return and summon the ruler. But do not forget, should my uncle learn that I have provoked the Yi family, he will be the first to strike me down. Senior, I take my leave. Wu Zhangyan bowed deeply towards the depths of the Lin family estate. Subsequently, he turned and led the black-armored legion away in a swift retreat, fearful that the esteemed elder might reconsider should they lag behind. They soon located the commander of the black-armored legion on a distant wall, his armor shattered and his breath faint, hanging precariously above. The black-armored soldiers promptly extracted their leader and hastily dragged him away. A significant figure from the Lin family has arrived, one remarked. In recent days, The Qinglin mansion has seen little activity. Could it be that Miss Lin Yuruo returned with that man? The other replied, indeed, there is a strong possibility. That strikingly handsome figure aligns perfectly with this voice. I recall you berating him just yesterday. You be quiet. When did I say such a thing? The news of a prominent individual visiting the Qinglin mansion, one that even the heir feared, quickly spread throughout the city. Furthermore, they had sensed the terrifying presence of that voice, lingering in their minds even now. Chapter 32, Celestial Beings in Battle. Fierce beasts unmatched in might, Qingya sat upon a stone bench in the courtyard, observing the two individuals before him, Lin Yuruo and Xiaozui, who appeared still dazed from recent events. They were acutely aware of Qingya's formidable strength, yet experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. It was merely the aura he emanated. Though I am indeed handsome, there's no need to gaze at me so intensely, Qingya said, somewhat helplessly, as he regarded the two. He found their astonishment somewhat excessive. He had yet to make a move. Upon hearing this, the two finally snapped out of their stupor. Lin Qing requests an audience with Lord Qing. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from outside the courtyard. After Wu Tsangyan and the others departed, Lin Qing hurried over to pay his respects to Qingya, realizing that his savior was, in fact, an extraordinary powerhouse, one whose terror surpassed even that of the sovereign. It was likely that only the Yi family in this dynasty could match such strength. Please, come in, Qingya said, shaking his head in resignation. The grand doors swung open, and a multitude of individuals filed in. Qingya and his companions were left bewildered. What was happening now? Before Qingya could speak, the crowd bowed deeply before him. Thank you, Lord Qing, for saving the Lin family from peril. Upon hearing this, Qingya could only smile wryly. What is this all about? I merely came to rescue one person. As for the subsequent matters, those were merely incidental and, to some extent, related to the Yi family. There is no need for such formalities, Lord Lin. This is overly courteous, Qingya asserted, shaking his head. A mysterious force emanated from him, gently raising the crowd. Seeing that Lin Qing wished to say more, Qingya interjected. Lord Lin, your injuries have healed. What are your plans moving forward? The situation in the Tianwu dynasty is dire. I must return to the battlefield. Lin Qing hesitated momentarily before resolutely making his decision. The Tianwu dynasty was his homeland, and he was unwavering in his commitment. Qingya mused, as he had suspected. Lin Qing was the type willing to sacrifice himself for the greater good of his nation, a person who would fight to protect the smiles and lives of countless beings. The response from Lin Qing elicited no surprise from the members of the Lin family, who merely lowered their heads in understanding. They knew Lin Qing would indeed support the front lines upon his recovery. In choosing the many over the few, he had made his choice clear. Qingya recognized this decision, offering no rebuttal, for everyone has their own path, and Lin Qing's path was to safeguard the lives of millions. In the Yi family, Yi Xian, reclining in a wicker chair, suddenly stood up. Ding! The life of the host's disciple is in danger. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian immediately rose to his feet. His consciousness radiated outward, traversing space, enveloping the entire Tianwu dynasty. In that fleeting moment, the entirety of the Tianwu dynasty lay before his eyes, and countless individuals felt a wave of panic, as though they were being scrutinized by a terrifying presence. As Qingya was contemplating whether to leave the Qinglin mansion, a message surfaced in his mind. His expression tightened slightly, and he furrowed his brow. The members of the Lin family were astonished by Qingya's sudden reaction. Lord Qing, what is the matter? Lin Yuruo asked with concern. The borders of Tianwu are in peril. The great Yin has breached the defenses and has already reached Xianyu Pass. Qingya's expression shifted. What? How could there be no reports of battle? Lin Qing's countenance changed upon hearing this. Lord Qing, I must take my leave to assist at Xianyu Pass. If there is an opportunity, I will celebrate with the head of the Yi family another day. Lin Qing spoke earnestly, aware that this mission would likely end in calamity due to the swift advance of the great Yin. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuruo paused, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Lin family members also changed their expressions, understanding the implications. Just as Lin Qing was about to depart, a calm voice interrupted. There is no need. The onlookers turned to Qingya, puzzled, as this was precisely what he had stated. Perhaps it is best for the lord of the Lin family to remain with his family, Qingya gently suggested to Lin Qing. The great Yin has dispatched celestial beings to harm our family head's disciples. Our family head has already set out. What? Lin Qing exclaimed in shock. To his knowledge, the great Yin had no celestial beings. Where did they come from? Could it be that an ancestor has broken through? The most astonishing revelation was that the head of the Yi family had personally gone. Qingya regarded the bewildered Lin Qing. In the celestial battlefield, your presence would be of little use. It is best to stay with your family. With that, his gaze swept over the Lin family members before gradually vanishing. He too had to depart, as Yi Xian had summoned him back to the Yi family. Could it be celestial beings? Lin Qing wanted to voice his concerns, but held back. Lord Qing, but does the head of the Yi family have confidence? Lin Yuruo inquired urgently. Just as her words faded, Qingya's figure disappeared, leaving behind a resonating voice. Merely a few celestial beings. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Merely a few celestial beings? Lin Qing sighed deeply, glancing at his daughter, whose face was etched with worry. At Xinyu Pass, a palpable aura of slaughter permeated the heavens. Nature withered, and the earth cracked, as if doomsday had arrived. A group of figures stood atop the towering city walls, led by an extraordinarily handsome young man with white hair, whose face was now pale. Supported by others, he gazed upward into the void. Above the firmament, boundless waves of power surged, creating an ethereal and vast disturbance. The void erupted with a thunderous roar, as if the cosmos itself were in turmoil. Amidst this celestial chaos, several figures resembling deities engaged in fierce combat. A tall woman in a flowing black dress, her long hair cascading, scanned the void ahead with her deep-set eyes, unleashing terrifying whirlpools that seemed capable of swallowing the heavens and the earth. A robust figure, engulfed in fiery energy, radiated an overwhelming blaze, as the roaring flames left a trail of destruction in their wake. Most fearsome of all was a figure clad in gray robes, whose blood surged tumultuously, enveloped by a menacing gray vortex. With every punch and strike, he unleashed devastating assaults, manifesting phenomena that resembled divine beings subduing the world. Their adversaries were forced to retreat, each step echoing with the sound of the void shattering and spiritual energy surging. "Damn it, who are you?" A ragged elder in white robes roared, blood cascading through the air. They had carved their path to Xinyu Pass and were but a step away from breaching the Tianwu royal city. At that critical moment, three terrifying figures emerged from the fray. The intensity of their presence was overwhelming, each exuding an aura of unmatched ferocity. Even in the same realm, their opponents were being overwhelmed, blood staining the void. "Humph." No one answered the elder's query. The figure in gray robes scoffed, unleashing an explosion of divine light as his fists surged forward. "Are you not going to make a move? Do you intend to wait until I am dead?" The elder's voice echoed, only to be violently sent flying. Another figure in white robes was crushed into the ground by the imposing figure's foot, sending dust swirling and the earth shattering. Only the combatants facing the tall woman in black continued to resist valiantly. At that moment, beyond Xinyu Pass, the heavens trembled ominously. "Humph, Zhu Wu and Feng Laosan, you two are truly regressing. You cannot even handle a mere 2 celestial beings at the first realm?" Chapter 33, Celestial King Warriors. Celestial King descends? The void rippled as a white-robed elder, wielding a black golden staff, stepped forward. With each strike of his staff upon the ground, the void trembled, and every step he took resonated through the air. His white robe billowed, exuding an aura of formidable might. I never expected that 3 celestial beings would emerge from the Tianwu dynasty. This truly surprises me." The elder's eyes glimmered as he surveyed the 3 figures in the void. Han Tian and Xian Huang regarded the white-robed elder with interest, casting glances toward the silent void behind him. Noticing the stillness, they exchanged incredulous looks. Xian Huang hesitantly asked, "Did you come alone?" Han Tian shared the same puzzled gaze, seeking confirmation. The elder with the black golden staff frowned slightly, perplexed. "Humph, I see you are afraid. If you surrender now, considering your status as celestial beings, I may yet spare your lives." Upon hearing this, Xian Huang and Han Tian fell silent. The elder, witnessing their reaction, felt a surge of satisfaction, surprised by his own prowess to intimidate without a fight. His invincible presence seemed to have reached its zenith. In the elder's reverie, Xian Huang stepped forward, his previously calm demeanor now replaced by fury. "What the hell? Creating such a ruckus. I thought a significant figure had arrived. Yet it's just you? A mere 4th realm celestial being. Why are you shouting? Come and fight." In the void, Xian Huang scolded angrily. He was bewildered. They had expected a formidable opponent, yet this was all there was? The elder in white robes was taken aback. "Wait, are we not surrendering?" However, upon witnessing Xian Huang's furious assault, the elder hastily summoned his spiritual energy for defense. The black golden staff was hurled forth, colliding with the overwhelming force of Xian Huang's attack. With a roar, Xian Huang transformed, manifesting a colossal lion towering hundreds of feet, enveloped in roaring flames and overwhelming blood energy. The massive paw struck down, sending the black golden staff flying backward. The elder hurriedly attempted to catch his staff, but was propelled back by the force, retreating for thousands of feet before finally halting. His face turned ashen, eyes fixed in trepidation upon the enormous flaming lion. In the distance, Han Tian watched this scene and shook his head. "Is this all there is?" Suddenly, his expression turned cold as he charged toward the 2 white-robed figures lying on the ground. The 2 elderly men in white robes felt a deep sense of despair. That foolish individual. Why put on such an act for just one person? They had initially believed that reinforcements were on their way, only to realize they had been deceived. Left with no choice, the 2 men quickly consumed a potion and soared into the sky once more, bracing themselves against the chaotic onslaught. On the city walls, everyone gazed up at the sky, for the outcome of the 3 battlefields would determine the fate of the heavenly martial dynasty. A sense of desolation permeated the hearts of the people. Their nation's destiny lay in the hands of outsiders, and they had no qualifications to participate in the fight. Initially, it had merely been a conflict between the Great Yin Dynasty and the Heavenly Martial Dynasty. But as tensions escalated, a full-blown war erupted between the two nations. For a time, the battles had been evenly matched, but just 2 days ago, the Great Yin Dynasty suddenly unleashed 3 celestial beings. In the span of 2 days, the Heavenly Martial Dynasty lost 10 cities. Generals fell in battle, and their armies were slaughtered. The Heavenly Martial Dynasty had retreated time and again, now with no ground left to yield. Wu Zongxing had just led the royal city guard to the Xianyu Pass when he harnessed the power of the formation to merge the strength of the guards, engaging in combat with the celestial beings. However, during the fierce battle, he was injured and nearly lost his life due to the backlash of the formation. Fortunately, at a critical moment, 3 figures descended to confront the celestial beings. These 3 came solely to protect Wu Zongxing. The life and death of the Heavenly Martial Dynasty were of no concern to them, and thus they had refrained from intervening. The might of these 3 elders was formidable. Indeed, how I wish I possessed such strength. One commander clenched his fists and lamented. Had he wielded such power during the fall of Tianpa City, he could have saved his brother. Do not lose hope. If the Heavenly Martial Dynasty can endure this trial, then we, too, shall give birth to such formidable warriors. A figure beside him reassured. As he spoke, his gaze turned toward the striking figure of a young individual with white hair, who had already reached the pinnacle of the Xianming realm at such a tender age. Surely, he would ascend to even greater heights in the future. Just as the commanders were offering each other consolation, the white-haired figure suddenly coughed up blood. Your Highness the Crown Prince. The crowd hurriedly gathered around Wu Zongxing, anxious to assess his injuries. How could this be? The leading commander trembled in shock. After examining him, the expressions of the other commanders shifted dramatically. How could this happen? When did this occur? They were oblivious to the fact that Wu Zongxing's internal organs were completely shattered. The crowd hastily channeled their spiritual energy into Wu Zongxing's body to stabilize his life force. In the heavens above, the battle intensified, with grand techniques clashing. The forces of martial prowess colliding, and the power of the heavens and earth surging with an overwhelming presence. Amidst this prolonged struggle, a terrified roar echoed from one battlefield as a shattered white-robed elder was sent flying, blood staining the void. With a resounding crash, dust billowed from the earth, revealing a deep pit where a mangled white-clad body lay. A tall woman observed from above, looking down upon the scene like an empress surveying the world. Old 4. Upon witnessing this, a thunderous roar erupted from the battlefield, filled with rage. It was Feng Laosan. I will make you pay for this. Open the forbidden technique. Feng Lao bellowed. Immediately, blood surged around him, flames of fury igniting. Blood sacrifice, activate. As the immense blood energy blazed, his aura soared. Celestial being first layer, second layer, fourth layer, fifth layer. He finally halted at the 5th layer of the celestial being realm. I will have your lives as my burial companions. Zhu Wuwan's expression darkened upon seeing this scene. He initiated the blood sacrifice and charged toward the chaos. Faced with 2 5th-layer celestial beings, even he dared not be reckless. A beastly roar shook the heavens. Alongside the roar, a colossal beast loomed, its presence radiating boundless might, piercing the sky. With a single step, the air quaked as its immense form advanced to crush all in its path. The 2 5th-layer celestial beings found themselves at a disadvantage against the true form of the beast. White robes shredded, weapons shattered, and blood flowed unceasingly. Not far away, the elder with the black gold staff fought desperately, unable to comprehend why these 3 ferocious beasts were so powerful, instilling fear within them. At that moment, deep claw marks marred his black gold staff. The celestial beings of the Great Yin Dynasty were continuously repelled, completely subdued by the trio. How reckless! Suddenly a resounding, majestic voice imbued with an overwhelming regal presence echoed above Xianyu Pass. The air tore asunder, and a massive halberd, infused with the essence of kingship, swept across the sky toward the 3 beings. Upon witnessing this, the countenance of the beast shifted dramatically. The War King's weapon. Chapter 34. A finger to slay the War King. A powerful, dominating voice resonated from the other end of the void. The black halberd tore through the skies, unmatched in its dominance, its kingly aura surging forth, cleaving the very fabric of space. With a roar, the beast halted its advance, turning to unleash a furious cry as the power of the heavens erupted, its aura surging. An immense radiance of golden light enveloped it, and behind it emerged a colossal phantom entwined with countless stars. Divine beast Qilin stride. The gigantic phantom stepped forth, shattering the space around it. 7 steps forward. Annihilation. The beast's deep roar reverberated through the heavens. The Qilin phantom collided violently with the War King's weapon. Boom. Above Xianyu Pass, a dazzling divine light erupted from the clash. Several figures were sent reeling, fixated on the boundless brilliance, which, despite its splendor, exuded an incredibly violent aura. On the city walls, several commanders of the Void Realm erected a defensive barrier to shield the entire Xianyu Pass. As the divine light dissipated, a terrifying fissure remained suspended between heaven and earth, devouring everything in its vicinity. The black halberd stood embedded in the ground outside Xianyu Pass, the earth cracking beneath it. Drip, 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 the crisp sounds echoed throughout Xianyu Pass. Looking up, the massive form of the beast towered above, now devoid of its former might, its aura diminished, scales shedding, and a massive wound on its back slowly transforming into a human form. Blood dripped from the wound. Second brother. Second brother. Two figures rushed to catch the beast. Upon grasping it, their expressions changed dramatically. The beast had withstood a blow from the War King's realm and was gravely injured. Who would have thought that in such a small place, 3 subdivine beasts would exist? Today, I shall offer you a chance. Become my mount, and you shall be spared. The grand, domineering voice resonated throughout the realm once more. You think you are worthy? Yining scoffed. They were already members of the Yi clan. If anyone were to make them mounts, it could only be Yi Xian. Not worthy? I have traversed this world for countless ages, and never has anyone dared to claim that I am unworthy. However, this is not up to you. As the sound fell, the void ahead split open, and a tall figure clad in a python robe, resembling a middle-aged man, stepped forth from the rift in space. Upon his emergence, the beings of Xianyu Pass trembled in fear. Even the powers of heaven and earth within Xianhuang and Yunying were suppressed. We welcome the North Suppression King. The remaining 3 figures in white robes bowed in reverence to the towering figure. The onlookers atop the city walls of Xianyu Pass were fixated on this imposing presence. The North Suppression King. The Great Flame Dynasty lacked a North Suppression King, suggesting that this was an external ally or a being of greater significance above the Great Flame Dynasty. A bunch of useless fools, unable to conquer even a mere celestial martial dynasty. What good are you? The North Suppression King was enveloped in a radiant aura of spiritual power, commanding an overwhelming force that swept in all directions, rendering the white-robed celestial beings unable to raise their heads. You shall accompany me. For being my steed is indeed a blessing. As the words fell, the North Suppression King extended his hand, transforming it into a colossal grasp aiming to seize the 3 individuals directly. Just as he was about to capture them, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The enormous hand could no longer descend even a fraction closer. A chilling wind swept through the Xianyu Pass, laden with a murderous aura. Snowflakes began to fall, blanketing the battlefield previously ravaged by war. Look, it's snowing. How could it suddenly snow? The crowd atop the walls expressed their astonishment. The battlefield, once scarred by conflict, was gradually concealed beneath the falling snow. The North Suppression King furrowed his brow, sensing that this was not merely snow, but an intense chill, an extreme coldness. Accompanying the swirling snowflakes, a beam of light descended from the heavens. As the brilliance faded, a figure emerged, strikingly handsome, with flowing hair, profound eyes, pale skin, and dressed in flowing white garments, standing as if descended from the celestial realm. He stood there as if he were the protagonist of the universe, overshadowing all else around him. The figure spoke not a word, yet the snowfall intensified. The North Suppression King glared at the person before him, his brow furrowing with intensity. What a display of trickery. If you wish to save them, let us see if you possess the ability. Die. The North Suppression King was enraged, furious at the audacity of one who dared to outshine him. How could he tolerate this? He unleashed an overwhelming handprint, infused with a domineering presence. He understood that in such circumstances, one must strike first to avoid perilous consequences. The vast hand, reminiscent of an emperor's grasp, surged forth, radiating royal might as it pressed down upon the white-clad figure. However, the figure in white did not resist. Instead, he allowed the overwhelming hand to descend upon him. Boom! The handprint collided with the figure, erupting in a burst of divine radiance. The air was saturated with royal energy. What is happening? Could it be that the snow is so heavy it has frozen me? The elder behind the North Suppression King voiced his confusion. The North Suppression King frowned slightly, questioning whether this was a suicidal act or mere theatrics. Yet, an instinct told him that the matter was far from simple. As the crowd anticipated the figure to be obliterated into oblivion, the divine radiance gradually dissipated, revealing the white-clad figure more clearly. He slowly raised his head, cold light flickering in his eyes. The audience was struck with awe and trepidation as they met his gaze. What kind of eyes were those? Deep, mysterious, imbued with a chilling murderous intent and a sense of weariness. Have you had enough? The icy voice of the white-clad figure resonated. You have harmed my disciple and injured the guardian beast of the Yi family. You must die. The voice, though not loud, carried an exquisite sharpness and boundless murderous intent. You are rather arrogant. The North Suppression King's expression grew grave, not daring to underestimate the situation. Come forth, my halberd. A thunderous roar shook the heavens. A black halberd erupted from the earth, landing in the North Suppression King's grasp. With the power of kings, he channeled immense energy into the halberd. He was determined to unleash a lethal strike. aiming to eradicate this enigmatic figure. The North Suppression King's full power erupted, his sevenfold might shaking the very foundations of the world. With halberd in hand, he charged forth, exuding an overwhelming aura, accompanied by the force of heaven and earth, seeking to annihilate the white-clad figure from existence. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the white-clad figure moved, slowly raising his index finger. He possessed no spiritual power. The force of heaven and earth rippled gently as he pointed. But the North Suppression King felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. Buzz. Boom. The very fabric of reality trembled as the forces of heaven and earth went into a frenzy, spiritual power boiling fiercely, dark clouds enveloping the sky as a shadowy, demonic figure loomed, pointing with deliberate slowness. A resounding echo reverberated through the air, reminiscent of a divine finger. With that singular motion, the void shattered, all existence fell silent. And where the aftermath passed, life was extinguished, leaving a desolate wasteland. No, it's impossible. A voice faintly echoed in the void. That was the North Suppression King's final roar. The white-robed elders turned to flee, but after just 2 steps, they were annihilated into nothingness by the finger. The defenses erected by the multitude of leaders atop the walls of Xianyu Pass shattered in an instant. Were it not for a mysterious protective force, the entire Xianyu Pass would have been obliterated into the void. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Was this a deity? How terrifying. Such an existence was annihilated with a mere gesture. A being far superior to even the monarch. Tremors of disbelief echoed within the stronghold, the tone rife with incredulity. These were the leaders of the Celestial Martial Dynasty, trembling in fear. Above Xianyu Pass, the trio of Hunyuan gazed at Yi Xian with astonishment, their eyes filled with shock. For this was the first time they had truly witnessed Yi Xian unleash his power. Yi Xian also cast his gaze towards the gravely injured Huntian, observing their disheveled state. He waved his hand, summoning a vial of elixir and 3 additional containers to the trio's side. As they looked up and beheld the 3 vessels, they were momentarily stunned. The containers were filled with blood. Almost instantly, their bodies began to tremble. It was the blood of divine beasts. Once you refine it, we shall march forth together to exact vengeance. Yi Xian's figure had long vanished, leaving only his gentle words echoing in the air. Chapter 35. Transmitting the teachings of Wu Sangxing, 3 divine beasts. On the walls of Xianyu Pass, the crowd was utterly astonished. Had that formidable figure really been vanquished so easily? Amidst their shock, they hastily channeled spiritual energy to stabilize the injuries of the silver-haired youth. In the fleeting moment before Wu Sangxing lost consciousness, he seemed to glimpse a transcendent figure descending from the heavens, unparalleled and majestic. Master, he murmured softly before succumbing to darkness. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Your Highness, quickly, does anyone possess elixirs? Bring them forth. An anxious commander shouted. Those willing to remain and fight to the death were all loyal subjects of the Tianwu dynasty. Wu Sangxing, being the most gifted of Tianwu, represented the future of their realm. His safety was paramount. At that moment, a mysterious radiance began to descend, enveloping Wu Sangxing. A figure clad in white silently appeared atop the city walls. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was filled with astonishment, before they unanimously bowed and respectfully proclaimed, "We greet you, esteemed one." Had it not been for this presence intervening, they would likely have ceased to exist. Yi Xian's formidable presence utterly captivated them. In their eyes, it transcended mere strength. It was invincibility. In response to the crowd's gestures of respect, Yi Xian remained silent, a mysterious aura lifting them effortlessly. Approaching Wu Sangxing, he cast a glance, his brow furrowing. Backlash, he murmured softly, and in his hand appeared a delicate, translucent pill. The surface of the pill was entwined with the dual energies of yin and yang, and one could faintly hear the ethereal sound of a dragon's roar, profound and enigmatic. Yi Xian did not hesitate, directly placing the elixir into Wu Sangxing's mouth and utilizing his spiritual power to refine the medicine. The assembled generals watched this scene with bated breath, fervently hoping that this esteemed elder could save their prince. After all, the mere presence of the elixir, with its swirling aura, instilled a sense of dread within them. This evoked a profound understanding of the elixir's extraordinarily high tier. At that moment, a wave of celestial energy rippled from the distant sky, fluctuating up and down in an exceedingly unstable manner. After a few breaths, the crowd finally discerned the figure within the tumult. It was His Majesty. The Emperor had broken through to the celestial realm. The leading commander was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression transformed into one of elation as he gazed at the towering figure aloft. The newcomer was none other than Wu Jifeng, who, just days prior, had received reports of 3 celestials from the Great Yin laying waste to multiple cities. Wu Jifeng had secluded himself to forcefully achieve his breakthrough. For only a celestial could contend with another celestial. He had prepared himself for the possibility of death, yet fortune smiled upon him as he succeeded. Without pausing to stabilize his newly attained realm, he hastened to the battlefield. However, upon arrival, he was left bewildered. All he saw were his own heavenly martial army and its commanders. Where was the Great Yin? Could there have been a mistake in the intelligence? The Great Yin had not yet advanced this far. With questions swirling in his mind, Wu Jifeng turned his gaze towards the castle walls. Upon seeing the white-haired youth lying there, his expression shifted dramatically. Sanxing. He swiftly descended to the battlements. Long live your majesty, the generals exclaimed, bowing respectfully. Wu Jifeng paid them no heed, dismissing them with a wave of his hand. He rushed to Wu Sanxing's side and was taken aback to see a figure in white tending to him. Upon recognizing this ethereal figure, he was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of delight. Ye clan leader? He wondered. The figure before him was turned away, making immediate recognition difficult. Yet the silhouette in white bore an uncanny resemblance to Yi Xian. Although he had only seen him once, Yi Xian's image was indelibly etched in his memory. Yi Xian did not turn back, merely responding with a faint remark. However, this left Wu Jifeng utterly exhilarated. Initially, he lacked confidence facing the three celestials of the Great Flame alone. If Yi Xian could lend his assistance, there would be hope. Yet, as Yi Xian was currently tending to Wu Sanxing's injuries, Wu Jifeng retreated to the side, hurriedly consolidating his cultivation. Witnessing the reverence with which the sovereign of Tianwu regarded the figure in white, the generals were even more astonished, each holding their breath in awe. Patriarchy? Could it be that this individual is none other than His Highness's esteemed mentor? At this moment, they finally comprehended why the three formidable beasts had intervened to rescue them. They also understood the reason behind that person's decision to save His Highness. It all became clear. Before long, Yi Xian's movements came to a halt. And during the healing process, Wu Sanxing's internal organs were fully restored. His complexion gradually transformed from pallid to a healthy flush. Witnessing this scene, the tension in the hearts of the onlookers eased. Under their attentive gaze, Wu Sanxing slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, revealing a figure reminiscent of an ethereal immortal. Master. Wu Sanxing's body trembled slightly. Observing his awakening, Yi Xian spoke with a gentle smile. It's all right now. Wu Sanxing rose to his feet, astonished as he sensed the condition within himself. How is this possible? He exclaimed, bewildered. My organs were shattered. How could I be healed completely? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. He knelt on both knees. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. It turned out that it was not an illusion. His master had indeed intervened with a mere gesture to annihilate the foe. Wu Jifeng, I express my deepest gratitude to clan leader Yi for rescuing my son. The sovereign of Tianwu Nation bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. Thank you, clan leader Yi, for your life-saving grace, echoed the other commanders in unison, following suit with their respectful gestures. Yi Xian waved his hand and said lightly, there's no need for formalities, please rise. Yi Xian approached primarily for Wu Sanxing, with the other individuals being of secondary concern. He stepped forward, lifting Wu Sanxing. As master and disciple, there is no need for excessive formalities. I am your mentor. If I do not come, who will? Yi Xian's tone was gentle, a stark contrast to the sharpness he had previously displayed. Since you have become my disciple, I have not imparted much to you. This time, I shall bestow upon you some gifts. With that, a storage ring appeared in Yi Xian's hand, while his other hand held an ancient tome radiating with golden light. The tome bore 3 large golden characters, Wu Ji Jing. The moment these items manifested, astonishment rippled through the crowd. With their discerning eyes, they could not help but recognize the significance of the ancient tome. Envious glances were cast toward Wu Sanxing, even from the sovereign of the Tianwu kingdom. Despite having reached the realm of transcendent beings, he regarded Yi Xian as if he were confronting a formidable adversary, causing a shiver to run down his spine. What manner of treasures could such a person possess? Master this. Wu Sanxing hesitated, primarily because he felt he had not honored his master since becoming his apprentice, and instead had caused Yi Xian to come to his aid. Take it. It is but a small token. Yi Xian dismissed his concerns, placing the items firmly in Wu Sanxing's hands. Wu Sanxing initially wished to protest further, but seeing his master's resolute demeanor, he ceased his hesitation. Ding. The system automatically registered a successful sign-in, granting 1 great wilderness profound body. Ding. The system automatically registered a successful sign-in, granting 1 rocking chair. Ding. The system automatically registered a successful sign-in, granting 1 holy artifact. 3 days passed in silence. During this time, Yi Xian resided at the Xianyu Pass. A resounding roar echoed across Xianyu City. Following this, 3 overwhelmingly powerful auras permeated the air and above the clouds. 3 enormous silhouettes flickered into view. The colossal figures radiated golden light, their blood energy soaring. A massive bird, engulfed in crimson flames, let out a piercing cry, igniting the entire space in an instant. A figure, exuding golden light and surrounded by an aura of auspiciousness and fiery intensity, roared thunderously. Its form adorned with 2 horns and 2 wings. Another figure, shimmering with purple light, was enveloped in crackling thunder, its body covered in scales, emanating an ethereal and profound energy. Within Xianyu Pass, as the presence of these 3 terrifying beings washed over them, the others were mostly unfazed. However, the sovereign of Tianwu. Wu Jifeng was visibly shaken. He unleashed his full cultivation, soaring into the sky, prepared for battle. This scene left the onlookers of Xianyu Pass bewildered. They were perplexed. Suddenly, someone seemed to grasp the situation and hurriedly rushed to explain to the sovereign that they were not foes. The enemies had already been vanquished. Wu Jifeng's face flushed with embarrassment as he suppressed his aura. 3 days had passed, and not a soul had informed him? What a disgrace. Yet, it could not be blamed on others. The sovereign had been in seclusion, stabilizing his cultivation, and no one had seen him. Upon witnessing the successful transformation of the 3 figures, a cold glint ignited in Yi Xian's eyes. It was time. Chapter 36, A Kitchen Knife? One-handed defeat of the kings. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away from Tianfeng City, 2 terrifying figures sped toward it. Their bodies emanated an endless chill, their gazes icy, brimming with murderous intent. 3 figures in black robes trailed behind them. The 5 individuals remained silent, particularly the 3 in the rear, who dared not even breathe. In the blink of an eye, they arrived 1,000 feet from Tianfeng City, halting abruptly before its walls, a profound silence enveloping the surroundings. The 3 black-robed figures shifted their expressions. The 2 leading figures trembled, fixated on the silhouettes of 2 youths on the city wall. "Ah, my son!" Their cries reverberated through the heavens, an overwhelming murderous intent piercing the skies. In that instant, the winds shifted, the cold gales howled, and a chilling malevolence filled the air. "Damn it, you will pay for my son's life." The figure clad in a python robe took action. Instantaneously, an unfathomable pressure descended upon Tianfeng City. A tidal wave of murderous intent surging forth, threatening to obliterate the city. A voice, laced with boundless rage and heavy murderous intent, echoed through Tianfeng City. "You killed my progeny. You will pay on the city walls. Tianfeng City shall be destroyed." A colossal hand, obscuring the sun, descended, rendering Tianfeng City minuscule in comparison. The inhabitants of the city were oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Suddenly, it felt as though the apocalypse had arrived. Some knelt in desperation. Others wore expressions of sheer terror. Many embraced each other, closing their eyes in anticipation of death. In the city, only one location remained unaffected. Those individuals gazed upwards in astonishment at the heavens. After their initial surprise, they resumed their cultivation, as if the impending doom bore no relation to them. Just as the moment of doom approached, the fabric of space tore apart unexpectedly. An immense azure divine light appeared from nowhere, slicing toward the colossal hand. The brilliant azure light cleaved through the hand effortlessly. Upon witnessing their assault thwarted, the figure in the python robe seethed with fury. He advanced, each step resonating through the void, the aura of a superior being saturating the space. Another figure, clad in black, exuded the scent of blood and decay. His face twisted in rage as he eyed the front. Facing them, the azure light that had enveloped the weapon gradually dissipated, revealing the weapon to the world. It was a knife. This knife bore a short blade, its handle meticulously carved with a lifelike dragon. Isn't that a kitchen knife? By the heavens, whose kitchen knife is that? Countless onlookers, witnessing the annihilation of the colossal hand, raised their eyes to the azure light, only to behold this absurd scene. The 2 figures who had descended from the void were equally stunned. Subsequently, boundless fury engulfed them. They felt they had been mocked. Who were they? The esteemed king of Mountain Town, the grand general of Divine Wind, to be toyed with in the insignificant Tianfeng City, thwarted by a kitchen knife? Their rage soared to the heavens. In an instant, 2 overwhelming auras erupted, suffusing the air with malevolence, their presence dominating the skies. With a flash of divine light, a long spear and a long sword materialized before them. 2 kings of the 8th realm, 2 kingly weapons. Upon seeing the 2 kingly weapons, the kitchen knife surged, its azure light illuminating the world, charging forth. The weapons possessed sentience. The 2 kingly weapons were compelled to respond. Witnessing this, the 2 figures hesitated no longer, gathering their might to obliterate the city. Just as they prepared to strike, a languid voice emerged from deep within the Yi family. "Can you not settle down for a moment? Strike my son, and you will face his father. Strike his father, and you will encounter his grandfather. This is quite troublesome, isn't it?" As the words faded, a figure in azure attire appeared in the void above. On his head rested a tall hat inscribed with 3 large characters, "Not to be provoked." The newcomer, naturally, was Qingya. As for the kitchen knife, it was a gift from Yi Xian, a divine weapon of war. "Stop your shouting, I am not deaf. And regarding those 2 fools, I have already dealt with them." Upon the utterance of Qingya's words, the 2 formidable kings were consumed by an uncontrollable rage. General Shinfeng bellowed, "How dare you be so audacious? Today, I shall reduce you to ashes." The king of Mount Zhen wore a grim expression, his aura intensifying. Yet, Qingya merely smiled lightly, raising a hand. An invisible force enveloping the 2 kings in an instant. They felt as if an immense mountain was pressing down upon them, rendering them immobile. "If you're going to strike, do so quickly. I must return to prepare dinner," Qingya expressed with impatience, as he was indeed preoccupied with cooking. In response to his words, The two powerful warriors unleashed their overwhelming might, humiliated as they were. They vowed to ensure that the citizens of the city would never reincarnate again. The audacity of this affront was intolerable. "You shall perish today. I will annihilate your entire clan," they shouted, their fury palpable as they launched their attacks. The figure in the black robe erupted with a fearsome aura of bloodlust and slaughter, his formidable cultivation radiating outward. Desolate blood butcher's hand. The man in the python robe's energy surged, the forces of heaven and earth erupting, his royal essence soaring to the skies, powerful fluctuations cascading forth. Overlord's fist. A colossal hand descended upon Xingya, shaking the void, the countless imprints of this domineering punch emanating a terrifying aura as they surged toward him. Faced with this scene, Xingya simply raised his head slowly, extending a palm. In an instant, the heavens shifted hues, energy boiling, as the firmament seemed to rend apart. An immense hand radiating a verdant divine light appeared, crashing downward. Heavenly palm. The terrifying attacks collided with one another. With a thunderous boom, the crimson hand and the unparalleled fist imprint held for but a breath before shattering explosively. The boundless giant hand maintained its momentum, continuing to press down. Both kings' expressions changed drastically. "Attack!" They roared in unison. At that moment, three figures emerged from behind, each exuding a terrifying aura. Three celestial beings at the eighth heaven. They dared not hesitate, summoning their combat troops with all their might. The two kings quickly recalled their own warriors, but upon their arrival, they sensed something was amiss. Their elite forces had dimmed to a mere shadow. The two kings' eyes widened in disbelief. Their combat warriors, forged through countless efforts, were now rendered useless. Realizing the dire situation, they disregarded everything else, their boundless blood energy surging forth. Golden flames ignited within their essence. Blood sacrifice. The two peak powerhouses felt their auras rapidly ascend. They reached the apex of the king realm, and upon entering the celestial realm, they struck. With their full powers surging, they sought to intercept that colossal hand. Desolate blood butcher's hand. Overlord's fist. Break it. 5 attacks clashed violently against the immense hand. The explosive sound echoed throughout Tianfeng City. The sight of the collision radiated with an endless, frenzied divine light. The 5 figures were sent hurtling backward, crashing against the mountains dozens of miles away from Tianfeng City. The collision unleashed terrifying shockwaves that spread in all directions. Upon witnessing this, Xingya waved his hand lightly, dissipating the residual waves. Otherwise, the entire Tianfeng City would have been obliterated. After all this, Xingya gazed calmly ahead. 2 mere kings and 3 celestial beings dare to provoke the Yi family? They are truly unaware of their impending doom. Outside Tianfeng, the 3 celestial beings had long since lost their vitality. Only the 2 kings remained. Their expressions filled with dread as they stared at the figure above Tianfeng City. Who are you?" The man in the python robe stammered. Chapter 37. Slaying the Intruder, Annihilating Xinfeng. Feng Wutian howled in a fit of rage. His expression was one of disbelief. Why? Wasn't the information supposed to indicate that only families of celestial beings existed? Is this truly a celestial being? I just want to return and slay those incompetent fools who gathered the intel. Is this what you call a celestial being? You come knocking at my door and still ask who I am? Go below and inquire with your son, came the airy response to his query. Upon hearing this, Feng Wutian was filled with hatred. What kind of existence have we provoked? If I could do it over, I would never seek vengeance again. As despair filled their eyes, Xingya shook his head in disinterest and waved his hand. A surge of overwhelming azure light flashed, and the 2 kings vanished completely from existence. Witnessing this scene, even Xingya couldn't help but recite a poem. "The Xinfeng enemies bully my elderly frailty. In jest, they are reduced to ashes. Life, indeed, is so starkly simple." With a kitchen knife slung over his shoulder, he exuded the aura of a culinary master. Ever since he acquired this weapon, he often ventured into the Yi family's kitchen to test his knives. On one occasion, he inadvertently caused all the Yi family members to suffer from diarrhea for 3 days. To this day, they dare not allow him into the kitchen. In the next moment, under the gaze of countless witnesses in Tianfeng, Xingya's figure vanished without a trace. Tianfeng City gradually returned to its former order amidst the myriad discussions. 3 days prior, news of the fall of the North Guardian King reached the royal city. The entire royal city erupted in chaos. This was the North Guardian King of Xinfeng, the very pillar of Xinfeng. Such a grandmaster had fallen so unexpectedly. Such an event had not occurred in Xinfeng for millennia. The Xinfeng dynasty was known as the mightiest dynasty in the wasteland, so close to ascending to the Imperial realm. The demise of the North Guardian King sent shockwaves throughout Xinfeng. The ruler of Xinfeng, Feng Wuhan, was furious. He summoned all the generals abroad, intending to march south in 3 days' time and eradicate Tianwu. Outside the royal city of Xinfeng, a dark mass of troops awaited their orders. Once the command was given, they would march upon Tianwu. Less than 10,000 miles from the royal city of Xinfeng, a colossal bird engulfed in flames soared through the sky. 5 figures stood upon its back. They journeyed northward into Xinfeng's territory. Just as they were about to reach the royal city, a furious roar echoed through the air. Who is it? A sudden, thunderous voice reverberated across the land. The group, moving at great speed, was momentarily startled by the unexpected roar. Particularly, the burly figure in red atop the giant bird was so frightened that he erupted in curses. Damn it! Who's barking like a dog? You scared me. The others shared his bewilderment, questioning the propriety of such a loud outburst in broad daylight. In the grand hall of the Xinfeng dynasty, a towering figure clad in a dragon robe radiated fury, a terrifying aura permeating the court. The officials below trembled in trepidation. The figure above was none other than Feng Wuhan, the emperor of the Xinfeng dynasty. Below him stood the lords of the dynasty, awaiting orders to march southward. However, just moments ago, news arrived from the families of the king of Mount Zhen and General Xinfeng. The soul lamps of both the king of Mount Zhen and General Xinfeng had extinguished. These were powerhouses of the same caliber as the North Guardian king, even surpassing him in realm. If memory served, those two had also headed to the Tianwu dynasty. In just 3 days, they had lost 3 pillars of Xinfeng, 2 of whom were the emperor's own brothers. Do not tell me that this Tianwu dynasty is a force that can rival an Imperial dynasty. Feng Wuhan's expression twisted in rage, utterly devoid of the dignity befitting an emperor. 3 days ago, he lost a brother, and the divine wind lost a pillar of strength. The great vengeance remains unavenged, and with further ill tidings, anyone would be enraged. Feng Wuhan is no exception. Upon hearing Feng Wuhan's inquiry, silence enveloped the crowd. A group of inept fools. Gather the troops. This emperor shall personally lead the charge to obliterate the heavenly martial dynasty. Feng Wuhan roared darkly. Suddenly, an irresistible voice, imbued with an intense heat, resonated from afar, echoing across the skies of the Divine Wind Dynasty. Divine Wind Dynasty, come forth. I, Xianwang, have come to bring you warmth. Initially engulfed in anger, Feng Wuhan was momentarily stunned by these words, only to erupt into a furious laughter. Haha, do you truly believe the Divine Wind Dynasty is easy to bully? In an instant, a thunderous roar shook the entirety of Divine Wind City. Subsequently, Feng Wuhan soared into the sky, hastening towards the source of the voice. The people of Divine Wind were left astounded. Someone had come to their doorstep. After Feng Wuhan dashed out, the generals finally regained their senses. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and they quickly ascended into the air. Boldly, who dares to be so audacious in the royal city? In the heavens above, 4 figures stood tall in the sky. One was a towering figure engulfed in roaring flames. Another was a tall woman clad in a black gown. A seemingly unremarkable man donned a gray robe, while a stout middle-aged man wore a yellow robe. These 4 were none other than Xianwang, Yunying, Hui Tian, and Wujifeng. As for Wujifeng's presence here, it was naturally of his own volition. Confronted with Xuanwang's provocation, Feng Wuhan struck without hesitation. A catastrophic battle was imminent. The trio of beasts unleashed their terrifying prowess at the 9th level of the Heavenly King realm. Feng Wuhan remained unfazed, fully unleashing his own peak Heavenly King power to confront Hui Tian. Following Feng Wuhan, 3 figures draped in python robes emerged from the depths of the dynasty, 2 confronting Yunying. 1 python-robed figure joined the generals to face Xianwang. As for Wujifeng, to avoid embarrassment, he was matched with a general of the 1st level of the celestial realm. Countless individuals within Divine Wind City gazed upward, transfixed by the titanic clash occurring 10,000 meters above. The 3 battlefields roared with tumultuous energy, unleashing overwhelming divine brilliance. In contrast, another battlefield felt almost childlike in its simplicity. Not far from the Divine Wind Dynasty, on a mountain peak, 2 figures sat cross-legged by a campfire, roasting a succulent wild boar over the flames. The 2, engrossed in their meal, were none other than the concealed Yi Xian and Wu Songxing. Just as Wu Songxing was savoring a bite, he suddenly inquired, "Master, why do you not intervene personally? If you did, this would likely be over by now." In response to Wu Songxing's confusion, Yi Xian continued to enjoy the meat in his hand, eventually replying, "If I must intervene in everything, why have them come at all, right?" After chewing thoughtfully, he added, "Furthermore, true experts typically refrain from action. They can handle this themselves, so there is no need to trouble this old man." Upon hearing this, Wu Songxing felt that his master had spoken profound wisdom. "Songxing, finish this, and then see if there is more food on the mountain. Bring some back." "Yes, master," Wu Songxing promptly replied. The battle raged on for an hour. After an hour, the conflict finally concluded with the fall of one side. At this moment, Hui Tian held aloft a withered, blood-drained elder. This man was a half-step celestial lord, a remnant of the royal lineage of the Divine Wind Dynasty. Alas, facing the bloodline of the divine beast Qilin, Hui Tian ultimately vanquished him. As for Feng Wuhan, he had long been obliterated in the void by Hui Tian. Thus, the high-end combat power of the Divine Wind Dynasty was utterly annihilated. The Divine Wind Dynasty was thoroughly erased from the desolate lands. Chapter 38, The Ancient Songlong. Yuxian, the robber of destiny. Yuxian and Wu Songxing were now comfortably resting upon a slab of. For Wu Songxing, an overwhelming astonishment filled his heart. He had not anticipated that his usually solemn master could reveal such a different facet of himself. This was, in fact, the most authentic side of Xuan, one that he had also exhibited in that other realm. It was the essence of his true self. At this moment, the system queried, "Host, have you experienced a lapse in memory?" Ding. This system does not comprehend what the host is articulating. Have you not noticed that the conflict with the Confronting dynasty has ceased? Ding. Understood, host. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the annihilation of the opposing Confronting dynasty. You have earned the following rewards: Trial Ladder X1, Sacred Grade Gathering Array X1, Sacred Grade Premium Spirit Vein X1, Heavenly Grade Spirit Herb X1000, Earth Grade Spirit Medicine X1000. Superior Immortal Spirit Stone X10 million. As Xuan gazed at the rewards bestowed by the system, he fell into deep contemplation. Before long, the trio of beasts and one person returned, each bearing a storage bag. Notably, after vanquishing the Confronting dynasty, they had transported the entirety of the royal palace and the resources from the Confronting treasury. Now, the royal palace of the Confronting dynasty stood desolate, with only a few pillars remaining. The news of the Confronting dynasty's demise spread swiftly throughout the wilderness. The name of the Yi family resounded throughout the desolate realm. On the 5th day after the annihilation of the Divine Wind, an entire dynasty was obliterated, the Great Yin dynasty. Upon the return of Wu Jifeng, his first act was to conquer the Great Yin dynasty. At long last, 5 days later, the capital of the Great Yin was breached, and its sovereign was executed by Wu Jifeng. The Great Yin dynasty was no more. With the fall of 2 major dynasties, all evidence pointed towards the Tianwu Yi family. This rendered the Yi family a topic of conversation in every tea house across the desolate realm. In a certain tea house, one patron inquired, "What exactly is the background of this Yi family?" To which another replied, "Who can say? However, according to my uncle S. wife S. sister S. son S. lover S. husband S. wife, the Yi family was once an inconspicuous clan." An inconspicuous clan, you say? Have you ever seen a small family capable of toppling the Divine Wind dynasty? Believe it or not, she served as a maid in the Tianwu dynasty. And I assure you, the information is authentic. At that moment, a figure in a black robe slowly set down his teacup. Yi family. Could they be related to the lineage I am searching for? The cloaked figure's fingers drummed upon the table before he vanished in an instant. The grand hall of the Yi family. Xuan sat at the head of the table, while below him were the 12 elders of the Yi family. Each elder wore a rosy complexion, their faces adorned with smiles. This was due to the fact that the construction of the Songqiang mountain range by the Yi family had been successfully completed. The Yi family is poised to relocate to Songqiang mountain in 10 days. Today's assembly is dedicated to deliberating the matters of this impending migration. As the elders eagerly anticipated Xuan to provide guidance, he merely uttered nonchalantly, "You may decide for yourselves." With that, he vanished from sight, not forgetting to toss a few spatial rings before his departure, urging everyone not to be frugal. He warned that upon his return, should the usage fall short of expectations, there would be consequences. Xuan leisurely made his way to the back mountain. At that moment, 4 figures were gathered together. Among them, one figure looked on with envy at the other 3, a mixture of admiration and regret etched upon his face. The trio had ventured out and returned, having attained the opportunity to ascend to the realm of divine beasts, achievements that surpassed his own progress. Mingyuan felt a deep sense of frustration. He too was on the verge of breaking into the realm of divine beasts, albeit it would take him some additional time. Despite not having seized the opportunity himself, he harbored no jealousy towards the trio. The 4 had escaped from their past together, enduring countless trials and tribulations, forging a bond that required no further elaboration. He genuinely rejoiced for their advancement to the divine beast realm. Suddenly, a figure materialized behind them, the clan leader. The 4 quickly bowed in respect. From the trio, Mingyuan learned that their elevation was made possible by Xuan's provision of the divine beast's blood essence. They had only recently joined the Yi family and yet had already received such fortune. A testament to the trust the clan leader placed in them, a trust that warranted their utmost respect. Xuan had completely won them over. There is no need for such formalities. I have come to present some resources to the 4 of you, in appreciation for your hard work these past few days. Xuan waved his hand, and then spoke earnestly. As his words fell, 4 storage rings flew out and landed in the hands of 4 individuals. But that was not all. Another bottle suddenly appeared in Xuan's grasp. The moment the bottle materialized, the 4 were rendered speechless, particularly Mingyuan, who trembled all over. His eyes fixated on the bottle. Inside it was a single drop of blood, and faintly, a celestial dragon roared above the droplet. This as Mingyuan was utterly astonished. If he was not mistaken, this drop of blood belonged to an invincible being of the dragon clan, the essence of the celestial dragon. Even though the overwhelming pressure was contained within the bottle, he could still sense its boundless might. Xuan, indifferent to the surrounding astonishment, casually tossed the bottle to Mingyuan. "Here, this is for you. Hurry and refine it." Turning to the others, he added, "As for you all, hasten your cultivation. If resources fall short, do not hesitate to seek me out." Xuan spoke softly, and as soon as his voice faded, his figure vanished from the scene. It took a considerable time for Mingyuan to regain his composure. Once he did, he respectfully bowed towards the direction where Xuan had stood moments before. Overjoyed, Mingyuan then retreated into seclusion, his heart filled with excitement. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 were engrossed in examining their storage rings. Despite their prior preparations, They were still astounded by the treasures contained within. A mountain of cultivation resources left them utterly speechless, rendering them unable to regain their senses for an extended period. The news of the Yi family's impending migration, set to occur in 10 days, has swiftly spread throughout the desolate realm. Numerous sovereigns from various dynasties have dispatched envoys to prepare lavish gifts, eager to extend their congratulations upon the Yi family's relocation. Alas, have you heard? The 10th day marks the Yi family's auspicious moving day. Indeed, I have heard, yet what of it? It is an affair in which we cannot partake. You speak with reason, yet I choose to remain indifferent. Ding. The system has successfully registered your attendance. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a low-grade Holy Tier Battle Blade. Ding. The system has successfully registered your attendance. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 10 million premium spirit stones. Ding. The system has successfully registered your attendance. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a low-grade Holy Tier Martial Technique. 5 days have passed in silence. On this day, in the rear mountains of the Yi family, a low, resonant roar of a beast reverberated through the void, an overwhelming aura of blood surging towards the heavens, while boundless spiritual energy surged in a singular direction, above the firmament. An enormous figure could be faintly discerned, swirling amidst the clouds. It was the abyssal realm, having ascended to the status of a divine beast. Ding. The system has successfully registered for attendance. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000,000 cultivation points. Ding. Detection reveals that a member of the host's family has advanced to the transcendent Yang realm, allowing for an enhancement in the host's cultivation. Shall the host proceed with the enhancement? Upon hearing this, Xuan rose in excitement. Finally, at long last, someone has broken through. System, enhance my cultivation. Ding. Automatically utilizing 888 cultivation points, the enhancement was successful. Following the successful enhancement, Xuan's aura surged upward. Transcendent realm, 1st layer. Transcendent realm, 5th layer. Transcendent realm, 7th layer. Transcendent realm, 9th layer. The ascension continued until it reached the 9th layer of the transcendent realm before coming to a halt. To achieve further breakthroughs, one must await another family member's advancement to the profound abyss realm. Chapter 39. The entire clan migrations, thousands breakthrough. Heaven's Peak Mountain. This majestic mountain range, towering into the sky, was aptly named the Heavenly Dome Mountains. Among the lofty peaks, each summit was adorned with resplendent palaces. The jade-like pavilions scattered harmoniously, enveloped in clouds and mist, exuding an air of ethereal grandeur and solemnity. Atop the highest peak of the range lay a distinctive courtyard, which housed a modest dwelling constructed of ordinary bricks and tiles, appearing quite unremarkable compared to the opulent palaces on the other summits. This humble abode was fashioned in remembrance of Blue Star by Xuan. Below the peak, the unchanging black water pool remained. Xuan appeared above the mountains, gazing at the resplendent palace below, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, a palace constructed with spirit stones exuded an unparalleled grandeur and magnificence, perfectly befitting the Yi family. Xuan gazed downward, his palm gently sweeping through the air. A series of array energies concealed themselves within the courtyard of the main peak. This main peak was, of course, Xuan's own abode, and he resolved to set up several formations, not wishing to be scrutinized in all his endeavors. After arranging the courtyard, it was time to focus on the entire clan. A supreme quality sacred vein was buried beneath the Sangxiang mountain by Xuan. The spiritual veins are categorized into yellow, profound, earth, heaven, king, emperor, saint, and the legendary imperial tiers. Typically, a dynasty possesses only profound or earth spiritual veins. As for the saint tier, only 1 or 2 sacred grounds exist throughout the Fengxian continent. The saint-level gathering spirit formation enveloped the entire clan. With the dual influence of the spiritual vein and the gathering formation, the spiritual energy within Sangxiang Mountain surged hundreds of times, almost condensing into a liquid state. Soon after, a tower materialized in Xuan's hand, the Tongtian floating pagoda, a reward he had obtained. This tower consists of 108 levels, providing a training ground for the clan's disciples. Within the tower lies a self-contained illusion. The higher the level, the greater the potential. Xuan placed the Tongtian floating pagoda atop a peak, named Floating Pagoda Peak, designated as a training site for the clan's disciples. Lastly, a heavenly ladder appeared, radiating an overwhelming aura of pressure. Even Xuan furrowed his brow at the sight of this object, as its formidable force astonished him. From the system, he learned that this ladder was known as the Tongtian ladder. Individuals of varying realms standing upon the ladder would encounter different levels of pressure. The ladder contains the essence of the universe, consisting of 3,000 steps, each representing a world, allowing disciples to comprehend the principles of the Great Tao. The ladder exudes boundless pressure, aiding individuals in honing their willpower. Xuan positioned the Tongtian ladder before the family plaza, just beyond the entrance of the Yi clan. Upon entering the Yi clan's gates, one would behold the 3,000 steps. Naturally, the activation and deactivation of the pressure can be controlled. The Supreme Sacred Formation. The 9 Heavens Thunderfire Formation instantaneously enveloped the entire clan. Xuan felt a tinge of insecurity and thus established several sacred-grade killing formations. He only ceased his arrangements once he felt a profound sense of safety. Subsequently, Xuan retrieved 3 trees, specifically 2 large trees and a sapling, 1 world tree. one enlightenment tea tree, and a young world tree sapling. Among these, the two larger trees were planted within his courtyard, while the smaller one was placed in the medicinal herb garden. The moment the world tree took root, the spiritual energy of Tianqiang Mountain surged once more, amplifying nearly 1,000-fold. The essence of heaven and earth coalesced into a spiritual spring, cascading forth from the mountains. After completing all these tasks, Xuan nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. Now, this felt substantial. He had refrained from utilizing these resources earlier simply because he had not found a suitable location, as Tianfeng City was, after all, rather small. As Xuan was about to depart, he suddenly seemed to have discovered something. He turned back to gaze at the Tianqiang Mountains, where 7 towering peaks jutted majestically into the heavens, faintly resembling the shape of a ladle. The principal peak was precisely positioned at the head of this ladle-like formation. This inevitably brought to Xuan's mind the name 7 stars from a distant blue planet. Was this a sign from fate? Xuan spoke softly in that case. Let my family also adopt this name henceforth. With a grand gesture, a colossal stone tablet emerged atop the main peak, upon which 3 magnificent characters were inscribed. Greedy Wolf Peak. The other principal peaks unveiled their respective stone tablets, bearing the names Giant Gate, Fortune Star, Literary Star, Integrity Star, Martial Star, and Breaking Army. Having accomplished this, Xuan departed with a sense of satisfaction. Congratulations, esteemed host. The system has successfully registered your attendance, and you have been rewarded with a roasted chicken. Xuan, what does it mean, signing in for roasted chicken? Xuan felt quite helpless. Yet adhering to the principle of not letting an opportunity go to waste, he resolved not to squander it. On the 10th day, above the skies of Tianfeng City, a colossal bird, vast enough to obscure the sun, soared through the heavens, upon which stood thousands of individuals, setting forth towards Sanqiang Mountain. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the crowd was enveloped in a tapestry of emotions, some reluctant, some contemplative, and others filled with anticipation. Xuan stood at the forefront, with the esteemed elders of the Yi family positioned behind him. Even the elders of the Yi family could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Yu Beichen and his companions were not among them, for they had already ventured out to hone their skills. As for the Yi family in Tianfeng City, Xuan was unperturbed by the prospect of destruction, for the entire city was fortified with a sacred grade formation. Unless individuals of the utmost pinnacle from the Fengshen continent intervened, none could easily breach its defenses. Above the mountains, even at the peak speed of the cloud shadow Heavenly King, a deliberate deceleration to allow the Yi family members to appreciate the surrounding scenery still resulted in their arrival within a mere quarter of an hour. The members of the Yi family gazed down from the heavens, utterly astonished. Is this to be their future realm of cultivation? Towering mountains loomed. Clusters of grand palaces stood majestically, terraced fields and pavilions adorned the landscape. While the clear waters and verdant scenery were enveloped in ethereal mists, this was nothing short of a celestial paradise. The richness of the spiritual energy was simply beyond comprehension. Surely, this must be what the legendary immortal clans resembled. Even Yuning and the others were secretly taken aback. Could this truly be their familiar Songqiang mountain range? Were it not for the presence of the black water pool, they might have believed they were in an entirely different location. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. No. My cultivation. Drawing everyone's attention. They witnessed a surge of spiritual energy erupting around him, a clear sign of impending breakthrough. Soon after, another family member gasped in astonishment. They, too, were engulfed in a torrent of spiritual power, on the verge of ascending to the next realm. Observing this, Yuning swiftly guided everyone to the family square. In the ensuing moments, exclamations of "or" resonated throughout the Songqiang Mountain. The Yu family, comprising over 1,000 members, witnessed a remarkable breakthrough as they ascended the Celestial Mountain range, with only a few exceptions. The grandeur of the scene was truly awe-inspiring. A spectacle that Xuan had not anticipated, over 1,000 individuals achieving their breakthroughs in unison. However, considering the abundant celestial energy in the atmosphere, he found solace in the phenomenon. This collective breakthrough stirred the elemental forces, causing a tempest of spiritual energy. Yet Xuan effortlessly quelled the turbulence with a mere wave of his hand. The multitude successfully completed their transformations, remaining seated to fervently absorb the surrounding spiritual essence. In the plaza, 12 figures stood with their eyes tightly shut, emanating an overwhelming solar energy that enveloped the area in waves of heat. Consequently, the esteemed elders transitioned from the realm of calamity to the realm of radiance. It became evident that the previously detected individuals in the radiance realm were not these elders, but rather other distinguished figures. Upon achieving their breakthroughs, the crowd zealously devoured the ambient spiritual energy, and after a brief interlude of half an hour, they opened their eyes in unison. The elders rose and took their places on the prepared seats at the elevated platform. The newly ascended disciples, brimming with vitality and anticipation, understood that the moment for the division ceremony was imminent. They settled into their seats, aware that the family intended to establish 7 distinct branches this time. Moreover, any individual capable of overcoming the trials of the 3,000 steps and the 108 levels of the pagoda would be designated as the holy son of their respective branch. Even those from affiliated factions who succeeded would be honored as the divine son. Chapter 40. The Sun Moon Dynasty comes to congratulate. Today, Xuan did not hastily take his leave, On such a momentous occasion of family migration, as the patriarch, he felt compelled to set an example by remaining present. Although he was not particularly suited to be a role model, even in silence, his presence was necessary. Shen Huang and Han Tian had already departed to stand guard at the mountain gate. Their duty, though described as guarding, was merely a formality. Merely standing at the entrance would suffice. Only Yin Ying remained by Yu Xian's side, recognizing the importance of this day for the Yi family. Given their current reputation, it would be remiss not to acknowledge the well-wishers arriving to offer their congratulations. Before long, the banquet was prepared on both sides of the square. Orchestrated by Qingya, who had developed a passion for culinary arts ever since Yu Xian gifted him a knife, leading him down an unstoppable path of gastronomic delight. As the feast was set and anticipation filled the air, Yu Xian's gentle voice resonated among the guests. Today marks the joyous occasion of the Yi family's migration. As the family leader, I would like to say a few words. From this day forth, the Yi family will take Tianqiang Mountain as our starting point and aspire to make our name resound throughout the Fengxian continent. Suddenly, Yu Xian's tone shifted, and his commanding words echoed throughout the mountains. The members of the Yi family were instantly ignited by Yu Xian's words. Each of them displayed fervent excitement, clenching their fists. Their eyes ablaze as they fixated on Yu Xian. Even the elders gazed at him without blinking, as if awaiting his command. However, after a prolonged silence, they were left waiting for Yu Xian's subsequent remarks. They continued to wait for a while longer. Yi Tian, feeling somewhat uncertain, cautiously inquired, "Has the clan leader finished speaking?" "Indeed." Yu Xian shot him a glance of exasperation. "Yi Qin, how is it so swift?" Yu Xian initially intended to reply, "I have always been swift," but upon reflection, he sensed something amiss and chose to remain silent. Yu Xian looked at them with helplessness. "Did I not speak just a few words?" Without giving them a chance to respond, Yu Xian's voice resonated. "I shall leave the rest to you. Speaking too much can be quite exhausting. I will take a moment to rest." The elders were utterly speechless. The manner in which he dismissed them was truly outrageous. Could this possibly be the demeanor of a formidable being? Yi Tian, feeling helpless, could only step forward to bear the burden. Following the impassioned speech of the Grand Elder Yi Tian, the morale of the Yi family surged to its zenith once more. Ultimately, the matter of the branch lineage arose. The patriarch's lineage was associated with the greedy wolf. The Yi Tian lineage is associated with the Great Gate. The Yi Qing lineage is associated with Lu Xiyuan. The Yi Feng lineage is associated with the literary star. The Yi Yun lineage is characterized by its integrity. The Yi Qiu lineage embodies the essence of the martial star. The Yi Tsang lineage embodies the spirit of the breaker of armies. Yi Xian, the esteemed leader of the greedy wolf peak, presides over the 6 other elders, each of whom governs a distinct peak. The 6 former elders have been integrated into the 6 factions, thus establishing the 7 peaks. Subsequently, Yu Tian proclaimed the free access to the pagoda of floating souls and the trial ladder. Anyone who joins under the aegis of the Yi family's martial saints and successfully navigates these trials shall be honored as a holy son. This initiative is designed to foster competition among disciples, enabling them to swiftly enhance their martial prowess. At this juncture, Lin Qing, the governor of Qinlin Prefecture in the Tianwu dynasty, arrived to extend his congratulations. Upon hearing the announcement, Yi Tian displayed a subtle smile and declared in a clear voice, "Let the lord of Qinlin Mansion enter." A tall, middle-aged man clad in splendid attire gradually approached, accompanied by a breathtakingly beautiful woman in a flowing pink gown. Behind them, several guards bore an array of congratulatory gifts. The distinguished visitors were none other than Lin Qing and Lin Yurua. After exchanging courteous compliments with Yi Tian, Lin Qing descended to the lower level and respectfully cupped his fist in salute to Yi Xian. "Patriarchy," he said, "upon learning of your esteemed family's relocation today, I have come to present a humble gift, wishing for the future prosperity and flourishing of the Yi family." Yi Xian nodded politely in response. "Please take a seat." Soon after, a disciple approached to collect the gifts. Lin Yuru, with a hint of shyness gracing her exquisite beauty, smiled and nodded at Yi Xian. "Patriarchy. It has been quite a while." "Indeed, Miss Lin, it has been a long time. Please, have a seat." Yi Xian replied with a smile as he gazed at Lin Yuru. Lin Qing guided Lin Yuru to a suitable spot to sit down. However, Lin Yuru, positioned behind Lin Qing, couldn't help but steal glances at Yi Xian. Yet, when her eyes fell upon the tall, stunning woman beside him, a fleeting expression of disappointment crossed her otherwise enchanting face. At that moment, an announcement rang out. "The Lord of Tianfeng City, Fengxian, has arrived to offer his congratulations." All eyes turned as Fengxian strode in with great confidence, clad in a white robe and wearing a cheerful expression. Upon seeing Yi Tian, Fengxian jovially exclaimed, "Elder Yi, with such a significant occasion for the Yi family today, I have come to join the festivities." Previously, Yi Tian exchanged pleasantries with Fengxian, who had been absent from Tianfeng City of late due to his undertaking of the construction of Songqiang Mountain, a venture intended to strengthen ties with the Yi family. To put it plainly, Fengxian had firmly allied himself with the Yi clan, rendering any opposition futile. It soon became evident that this alliance bore fruit. As Yu Xian had arranged for a formidable city defense formation in Tianfeng City, he believed that with persistent efforts to ingratiate himself, he might one day leverage the Yi family's influence for his own advancement. He had witnessed the rise of the Yi family firsthand. At the moment when the two were engaged in cordial conversation, the ruler of the Tianwu dynasty, Wu Jifeng, accompanied by his son Wu Zongxin, arrived to extend his congratulations. Those present seemed to anticipate this visit, exhibiting no signs of astonishment. As expected, following the announcement, two figures entered with smiles upon their faces. One was a middle-aged man clad in a plain robe, none other than Wu Jifeng. The other, with flowing white hair cascading over his shoulders, was none other than Yu Xian's disciple, Wu Zongxin. After exchanging pleasantries with Yu Tian, Wu Jifeng approached Yu Xian to pay his respects. Expressing his heartfelt congratulations on the Yi family's relocation and wishing them everlasting prosperity and success, Yu Xian smiled and nodded to Wu Jifeng. Thank you for your kind offer. Your Majesty, please, take a seat. Wu Zongxin, in a gesture of deep respect, clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. Master, Yu Xian smiled and nodded, softly saying, from now on, stay in my Yi family to cultivate. The matters of Tianwu have come to a close, and you should focus on your training. Yes, Master. Wu Zongxin promptly replied, and then took a seat alongside Wu Jifeng. On the elevated platform, Yu Xian gazed down at the crowd below. Noticing a peculiar phenomenon, everyone was fixated on the void. Unbeknownst to him, these individuals were astonished. For the spiritual energy in this realm had nearly taken on a tangible form. The essence of this energy was distinct from that of the outside world. They pondered how Yu Xian had managed to condense such a rich concentration of spiritual energy. While they had occasionally passed by the Songxiang mountain range before, they had never experienced such an intense manifestation of earthly and heavenly spiritual energy. There could only be one explanation, a spirit-gathering array. They couldn't help but marvel at Lord Ye's prowess. To be able to arrange such a high-level spirit-gathering array was truly formidable. Representatives from the heavenly martial dynasty's Wutian sect arrived to extend their congratulations. The Tian Dao mountain manor of the heavenly martial dynasty came to celebrate. The snowfall pavilion of the heavenly martial dynasty also arrived to offer their regards. The Confronting dynasty joined in the festivities as well. At that moment, a voice resonated, stirring the previously harmonious banquet into a flurry of excitement. They had not anticipated the presence of dignitaries from other dynasties. The Confronting dynasty and the heavenly martial dynasty shared a border, and the two sovereigns engaged in delightful conversation at the banquet. The Xianyu dynasty arrived to convey their congratulations. The Tianhui dynasty also came to celebrate. Yu Tianyi received the guests, hardly daring to imagine that one day he would converse with so many illustrious figures he had previously only admired from afar. The Sun and Moon dynasty had come to offer their congratulations. At that moment, a hoarse, somewhat mocking voice echoed from outside. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The Sun and Moon dynasty. The dynasty had actually appeared. They had come to congratulate the Yi family. Instantly, an uneasy feeling settled over the crowd. It seemed that matters were perhaps more complicated than they appeared. And the tone of the voice suggested that the visitor bore ill intentions. Could it be that the rumors were indeed true? Chapter 41. The Sun and Moon Dynasty. A contest? It was rumored that the Sun and Moon Dynasty held significant ties with the Divine Wind Dynasty. The progenitor of the Divine Wind Dynasty was said to be the son of a prominent figure from the Sun and Moon Dynasty, though this had never been substantiated. As the voice faded, a figure clad in a black robe materialized in the square, accompanied by a young man in purple robes. The moment this figure appeared, the rulers of the surrounding dynasties rose to their feet, clasping their fists in a gesture of respect. Individuals from the dynasty were seldom seen by these smaller dynasties. Yu Tian hurriedly trotted forward to receive the esteemed guests, for one must not neglect the prominent figures of the dynasty. However, the figure in the black robe paid no heed to Yu Tian or the lords of the various dynasties. The black-robed man simply gazed around with a faint expression. This place is rather pleasant. It is indeed an excellent locale for cultivation. The surroundings are commendable, yet it seems rather extravagant. The black-robed figure spoke with unabashed candor, continuing his musings until he reached the center of the family square. Turning to Yu Xian with an enigmatic smile, the black-robed man remarked, "Ah, you must be the head of the Yi family here. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Prince Bian of the Sun and Moon Dynasty." The lords of the surrounding dynasties immediately bowed in respect. "We have the honor to meet Prince Bian." In response to the black-robed man's inquiry, Yu Xian maintained a stoic demeanor, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement toward the two individuals. Noticing Yu Xian's expression, Prince Bian's smile took on a somewhat sinister edge as he spoke. "Oh, I have come to congratulate the Yi family on their migration." "And this is the attitude of a Yi family head? Those who come to congratulate the Yi family are, of course, welcome. Please, take a seat." Yu Xian replied with a slight smile. Had it been earlier, he would have acted decisively, but he refrained from shedding blood on the very first day of their migration. Alas, how could that be? "I heard of the Yi family's migration today, and here I am, specially to offer my congratulations," Prince Bian responded with a smile, though the authenticity of it remained dubious. Naturally, he did not believe that Yu Xian would dare to act against him. For the Sun and Moon Dynasty and the Divine Wind Dynasty were not of the same caliber. To him, unless ordered from above to probe the situation, he would have little interest in such a remote corner. Suddenly, a thunderous laugh resonated from outside. "Haha, Prince Bian, I never imagined that after all these years, the Sun and Moon Dynasty would still be in this state. As the voice fell, an elderly man clad in white robes, exuding an aura of celestial grace, appeared in the square, accompanied by a strikingly elegant woman in a flowing green dress, her figure enchanting and her face veiled, captivating all who beheld her. We, the Tianyin dynasty, have come to congratulate the Yi family on their migration. Upon the elder's arrival, the square erupted once more in astonishment. Another dynasty, the Tianyin dynasty, stood at the same level as the Sun and Moon dynasty, a top-tier force within the wilds. It was astonishing that two such powers appeared simultaneously. Hastily, Tian stepped forward to receive them, and the elderly man nodded in acknowledgement. Under Tian's guidance, he approached Xuan. I am the old man of the Tianyin dynasty, Wang Pingxi, accompanied by my disciple. We have come uninvited, and I hope the Yi family head will not take offense. The elder bowed respectfully to Xuan. This scene plunged the gathering into silence. Even Prince Bian looked on in disbelief at Wang Pingxi. Wang Pingxi has traveled miles to come. Please, take your seat, Xuan replied with a warm smile. Xuan is just like this. When others respect him a foot, he reciprocates with a whole yard. The elder nodded at Xuan, while the graceful woman behind him scrutinized him, attempting to discern something. Suddenly, the elder scolded, Luo Yuan. Do not be rude. Upon hearing the elder's reprimand, the woman corrected her gaze. The elder took his seat, astonished by the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It seems, as the ancestor said, that this Yu family is extraordinary. Upon the elder's seating, Prince Bian also found a place to sit. The man behind him, however, fixated his gaze on the young woman in green, his eyes filled with fervor. Prince Pingxi, I never expected you to come in person, Prince Bian remarked with evident displeasure. If you, Prince Bian, can attend, why can't I? Besides, it is only natural for an old man like me to show support for such a significant event as the migration of the Yi family. The white-clad elder retorted disdainfully. Seeing he could not best Prince Pingxi in words, Prince Bian's face darkened, his fists clenched. The onlookers could hear Prince Pingxi's words and were secretly astonished. For he was praising the Yi family at every turn. This puzzled everyone. The rulers of various dynasties raised their cups to toast Prince Pingxi. For a friendship with him could significantly benefit their development, unlike Prince Bian, who was ignored. Were it not for the fear of incurring Prince Bian's wrath, they would have hardly spared him a glance. Prince Bian nodded at the young man beside him. He then stood up without consulting Xuan. Everyone, I believe we have feasted enough. Why not add some excitement? He suggested. I see many of you have brought your descendants. Let us allow the youth to compete and add some flair. Prince Pingxi frowned, casting an unhappy look at Prince Bian. This is not your Sun and Moon dynasty. Prince Bian, he stated. Just as Prince Pingxi finished speaking, a voice resonated throughout the square. It was Xuan who spoke. The crowd gazed at him in surprise, unable to believe he would accept this proposal. This was quite different from the rumors surrounding the Yi patriarch. Could it be that he was compelled by the might of the Sun and Moon dynasty to comply with Prince Bian? Little did they know. Xuan was merely waiting for the system to trigger a hidden quest. Ever since he had tasted the sweetness of hidden tasks, he had been anticipating this moment, and he could not let it pass. Upon hearing this, Prince Bian thought to himself, indeed, it seems the Yi family possesses no formidable warriors. The rumored Heavenly King must be their strongest. If the only power they had was the Heavenly King, then the Yi family would have no reason to exist. With this thought, Prince Bian's expression turned cold. The outside world only knew of the rumored connection between the Divine Wind dynasty and the Sun and Moon dynasty. Unaware that the Divine Wind dynasty was merely a subordinate force of the latter, established by the son of the ancestor of the Sun and Moon dynasty. He had come to ascertain the strength of the Yi family, hence his aggressive demeanor since entering. Seeing Xuan acquiesce to the request, the woman behind Prince Pingxi also displayed a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. Indeed, the tales from the outside world were exaggerated. He was just like everyone else, without anything particularly remarkable. Then I propose we each contribute some excitement, allowing the youth to compete with greater motivation. Prince Bian continued, his expression unchanged. I will lead the way, as I propose this first, he declared. As his words fell, a long spear appeared in his hand, exuding an overwhelming aura of heaven and earth. It was, indeed, a celestial warrior. Chapter 42, The Stakes. Celestial warrior Prince Bian, with his nose in the air, reveled in the attention of the crowd. As soon as he revealed the celestial warrior, the rulers of the surrounding dynasties displayed expressions of shock. Truly, being a dynasty meant making grand gestures with their first move. Celestial warriors were revered artifacts within their dynasties. Some smaller dynasties, like Tianwu, did not even possess a single celestial warrior. Witnessing Prince Bian brandish a celestial warrior, Prince Pingxi gently shook his head and drew out a long sword, which radiated a terrifying force of heaven and earth. Another celestial warrior, and this one was of the highest quality. The rulers trembled in astonishment. Was this the true nature of a dynasty? Their foundation was indeed beyond comparison with smaller dynasties. The disparity was akin to that between ants and the vast sky, and their presence here was entirely due to the Yi family's influence. Dynasties with strengths nearing that of a dynasty also joined in the stakes, as many placed their bets. Only Xuan remained silent. Prince Bian looked at Xuan with a smile. You patriarch, why do you not place a bet? Could it be that you have none? If so, I can assist you in adding some excitement. Xuan cast a cold glance at him, a hint of derision flickering in the depths of his eyes, and chose to ignore him. He then turned his attention to Wu Songxing. Songxing, what weapon do you prefer? The crowd was perplexed, unsure why Yi Xian posed such a question. Wu Songxing was equally bewildered, yet he answered, Master, I usually favor the staff. Upon hearing Wu Songxing's response, Yi Xian smiled. With a grand gesture, an object materialized in the void. The moment it appeared, it incited a tumultuous surge of celestial power. A wave of murderous intent sweeping across the area. The onlookers felt this overwhelming aura and were left in utter astonishment. It was the presence of a heavenly king's battle weapon. A staff descended from the heavens, embedding itself into the center of the plaza, radiating a mesmerizing black gold luminescence. As they sensed its terrifying aura, the sovereigns of various kingdoms were momentarily awestruck. Even the king of Pingxi could not help but exclaim, what a magnificent spectacle. It is important to note that a heavenly king's battle weapon is a rarity, even among sovereigns. To present such a treasure as a mere token for the younger generation was indeed a bold move. However, the woman behind the elder displayed a look of disdain, inwardly contemplating how foolish it was to sacrifice a heavenly king's battle weapon merely for the sake of appearances. She sensed a threat emanating from the young man behind the king of Bayan, leaving her questioning Yi Xian's audacity to wield such a formidable weapon. At this moment, the assembly began to grasp the implications of Yi Xian's earlier words, which clearly suggested that the youth named Wu Songxing would triumph over all the young talents present. Such a lucrative reward for a contest stirred the ambitions of the younger generation behind the sovereigns, yet their rulers could not offer anything of equal value, leaving them without the chance to step onto the stage. Seeing this, Yi Xian calmly stated, Guests are welcome. Anyone from the various dynasties and sects who wishes to step forward may do so, as the rewards will be provided by my Yi family. With a grand gesture, he summoned 50 luminous orbs that radiated dazzling light, flickering in the void above. These are celestial battle weapons, 50 of them. One of the dynasty leaders stood up in excitement. The expressions of the other dynasty leaders were filled with shock. In their astonishment, all the leaders and sect masters stood up respectfully, cupping their fists in gratitude towards Yi Xian. Thank you, Chief Yi. It is you who has provided this opportunity for our younger generation. Haha, Chief Yi. What great ambition you possess. I, Jiang Yintian, am thoroughly impressed. The voice came from the Prince of Pingxi, whose real name was Jiang Yintian. However, the young woman behind him seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Humph. Upon witnessing Yi Xian's display, the king of Bian trembled in frustration. Damn it. He has stolen the limelight again. He too wished to showcase dozens of celestial battle weapons, but alas, he had only a handful in his spatial ring. Calm down, master. Once I defeat them, all those weapons will belong to us. A purple-robed youth remarked, his tone brimming with confidence. Hearing this, the king of Bian settled down, realizing he had no reason to rush. Let Yi Xian enjoy the spotlight for a moment. Soon, he would be left with nothing, unable to shed a tear. Besides, he believed it wouldn't be long before the dynasties. With this thought, a sly smile crept across the king of Bian's face. Unbeknownst to him that Yi Xian was observing it all, also smiling faintly. Now that we have the rewards established, let the younger generation take the stage. Yi Xian declared. The only rule is that there are no rules. The last person standing will claim all the rewards. Upon hearing the rules, everyone nodded in agreement. The dynasty leaders had no reason to oppose. This was indeed more advantageous for them. With that, Yi Xian turned his gaze to Wu Songxing, who immediately stood up and walked to the center of the plaza. The younger generations from various dynasties and sects followed suit. The Prince of Pingxi nodded to the young woman behind him, prompting her to step forward, where she was met with countless gazes. Next, the self-proclaimed dashing purple-robed man made his entrance, leaping into the air and gracefully unfolding his fan as he descended slowly, nearly making Wu Songxing retch. He had seen arrogance before, but never such distasteful arrogance. The young woman in green was equally disdainful. The purple-robed man landed, not concealing the fervent gaze he directed at the young woman. Miss Luo Yuan, I hope you will show mercy later. The young woman paid him no heed. To her, such a person was repulsive. The purple-robed man remained unfazed, believing that her disinterest stemmed from not having witnessed his true strength. He continued, Miss Luo Yuan, please wait a moment while I deal with these weaklings first. Then, I shall have a match with you. Be my guest, the young woman replied coolly, devoid of any excitement. To her, among the younger generation present, only the purple-robed man posed a potential challenge. Hearing this, the purple-robed man was elated and turned to address everyone. Come at me all at once. With that, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, emanating a peak presence of the Xianming realm. Upon seeing this, the younger generation from various dynasties and sects shifted their expression slightly. They had not anticipated such strength from this individual. Most were in the Jiayong realm, but under today's rules, they still possessed a chance. They dared not underestimate him. Unleashing all their power, with 40 emanating Jiayong realm energies and over 10 exuding Xianming realm presence. However, among them, only one was at the 7th level of Xianming, while the rest were at the 1st and 2nd levels. Seeing their cultivation levels, the purple-robed man shook his head dismissively. Too weak. You may as well leave. The crowd's faces darkened. They were the elite among the younger generation of their respective dynasties and sects, and they could not tolerate being belittled. Especially the one at the forefront, a young man of the 7th level of Xianming, the prince of the Batian dynasty, Lu Qian. He would not endure such provocation. An unusual aura began to emanate from him, filling the space with an enigmatic presence. "Is that a celestial spirit physique?" gasped one of the dynasty leaders. The other leaders were equally astonished. If it were merely one physique, it would not have evoked such a reaction. The crowd's fervor stemmed from the potential for the celestial spirit physique to evolve into a royal physique. As the power of the physique surged forth, even the purple-robed man momentarily displayed surprise, though it quickly morphed into disdain. He stepped forward, unleashing an overwhelming heat and violent energy that radiated from him. Chapter 43, Sunfire Royal Physique, Xuan Royal Physique. As the purple-robed youth advanced, an immense wave of heat surged forth. "Is that the Sunfire Royal Physique?" Ranked 99th on the Royal Physique list, the crowd was stunned by the revelation of such a formidable constitution. In the vast expanse of Fengxian continent, there existed a list dedicated to cataloging various physiques. Only those with royal physiques or higher could earn a place on it. To possess a physique ranked on the royal physique list is no wonder. Even Jiang Yintian, the prince of Pingxi, revealed a hint of surprise. Glancing at the king of Bian, the king of Bian sensed Jiang Yintian's gaze and gave a slight nod, a provocative expression on his face. Jiang Yintian merely cast a sidelong glance at him, silently thinking, "Fool." He then returned his attention to the center of the plaza. Throughout the entire event, the young woman in green and Wu Sangshan remained notably calm. Even when the purple-robed man revealed his royal physique, it failed to capture their interest. The purple-robed man, after showcasing his Sunfire royal physique, looked towards the young woman, hoping to see surprise, admiration, or disbelief in her expression. However, to his disappointment, her demeanor was as tranquil as an ancient well, showing no sign of the reaction he had anticipated. He then shifted his gaze to Wu Sangshan, who regarded him with an unfazed expression, as if reading two words in his eyes: "Fool." The purple-robed man's face darkened, and a blazing fury erupted from him, spreading like wildfire, as if he sought to incinerate everything around him. Seeing this, the crowd dispersed, encircling the purple-robed man. Several young elites of the Xianming realm also unleashed their powers. They were, after all, spirit bodies. Led by Lu Qian, they charged toward the purple-robed man, each employing their formidable techniques in an attempt to collectively defeat him. Frog Fist, Celestial Severing Kick, Dragon Claw Hand. The purple-robed man bellowed, "I will defeat you all with a single move. Get lost." A blazing sun rose behind him, radiating scorching light as it surged forward. Boom. The clash of martial techniques stirred up countless clouds of dust. Yi Xian waved his hand, and a protective shield materialized from thin air, enveloping the battlefield. In the center of the arena, a man in a purple robe stood with utmost confidence, slowly retreating a step while opening his folding fan, casually uttering, "I present my humble performance." As the dust settled, over 40 figures lay scattered on the ground. Yet, several figures, though bloodied, remained steadfast. Witnessing this scene, the audience fell into a stunned silence. Suddenly, someone outside the arena exclaimed, He truly did present his humble performance. I thought he was being modest." The purple-robed man's face turned a deep shade of crimson, akin to liver, while even the observing king of Bian wore a grim expression. The king of Pingxi chuckled mockingly. "Who would have thought your disciple would be so honest, King Bian?" Infuriated, the king of Bian slammed his hand on the table and stood up, exclaiming, "Enough of this." Upon hearing the king of Bian's furious shout, the purple-robed man's murderous intent flared as he fixed his gaze upon the few standing figures. The sun once again emerged, intent on obliterating them. "We concede," several voices chimed in unison. They understood that they could no longer contend with the purple-robed man and chose to surrender. However, the purple-robed man, filled with murderous intent, showed no signs of relenting. Surrounded by flames, the sun surged forward to strike. The exhausted figures had no strength left to resist. They could only watch helplessly as the attack approached. The observing monarchs wished to intervene and save their younger kin, but as they prepared to act, a chilling aura locked onto them. Just as the attack was about to strike, a voice echoed, "Humph, they have already surrendered. To strike with lethal intent is rather excessive." A pale hand suddenly appeared, and though it was fair, it crushed the sun engulfed in flames with bare hands. The crowd looked up in astonishment to find a silver-haired young man, seemingly Yi Xian's disciple, with the simultaneous appearance of several spirit bodies. The figures of Wu Sangshan and the young woman from the Tianyan dynasty were momentarily overlooked. It was only now that the crowd realized two had remained inactive. One, Wu Sangshan, a disciple of the Yi family, and the other, the young woman in green. The rulers of the various dynasties secretly acknowledged Wu Sangshan's extraordinary prowess, simultaneously casting him grateful glances. Seeing the assault halted, the purple-robed man's expression twisted into a snarl. "Die." The sun exploded forth. Wu Sangshan's expression hardened at this sight. He then unleashed his full strength, reaching the pinnacle of the Xianming realm. "Humph, obstinate fool." He executed the heaven-splitting finger. A colossal figure, imbued with the essence of the sun, formed and descended upon Wu Sangshan. A magnificent, closed-eyed figure manifested behind Wu Sangshan, whose eyes slowly opened to point forward. This gesture seemed capable of severing the heavens. The two unmatched attacks collided violently, radiating an exquisite brilliance. The plaza cracked under the pressure, a tempestuous energy flooding the space. dust swirling in the air. When the dust settled, a silver-haired youth stood defiantly upon the plaza. It is Brother Wu. A disciple from the Yi family shouted. With one strike, he has bested that boastful man. How powerful! Another disciple exclaimed. The purple-robed youth lay in the center of the plaza, bleeding profusely, his garments tattered. The king of Bayan, upon witnessing this, was consumed with rage. Damn it, who allowed you to injure him? A fierce aura, resonating with the essence of the king's realm, began to rise. Just then, a deep voice resonated. Humph, you initiated the duel, if you cannot handle it, then step aside and spare us the embarrassment. The crowd turned to see the king of Pingxi stepping forward to intervene. Furious, the king of Bayan gritted his teeth but reluctantly ceased his aggression, smashing the table before him in frustration. He then seized the purple-robed man and hastily fed him several medicinal pills. After the purple-robed man faced such a defeat, only two remained in the arena. The onlookers keenly awaited to see who would emerge victorious. Despite Wu Songxing demonstrating formidable strength, the young woman in green remained unfazed. I initially thought he would be my strongest opponent, but this has turned out differently, the young woman in green remarked, her face obscured. But her tone revealed her calm demeanor. Surrender, you cannot defeat me. She continued coolly. I recognize that you may possess the ability to defeat him. Perhaps you are also a hidden royal body. Yet it ultimately falls short. Surrendering would at least preserve some dignity. Observing the confident woman before him, Wu Songxing shook his head. Is this how all people of the dynasty carry themselves? The woman sighed softly upon seeing him shake his head. Why is there such disbelief? Let us stop with the idle chatter. Come forth and show me your strength. Wu Songxing's fighting spirit surged. Very well, as you wish. The young woman replied indifferently. With that, she formed hand seals, and a snow lotus gradually manifested between her brows. As the snow lotus appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted. The air began to show signs of freezing, and the young woman's hair was gradually covered in frost, even affecting the local climate. Impossible! An astonished, incredulous voice reverberated across the family plaza. Following the sound, the king of Bayan stared fixedly at the young woman in green. How could it be the Xian Frost royal body? In the incredulous tones of the king of Bayan, the atmosphere fell into silence. It was indeed a royal body. The most formidable constitution, closest to those prodigious geniuses. Moreover, the Xian Frost royal body ranked 19th on the royal body list. With sufficient opportunities, it could evolve into a sacred body. After exhausting the resources of the dynasty, it could potentially be nurtured into a sacred body. How could it be a royal body? No wonder she is so confident. The crowd outside was utterly astonished. They never expected to witness the legendary royal body here. Such a constitution rarely appeared even among the dominant forces across the domains. Each time one emerged, once they matured, they could protect their faction for millennia. Why is it a royal body? The purple-robed man howled in despair, akin to a defeated mutt. He had thought himself the protagonist, only to nearly be crushed by a single individual. Now, with the emergence of another royal body, he could not accept it. At this moment, he realized he was merely a fool playing the clown. The young woman in green now resembled an ice and snow queen, her eyes like polar stars, clad in a flowing green gown, radiating a chilling brilliance. With every movement, it seemed as if all things were compelled to submit to her authority. Wu Songxing gazed at the unfolding scene, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes, revealing a hint of intrigue. He had not anticipated her to be a royal body. No wonder she dared to speak such words. However, if that were all she possessed, it would not suffice. The young woman regarded Wu Songxing with interest. Her cold gaze ignited, an aura not belonging to the Xianming realm surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. She had indeed stepped into the realm of Kongming. The ultimate chilling essence surged toward Wu Songxing. I shall give you one last chance. Surrender. It would spare you further disgrace. Otherwise, alas. I truly find myself at a loss with you all, each one conceding defeat before a single blow has been struck. Wu Songxing shook his head, bewildered by the penchant of those from the dynasty for pretense. Why concede defeat before the battle has even commenced? Does he appear so feeble? Since he refused to surrender, allow me to illuminate the disparity between us. Remember, it is I, Jiang Luoyuan, who shall vanquish you. The azure-clad woman's palm shimmered with a chilling light as she thrust it downward with force. Such arrogance. A sharp glint appeared on Wu Songxing's fair visage. Should you desire a duel, I shall oblige. A fervent gleam flickered in his gaze. The essence of his cultivation surged forth, unleashing an aura characteristic of the mid-stage of the void realm. The celestial eye of martial arts is now awakened. The indomitable battle body is now unleashed. Suddenly, Jiang Luoyuan felt as though the very scene around her transformed. This place was no longer the Yi residence. In its stead, an atmosphere of murderous intent surged. The cacophony of battle cries echoing through an endless battlefield. On this battlefield, banners waved fiercely, weapons lay shattered, and a blood-soaked figure stood resolutely, wielding a broken staff. Advancing without hesitation, crimson vitality swirled around him, growing ever more formidable with each confrontation, resembling an invincible war deity. He fought until the heavens themselves revealed their light, battling until all foes were annihilated. Time became a blur, and soon there was no one left before him. all eradicated by his relentless might. The figure slowly turned to gaze upon her. What manner of being was this? Unmatched and unparalleled, his aura overshadowed the heavens. His profound gaze seemingly capable of piercing through the cycles of existence. As he regarded her, it felt as though a single glance could erase her from reality. In that moment, Jiang Luoyuan was no longer the Ice Queen. Before that figure, she appeared as an ordinary mortal, collapsing to the ground in utter defeat. In the outside world, onlookers noted the overwhelming presence both combatants exuded, their expressions rife with astonishment, particularly as they beheld Wu Sangxing. Though they could not discern the enigmatic aura enveloping him, it was evident that his cultivation was remarkable. Fifth tier of the Void Realm. At such a young age, he had attained such an extraordinary level. The crowd fixated on the two, eager to discern who would emerge victorious. Despite Wu Sangxing revealing his mid-stage prowess, he faced none other than Jiang Luoyuan, who possessed the Imperial physique. The outcome remained uncertain. In that moment, just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, the frosty Jiang Luoyuan suddenly dissipated her aura, collapsing to the ground. This scene left the spectators utterly flabbergasted. What transpired? The battle had yet to commence. Luoyuan, the Prince of Pingxi, vanished from his position, reappearing at the center of the arena. Luoyuan, what has happened to you? His hands trembled, fearing for the azure-clad woman's safety. Jiang Luoyuan, regaining her composure, replied, Master, I am unscathed. I have lost. Upon hearing this, the Prince of Pingxi exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as you are well, that is all that matters. Losing is but a natural occurrence. Jiang Luoyuan, whom the prince had raised since childhood, was not merely his disciple, but rather, he regarded her as his own. Her safety was his utmost concern. Now fully aware, Jiang Luoyuan looked at Wu Sangxing with newfound respect rather than disdain. Thank you, martial friend, for your mercy. Wu Sangxing observed the scene with a slight smile. Shaking his head, there is no need for such formalities, but do remember this. Never underestimate the people of the world. With those words, Wu Sangxing turned to face Yi Xian. Victory is mine. A Yi family disciple shouted triumphantly. But how did Brother Wu achieve this win? Surely, it must be due to his striking appearance. Brother Wu is invincible. I adore you, Brother Wu. Instantly, the arena erupted with the jubilant cheers of countless Yi family disciples. Though none from the Yi family had participated, Wu Sangxing was still considered one of them. This young man possessed boundless potential. Even the ruler of the Batian dynasty spoke up. Indeed, the sovereign of Tianwu is truly fortunate. Many sovereigns chimed in. Though they could not comprehend the nature of the victory, it was clear from Jiang Liyuan's words that Wu Sangxing had indeed triumphed, seemingly holding back his true power. Very well, Sangxing. Since you have emerged victorious, the reward is yours, Yi Xian said with a smile as he gestured, with a wave of his hand. The battle spoils ascended into the air, entering a spatial ring and flying towards Wu Sangxing. Wu Sangxing caught the spatial ring with both hands. The contest concluded with his victory. The banquet resumed as various lords toasted to the sovereign of Tianwu. Amidst this joyous atmosphere, two figures wore expressions of profound gloom. With no table before them, they observed others with disdain. Unable to bear the peculiar glances any longer, the two stood and departed in a fit of rage. Before leaving, the king of Bian cast a cold glance at Yi Xian, who could not be bothered to acknowledge him, not even sparing him a glance. System, did you forget again? Ding, understood. Ding, congratulations to the host's family descendant for their breakthrough, and the family elder for their advancement. Family cohesion 1. 000,000. Ding. Current family cohesion stands at 4,083,000. Ding. Upon reaching 4 million cohesion, you receive 1 copy of the Ancient Emperor Yin Sutra and 1 Burning Heaven Sacred Body. Not bad. System, continue to maintain this. Yi Xian's voice echoed within the system's space. Ding. Are you instructing me on how to operate? Chapter 45. The underpinnings of the Sun and Moon Dynasty entering and breaking the clan's great array. In the Tianxiong mountain range, the crowd reveled under the golden afterglow, indulging in merriment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of beasts plunged the mountains into an early night. Within the Yi family, the atmosphere, once steeped in joy, abruptly shifted as the expressions of the assembly turned grave. The lords of various dynasties hastily rose, their countenances etched with concern as they gazed toward the heavens above the Tianxiong mountains. Even the king of Pingxi wore a troubled expression, for lo and behold, a figure of authority among them exclaimed, Heavens! There are 100,000 iron cavalry traversing the void. This spectral cavalry, exuding a chilling aura, surged forth like a tide of darkness, clad in obsidian armor and mounted upon equally dark steeds. At the forefront stood a commander upon a divine steed, each step causing the very fabric of the void to quiver. Armed with a war spear, he emanated an imposing presence. As the divine steed came to a halt, 9 resplendent suns gradually ascended behind the iron cavalry, revealing 9 silhouettes standing amidst their brilliance. Among them, the figure of the king of Bian stood out prominently. The leader, adorned in a dragon robe, was none other than the sovereign of the sun and moon, a formidable being of the celestial lord realm. The 8 kings of the sun and moon had all assembled, accompanied by the sovereign of the sun and moon. The king of Pingxi was struck with dismay. This grand display was unmistakably a declaration of war against the Yi family. As the crowd recoiled in terror, a thunderous voice echoed across the Zhangqiang Mountains. Yi family, you have offended the might of the sun and moon dynasty and shall face annihilation. All unrelated individuals, evacuate immediately. This proclamation was not born out of benevolence from the sun and moon dynasty. Rather, it was driven by the involvement of another dynasty, which instilled a sense of caution within them. Hearing the decree, the assembly exchanged apprehensive glances, contemplating their choices. To remain meant facing the tempest unleashed by the sun and moon dynasty. To depart, however, risked incurring the wrath of the Yi family should they survive this tumult. It was indeed a gamble of grand proportions. Meanwhile, Yi Xian remained calmly sipping his tea, refraining from uttering a word. Soon, several sect masters and dynasty lords stepped forward, clasping their fists in respect to Yi Xian before turning to depart. The Sun and Moon dynasty had mobilized such formidable forces, they would not linger to oppose them. After the departure of the assembly, only the lords of the Tianwu dynasty, Batian dynasty, Songfeng dynasty, and the king of Pingxi remained with the Yi family. The Songfeng dynasty bordered the Tianwu dynasty, while the Batian dynasty ranked just behind the Shinfeng dynasty. The reasons for the lords of the Batian and Songfeng dynasties choosing the Yi family were straightforward. Throughout the unfolding events, Yi Xian had maintained an air of tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Moreover, the younger generation of the Yi family exhibited no signs of fear or unrest. Most merely glanced upward before returning to their cups of wine. The members of the Yi family exhibited an unsettling calmness, which could either stem from ignorance or an unfathomable depth of strength. Consequently, the 2 great dynasties resolved to stake their fortunes on a high-stakes gamble. The reason for the Yi family's tranquility lay in their glance at Yi Xian, who remained composed as the patriarch. Thus, they felt no anxiety, as long as their leader was at ease. It was evident that any slight provocation would likely be the utmost limit of their adversaries' capabilities, so why worry? The sect leaders within the heavenly martial dynasty dared not leave, as they were bound by the presence of the heavenly martial sovereign. In the void, the commander of the 100,000 iron cavalry spoke. Prince of the West, stand aside. Otherwise, the Sun and Moon dynasty shall erase you and the Yi family from existence. A chilling voice resonated above the Zhangqiang mountain. Huh, what grandiose threats from the Sun and Moon dynasty. Come, let us see if I, Jiang Yintian, am easily intimidated. The Prince of the West was unafraid of the Sun and Moon dynasty, confident that they would not dare act against him. For he was the Prince of the West of the heavenly Yin dynasty. Enough of this idle chatter, destroy the Yi family, roared the Bian king. Alone in the Yi family stronghold, he did not dare to act recklessly, especially with the Sun and Moon army pressing in. They had revealed their true strength. What was there to fear from the Yi family? His sole desire was to see Yi Xian perish. All soldiers, heed my command. Kill, bellowed the leading commander. The 9 figures behind him moved in unison, 9 radiant suns illuminating the sky. The overwhelming aura of 8 peak heavenly kings enveloped the entire Zhangqiang mountain, as if the mountain itself was facing its doom. Another presence, akin to a sovereign of the mortal realm, radiated boundless power, seemingly sealing off the entire mountain. As the vast energy cloaked Zhangqiang mountain, the Prince of the West prepared to ascend and fight. Just then, a voice called out to him. Friend Jiang, there is no need for alarm. Jiang Yintian turned towards the source of the voice, which belonged to Yi Xian. Patriarchy, what do you mean by this? Jiang Yintian inquired, somewhat confused. Friend Jiang, there is truly no need to be anxious. I have my plans. Come, let us enjoy some tea. Without answering, Yi Xian raised his teacup and drank deeply. Observing this, Jiang Yintian ceased his questioning, furrowed his brow, and chose to take a seat. Since the Yi patriarch had his own arrangements, his presence was no longer required. The members of the Sun and Moon dynasty, witnessing those below calmly sipping tea while they prepared to strike, became increasingly enraged. This was an intolerable affront. They were the Sun and Moon dynasty, a top-tier force from the wasteland. With their strength fully unleashed, they sought to annihilate a single family, only to be met with disdain. How could they endure this? An endless barrage of attacks descended upon the Yi family. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Yi Xian merely smiled, unfazed. As the assault was about to strike the Yi family, a blue shield suddenly materialized, enveloping the entire clan. The attacks rained down, engulfing the Yi family in a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the sight before the Sun and Moon dynasty members was astonishing. The Yi family members were leisurely drinking and feasting, their defenses unscathed. A protective formation. The Sun and Moon sovereign murmured, his expression icy. Humph. What of a protective formation? Form the array. Let the sovereign break their protective formation. The Sun and Moon sovereign commanded coldly. Instantly, the 100,000 iron cavalry were enveloped in a mysterious radiance, their energies intertwining. The leading commander's power surged. quickly surpassing the pinnacle of the heavenly kings and ascending to another level. He gathered his spiritual energy and struck down with his weapon, unleashing a force far beyond that of a heavenly king. However, this did not yield any results. As the dust cleared, the intact protective formation of the Yi family was revealed. The leading commander was left dumbfounded. What is happening? The following half hour left everyone present in shock. Attacks continued to rain down upon the protective formation, yet the 9 suns gradually dimmed. The 9 warriors were already out of breath, drenched in sweat. And even the sun and moon sovereign's aura had begun to wane. They took turns assaulting this impenetrable shield, yet after half an hour, they had barely scratched its surface, let alone breached the Yi family's protective formation. Alas, true invincibility is indeed lonely. Yi Tiechue lay sprawled on the plaza, gazing into the void. Father, those above seem utterly inept. Look at them, they're exhausted. Utinida remarked to Yi Tiechue with a hint of indifference. The crowd remained speechless. Chapter 46. The ancestor of the sun and moon, the Calamity Emperor descends. In the Leaf family square, the crowd was rendered speechless by shock. Particularly the leaders of the Pingxi Wang, the Beixing dynasty, and the Tsongfeng dynasty. They stared blankly into the void above, pondering whether this was an attempt to annihilate the Leaf family. It felt almost childish, as if they were playing house, after all this time. They hadn't even managed to breach a single protective barrier. Simultaneously, they marveled at the depth of the Leaf family's heritage. No wonder they had not seen Yixian make any moves throughout this ordeal. The foundation of their confidence lay here, in the formidable protective array of their clan. Once they decided to stay, they had prepared for mutual destruction, trusting their instincts that choosing the Leaf family would lead to a better path. However, the current situation suggested that such drastic measures were unnecessary. Pingxi Wang was equally astonished. It was remarkable that a coalition of peak kings and celestial beings had been unable to breach this array even after half an hour of assault. What a terrifying formation this was. Was this truly the Leaf family's genuine strength, or merely the tip of the iceberg? If it were the latter, it would be utterly terrifying. Jiang Yintian, the Pingxi Wang, could not help but admire the foresight of their ancestors. Zhang Luoyuan was equally horrified. The Leaf family was indeed formidable. Could it be that the patriarch Yixian was not as she had imagined? In truth, Yixian wished to convey that this was merely an ordinary defensive array, albeit an ordinary sacred tier array. Damn it! Above in the void, King Bian roared in fury. He could not comprehend why the Leaf family possessed such a formidable array, especially since he had only sensed the presence of a spirit-gathering array during his investigation. Ming Bian, didn't you say there was no issue? What is happening now? A peak king angrily questioned King Bian. Even the sun and moon sovereign cast a disapproving gaze at King Bian. Is this what you meant by no issue? King Bian had indeed found no problems during his investigation, as the sacred tier ultimate array was far too advanced for his level to detect. His face turned ashen, his aura unstable. I do not know. How could I ask him? There was truly no array when I was probing, he stammered. He had even deliberately tried to trouble Yixian several times without uncovering any clues. The sun and moon sovereign's expression darkened considerably as he stood up, shattering a communication talisman. Summon the ancestor. At the moment the talisman shattered, a beam of golden light vanished into the void. Meanwhile, the earlier relaxed demeanor of Pingxi Wang was replaced with a grave expression. The crowd noticed this sudden shift in Pingxi Wang's mood and were left perplexed as to why he had grown so serious. Senior Jiang, why do you look so solemn? The ruler of the Beixing dynasty inquired, confused. The others also cast curious glances at Pingxi Wang. If I am not mistaken, the one the sun and moon sovereign just contacted is the ancestor of the sun and moon dynasty, Pingxi Wang explained with a heavy tone. Haha. Senior Jiang need not panic. Even if the ancestor of the sun and moon arrives, I doubt he could breach the protective array of the Leaf patriarch. The leader of the Tsongfeng dynasty chuckled, convinced that the Leaf family's protective array was too formidable for even a high-ranking celestial being to penetrate. You are unaware. The Sun and Moon dynasty is far more terrifying than the world perceives. Pingxi Wang replied, his voice trembling slightly as he looked at the two rulers. The oldest ancestor of the Sun and Moon dynasty, it was rumored, had already transcended the realm of celestial beings. To outsiders, it appeared that the sovereigns of the dynasty were merely celestial beings, leading to the misconception that the highest combat strength of the dynasty lay solely with celestial beings. Only those within the dynasty understood that there existed a sovereign. After speaking, Pingxi Wang discreetly shattered another communication talisman. Moments after the sun and moon sovereign had shattered his talisman, the heavens above the Tianxiong mountains suddenly shifted, as if torn apart by an unfathomable force, revealing a chasm of several dozen zhang spanning the heavens. A withered hand, imbued with supreme might, emerged from within, descending with a thunderous force towards the Tianxiong mountains. The arid hand carried an incredibly terrifying aura of imperial might, shaking the void and causing the earth to fracture. In the wasteland, numerous powerful beings seemed to sense something amiss, all gazing in the same direction. Within an ancient hall, an elder with white brows and a long beard appeared to have sensed something. directing his gaze towards the Tianxiong Mountains. Ming Jiuyo, you are foolish, he remarked, staring at the shattered mirror before him. This mirror was brought back by their ancient ancestor at great peril within a secret realm and had now shattered. He had deduced the source of the terrifying aura from earlier, and at the moment the mirror broke, he pinpointed a location, promptly dispatching his juniors to form an alliance. In the Yi family square, the crowd gazed in terror as the ominous colossal hand descended, an overwhelming sense of dread burgeoning within them. This was no ordinary being. It was an emperor, a true sovereign of the desolate realm, a formidable force standing at the pinnacle of this wasteland. Should a celestial monarch aspire to ascend to the realm of emperors, they must endure 9 harrowing tribulations, which is why emperors are so exceedingly rare, often referred to as the calamity emperors. Naturally, Yi Xian, an outlier, did not fall into this category. Yet, he remained nonchalant, indulging in his meal as if the heavens themselves could collapse without concern. Aside from Yi Xian, every other individual was in a state of alarm, bracing themselves to unleash their full might should the formation falter. Initially, the Yi clan felt a semblance of confidence, but after the West King's harrowing elucidation, they were struck by the terrifying reality of the Emperor's might. It is said that one should not fear 1,000 threats, but rather the single unforeseen peril. The titanic hand, imbued with unmatched force, struck the protective barrier. With a resounding crash, an immense wave surged through the heavens, the aftershocks rendering all to silence in their wake. Mountains crumbled, and rivers were severed. As vision gradually cleared, an intact barrier lay before the audience, showing no signs of impending rupture. The members of the Yi family gazed in astonishment at the colossal palm that had blotted out the sky, leaving no trace upon the grand formation. They were rendered speechless, their minds racing with disbelief. Where on earth did their patriarch acquire such an indomitable shield? It was simply astonishing. How could this possibly be? That was the sun and moon sovereign, his eyes filled with terror, confusion, and incredulity. Even the ancient ancestor's mighty hand could not shatter the formation. One must remember that this was a being of imperial caliber. Oh, it remains unbroken. A deep, questioning voice echoed from the spatial rift. The sound grew closer, accompanied by the faint rhythm of footsteps. Finally, amidst the gathering golden light that illuminated the heavens, a figure emerged from the rift. It was a stooped elder, gaunt and aged, yet exuding a terrifying aura. His eyes shimmered with an icy intensity, gazing down upon all with disdain. Chapter 47. Who claims the Yi family has only one sovereign? He stood against the sky, resembling a radiant sun, with golden brilliance radiating from him, an overwhelming presence enveloping the surroundings. You dare to harm my descendants? Today, I shall obliterate you all, to accompany my son in death. The frigid words of the sun and moon ancestor reverberated across the peaks of Tianxiong Mountain. The demise of the divine wind ancestor had reached him long ago, even from afar within the sun and moon dynasty. Yet his intuition urged caution. He needed to ascertain the situation first, especially after sensing that terrifying consciousness. Upon discovering that the highest power within the Yi family was merely at the heavenly king level, he could no longer restrain himself and commanded the sun and moon sovereign to mobilize forces through the teleportation array to Tianxiong Mountain. Alas, the younger generation proved utterly inept, unable to breach even the mountain gate. Of course, his previous attempt from afar was a mere oversight. Now he traversed millions of miles, intent solely on exterminating the Yi family and avenging his offspring. With resolute determination, he unleashed his power, a searing heat radiating from him, akin to the blazing sun, poised to incinerate the entire expanse of the heavens. Sun and moon sacred scripture, sun and moon wheel. The sun and moon ancestor let out a thunderous roar, invoking the mightiest technique of the sun and moon dynasty. A blazing sun and a crescent moon slowly converged, radiating resplendent divine light, seeking to pierce through the very fabric of the universe. In the realm of heaven and earth, a colossal wheel took shape, wielding the might of the cosmos, channeling the forces of yin and yang, descending upon the mountains below. The onlookers within the Tianxiong mountain range were struck with unparalleled dread, their breaths quickening to an extreme. Was this what it meant to be a sovereign? The ruler of the Confronting dynasty trembled in fear, sensing the unmatched might even from behind the grand formation. If confronted directly, he feared he would be extinguished in a mere breath. The power of the imperial realm truly was terrifying. The Pingxi king quaked with apprehension. Even at the pinnacle of the heavenly king stage, he felt utterly insignificant in the face of such force. Yet another question gnawed at him. Why was the ancestor still hesitating to act? As the overwhelming assault descended, the crowd closed their eyes, pouring every ounce of energy into defense, for even the residual waves of an imperial attack were beyond their capacity to withstand. However, after 3 or 4 breaths, the anticipated impact never materialized. Confused, they opened their eyes, only to find that, at some point, an individual had appeared above the Yi family. The newcomer was tall, clad in a flowing black robe, enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. To their astonishment, this individual effortlessly held back the sun and moon ancestors' onslaught with a single hand. It was a breathtaking sight. The crowd realized that the newcomer was a formidable powerhouse. The Sun and Moon ancestors' expression grew grave. Who are you? Why do you obstruct me? The members of the Sun and Moon dynasty exchanged glances, their faces shifting in alarm. They had never witnessed their ancestors speak with such gravity before. Meanwhile, the Yi family erupted into excitement. Isn't that the individual our patriarch brought back? A disciple inquired of a companion. Indeed, that was the elder I saw on the back mountain previously. Goodness, don't tell me that elder is also a powerhouse. I remember when you secretly cursed that black-clad elder, right? Don't slander me. When did that happen? The Pingxi king and his companions, listening to the Yi family's chatter, found themselves engulfed in turmoil, especially the Pingxi king, whose heart trembled with shock. The black-clad man was, in fact, one of the Yi family, and judging by the Sun and Moon ancestors' expression, it was evident that this individual was at least a sovereign. The Yi family, with their royal presence, explains why the ancestors sent me to forge a connection. The delay in action reveals the underlying reason. Why should I hinder you? You have already arrived at my doorstep, yet you question my intentions? The black-clad man spoke coldly, a hint of malice laced in his tone. This man, of course, is Xuan. Since refining the blood of the ancient azure dragon, his lineage has ascended to the realm of divine beasts, and he has transcended to the Imperial domain. The Sun and Moon ancestor fixed his gaze on the formidable figure before him, sensing the overwhelming power emanating from him. His expression shifted, softening considerably. Esteemed guest, if that is the case, then I believe there must be a misunderstanding. Ultimately, he chose to take a step back. He discerned that the individual before him was a terrifying powerhouse, as evidenced by the ease with which he had deflected his martial arts. Engaging in a futile struggle was not his way. His life motto was, fight if you can win, endure if you cannot. Clearly, the current situation contradicted his principles. Do you think you can rampage through the Yi family and simply depart? It won't be so easy, Xuan retorted disdainfully. Others may have shouted at his doorstep, but allowing them to leave was not in his nature, especially not with Yi Xian's permission. Esteemed guest, I have already made concessions. Do not push your luck. Besides, as equals in the Imperial realm, should I choose to leave, you alone cannot stop me. The Sun and Moon ancestors spoke with fury, having already retreated. Yet the newcomer appeared to demand more. In his view, if he truly wished to depart, Xuan would be powerless to impede him. Not to mention whether you can stop me. Who told you that the Yi family has only one emperor? Suddenly, a voice akin to thunder resounded through the void. A pillar of azure radiance descended from the heavens, standing beside Xuan. As the azure light dissipated, a figure clad in green, wielding a kitchen knife, emerged, exuding a powerful aura while mockingly gazing at the frail elder before him. The Sun and Moon ancestor fixed his gaze on the newly arrived figure, sensing an imminent threat. An emperor? How could this be possible? The Yi family possesses two emperors. The people of the Sun and Moon dynasty, upon hearing the elder's words, were struck with terror. How could this be? How could the Yi family have two emperors? Do you still believe you can leave? Qingya asked mockingly. Having recently broken through to the tribulation emperor realm, faced with Qingya's derisive remarks, the Sun and Moon ancestor remained silent, instead channeling his utmost power to tear through the void, stepping directly into it. Escape. This was the sole thought racing through his mind. Both figures were emperors, and the black-robed figure was an exceedingly formidable one. He had no chance of victory. As for the Sun and Moon emperor and others, death was inconsequential as long as he could flee. If you wish to escape, let us see if you can, Qingya bellowed, tearing through space and following him in. Xuan said nothing, merely stepping forward to pursue. In mere moments, the void trembled, and the sounds of a cataclysmic battle echoed. A cacophony of roars resonating for 2 breaths before culminating in a single earth-shattering scream that brought silence. Shortly thereafter, the void was once again rent asunder, and 2 figures stepped forth. However, unlike before, Xuan now held a lifeless, withered figure in his grasp, devoid of breath, eyes wide open in disbelief. Upon witnessing this scene, the people of the Sun and Moon dynasty felt their hearts plummet. Ancestor, the Sun and Moon emperor howled. The Sun and Moon ancestor was the steadfast pillar of the dynasty, the very foundation upon which they stood strong in the wastelands. To see him perish thusly was devastating. He understood that the Sun and Moon dynasty was finished. Following the demise of the Sun and Moon ancestor, the Sun and Moon army, along with the Sun and Moon emperor and various kings, were all obliterated at Xuan's whim, leaving but one survivor. Thus, the high-end combat power of the Sun and Moon dynasty was annihilated. Even though a few heavenly sovereigns remained in the court, they were inconsequential. Among those who had come, only Prince Bien remained alive, now collapsed on the ground, trembling, his eyes filled with despair and terror. His teeth chattered uncontrollably. Stripped of the earlier bravado he had displayed at the Yi family, before him stood a figure in green, hands clasped behind his back, looking down disdainfully at Prince Bien. Oh, what happened to your earlier bravado? Your confidence? Are you still satisfied now, Prince Bien? Qingya's tone was laced with a tempestuous edge. Yi Xian, unwilling to take action himself, left it to them to do his bidding. Please spare my life, great one. I am willing to serve the Yi family like a dog. I beseech you for mercy. The king of Bayan, utterly exhausted and trembling, repeatedly begged for his life. In response to his pleas, Xinya revealed a cold smile at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, he extended his hand, grasping one of the king's hands and pulling with force. "Ah, my hand." Accompanied by a deafening scream, the bystanders felt a chill run down their spines as they witnessed the king of Bayan's arm being wrenched off, blood gushing forth. "You will not die a good death." The king of Bayan, aware that mercy was not an option, uttered a voice tinged with despair. However, before he could finish his words, Xinya reached out again, seizing the king's other hand and yanking it violently. With a horrific wail, the king's remaining hand too was severed. Ultimately, the king could no longer endure the humiliation. His eyes widened in horror as he watched the light of life gradually fade from him, a visage of despair etched upon his face. How he regretted coming to this place. Why did he provoke the Yi family? The king's body slowly collapsed, his gaze dimming. Those still within the Yi family looked on in disbelief, lamenting the downfall of a once great monarch in such a tragic manner. It was utterly gruesome. Simultaneously, they were astonished by the methods of the Yi family. In the void above, Xinya's eyes sparkled with delight as he prepared to collect his spoils, turning and vanishing into the vast expanse of the sky. Chapter 48. The desolate domain changes, the third sovereign. Below, the onlookers were rendered speechless by shock, utterly at a loss for words to describe their tumultuous emotions. The Yi family boasts imperial might. Indeed, they possess two formidable figures. Such strength could effortlessly obliterate any dynasty. They could even stand toe-to-toe with the two supreme celestial sects of the desolate realm. It is essential to note that these two sects, according to rumors, each possess only two sovereign-level powers. However, such claims may not accurately reflect the true capabilities of these sects. The most exhilarated by this revelation are the rulers of the Batian dynasty and the Confronting dynasty. They have wagered on the Yi family's strength, believing it to surpass that of any dynasty. Henceforth, the future of the two dynasties appears remarkably bright. The two exchanged glances, each perceiving joy, astonishment, and disbelief in the other's eyes. The leaders of the Yi family gazed in disbelief at the figure draped in black robes high above in the sky. They had always recognized Qin Ye's formidable strength, yet they had never witnessed the extent of his capabilities. Thus, it was only natural for them to accept that he had attained the Imperial realm, despite their astonishment. However, this cloaked figure, who had not revealed his prowess since being brought back by Yi Xian, turned out to be an emperor. Moreover, judging by his strength, he likely surpassed even Qin Ye. Ming Yuan paid no heed to the incredulous gazes directed at him. He vanished into the void, carrying the lifeless body of the ancestor of sun and moon. "Everyone, stop dawdling and continue enjoying your drinks." A calm voice pierced the air, snapping the crowd back to reality. They hurriedly turned towards the source of the voice, finding their gaze fixed upon Yi Xian. He had no intention of addressing them. He simply sipped his drink until Yi Tian spoke up with a hint of reproach. "Xian, you have kept us in the dark for so long, you rascal. Still trying to be mysterious, are you?" He bore no ill towards Yi Xian. Rather, he was astonished that such a powerful figure existed within their family without his knowledge. Hearing this, Yi Xian chuckled helplessly. "Elder brother, they have only recently made their breakthroughs. I do not wish to conceal anything from you." He continued. "Moreover, did I not assure you that there is no need for anxiety?" It was not that he refrained from speaking. Indeed, there had not been a royal realm before, and both Qin Ye and Ming Yuan had only recently ascended. Patriarchy. At that moment, a voice filled with reverence emerged. It was Lu Shanhe, the ruler of the Batian dynasty. "There is no need for further words. Your performance has been commendable. Given your decision, you shall henceforth become a subordinate force of my Yi family. What say you, esteemed sirs?" Just as Lu Shanhe was about to articulate further, his words were abruptly interrupted by Yi Xian. The two sovereigns trembled slightly, their hearts filled with ecstatic joy, as though they had received a monumental boon. They exchanged glances and bowed deeply, clasping their fists in gratitude. Lu Shanhe, the sovereign of the Batian dynasty, and Song Feng, the sovereign of the Confronting dynasty, pay their respects to Patriarch Yi. We, from both dynasties, are willing to serve as subordinates of the Yi family. Song Yu and Lu Qian, along with the two younger generations, hurriedly offered their respectful salutation. This was a being capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the overlord of the wilderness. Should they miss this opportunity, they feared they would never again encounter such lofty heights. There is no need for such formalities. However, I must forewarn you. Yi Xian paused momentarily, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze. Should anyone dare to commit acts of rebellion? The two sovereigns were immediately drenched in cold sweat, hastily responding. Patriarchy, rest assured, we shall never engage in treachery. Should we break this oath, may heaven and man alike bring down punishment upon us. Yi Xian gazed at the two who had pledged their allegiance, nodding in satisfaction. Following them, King Pingxi also engaged in courteous exchanges with Yi Xian. Even Zhang Luoyuan exhibited a remarkable change in demeanor, her gaze towards Yi Xian brimming with reverence. After all, Who could be a mere ordinary individual capable of commanding two great monarchs? The overwhelming spectacle left the onlookers in awe, and they had no desire to linger any longer. One by one, they bid farewell to Xuan and hastened back to the court. They understood that a monumental upheaval, unseen in the wilderness for tens of thousands of years, was imminent, potentially transforming the very landscape of the realm. As night fell, two towering figures descended upon the skies above the Sun-Moon Empire. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the empire. The following day, where the Sun-Moon Imperial Palace once stood, only an immense handprint remained, as if the empire had been obliterated by a single stroke. In the North Meon Heavenly Sect, within a grand hall, a man clad in a black robe adorned with golden patterns, exuding an air of authority, sat upon a high seat, flanked by a group of elder men in black robes. At that moment, all present bore solemn expressions as they listened to the reports from the disciples below, each one stunned beyond measure. The Sun-Moon Empire had been annihilated. How long had it been since such a cataclysmic event occurred? After the meeting concluded, the figure in the golden patterned black robe made his way to the back mountain of the North Meon sect. He gazed upon a small hillock before him. The sect leader, filled with awe, bowed in greeting. Old ancestor, the latest news has arrived. The Sun-Moon Empire has been destroyed. The ancestor of the Sun-Moon has been slain. After a lengthy pause, a hoarse, slow voice responded, "We are already aware. Do not act rashly. You may leave now." The sect leader, though puzzled, complied and departed. Once he had left, two hoarse voices began to converse softly. Could these be the individuals the messenger seeks? If so, the Yu family may very well be doomed. Even the emperor would be insufficient. Let us inform the messenger. With two emperors involved, it is likely we would gain nothing. The messenger has broken through. It has been some time now. He should be nearing completion. Upon mentioning the breakthrough, both fell silent, contemplating the implications. The messenger had already reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm. Any further advancement would lead to the realm of the revered. Throughout the wilderness, news of the Sun-Moon Empire's destruction reverberated within mere days, sending shockwaves through every major power, sect leader, and sovereign, especially for those who had departed that day. Regret consumed them. If only they had been more resolute. It was too late to lament now. They continued to live in fear, dreading that the Yi family might unleash their wrath upon them. In a certain city within the wilderness, a young man with sharp brows and striking features walked through the streets. Upon entering the city, he noticed groups of people engrossed in a singular topic. Alas, have you heard? The Sun-Moon Empire has been destroyed. Of course I heard. Who could have imagined that such a formidable empire would fall? I wonder who was responsible. Heh. I actually know. Do tell. But you mustn't spread this around. From what I gather, the Sun-Moon Empire was vanquished by a family called the Yi family. The same Yi family that recently destroyed the Divine Wind Dynasty? Indeed, it is absolutely true. Rumor has it that the Yi family is now the third dominator of the wilderness. How can you be so certain? Where did you hear this? Well, it's a long story, and it's not convenient to discuss. Hurry up. Don't make me beg. As the young man overheard this, a glimmer of pride flickered in his eyes. Chapter 49. The Yi family's comprehensive ascension. Yi Xian breaks through to the Grand Heaven position. In the Nine Thunder Heavenly Sect, a handsome and charismatic man sat cross-legged within a thunderous pool, strands of lightning coursing over him, resembling a thunder deity incarnate. Deep within a terrifying mountain range, a tall and impeccably beautiful woman was engaged in a fierce battle against a formidable dark beast. Mysterious energies enveloped her, enhancing her enigmatic presence. Yi family, dog system. Have you forgotten again? Stop pretending to be oblivious. Yi Xian directed a barrage of words towards the system. Ding. Host, please do not be anxious. Excessive agitation is not beneficial. Ding. Congratulations to the host for eliminating hostile forces. You have received rewards. 1 Saint-level summoning card, 999 Saint-grade spirit fruits, 999 Saint-grade spirit herbs, 999 first-tier celestial herbs, 999 second-tier celestial herbs, and 999 first-grade elixirs. Upon seeing the rewards, a gleam sparkled in Yi Xian's eyes, silently exclaiming that these were splendid treasures. He had not anticipated receiving a Saint-level summoning card. He was well aware of the advantages it conferred, a free combat aid. System, activate the Saint-level summoning card. Yi Xian instructed, concealing any anomalies. Ding, the Saint-level summoning card has been successfully utilized. Congratulations to the host for summoning Qing He, a figure of the great celestial saint realm, the successor to the martial saint, ascending to the great saint realm. As azure light flickered, a graceful silhouette materialized within Yi Xian's courtyard. She was tall, adorned in a flowing pale green gown, her long hair cascading naturally over her fragrant shoulders, her figure enchanting, with eyes shimmering with a gentle azure glow. Behind her, a colossal wheel appeared, partially veiled. Even Yi Xian could not help but be momentarily captivated, though it was merely a fleeting reaction. For him, aesthetics were inconsequential. What mattered was her prowess in battle. Qing He, I pay my respects to the clan leader. A melodious and ethereal voice resonated. Hearing the voice, Yi Xian regained his composure and nodded. No need for excessive formalities. Elder Qing He, please proceed to the offering hall and find suitable quarters for yourself. Since the Yi family relocated to the Celestial Mountain, they no longer had to worry about their living arrangements. Even Huang Xian had not been seen for several days. The place was indeed vast. Yes, clan leader. Qing, he replied with a faint smile, her figure gradually fading from sight. After Qing, he departed. Yu Xian reclined once more in his rot tent chair, indulging in leisure. During this time, Yu Tian visited once, though he appeared considerably haggard. The reason for his weariness was the overwhelming number of visitors in recent days, which Yi Xian disregarded, leaving Yi Tian to handle the situation. As Yi Tian stepped into the courtyard, before he could utter a word, he heard Yi Xian's voice resound. Elder brother. The pace of cultivation within the family has been rather sluggish of late. Here are some resources. You may allocate them as you see fit, without the need to be frugal on my account. Additionally, take this sacred grade spiritual herb and this sacred grade spiritual fruit, along with these as well. Distribute them to enhance the disciples' innate foundations. This should be sufficient for them to elevate their physiques to the Daoxian body, and may even lead to the emergence of a few royal bodies. Yi Tian could no longer endure the incessant chatter of Yi Xian. After a brief moment of exasperation, he turned away and departed. The Yi family had been resolutely avoiding visitors for the past few days. In recent days, the Yi family has been engulfed in a cacophony of anguished roars, so intense that it has sent shivers through the beasts of the Tianqiong Mountains. For several consecutive days, the Yi family has languished in this torment. Ding. Congratulations, the entire family has achieved a transformation to the spirit body, with a reward of random Imperial body 12. Ding. Congratulations, the entire family has ascended to the profound body, with rewards of Divine Beast Blood Pool 1, Premium Immortal Spirit, Stones 99, 999, 999, Superior Immortal Spirit Stones 99, 999, 999, and First Grade Immortal Weapons 99. Upon witnessing the system's rewards, Yi Xian promptly summoned the 6 Peak Masters and their deputies through a mental call. Over the course of the next 2 days, the highest courtyard of the Yi family was filled with incessant wails, a result of Yi Xian's deliberate choice not to activate the shielding formation, allowing the entire Tianqiong mountain range to bear witness to the heartrending cries. In the midst of Yi family square, a piercing sound echoed, resembling a distressed dog. Upon closer inspection, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the cries of the Tianji Peak Master. Remarkably, it truly seemed to be him. The Master's wails were heart-wrenching. Was he perhaps practicing the Beyond Sword technique? Enough of this chatter. I shall venture forth into the tower. Ding. Congratulations to the host, as all members of the family's peak have awakened the royal physique. Reward: 100 immortal herbs and 100 immortal fruits. Days later, Yu Xian arrived at the Divine Beast Hall, where only Yuning awaited him. Upon probing with his divine consciousness, Yi Xian discovered a chicken accompanied by 3 followers engaging in jovial conversation with a formidable tigress in the Burial Heaven mountain range. The group, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events, was swiftly seized by Yi Xian's mighty hand and transported back to the Divine Beast Hall. Inside the hall, they gazed in bewilderment at their surroundings, perplexed by the abrupt transition from their previous banner. Observing their dazed expressions, Yuning could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. It seems you all have been enjoying yourselves immensely. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated through the air. The group turned their gaze toward a void, where a figure clad in white gracefully emerged, holding a chicken in hand. Xiao Swansea, what brings you here? Quickly set the Phoenix Lord down. Huang Xian flapped her wings in protest, exclaiming, you all have been living too comfortably. It's time to intensify your training. Yi Xian replied leisurely. With a swift motion of his hand, a colossal blood pool emanating an ancient, untamed, and sanguine aura materialized behind the Divine Beast Hall. The crowd, filled with fervor, stepped into the air to behold this sight, their expressions aflame with excitement and their bodies trembling. Even Huang Xian was no exception. What is this? The towering figure of Mingyuan quivered as well. The blood pool, a reservoir brimming with the essence of countless divine beasts' blood. Immersing oneself in it for cultivation not only purifies one's own bloodline, but also accelerates the pace of one's training. After establishing a grand formation beside the blood pool to prevent prying eyes, Yi Xian directly plunged the Phoenix Xian into it. Thud. It hurts terribly. In less than a breath's time, Phoenix Xian was howling in pain, feathers shedding all around. Yi Xian paid no heed to him and turned his gaze towards the others, a sinister expression crossing his face. Terrified, the group fled in haste. After all, Huang Xian was a martial saint. If even he could not withstand it, what chance did these mere fledglings have? If they were to be thrown in, they would surely be reduced to ashes. Fortunately, Yi Xian had no intention of casting them aside. He merely sought to frighten them. Ignoring Huang Xian, Yi Xian departed from the Divine Beast Hall and returned to the courtyard, reclining on a rot-tent chair. Ding. Congratulations. A member of the host's family has broken through to the profound underworld realm. Ding. Would you like to utilize this cultivation? So soon? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. It seemed that not much time had passed, did it? However, he did not dwell on it for long. He activated the skill. Ding. Consumed 388. 888 cultivation points. Boom. He ascended to the pinnacle of the tribulation sovereign realm, reaching the threshold of a quasi-saint. He advanced through the ranks of the lesser heavenly martial saint, the middle heavenly martial saint, and ultimately halted at the great heavenly martial saint level. Xuan slowly opened his eyes, as if he possessed the power to command the entire universe. With a single gesture, he could obliterate mountains and rivers, and with a mere hand, he could shatter the very heavens. In that moment, Xuan activated the chaotic reincarnation eye, his profound gaze fixated upon the heavens above. It was at the instant of his breakthrough to martial sage that he discerned something amiss. Chapter 50. Anomalous Boundary, Mysterious Beings? Xuan's profound gaze pierced through the clouds, scrutinizing the heavens above. At the moment of his breakthrough, he sensed a faint yet unmistakable familiar aura lingering in the celestial expanse, subtle yet undeniably present. Xuan's figure flickered as he ascended to the heavens above. Before him lay an expanse of boundless azure, a vast barrier stretching infinitely. Gazing at the barrier, Xuan reached out to touch it, and where his palm made contact, ripples surged forth in countless layers. Yet, when he gently pressed forward, he found he could advance not even an inch. The presence of the Yi clan members? A hint of confusion crossed Xuan's mind. Activating the chaotic reincarnation eye, golden patterns emerged vividly. It was not merely a boundary, it concealed a grand formation as well. Xuan's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding creeping in. With a soft exclamation, he invoked the reincarnation eye to glimpse the future, unraveling the past and present. Boundless divine light erupted from his mystical gaze. As the interplay of yin and yang danced within his eyes, cycles of reincarnation intertwining, as if the ancient and the future were unfolding before him. It revealed a battlefield without limits. The air was filled with the sounds of slaughter, flames of war raging, as revered beings howled and saints bled, their warriors clashing against entities that exuded an aura of unfathomable darkness and ominousness. Then the scene shifted. It appeared to be a family. That area had now transformed into a battleground, the family's structures obliterated. Numerous figures were laying siege to that clan. Subsequently, he faintly discerned a colossal altar, and the moment it appeared, a shiver coursed through Xuan's heart. Upon the altar stood several unparalleled figures, being forcefully refined. The vision abruptly ceased. The altar emanated a bloodline aura that resonated deeply within him. Upon witnessing this, a boundless murderous intent ignited within Xuan's eyes, which took a long time to subside. It would not be long before he would lead the Yi clan back to exact vengeance. That day was not far off. He was acutely aware that this was a projection of the ancestral Yi clan from long ago, revealed under the influence of the reincarnation eye. After calming his emotions, Xuan resumed his contemplation. Where was that battlefield? What were those enigmatic beings? They seemed extraordinarily powerful. An overwhelming barrage of questions filled his mind. System, can you retrieve the information from earlier? Ding. Host, of course, you can. It will just require 100 million family cohesion points. Sigh. If you were a person, I would guarantee not to strike you down. Ding. If I were a person, you would still be delivering takeout on Blue Star. Curse it. Xuan could only glance back at the boundary wall with a sense of resignation before vanishing into the vast sky. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found himself at a loss for activities and decided to personally oversee the training of the clan's disciples. After all, his strength was intrinsically linked to that of his family. The might of his kin directly influenced his own power, an inescapable truth. At that moment, 3 distinct auras manifested outside the Yi family's mountain gate, 2 of which Xuan recognized. It was Tian Yinzi from the Tianyin dynasty, come to pay a visit to the Yi family. An aged voice, imbued with tranquility, resonated from beyond the gate, echoing through the skies above the Yi estate. Tian Yinzi? Who might that be? I do not know, but he claims to represent the Tianyin dynasty. It is astonishing how diligently these royal figures have been of late. The clan leader is truly remarkable. Who would have imagined that one day, these exalted dynasties would seek an audience with my Yi family? I would not have dared to even dream of such a possibility. Enough of idle chatter. I must devote myself to cultivation for one day. I shall surpass the clan leader. Xuan merely wished to express a single sentiment. Commendable courage. Outside the gate of the Yi family, an elderly man exuding an ethereal aura stood, accompanied by 2 individuals. One was the esteemed Prince of Pingxi, and the other, Jiang Luoyuan. The 3 of them stood with utmost respect at the threshold of the Yi family. Jiang Luoyuan was filled with profound astonishment. Her ancestor, the supreme elder of the Tianyin dynasty, found himself in a position of humility, waiting to be received by others. Just days prior, she held the Yi family in utter disdain, yet now, even entering their gates seemed a formidable challenge. Tian Yanzi gazed upon the majestic and grand edifice before him, his heart brimming with admiration. He even conjured a title in his mind, referring to them as the Supreme Celestial Clan. Ah, esteemed Elder Tian, it is regrettable that my Yi family could not extend a proper welcome. Please, enter. Yi Tian had arrived at the mountain gate, clasping his fists in greeting to Tian Yanzi. Upon seeing Yi Tian, A wave of joy surged within Tianyanzi. It appeared that the clan leader was indeed anticipating their arrival. The chief of Yi, personally coming forth to greet him, left the old man feeling both honored and astonished. With a smile, Tianyanzi reciprocated the gesture. He held no contempt for Yi Tian due to his lower cultivation level. Under Yi Tian's guidance, the group proceeded into the Yi family estate. However, the moment they crossed the threshold, a look of shock crossed the face of the venerable ancestor. Initially, he had found it hard to believe what the Prince of Pingxi had conveyed, but now, the reality resonated profoundly within him. The richness of the spiritual energy within the Yi family is several hundred times that found in the heavenly Yin palace. What does this imply? The speed of cultivation is exponentially enhanced. Even if one were to tend to swine here for a century, they would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable being. The two individuals behind him were equally astonished. It seemed that the energy had not been this intense during their previous visit. Disregarding their astonishment, Yu Tian proceeded deeper into the premises, and upon reaching the plaza, he was greeted by the disciples engaged in their training. Greetings, Master Yifeng. Greetings, esteemed elder. The disciples saluted them, which brought immense joy to Tianyanzi and King Pingxi. Tianyanzi stroked his beard, his mouth agape, revealing only 2 remaining teeth. A broad smile illuminating his face. Such politeness. The more he observed, the more he appreciated the Yi family and their remarkable understanding. However, when he turned his gaze towards those who had just greeted him, he was taken aback. Goodness! In his excitement, Tianyanzi inadvertently tugged at a tuft of his own beard. The others beside him were startled by his sudden action. Elder Yi Tian looked at Tianyanzi in confusion. Elder, what is the matter? King Pingxi inquired, his face marked by concern. Ignoring King Pingxi, Tianyanzi scrutinized the individuals for a moment before taking a deep breath. Hiss. He then turned to Yi Tian in astonishment, pointing towards a certain direction. Master Yifeng, if I am not mistaken, are those individuals of the Xian body? Yi Tian gazed in the direction pointed out by Tianyanzi, and he soon comprehended the implication. Indeed, esteemed senior. Those few juniors are members of the Yi family's Xian body. Tianyanzi regarded Yi Tian with evident envy. The Yi family is truly favored by fortune. With a disciple of formidable constitution and several possessing the Xian body, how could they not thrive? The powerful disciple he referred to, of course, was Wu Zongxing. He had also heard of Jiang Luyuan's defeat. Such admiration fueled his words, as he could not help but feel a deep yearning. Upon hearing the elder's remarks, even Wang Pingxi and Jiang Luyuan cast a few more glances. Yu Tian, however, refrained from speaking the truth, fearing it might dishearten the elderly man. Just a handful of Xian bodies could elicit such astonishment. If he were aware of the multitude of Xian bodies training within that tower, one could only imagine his thoughts. Fortunately, Yi Tian and the others intervened. Otherwise, Yi Xian had once intended to cultivate even a mere chicken into a spiritual body, believing it might enhance its flavor. Furthermore, the Yi family possessed more than just Xian bodies. That was merely the foundation. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken in Yi Tian's heart, as he had no desire to discourage the elder. Esteemed senior, they are but a few unremarkable juniors. Come, let us proceed inside. Yu Tian deftly shifted the topic and led the 3 towards the grand hall of the Yi family. Chapter 51. Tianyanzi's affiliation, visitors from the demon realm. In the heart of the Yi family great hall, 4 figures stood silently, each awaiting an unspoken moment. A low hum filled the air, and a hazy figure clad in white materialized upon the throne within the hall. Upon witnessing this apparition, Jiang Yanzi and his companions hastily bowed. We pay our respects to the head of the Yi family. No need for such formality, the indistinct figure responded, his voice resonating gently. The 3 slowly lifted their gazes to behold Yi Xian. A tumult of emotions surged within them upon this sight. Yi Xian was enveloped in shimmering starlight, with an ethereal wheel faintly appearing behind him, radiating an enigmatic brilliance, as if he embodied the profound truths of heaven and earth. He resembled a celestial being lost amidst the mists of the cosmos. Even Yi Tian regarded Yi Xian with a look of perplexity, questioning the intent behind this display. Perhaps it was merely an attempt to instill fear in others? Yet Tianyanzi seemed to grasp something. A tremor coursed through him, though he quickly regained his composure. Please, take your seat. Yi Xian spoke, his demeanor neither joyful nor sorrowful. Haha. The head of the Yi family taking time from his busy schedule to meet with an old man like me fills my heart with satisfaction. I hope my intrusion is not too much of an inconvenience. Tianyanzi said, waving his hand dismissively before respectfully taking his seat. In truth, he believed it was only natural for Yi Xian to refuse him, as other dynasties had previously come and met with closed doors. What brings you all here? Yi Xian's penetrating gaze swept over the assembled, causing a chill to run down their spines, as if they were under the scrutiny of an overwhelming dread. With every secret laid bare before him, particularly Tianyanzi, the most powerful among them, felt the weight of Yi Xian's presence most profoundly. The head of the Yi family had undoubtedly reached an unfathomable realm, truly terrifying. Head of the Yi family, we have come to pay our respects, and moreover, To make a modest request, Tian Yinzi stammered, his confidence waning with his final words. He sensed that too many were currying favor with the Yi family, leaving little hope for his appeal. When my Yi family faced difficulties, the Prince of Pingxi extended his assistance. What request could possibly be too much? Speak freely. Yi Xian replied with a slight smile, his tone soft yet assured. It was evident that he understood the motives behind the prince's past aid. Recognizing the influence of this venerable ancestor who had commanded respect, even if the help rendered was minimal. Is this truly the case, head of the Yi family? Tian Yinzi inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. He found it hard to believe that his request would be granted so readily, especially given its nature. Speak freely. Even Yu Tian could no longer contain his curiosity, addressing Tian Yinzi. The Prince of Pingxi and Jiang Luoyuan exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unaware of the ancestor's intentions. They had not been informed prior to this gathering. As Yi Tian's voice faded, Tian Yinzi rose and walked to the center, bowing deeply to Yi Xian above, and proclaimed loudly, I beseech the esteemed patriarch Yi to allow my Tian Yin dynasty to become an affiliated force of the Yi family. As Tian Yinzi's words echoed through the hall, an eerie silence enveloped the entire chamber. Both Prince Pingxi and Jiang Luoyuan stood frozen in place, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Yi Tian was bewildered, utterly perplexed. The most flabbergasted of all was Yi Xian, who had been speaking for an eternity only to be told that he was to become a subordinate force of Yi Tian's family. As Tian Yinzi observed Yi Xian's prolonged silence, the glimmer in his eyes began to dim. Indeed, it was evident that embracing the thigh of a formidable figure was not a trivial endeavor. It appeared that the Tian Yin dynasty was not destined for such fortune. If it was a bother to the head of the Yi family, Tian Yinzi, noticing the atmosphere had reached a stalemate, was prepared to rise and depart. Is this request truly necessary? Yi Xian's voice bore a hint of confusion. Yes, head Yi. However, if it burdens you, there is no need. Tian Yinzi spoke with a tinge of regret. In truth, there is nothing to be troubled about. I accept this matter. Yi Xian replied, his tone tinged with resignation. Yet, to Tian Yinzi, this was akin to hearing divine music. Head Yi, is this for real? Indeed. Once confirmed, Tian Yinzi promptly turned to King Pingxi and Jiang Luoyuan, his eyes gleaming with delight. Do not delay. Let us pay our respects to head Yi. He then turned and bowed deeply to Yi Xian. Tian Yinzi pays his respects to the clan leader. Only upon hearing Tian Yinzi's words did the two regain their senses and quickly clasp their hands in greeting. Jiang Yintian and Jiang Luoyuan pay their respects to the clan leader. The two were greatly astonished by their ancestors' actions. They could not fathom why. Despite the Yi family's strength and uniqueness, it was necessary to become their vassals. Could they not simply be allies? If Tian Yinzi were aware of their thoughts, he would surely scold them. What do you truly understand? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the thigh we are embracing? Very well, we are all comrades here. There is no need for excessive formalities. Please rise, Yi Xian declared, and as his words fell, a mysterious, sacred aura enveloped the group, lifting them to their feet. Feeling this presence, Tian Yinzi became increasingly convinced of his thoughts. Since we are to become a subordinate force of the Yi family, we too shall send our most exceptional disciples to cultivate within the Yi family, with their resources under the auspices of the Yi family. Yi Xian calmly addressed the three below. Upon hearing this, the trio's hearts swelled with joy. Seeing matters settled, Yi Xian instructed Yu Tian to accompany the others. While he swiftly vanished from sight, behind the divine beast hall, Yi Xian gazed at the four individuals meditating around the blood pool and nodded in acknowledgement. He then looked towards the blood pool, where a mountain chicken, seemingly adorned with a flotation device, was swimming. Is this a vacation? This sight left Yi Xian feeling rather self-conscious. Suddenly, a massive hand emerged from the void and struck downwards. Huang Xian had yet to react before being plunged into the blood pool. After a considerable time, he resurfaced. Xuanzi, how could you be so lacking in martial ethics? Huang Xian bellowed. I can't stand the fact that you are living more lavishly than I. Yi Xian's voice echoed from a distance. At the edge of the barren realm, 5 figures stood resolutely in the void. Are we certain this is the location? Inquired a tall, muscular figure, his arms covered in scales. Beside him, a shorter man fixated on the horizon, his eyes glimmering with greed. Boss, there is no doubt this is the place. I can sense their presence. After evading us for so long, once we capture them and extract their essence, I want them to suffer a fate worse than death, spoke a disheveled giant. Let us proceed. Enough of the chatter. I can hardly wait to witness their terrified expressions, declared the only woman among the 5. With that, the group stepped forward, and the space around them tore apart. Chapter 52. The confident Tian Yinzi in the void of the divine beast hall. Yi Xian cast a glance in a certain direction, a slight smile gracing his handsome face. Ah, they have returned. At times, I ponder whether it is time for me to take the initiative. The Yi family seems to have grown too complacent. Yi Xian's figure vanished, returning to the courtyard, where he reclined leisurely in a wrought-tan chair. It was likely not a visit intended for him, so he continued to enjoy the spectacle. Qinghe, Yi Xian called out, and after a brief moment, a tall and slender figure appeared in the courtyard, adorned in a delicate green gown, possessing a beauty that could captivate the world. Patriarch, did you summon me? A melodious voice resonated. Even Xuan could not help but steal a few more glances, silently acknowledging the system's impeccable judgment. Under Xuan's gaze, even a powerful figure like Qing, he felt a slight flush on her cheeks as she lowered her head modestly. Observing this, Xuan decided not to linger on her countenance any longer and directly inquired, Elder Qing, are you skilled in massage? What? Massage? Upon hearing this question, Qing he was taken aback, initially believing she must have misheard. To her astonishment, Xuan had summoned her for a massage. Xuan initially thought that Qing he had not comprehended, and continued, it refers to the act of massaging the shoulders and pounding the back. I have been practicing for an extended period recently, and my shoulders have become somewhat sore. Xuan, with an unflinching demeanor, declared that it was entirely unrelated to cultivation. Though I cannot, I shall endeavor to try. Qing he cast a gaze filled with subtle resentment towards Xuan. This was a quintessential depiction of a steadfast man, akin to a resolute iron wall. Yet, she gracefully approached him, taking delicate steps. Whether it was due to Qing he's lack of finesse or an intentional act, her attempts left Xuan in a state of exasperation. In the Divine Beast Hall, Xuan reclined upon what appeared to be a flotation device. Her wings crossed behind her head, exuding an air of nonchalant elegance, a mimicry of Xuan's demeanor. With a slight parting of her beak, she remarked, Xiao Mingzi, those individuals must be seeking you, right? For it has been conveyed by Ming Yuan and others that they escaped from the demon domain. The Wenxian continent comprises 3,000 regions. The demon race dominates the southern expanse known as the demon domain, while the northern territories are held by the devil race, referred to as the devil domain. The eastern lands are occupied by humanity, and the western territories are fragmented among other races. The central region, situated at the heart of the Wenxian continent, is jointly governed by the four principal domains. In their desperate flight, they inadvertently stumbled into an inconspicuous wasteland governed by humanity, only to find themselves pursued once more. Above the Tianqiong mountain range, a rift slowly opened in the fabric of space, from which several figures emerged. So they were concealed here all along. No wonder we have searched for years without success. Curse it, we have been seeking for so long, a woman spoke coldly. Were it not for their acquisition of a treasured artifact within the ruins, they would have never discovered the whereabouts of these elusive individuals. Make your move, but keep the noise to a minimum. This is not the demon domain. Lest we attract the attention of powerful human beings and incite unnecessary trouble, a figure, his arms covered in scales, cautioned sternly. Elder brother, you are overthinking this. What formidable beings could possibly dwell in such a place? Inquired a tall, pale-faced individual. If not for the gravity of the situation, they would have deemed it beneath them to pursue these five. Act swiftly. Seal off the heavens and earth. Do not let them escape. Soon, an overwhelming aura surged towards the Tianqiong mountain. In the Tianqiong mountain, some great demons lamented, goodness, not again. Ever since the Yi family arrived, there has been no respite. Within the confines of Yi family square, a group of disciples exchanged glances, pondering the presence of a troublesome individual. They observed a moment of silence for the newcomers before returning to their respective tasks. As for concerns or fears, those were matters befitting their adversaries, not them. Their immediate priority was to enhance their cultivation. Meanwhile, Tian Yinzi, who was still a guest at the Yi residence, felt a sudden jolt in his heart, an aura of Imperial realm. Even Pingxi Wang and Zhang Luoyuan exchanged knowing looks. What exactly has the Yi family done? Why do people continuously come to their doorstep with malicious intent? Upon sensing several overwhelming auras, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, but soon adopted a demeanor of indifference. The Emperor realm was merely the Emperor realm. It was nothing of great significance. However, Tian Ninzi's eyes sparkled with determination, for he recognized that it was time to declare his loyalty. Without hesitation, he clasped his fist towards Yi Tian and ascended into the sky. A grand aura surged forth, enveloping the surroundings with an endless imperial might. Who dares to be audacious in my Yi family? As Tian Yinzi soared into the heavens, Yi Tian and the others finally reacted. In the Divine Beast Hall, Ming Yuan, who had just prepared to strike, halted in confusion, staring upward. Who is this old man? In the void, five figures gazed upon an imposing elder with white eyebrows and a long beard, possessing only two visible teeth. There is actually a formidable figure in the robbery Emperor realm. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appeared he was merely at the mid-stage of this realm, causing a sigh of relief within them. Old man, step aside. Today's affairs do not concern you. We are here solely to find a few individuals. The diminutive figure glared at Tian Yinzi, his expression unfriendly. They were within the human territory and sought to avoid unnecessary conflicts if possible. This is the territory of my Yi family. To act recklessly in my domain while asking this old man to move aside. Do you think I will comply? Tian Yinzi's white hair floated as he exuded the demeanor of an unparalleled master. Enough chatter, subdue him. The leading man barked in fury. Upon hearing this command, several figures ceased their idle talk and unleashed an overwhelming imperial pressure that descended like a storm. For figures emanating the might of the fifth layer of the robbery Emperor realm unleashed their divine brilliance. darkening the sky and obscuring the sun. The Imperial aura pervaded and expanded. In the desolate regions, powerful beings looked up, astonished. Once again, it is the Yi family. In the void. Tian Yinzi's eyes widened in astonishment as he surveyed the scene ahead. What a blunder. I failed to notice before, but now I see they are all mid-stage robbery emperors. A pang of anxiety struck his heart. Alas, I am but a mere fifth-layer robbery emperor myself. This has escalated. Yet Tian Yinzi's resolve remained unwavering. Let us proceed. He trusted that the Yi family would not leave him to face this challenge alone. Two of the four figures charged towards Tian Yinzi, while the other two transformed into colossal hands, reaching towards the direction of the Yi family. Humph. As the enormous hands descended, a flash of azure light shot upwards, and a blade of cold radiance trembled through the air, cleaving towards the two colossal hands. With a flicker, Qingya's figure tore through space, dragging the two figures into a rift. The leading figure, a man with azure scales, witnessed this and prepared to intervene. Suddenly, the space before him fractured. An enormous, shadowy claw, shrouded in an ominous black mist, emerged, bearing down upon the azure-scaled man. How is this possible? You have broken through to the Emperor realm. The azure-scaled man exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, his response was met with a fierce assault. So what if I have broken through? I fear no one. He roared as his aura of complete mastery surged forth, plunging into the rift. The assailant was, of course, Ming Yuan. Only three remained amidst the chaos of the mountain. Tian Yin Divine Palm. Tian Yinzi bellowed, standing valiantly against two formidable opponents. Chapter 53. The Demon Emperor's Broth, a Great Supplement. Tian Yinzi radiated divine light, dazzling in its brilliance. The other two figures were engulfed in demon energy, their faces etched with an extreme intent to kill. As the three emperors engaged in fierce combat, each strike reverberated through the void. In a titanic clash of powers, a vacuum was created in the space above. A figure clad in white retreated frantically, each step shattering the very fabric of reality, just as the demon energy surged upward and prepared to strike Tian Yinzi once more. A colossal black claw suddenly emerged from the void, aiming to strike the two demon emperors. Even as the two demon emperors transformed and fortified their defenses, they were still met with devastation, their final hopes obliterated by the claw. No, their defenses were annihilated, and the two demon emperors were obliterated, leaving only two crystal-clear demon cores swirling in the void, exuding endless demon energy. The demon cores of the great demon emperor realm. As the two cores appeared, a heart-wrenching sound echoed from the rift. Uncle Air, Uncle San, this cannot be. How could you be so powerful? As the speaker reached this point, his voice faded, and his aura vanished. A few breaths later, a tall figure clad in black robes emerged in the void. Upon seeing Ming Yuan, Tian Yinzi hurriedly approached and clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, friend. Ming Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. After a few more breaths, the rift widened, and Qingya emerged, distinctly different from Ming Yuan, as he held a massive demon beast in his right hand. A demon beast of the Emperor realm, a great supplement. I shall take it back to brew broth for my disciples. Ming Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him, but said nothing, turning to depart. Tian Yinzi gazed at the colossal beast before him, a medley of emotions swirling within him. A demon emperor of his level had been slain without hesitation. Truly, the Yi family was terrifying. As if recalling something, he felt a surge of relief. It was fortunate he had acted promptly. As for why there was only one demon beast, it was because a spider had been obliterated by Qingya's hand. Let us go, friend. Today is a fortunate day, Qingya said peacefully as he cradled the demon beast. After you, friend. Tian Yinzi smiled at Qingya, surprised by the approachable nature of this Emperor realm powerhouse. The disciples of the Yi family, upon witnessing the corpse of the demon emperor held aloft by Qingya, were filled with unparalleled joy. The flesh of a being at the level of the demon emperor promised immense nourishment. Look, senior brother Wu has already reached the 99th floor. In the family square, some disciples gazed longingly at the luminous pagoda atop floating pagoda peak, where the 99th level now shone with brilliance. Let us go and see. A throng of disciples soared towards floating pagoda peak. At the base of the pagoda, many disciples had gathered, all craning their necks to behold the radiance emanating from the structure. Since the patriarch had entrusted the pagoda to the Yi family, it had become a daily pilgrimage for clan members, not solely for the coveted title of Saint Sun that awaited those who succeeded, but also for the treasures hidden within. Each level conquered promised generous rewards. Thus far, the highest level achieved by any member of the Yi family was a mere 71, accomplished by one known as Yu Tianen. Others had only managed to reach the 30s or 40s. Now, the prospect of someone breaching the 99th level had inevitably sparked an uproar. Look, the 100th level is glowing. One individual exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the pagoda. Good heavens, senior brother Wu is terrifying. I nearly perished at the 30th level. How did he endure? Indeed, it is crucial to remember that within the pagoda, one cannot rely on physical prowess or cultivation. Inside, one is no different from an ordinary mortal. How frightful. The crowd buzzed with animated conversation. Before long, the 101st level illuminated. Once again, astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Could senior brother Wu truly conquer it? They gasped. With each passing moment, a new light would flare. 102 lit. 103 lit. 107 lit. The spectators held their breath, their gazes fixed on the pinnacle of the pagoda. Beneath the pagoda, a figure clad in green garments and veiled in a delicate mask also gazed upward, her exquisite eyes shimmering with a hint of anticipation. At last, amidst the eager stares of the gathered crowd, the 108th level gradually illuminated with a radiant glow. The brilliance intensified, becoming increasingly resplendent. He has succeeded. He truly has. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, overwhelmed with excitement. Alas, he has truly accomplished it. Senior Brother Wu is formidable. If he were to conquer the 3,000 steps, would he not be? The crowd buzzed with speculation, converging around Wu Zongxing after his triumph, eager to inquire about his method of success. Unbeknownst to them, in the background, a figure clad in black robes, with a resolute demeanor, watched the summit of the pagoda, his eyes radiating determination. Following Wu Zongxing's achievement, a surge of competitive spirit ignited amongst the clan's disciples, prompting many to delve into the pagoda, embarking on their own journeys of conquest. In the courtyard of Yixianting, an unexpected fire had ignited, casting a warm glow. By the flickering flames stood a graceful figure, diligently stirring something with a wooden stick. Occasionally, the sound of a cough could be heard piercing the night air. Yixian lay languidly on the wicker chair, his eyes closed, relishing the tranquility of the moment. However, after a while, an acrid smell wafted through the air. He instinctively opened his eyes and turned his gaze. To his astonishment, he saw Qin He wielding a stick, upon which the meat had been subjected to an unfortunate fate. Charred and unrecognizable, it presented a comical sight that left Yixian with a face full of disbelief. What on earth is this? Yixian, somewhat uncertain, pointed at the item in Qin He's hand and inquired. Qin He, with a gentle smile, softly replied, "Esteemed elder, this is the roasted meat you requested." Yixian was utterly convinced. His determination to capture several holy sons and daughters for cultivation grew even stronger. Ah, but it must be a polite request, nothing too rude. In the distant realm of the demons, within a mysterious, ancient hall imbued with a wild aura, a group of individuals engaged in a heated discussion, their faces twisted with rage. They had received news that the 5 powerful demon emperors they had dispatched had perished. They had believed their plan infallible. How could this have happened? Who dares to strike against our demon clan's sacred hall? A somber, resonant voice echoed through the hall. Humph, regardless of who did this, find out. Whoever dares to challenge the dignity of our demon clan's sacred hall shall face retribution. Furthermore, increase the manpower. Ensure those individuals are brought back to me. An elder, radiating murderous intent, filled the space with demonic energy, declared with fury. Meanwhile, within the family square of the Yi clan, a grand banquet was laid out, attended naturally by the disciples of the Yi family and the esteemed Tian Yinzi, among others. This was the exquisite flesh of a demon monarch, and none wished to miss such a rare opportunity. Everyone savored the essence of the demon monarch's blood and meat, relishing every bite. Yet amidst this revelry, the air was occasionally punctuated by the sounds of spiritual energy surging violently. The pure energy contained within the flesh of the great demon monarch compelled the lower-ranked disciples to break through their cultivation barriers. The leaders of the Yi family savored the tender and crispy flesh of the demon emperor, periodically meditating to regulate their internal energies before resuming their feast. Chapter 54. Refining the demon emperor's inner Dan. In the divine beast pavilion, 3 figures sat cross-legged beside a blood pool, hunting heaven, dazzling radiance, and cloud shadow. The blood energy surged around them, hinting at a breakthrough. As their auras peaked, they experienced a significant advancement in their cultivation, reaching the mid-stage of the Celestial Monarch realm. Their faces lit up with joy, surprised by the rapidity of their progress. Ever since they began cultivating at the blood pool, their levels had soared at an astonishing rate. Just as their elation peaked, a figure cloaked in black emerged from the void. "Elder brother," the trio exclaimed, eager to greet him. "Yes, I have successfully broken through," Ming Yuan replied, a glimmer of joy evident in his eyes. The bond forged through their trials had grown immensely, and he felt genuinely pleased by their advancement. Without allowing them to speak further, Ming Yuan revealed 3 inner dawn exuding immense demonic energy. The trio gasped in astonishment. "Elder brother, are these the inner dawn of those we defeated?" They had been too engrossed in their breakthroughs to notice the outside world. "Indeed. These 3 inner dawn are for you to refine. Their powers are approximately at the 5th tier of the demon emperor realm. Refining them will elevate your own strength," Ming Yuan said, a rare smile gracing his features. Joy washed over them, and they felt a swell of emotion. Without Ming Yuan's protection, they would have perished countless times since their escape. Before they could articulate their gratitude, Ming Yuan urged, "Enough of this. Quickly refine them. It requires considerable time. Focus on your task." With that, he vanished, leaving the trio filled with gratitude. Soon after, they began the process of refining the inner dawn. Refining involves absorbing the fruits of others' labors to enhance oneself, a lengthy endeavor. At Tianshu Peak, Ming Yuan materialized atop the summit. Reflecting on the capriciousness of fate, this once was his domain. As he prepared to speak, A calm voice interrupted him. "Come in." Without hesitation, Ming Yuan stepped inside. Upon entering the courtyard, he was taken aback. A man reclined comfortably in a wicker chair, holding a stick with what appeared to be dark, fleshy meat. Is there such a color of meat? Could it be even more delectable? He mused. A woman busied herself by a campfire, her charming face smudged with soot. Wait, isn't that her? Ming Yuan gasped, recognizing the figure. The clan leader indeed had the audacity to invite her to a barbecue. Regaining his composure, Ming Yuan bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. Clan leader, the 3 inner dawn have been refined by hunting heaven and the others. Here are the remaining 2. He presented 2 inner dawn radiating potent demonic energy. It was Yi Xian's idea to have the trio refine the inner dawn, and since they were not fully utilized, Ming Yuan intended to present them to Yi Xian. There's no need to give these to me. Simply pass them to the peak masters of Tianxian and Tianji. As for the other peak masters, I will inform them to wait for now. Yi Xian replied calmly before taking a bite of the bitter, tough meat. This was, without a doubt, the most unpalatable meat he had ever tasted. Had it not been for the fear of wasting someone else's kindness, he would have refused it outright. Understood. Ming Yuan replied, ready to depart. Suddenly, a gentle, ethereal voice called out. Wait. Ming Yuan turned, and the speaker was Qing He, feeling a knot tighten in his chest. He wondered if she intended to reprimand him. After all, she had not held back in her recent encounters with Huang Xian at the Divine Beast Pavilion. Lord Qing, Ming Yuan addressed her, his tone laced with uncertainty. Can you roast meat? Qing He inquired, her lips turning slightly. Before Ming Yuan could respond, she continued, very well. If you can, I leave it to you. I shall rest for a while. With that, she ignored him, seated herself at the table, and poured herself a cup of insight tea. Ming Yuan was left bewildered in the wind. Had he ever claimed to possess such a skill? Witnessing this, even Yi Xian could not help but chuckle in amusement, offering Ming Yuan an encouraging smile. You may go now and deliver the inner dawn to the 2 peak masters. I'll handle things here. At those words, Ming Yuan vanished without delay. After he left, Yi Xian approached the fire and took over Qing He's task. When he presented the roasted, golden demon emperor meat at the table, Qing He suddenly felt that the dark meat in her hand was far less appealing. Previously, she had thought her cooking was quite decent, but it now seemed lacking in comparison. After departing, Ming Yuan hurried to deliver the demon emperor inner dawn to Yi Tian and Yi Qing. Meanwhile, others continued to relish the delectable feast, reluctant to leave early. The demon emperor meat was a rare delicacy, even for someone of Tian Yinzi's caliber, who was tasting it for the first time. Suddenly, Ming Yuan appeared at the family square. Upon seeing him, everyone greeted him with utmost respect. After all, he was a formidable figure of the demon emperor realm. Ming Yuan waved his hand, and 2 inner dawn floated before Yi Tian and Yi Qing. At that moment, the rest of the peak masters understood Ming Yuan's intentions. While some were envious, no one harbored jealousy, as Yi Xian had previously communicated the situation, assuring them that they too would have their turn. The following day, the peak masters of Tianxian and Tianji announced their seclusion. Yi Xian had no choice but to step forward and lead his family. To his surprise, Tian Yinzi had not yet departed. Instead, he was in the kitchen, sharing laughter with Qing Ya. Meanwhile, all disciples of the Yi family who had successfully broken through to the Jieyang realm were out honing their skills, as arranged by Yi Tian. The purpose was to let them endure trials and tribulations. On this very day, a piece of news reverberated throughout the wasteland. The Wasteland's Talented Youth Conference would commence in Tianwang City in a year's time. This grand event, held once every decade, welcomes all young individuals under the age of 20. At that time, the Wasteland would unveil its list of prodigious talents. Those who make it onto the list, provided they do not fall along the way, may ascend to become formidable guardians of their realms. The announcement sent shockwaves across the wasteland, igniting the fervor of countless young aspirants who were eager to showcase their prowess and etch their names into the annals of the talent list in a year's time. The disciples of the Yi family were no exception, each gripping their fists tightly, their spirits soaring with the desire to vanquish all rivals. Before the grand staircase of their ancestral gate, a figure with flowing silver hair stood tall. The celestial rankings indeed. The silver-haired man smiled faintly, golden light shimmering in his eyes. My name shall be etched upon it. With that, his aura erupted, blood surging forth, as a supreme silhouette faintly materialized behind him, steadily advancing toward the celestial staircase. Today, he would conquer the 3,000 steps. Let us see what makes these 3,000 steps unique. Chapter 55, Yijixia. Kingdom of Kungsu. Meanwhile, in the desolate region of the Kingdom of Kungsu, within the city of Kungsu, a tall figure clad in elegance strolled along the streets. The woman wore a flowing gown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, with a delicate nose and sparkling eyes. Should any members of the Yi family be present, they would recognize her as Yijixia. After departing from the Yi family, Yijixia sought to hone her skills through various experiences. She had previously roamed the deep mountains, battling formidable beasts, and today, she happened to pass through Kungsu City, choosing to indulge in a brief respite. Wherever Yijixia treads, she invariably draws the gaze of onlookers, particularly the fervent stares of men that incessantly sweep over her figure. Such scrutiny causes her delicate face to grow cold, and she lets out a soft huff, an aura of profound mystery swirling around her. Upon realizing that Yuji is a formidable practitioner of the profound realm, the previously audacious gazers hastily averted their eyes. While the profound realm itself is not particularly fearsome, as it occasionally surfaces even in the bustling city of Kungsu, the alarming factor lies in her youth. She must belong to a lineage of considerable repute. Should she incur the wrath of a powerful figure, even 100 lives would not suffice to atone for the offense. The thought sent a chill down the spines of those who had so brazenly stared moments before. In the rain-listening pavilion, a favored haunt for the affluent of the royal city, a man clad in a resplendent red robe, whose appearance was both unseemly and diminutive, embraced a woman in his arms. At that moment, a passing woman in the street below captured his attention. The red-robed man's gaze fixated on her, his eyes betraying an insatiable lust, his mouth slightly agape, as if drooling at the sight. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The woman he held noticed his unwavering stare and felt a surge of irritation. Just as she intended to obstruct his view, he brusquely shoved her aside. The red-robed man beckoned to a figure cloaked in black, who promptly approached. "Your Highness," the black-clad figure addressed him. The red-robed man nodded in acknowledgement before gesturing toward the woman below, instructing, "Bring her to me." The black-clad figure followed his gaze and, recognizing her beauty, thought, "It is no wonder the prince has taken an interest." Accepting the command, he vanished from sight, well accustomed to executing such tasks. Yi Zhixiao walked along the bustling street, exuding a newfound composure compared to her former self. Suddenly, she halted in her tracks, for a figure clad in black appeared before her. Yi Zhixiao furrowed her delicate brows, an instinctive sense warning her of impending danger. The spiritual energy within her was poised, a testament to her hard-earned experience. "This young lady, His Highness requests your presence," came a hoarse voice from the shadowy figure cloaked in black. Yi Zhixiao's expression remained unchanged as she sternly declared, "I have no interest." "Step aside," the young lady warned. "I advise you to think carefully before responding. My lord is none other than the third prince of Kungsu." Observing Yi Zhixiao's steadfast demeanor, the figure cloaked in black contemplated uttering further words. Yet Yi Zhixiao offered him no opportunity, launching an immediate attack. The formidable aura of the 7th level of the Xianming realm suddenly erupted, channeling spiritual power that surged forward. The man in black reacted swiftly, unleashing his own peak Xianming cultivation. Their strikes collided, resulting in a devastating explosion that tore apart the figure in black robes. His arm shattered and sent hurtling backward. It was utterly inconceivable. As the black-clad figure landed, he gazed in agony at the sight of his severed arm, letting out a pained howl. How could it be that a peak Xianming practitioner was so severely wounded by a mere 7th-level adversary? As Yi Zhixiao turned to depart, an unexpected surge of ethereal energy descended from the heavens, forcefully pressing down upon her. "Humph, daring to act recklessly in my Kungsu royal city, seeking death." The intruder was a figure clad in silver armor. At the moment this silhouette manifested, a voice echoed from the listening rain pavilion. "Captain Zhao, apprehend her, but do not harm her." Yi Zhixiao glanced back and saw a diminutive figure with a lecherous appearance, who was lewdly staring at her. Upon hearing this, the man in silver armor hovering in the sky frowned slightly, yet he did not refuse. He took action, diving down with a golden fist imprint aimed at Yi Zhixiao. Yi Zhixiao remained calm and unhurried, surrounded by an enigmatic aura. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted dramatically, and a faint yet ethereal silhouette emerged. Yi Zhixiao summoned a delicate aura in her hand, directing it towards the silver-armored commander with a pointed finger. The impact of her fist and the mighty thumb collided abruptly, unleashing a dazzling brilliance. With a thunderous roar, blood splattered across the void, and a figure clad in silver armor was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. How could this be? Faint sounds echoed from within the deep pit. Witnessing this scene, the man in the red robe on the upper floor felt his legs weaken, nearly toppling over. Yi Zhixiao swiftly turned to face him, delivering a forceful slap. A tremendous sound echoed as the man in the crimson robe was sent flying several dozen yards, embedded into the wall, blood gushing forth. Insolence. At that moment, several figures descended, all unmistakably from the void realm, with a few being high-ranking members of that realm, elite combatants of the dynasty. Confronted by such an overwhelming presence, even Yi Zhixiao's expression changed. Escape. This was her sole thought. Despite bearing the sacred body, it would be exceedingly difficult to gain the upper hand. Moreover, this was the stronghold of another, and there was no time to linger. Yi Zhixiao concentrated her spiritual energy, and countless exquisite essences surged within her palm. Suddenly, she struck towards the crowd. Following that, she deftly maneuvered her body and sped away in the opposite direction. Just as the crowd managed to evade her grasp in the span of 2 breaths, Yi Zhixiao had already escaped beyond the city walls. "Ah, chaser!" A voice echoed in frustration. "How could so many fail to capture a single woman? This is a tremendous disgrace." At that moment, An overwhelming aura of terror descended. A middle-aged figure clad in a dragon robe appeared where the red-robed man stood. Upon seeing the newcomer, the various leaders hurriedly bowed, trembling in fear. "Your Majesty." Observing the pitiful state of the red-robed man, the dragon-robed figure's murderous intent pierced the heavens, and a terrifying pressure instantaneously enveloped the land. It was unmistakably a being of the celestial realm, albeit with an aura that seemed somewhat unstable. The crowd fell silent, gripped by fear, while countless citizens displayed expressions of panic and dread. He was the ruler of the Kungsu dynasty, Xuan. The red-robed man was his third son, Xuan. He had never anticipated that someone would dare to attack his offspring while he was consolidating his cultivation within the royal city. After administering a medicinal pill to save Gao Shuai's life, he entrusted him to one of the leaders and soared into the air, heading towards the direction of Yi Zhixia's escape. "Today, no matter who you are, you shall meet your demise." The ruler of Kungsu exuded an aura of chilling malevolence. Since his return from visiting the Yi family, he had broken through to the celestial realm. His only regret was not having secured a closer alliance with the Yi family. This was the greatest remorse Xuan harbored. It is worth noting that after his breakthrough, the Kungsu dynasty had elevated itself to a respectable position among the dynasties. However, the audacity of someone to harm his progeny within his own kingdom was an affront he could not tolerate. Chapter 56, The Indomitable Divine Son, Wu Songxing. At this moment, within the Yi clan, a group of disciples gathered, their eyes transfixed upon the silver-haired figure ascending the 3,000 steps. Amongst the multitude present on the stairway, this singular figure commanded the most attention, having reached an unprecedented height, the 2,900th tier of the celestial ladder. The 3,000 steps presented varying trials to individuals of different realms, with the oppressive force fluctuating according to one's cultivation level. Each step represented a world unto itself. Until now, no member of the Yi clan had ever traversed beyond the 2,000th tier, save for the trio embarking on their external endeavors. The highest achievement among the others belonged to Yi Tianyan, who had reached a mere 1,999th tier. Wu Songxing stood upon the steps, seemingly unfazed by the challenges before him. Each tier required a brief pause before he continued onward. 2,995, 2,997, 2,999. Each step reverberated within the hearts of the Yi clan members, each advancement sparking waves of astonishment. Yi Xian observed the scene within the grand hall, intrigued to discover the limits of his disciple. He had always been perplexed as to why the system had chosen to designate him as a master, and it had never provided him with an explanation. Could it truly be solely due to the disciple's innate talent? Yi Xian felt otherwise. System. Display the projection of the 3,000th layer of the Wu Songxing's heavenly ladder. Ding. Of course, this is feasible. You can perceive it yourself using your eye technique. Damn, you are even lazier than I am. Aware that speaking to the system was futile, Yi Xian directly activated the reincarnation eye. The chaotic reincarnation eye awakened. Yi Xian's profound gaze seemed to penetrate the cycles of eternity, illuminating the figure of Wu Songxing. A vivid projection emerged within Yi Xian's deep-set eyes. It depicted a continent teeming with myriad races, where the heavens were unblemished, spiritual energy was abundant, and saints roamed freely. A silver-haired youth, with a cold yet striking visage, reclined comfortably upon a grassy meadow, gazing up at the vast sky, utterly at ease. The scene shifted abruptly. It revealed an endless battlefield, where spears stood thrust into the ground, swords lay shattered, and celestial blades were rendered blunt, with remnants of destruction strewn everywhere following the cataclysmic conflict. An overwhelming darkness enveloped the landscape, pervaded by an eerie atmosphere and ominous presences lurking at every turn. Amidst this chaos stood a tall and imposing silver-haired figure, letting out a triumphant roar toward the heavens. Behind him lay countless lifeless bodies, densely packed, with not a soul remaining alive. The figure's eyes shone with unparalleled divine light as he wielded a colossal staff, engaging in a battle that defied the heavens, advancing fearlessly. As the vision shattered, Yi Xian finally grasped the truth. So this was destiny. Had it not been for Yi Xian's unforeseen arrival, Wu Songxing would have been the fated son, the protagonist of this realm, an embodiment of its fortune. Yet, did the emergence of this destiny signify the possibility of salvation? Yi Xian fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, the members of the Yi family gazed at the scene before them with disbelief. He truly accomplished it. Brother Wu has indeed succeeded, conquering the 3,000 steps. How could the disparity be so immense? I have only reached the 201st level. The members of the Yi family gazed upon Wu Songxing, who stood at the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder. Suddenly, at the summit of the ladder, an immeasurable divine light burst forth, and a torrent of pure, formidable energy surged into Wu Songxing's body. This influx propelled him, who was already at the peak of the void realm, to ascend once more, striving towards the celestial realm. With a resounding crash, the barrier separating the void and celestial realms was shattered. Wu Songxing's cultivation aura rapidly intensified as he fully stepped into the celestial realm. In that instant of breaking through, the forces of heaven and earth erupted, and boundless spiritual energy surged towards Wu Songxing. Has he truly broken through? A shocked disciple of the Yi family inquired incredulously. He has actually entered the celestial realm. Is he still human? I always knew the heavenly ladder held opportunities. And it has proven to be so. Seems like anyone could ascend through it. Brother Wu is remarkable. Within the Yi family, disciples engaged in fervent discussions. They rejoiced at Wu Songxing's ascension, yet a sense of urgency stirred within them. At the same age, they still indulged in trivial games. While he had already attained the celestial realm, as Wu Songxing completed his promotion and prepared to descend the heavenly ladder, a voice of authority, ethereal and resonant as if echoing the will of the heavens, emanated from the grand hall, reverberating throughout the Songxiong mountain range. Wu Songxing, having conquered the tower of floating pagodas and ascended the heavenly ladder, is bestowed the title of the indomitable divine son. His status now stood alongside that of the Yi family's holy son, though the proclamation was uttered with a gentle tone. Every member of the Yi family heard it distinctly. This voice belonged to the clan leader. Just how formidable is the clan leader? Indeed, the clan leader. The members of the Yi family hastily clasped their hands in reverence towards the grand hall, exclaiming, "Congratulations, divine son." This proclamation heralded the words of the guardian deity of the Yi family, not merely the holy son, but the divine son, of equal stature. Although it was but a simple bestowal for the moment, in the future, the name of the divine son would indeed resonate throughout the heavens. Suddenly, an alert resonated, danger detected among the clan disciples. In the Kungsa dynasty, a figure moved with unparalleled swiftness, daring not to pause even for a breath. Her aura had long been locked onto. Were it not for her study of certain royal and sacred level martial techniques from the Yi family, she would have certainly been overtaken by now. However, the consumption of spiritual energy required by these royal and sacred techniques was exceedingly daunting, leaving her on the brink of exhaustion. Yu Zhixia's eyes flickered with determination. This situation was unacceptable, and she needed to devise a means to extricate herself from this individual. Suddenly, her gaze brightened as if an idea had struck her, and she swiftly moved in a particular direction. The Forbidden Cliff. This area was teeming with people daily. For though it was a restricted zone, the periphery posed little danger. As long as one refrained from venturing deeper into the forbidden territory, they could safely seek medicinal herbs and other resources. However, once one dared to delve into the depths, there was no hope of survival. Centuries ago, a formidable figure from the celestial realm had attempted to penetrate the forbidden land in search of a means to prolong life, never to emerge again. At this moment, a woman was hastening toward the forbidden area, pursued by a figure clad in a dragon robe. The onlookers below were struck with astonishment at this scene. They did not recognize the woman, but the figure behind her was unmistakable. It was the sovereign of the Kungsa dynasty. Indeed, the ruler of the Kungsa empire. But whom was he pursuing? The crowd whispered in astonishment, eager to uncover the reason why the esteemed sovereign of Kungsu would chase after a mere woman. Yi Zhixiao arrived at the entrance of the forbidden cliff, pausing for a brief moment to gaze back at Conscian with icy resolve. "I, Yi Zhixiao, shall remember today's events," she declared, before swiftly turning and vanishing into the abyss. She just went in. Is she not afraid of death? Conscian, arriving shortly thereafter, wore a grim expression. It was an embarrassment for someone of his celestial stature to have failed in capturing her. Moments later, the leaders of Kungsu arrived, only to find their sovereign present. They exchanged knowing glances, seemingly understanding the gravity of the situation. "Sovereign, what shall we do now? What to do, what to do? You inept fools, hold your ground." Conscian bellowed at the assembled leaders. If it were not for their failure to detain her, he would have already succeeded in his pursuit. At that moment, a pair of profound eyes appeared to survey the scene from the heavens above the forbidden zone. Chapter 57. Reincarnation, the enigmatic martial sage. What did that woman just say her name was? The adventurers around began to murmur amongst themselves. I believe she said her name was Yu Zhixia. I've never heard of her. With the surname Yi, could she possibly be the one? Don't be ridiculous. There are countless people with the surname Yi. How could it be her? The speculation was swiftly dismissed. Absolutely impossible. If she were truly from there, even with 100 lives, Kungsu's sovereign would not dare to pursue her. Just as the discussions unfolded, a powerful aura suddenly erupted, crashing down upon the speakers. The individuals who had just been conversing were violently sent flying, their fates unknown. Witnessing this, the onlookers turned pale, hastily preparing their defenses. Their expressions filled with trepidation as they regarded Conscian. A swarm of ants dares to speak of my affairs, utterly oblivious to their own mortality. Conscian, overhearing the murmurs, was filled with disdain. Recently provoked, he was now the subject of their discussions. Did they truly believe him to be a mere ornament? He scoffed at their speculations, dismissing them entirely. The members of the Yi family? Who among those present is acquainted with him? It is not as though he has never encountered a member of the Yi family. However, within the confines of the Yi residence, he has never laid eyes upon them. Humph. A multitude of despicable ants daring to speak of the Yi family. A commander stepped forward, casting a disdainful gaze upon the crowd. I, the sovereign of chaos, have been summoned by the Yi family to partake in their grand ceremony. How could I possibly be ignorant of the members of the Yi family? The invitation from the Yi family was merely an act of self-aggrandizement. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment graced the faces of those present, who were already filled with trepidation. To think that the Lord of Kungsu had been summoned to attend such a grand ceremony. When discussing the invitation to the Yi family, the Lord of Kungsu held his head high, exuding an air of superiority. His subordinates stood tall and proud behind him, as if this were an unparalleled honor. The only regret lingering in their hearts was that their sovereign had fled from the Yi family, missing the chance to form a close alliance. Naturally, such matters were best kept under wraps, for the shame was far too great to bear. Had their ruler been resolute, they might have already ingratiated themselves with the Yi family, much like the Confronting dynasty. Deep within the forbidden abyss, the cliffs loomed ominously, shrouded in a pervasive gray mist, with an eerie atmosphere permeating every crevice. The cliffs were entwined with black vines, seemingly etched by the passage of time. At this moment, Yi Zhixia stood amidst several towering cliffs, her expression revealing a profound gravity. The air here was devoid of the vital essence of heaven and earth. An ancient door loomed on the cliff face, imposing and enigmatic. As she fled into the depths of the rugged cliffs, it felt as though an invisible hand had pulled her down from the sky. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself in this place. Her instincts warned her that the atmosphere was fraught with strangeness. She wished to retreat, yet discovered that no matter which path she took, she would inevitably return to her original position. Suddenly, with a thunderous rumble, the stone door began to creak open, stirring up countless particles of dust. It seemed as if a mysterious force was beckoning her, yet all was dispelled by the exquisite aura that enveloped her. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Zhixia consumed several restorative spirit pills, fortunate to possess an ample supply. Once she replenished a portion of her spiritual energy, she took action, moving forward with the belief that the only way out might lie beyond the stone door. With deliberate and cautious steps, she advanced, each footfall measured and careful. As she crossed the threshold of the stone door, a hum resonated, and the scene abruptly transformed, as if she had entered an entirely different realm. Yi Zhixia's expression grew increasingly grave as she gazed upon the ground, littered with white bones. In the distance, there stood a stone seat upon which a skeleton sat in a meditative posture. Hee, at last, someone has arrived here again. Suddenly, a chilling voice emanated from the throne, echoing ominously in her ears. Yi Zhixia turned her gaze towards the source of the sound, only to behold a being as dark as ink, devoid of any tangible form, emanating an aura steeped in enigma, standing in the void. It exuded an unsettling presence, prompting Yi Zhixia to hastily channel her spiritual energy, preparing to unleash a powerful strike. Hee, at last, a talent worth my attention. I can finally break free. Hee, old man Xuan, you can no longer confine me. The eerie entity let out a chilling howl towards the heavens, releasing strands of its strange aura that engulfed the surroundings, sending Yi Zhixia hurtling back, crashing heavily against the nearby stone walls. Hee, a sacred body. Though merely a girl, she is indeed a sacred vessel, a formidable physique. With that, an ethereal hand reached out, drawing Yi Zhixia into its grasp. To become my vessel is your honor. Yi Zhixia found herself utterly powerless to resist. This individual was far too formidable. In her eyes, even the clan leader would be no match for the shadow before her, and despair etched itself across her features. Seventh uncle, I have let you down. This was her innermost thought, for her seventh uncle had bestowed upon her a treatment distinct from that of the other clan members. Yet she was destined to disappoint him. Alas, why did it seem as if voices echoed within this space, resonating with regret and a sense of unwillingness? Old fool. You have grown weak. While I am on the brink of returning to the world, you have lost. With these words, the sinister being attempted to seize Yi Zhixia as soul and replace it. At long last, someone capable of bearing his power had emerged. However, just as he made his move, he abruptly halted. Subsequently, an expression of profound gravity replaced the darkness of his face. He slowly lifted his gaze, and before him appeared a pair of colossal, divine eyes. Within those eyes, it seemed as if the cycles of the universe were unfolding. Though you may be a martial saint, you cannot usurp the essence of my descendant. A transcendent voice resonated through the space. Instantly, the beams of reincarnation from those gigantic divine eyes enveloped the sinister being. Yi Zhixia's figure had mysteriously vanished from the strange entity, reappearing atop a distant stone pedestal. She gazed at the scene before her with a look of bewilderment. Then, as if recognizing something, her expression transformed into one of astonishment as she fixated on those divine eyes. Enveloped by the radiant beams of the cycle eye, the bizarre being was engulfed in terror, for its essence was gradually being obliterated within the cycle, fading into nothingness. Impossible. Who are you? How can you wield such power? The strange entity shrieked in fear. Even when it had been sealed by a martial saint of the same realm years ago, it had never felt such dread. Its kind was notoriously difficult to annihilate. Yet now, faced with obliteration, how could it possibly come to terms with this? Its face was a mask of disbelief. Yi Xian offered no response, merely allowing the pupils of his eyes to rotate. The light of the cycle calamity, an exquisite, resplendent violet radiance illuminated the entire space. Under the influence of the cycle calamity's light, the strange entity gradually dissipated, completely erased from existence. Remarkably, the commotion within this realm did not reach the outside world, as it was sealed by a martial saint's presence. As the light of the cycle slowly faded, the scene within the cave once again came into view. Xia gazed blankly at the pair of divine eyes. Seventh uncle, is that you? Heh, little girl. You've endured quite a bit, haven't you? The divine gaze gradually faded, coalescing into an ethereal figure clad in white. Upon seeing this figure, Xia's face initially lit up with joy, but her eyes soon glistened with unshed tears. She hastily wiped away the droplets that threatened to fall. Seventh uncle, it was too dazzling just now. It even brought forth my tears. Chapter 58, The Origin of the Sacred Path, the Great Celestial Position of the Heavenly Saint. Xuan was well aware of the girl's true nature. Though she appeared resolute, she remained, at her core, merely a child. He refrained from exposing her vulnerability, instead approaching her and gently patting her head. Quite commendable. He had not let seventh uncle down. Venturing out alone for training, she had now reached the realm of Xianming, undoubtedly enduring considerable hardship along the way. Under Xuan's comforting presence, Xia gradually found her composure. Then, Xuan's eyes shimmered with a purple radiance, directing a beam of light toward the white skeleton resting upon the stone pedestal. Moments later, the skeleton began to emanate a soft golden glow. Waves of sacred energy surged forth from the skeleton. Subsequently, an ethereal figure slowly coalesced, materializing above the skeleton. It was an elderly man, with white brows and a long beard, his eyes reflecting the weight of countless years, and his forehead etched with deep furrows. Upon his emergence, the old man first gazed at Xuan, then clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, fellow cultivator, Xuan. His true name was Xuan, the very individual who had suppressed and sealed the enigmatic martial sage in this place. During that cataclysmic event, he had confronted the strange martial sage, engaging in a fierce battle that spanned the desolate realms, ultimately injuring the otherworldly being. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not vanquish it entirely, and was compelled to sacrifice himself to enforce the seal. Xuan gazed at the individual before him, slowly shaking his head. Alas, he had long discerned that this person had reached their limit, unable to endure any longer. Even a martial sage must ultimately succumb to the earth. Why the sigh? My friend, our destiny is merely life and death. Xuan, fear not the end. The elder smiled faintly, addressing Xuan. Before Xuan could respond, the elder continued, my friend, I can no longer hold on. I wish to pass on my teachings. The elder cast a glance toward Xia. However, upon finishing his statement, he realized that Xia was not as elated as he had anticipated. Xuan could indeed comprehend the situation, as he was a formidable entity who had no need for his methods. However, he was taken aback by Xia's calm demeanor, observing her impassive expression. Xuan continued to elucidate, the technique I have cultivated is of the highest sacred tier. At this juncture, Xuan slightly nodded, gazing at Xia, for he could hardly believe that she would remain unmoved. Xia smiled gently, respectfully gazing at Xuan. Senior, I do not require any loss. I have already cultivated advanced techniques. Upon hearing this, Xuan was taken aback. Could it be that she had practiced techniques surpassing those of the saint rank's finest? He felt perplexed and hesitantly inquired, the finest of the saint rank? Xia nodded in affirmation. What Xia has cultivated is by no means a sacred tier. It is merely a matter of refraining from disheartening the elder. Senior, I have already mastered a higher level of magic and shall not revert my cultivation. However, I can take your teachings and pass them on to those who are destined to receive them. Seeing this, Xuan could only manage a helpless smile and nod. Alas, he never anticipated that after finally finding someone worthy, that person would not appreciate his methods. Haha, in that case, allow this old man to bestow upon you another opportunity. I hope that in the future, you may assist this continent. Xuan laughed heartily, not believing that the sacred body would refuse his gifts today. Immediately, golden radiance began to converge around him. Hearing this, Xuan felt a tremor in his heart, realizing the elder's intentions. This revelation left Xuan in awe. The essence of the sacred is the culmination of a martial saint's lifelong achievements. If the individual does not consent, it is impossible to forcibly extract it. Yet, the elder intends to draw out the essence. Xuan gazed intently at the elder before him. Is it worth it? Haha. Since we are the guardians of the beings within this realm, what truly holds value, or lacks it? The enigmatic clan has invaded our homeland and slain our kin. As a martial sage of the human race, it is my duty to act accordingly. At this juncture, the elder became visibly agitated, his aura intensifying. He vividly recalled that fateful battle, the unprecedented unity of the myriad races of Fengxian continent standing against a common foe. Alas, those beings were exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Contemplating this, his gaze toward Xuan shifted. He had just witnessed with his own eyes the martial sage-level strange entity being obliterated by a mere glance from Xuan. That was true annihilation. He turned his attention to Xia, scrutinizing her closely before nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. A Linglong sacred body. The essence of the sacred converges. Subsequently, streams of gold and yellow aura erupted from the bones, coalescing in the elder's hand. It formed a luminous orb, flickering with a faint golden hue. Yet at this moment, its radiance was exceedingly dim. His original essence was nearly depleted, gradually diminishing within the seal. Once the essence had been fully gathered, the elder gently waved his hand. Two beams of golden light soared toward Xia. One was a sacred technique, and the other was the original essence. The two beams of light seamlessly merged into Yu Jixia's being. Yu Jixia sat cross-legged on the ground, as the essence of the sage amalgamated with her being. A resplendent radiance enveloped her, and powerful waves of energy emanated outward from her center. With her eyes tightly shut, an ethereal aura surged around her, and her cultivation continued to ascend. Time flowed ceaselessly, and Yu Jixia's realm steadily advanced, first to the 8th heaven of Xianming, then to the 9th heaven, and finally to the 1st heaven of Kongming. Meanwhile, Yi Xian observed this scene with calm detachment. The essence of the sage was gradually being refined by Yi Jixia. When the final vestige of primordial energy merged with her, she suddenly opened her eyes, a golden light flashing within them. At that moment, her demeanor underwent a profound transformation, each movement subtly resonating with the changes of the cosmos. It was evident that she had entered the realm of the celestial, overjoyed by her successful breakthrough. Yu Jixia had not anticipated the ease with which she refined the sage's essence. In truth, this was due to the elder's voluntary condensation, akin to a profound enlightenment that facilitated such rapid progress. She slowly approached Qin Xuan and knelt before the skeletal figure in reverence. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Qin Xuan did not speak further, merely smiling as he gradually transformed into specks of starlight. He had long reached his limits, seeking only to find a successor to contribute a fragment of strength to this continent. Yu Xian gazed at the scene before him, his heart awash with myriad emotions. An ancient sage, frail with age, still harbored concerns for the future even in his final moments. After the old man's breath faded, the invisible ceiling formation gradually dissipated. The malevolent energy in the desolate cliffs was being purified by the influx of spiritual essence. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The highest cultivation level within the family has transcended to the celestial realm. Ding. The host's cultivation can be further elevated. Would you like to proceed? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully utilizing 888 cultivation points to attain minor heaven stage great sage, middle heaven stage great sage, and major heaven stage great sage. Ding. Utilized 888 cultivation points to achieve minor heaven stage celestial sage, middle heaven stage celestial sage, and major heaven stage celestial sage. The consecutive surges in cultivation allowed Yi Xian, who was originally at the martial saint stage, to transcend two significant realms in an instant. Yi Xian sometimes truly feels a sense of disconnection from this world. However, he finds a peculiar enjoyment in this sensation. Yu Jixia gazed at her seventh uncle beside her, suddenly sensing that he seemed to have transformed, appearing quite different from before. Yet, on the surface, he appeared unchanged, which was rather perplexing. A glimmer of golden light emanated from Yi Xian's hand, gradually causing the remains of the elder Qin Xuan to dissipate. With the seal lifted, this place would soon attract many more individuals seeking to explore, ensuring that the reverence for those who came before would not be forgotten. Yu Xian composed himself and calmly addressed Yu Jixia, asking whether she would return to the family or continue her journey. Without hesitation, she declared, "Seventh uncle, I wish to continue my training." She yearned to embrace the storms of life and undergo transformation amidst the challenges. Yu Xian was not surprised by her response. "Very well. I look forward to the day you become an unparalleled powerhouse." With that, Yu Xian vanished, leaving Yu Jixia momentarily stunned. Had he truly departed just like that? Such was indeed his character. Regaining her composure, she realized it was time to venture out. Surely others awaited her. Chapter 59. The annihilation of Kungsu. At the periphery of the forbidden land of the Wild Cliffs, the Kungsu dynasty had encircled the Wild Cliff mountain range. Although no one had ever returned from its depths, Kunshan sensed that the woman was extraordinary and anticipated unexpected gains. He ordered a 3-day wait. Kunshan had ulterior motives. Aside from seeking an explanation for his son, he desired to obtain an item from that woman, her martial arts techniques. Based on the movement techniques Yu Jixia had displayed, their rank appeared to be quite high. Acquiring them would undoubtedly bolster his own power. As for the forces behind Yu Jixia, no dynasty bearing the Yi surname existed within the wild domain. He feared no one, as long as they were not from those terrifying clans. Kunshan was now convinced he understood the source of Yu Jixia's martial arts skills. If she did not emerge within 3 days, the likelihood of her return would be nil. As Kunshan and his men awaited, one of the commanders exclaimed in surprise. Just as Kunshan was about to reprimand him, he noticed a figure striding toward them. Upon recognizing her, he leaped to his feet in excitement. "I can hardly believe it. You truly emerged." Kunshan's face darkened as he coldly remarked. The newcomer was none other than Yu Jixia, who had walked out from the Wild Cliffs. The other commanders quickly reacted to Kunshan's words, forming a tight encirclement around her. The onlookers gazed in astonishment, their expressions filled with disbelief. How could this be? She entered the forbidden land and returned alive. While the Kungsu dynasty had stationed itself there, they had deemed it unnecessary, for none had survived the depths of the forbidden area. Yet, here she was. "I have returned. Are you pleased?" Yu Jixia stood resolutely in the air, calmly addressing Kunshan, her demeanor devoid of joy or sorrow. "If I were you, I would have fled long ago, rather than remain frozen in place." With that, Kunshan unleashed his immense power, flames erupting around him as a scorching wave radiated outward. The onlookers turned pale, hastily preparing their defenses. Kunshan's first move was a full-force assault. A massive hand engulfed in searing flames reached out to seize Yu Jixia. He had no intention of letting her escape again. as Yuji prepared to retaliate. A booming voice resonated like a celestial decree above the forbidden land. Dare you touch my niece? You are not worthy. The heavens darkened, thunder roared, and suddenly, a colossal hand, reminiscent of a demon god, appeared, pointing gently towards Conscian. The expressions of Conscian and the Kungsa dynasty's people turned to sheer terror. As if an invisible hand had grasped them, rendering them unable to evade, the giant finger descended with crushing force, and amidst their despair, Conscian and his cohorts shouted in defiance, no. In an instant, they were obliterated, leaving not even ashes behind. The surrounding crowd was engulfed in horror. What kind of terrifying powerhouse was this, capable of erasing even the lord of the Kungsa dynasty? They trembled, fearing another finger might descend upon them. However, their concerns were unfounded. Had Xuan wished it, they would not have survived the earlier encounter. As Conscian and his associates vanished, the formidable hand dissipated, restoring the scene to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. Yuji observed the scene before her and pouted slightly. Her seventh uncle truly had a knack for emerging only at critical moments. She had thought Xuan had departed, though her words suggested otherwise. A warm sensation enveloped her heart, and a radiant smile graced her lips. Without delay, she turned and departed for the Kungsa dynasty. Soon after, the entire Kungsa dynasty was laid to waste by a solitary woman from the human realm. All those associated with the royal family were mercilessly slain. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, the third prince of the Kungsa dynasty was impaled upon the city walls of Kungsu. This event spread rapidly throughout the desolate region, leaving many in utter astonishment. Numerous smaller dynasties trembled in fear, anxious that such calamity might befall them. It was not until a particular piece of news emerged that the populace finally breathed a sigh of relief. The chaos had stemmed from the third prince's infatuation with a woman within the royal city. Even the name Yuji swiftly circulated across the entire desolate expanse. Speculations flourished regarding the formidable power backing her, as some had witnessed terrifying entities in action. Moreover, with the surname Yi associated with such formidable beings, there seemed to be but one origin within the entire desolate region. Indeed, the Kungsa dynasty had fallen to misfortune. Who could argue otherwise? A waste, brought to ruin by an ugly pig. The ruler of Kungsu must surely regret having given life to that useless offspring. Following this incident, many dynasties hastily issued decrees, urging their court officials to exercise caution so as not to invite disaster upon their realms. It is worth noting that numerous clues indicated that Yuji hailed from the Yi family, specifically, the Yi family of Songqiang Mountain. This name was synonymous with invincibility in the desolate region. To provoke the Yi family could result in a fate far worse than death. Yi family, Tian Shupi courtyard. Yuxian lounged lazily on his rattan chair. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The disciples of the clan have eradicated the opposing forces, earning rewards. Holy Grade Superior Spirit Fruit 99.99. Holy Grade Superior Spirit Herb 88.88. Heavenly Thunder Secret Realm 1. Emperor Grade 8 Desolate. Heavenly Thunder Scripture 1. Emperor Grade Spirit Herbs 100. Emperor Grade Spirit Fruits 100. High-quality Immortal Spirit Stones 10 million. Observing the increasingly bountiful rewards, a faint smile graced the corners of Yuxian's mouth. He then waved his hand. The Heavenly Thunder Secret Realm was directly placed upon a mountain peak. Gradually, a portal materialized atop the summit. In a flash of light, a golden beam entered the Hall of Techniques. The Hall of Techniques housed all the methods Yuxian had acquired, with a portion stored here, including several Emperor-grade techniques. All disciples of the clan could cultivate them. Within, there were system prohibitions. Should anyone leak the information, their memories regarding the techniques would be automatically erased. Therefore, Yuxian was never concerned about the dissemination of martial arts. Once the arrangements were complete, Yuxian's voice echoed in the ears of the members of the Yi family. The Heavenly Thunder Secret Realm opens today. All disciples may enter to undergo the trial of Heavenly Thunder. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, each filled with a fervent desire to enter the Heavenly Thunder Secret Realm for their trials. As expected, after the realm's opening, several peak masters soared from their respective peaks towards the Heavenly Thunder Secret Realm. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in automatically. You have received 100 Holy Grade Supreme Jade Elixirs. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in automatically. You have received 99, 999, 999 Supreme Celestial Spirit Stones. As time gradually passed, a month slipped by unnoticed. In the ancestral grounds of the Beiming Heavenly Sect, a figure cloaked in black stood solemnly. Before him stood two elderly men, on the brink of death. What you say is indeed true, the black-robed elder asked in a hoarse voice, slowly inquiring. Indeed, the rise of the Yi family has been exceedingly swift and somewhat extraordinary, replied one elder, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Recently, the Yi family has even produced two emperors. With that, the elder's weathered gaze turned toward the black-robed figure. After a moment's contemplation, he vanished alongside the two Beiming ancestors. He intended to personally visit the so-called Yi family to investigate further. As for the rumored two emperors, he chuckled softly. He was no longer an emperor himself. Chapter 60. The Sweeping Elder after a period of consolidation. The strength of the Yi family had risen to new heights, most notably with Yuxian's assistance. Nearly 70% of the family members had ascended to the rank of kings. This was a rather formidable concept. Although many kings did not possess the top-tier physiques, they remained exceptionally powerful. At this moment, Xuan sat in the grand hall, surrounded by several peak masters who were engaged in discussions regarding family matters. As the reputation of the Yi family reverberated throughout the wilderness, an increasing number of individuals sought to ally themselves with the family, choosing to settle near the Songjiang mountain range. Some women even arrived at the Yi family's gates under the guidance of their families, hoping for a glimpse. If a member of the Yi family took notice of them, they might secure a powerful ally. Typically, a major force would establish cities to facilitate its development. Yet, Xuan had refrained from issuing orders for construction. Thus, the assembly had convened to address this matter. In truth, there was no need for such formality. As long as it benefited the family's growth, Xuan would not stand in the way. Establish cities. At that moment, Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. The peak masters exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the implication behind his expression. Xuan gazed at the crowd and nonchalantly remarked, "It's nothing. A few individuals have come to assist my Yi family with some cleaning." Upon hearing this, the elders of the Yi family were even more perplexed. Given the vast expanse of the Yi family's grounds, many areas had been left unattended. Consequently, it had been rumored that in a few days, some individuals would be recruited to manage the family affairs, colloquially referred to as cleaners. Logically, there should still be 3 or 4 days before this began. Could it be that someone had arrived ahead of schedule? With a mere thought, Xuan made a graceful figure vanish from the offering hall. After completing this, he resumed discussions with the various peak masters regarding the construction of the city. In the fissures of space, 3 figures rushed forth, just as they were nearing their destination. The foremost figure in a black robe abruptly came to a halt. The 2 elders behind him exchanged puzzled glances before turning their attention to the black-robed figure. "Is it you, the envoy?" The shadow in black did not respond, but instead gazed ahead with apprehension at the void. Amidst the astonished stares of the 3, an unparalleled beauty emerged within their line of sight. Sensing the formidable presence of the woman, the leading black-robed figure inquired with a hint of uncertainty, "Might I ask, esteemed lady, why do you impede our path?" Had it been anyone else from the desolate realms, he would have crushed them without hesitation. Yet, the person before him exuded an aura of overwhelming terror. "Humph, you dare seek trouble at the Yi family and inquire about my identity? Why not take a guess?" The ethereal voice of Qing resonated through the space. Upon hearing this, the black-robed figure trembled in fear. He had not anticipated that the Yi family possessed such an entity. He immediately contemplated retreating. "Esteemed lady, we harbor no ill intentions. Unbeknownst to us, we have entered the territory of the Yi family. We shall depart at once." The black-robed figure hastily addressed Qing. Yet, as he attempted to turn away, he discovered that he was unable to move. The 2 elders were similarly immobilized, fear etched upon their faces. The 3 of them were helplessly drawn away by Qing, never having had the opportunity to act. At this moment, the black-robed figure's imposing demeanor vanished, leaving only despair. He had just achieved a breakthrough and had not even had the chance to strike before being captured. In the divine beast hall, the 3 figures, freshly captured by Qing, lay lamenting on the ground. The black-robed figure revealed his true appearance, a middle-aged man. Qing had long since vanished from sight. Before them lay a chicken sprawled across a chair, its claws raised in a nonchalant manner. "You 3, with such diminutive frames, dare to wreak havoc in the Yi family. Do you not know who has granted you such audacity?" A youthful voice emanated from the bird's beak. Beside the 3, several figures exuding a terrifying imperial aura stood tall. They had just been defeated by a burly man radiating an aura of flames. The black-robed figure's expression darkened as he cast a furious glance at the 2 elders. "Is this truly what you refer to as 2 imperial realm beings? Before us stand 4, not to mention a chicken with an even more terrifying presence. And that unparalleled beauty, this is the intelligence you provided?" The black-robed figure's eyes were filled with rage, wishing to strike down the 2 old men. "My lord, we were merely passing through and had no intention of causing trouble at the Yi family." The black-robed man croaked in desperation. "Oh, spare me the hoarse voice. Must you feign sophistication? Can we not converse properly?" Wang Xian stood up and approached the 3. His claw descended directly upon the face of the black-robed man. "I, the young lord, am reluctant to waste talent. I will grant you one final chance. Otherwise, do not blame me for searching your souls." At the mention of soul-searching, the 3 were filled with terror, their bodies trembling slightly. "My lord, I shall speak." One of the elders quickly interjected. Once subjected to a soul search, even if they survived, they would be left in a state of perpetual confusion. They had no reason to sacrifice themselves for that elusive promise. "Oh?" Huang Xian turned his gaze to the man who had spoken. "Indeed, we hail from the central domain, and we are in search of the Yi family and its cultivators. Our purpose here is to ascertain whether the Yi family is the one sought by the central domain." The elder exclaimed in a panic, fearful of Huang Xian employing soul-searching on them. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared, and upon its arrival, the onlookers hurriedly clasped their fists in greeting. "Patriarch." The sight of this figure instilled profound fear in the hearts of the 3, especially the black-robed man, who felt the weight of its presence. This figure was more formidable than the woman. In the central domain, he had once had the opportunity to meet a martial saint, yet this presence eclipsed even that. What kind of lineage does the Yi family possess? Could it truly be that? The black-robed man's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, each more shocking than the last. If his suspicions were correct, the central domain was on the verge of upheaval. Central domain, you say? It will not be long now. The shadowy figure uttered a cryptic remark before directing 3 streams of light toward the trio. Fear gripped their faces as they could do nothing but allow the luminous streams to enter their consciousness. Seals. They had been marked with seals, and their faces turned ashen. To be sealed meant surrendering their lives into another's hands. Should that being wish for their demise, they would meet their end. From now on, you 3 shall serve the Yi family as mere sweepers. Should you defy this order, you shall perish. The shadowy figure gradually faded, leaving behind a single sentence. Xuan disdainfully regarded the act of killing them as unnecessary. Besides, a tribulation master from the central domain, tasked with sweeping the floor, should suffice. Only Xuan wore an expression of discontent, still contemplating the prospect of keeping his mount. However, with Xuan commandeering it for menial tasks, where could he possibly find another steed? Yet, under Xuan's command, Xuan found it difficult to voice his objections, and thus, he handed each of the 3 individuals a broom before casting them out. In the Leaf family square, the old man wielding a broom found it hard to accept his current plight. Just an hour prior, they had been the revered ancestors of the heavenly sect, envoys of the central domain. Now, they had been reduced to mere janitors of the Leaf family. Yet, they consoled themselves internally, reminding one another that living, albeit in such circumstances, was preferable to death, for life still held the promise of hope. Chapter 61. The Leaf family's recruitment of servants. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, earning 1 heavenly gate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, earning 1 pure heart array. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was time for the Leaf family to recruit servants. Before the entrance of the Yi family, a crowd surged like mountains and seas. Countless individuals flocked towards the Zhangqiang mountain range. Those who arrived were in awe of the magnificent grandeur of the Yi family's gate, which was inscribed with 2 resplendent ancient characters, Heaven's Gate. This was where Xuan had signed in, subsequently transforming the mountain gate into the Heaven's Gate. Great-grandfather, do you have confidence in recruiting the Yi family's miscellaneous workers this time? Sighing, the great-grandfather replied, Alas, I am merely at the Void Realm. It may be quite challenging. Ancestor, hurry up. We might fill the position soon. Patriarch, you must succeed. The sect's crisis depends on you. Your Majesty, are you really going? Do not call me Your Majesty. From now on, you shall be the sovereign. Amidst a cacophony of discussions, filled with excitement, fear, and tension, a striking figure with flowing silver hair and an exquisite visage appeared at the end of the heavenly ladder. Upon his arrival, the previously clamorous atmosphere outside the mountain gate fell silent. Everyone's gaze turned to the figure at the end of the heavenly ladder. The newcomer was none other than Xuan, tasked with the recruitment of miscellaneous workers, sparing the Yi family's peak master from the burden. As the crowd quieted, Xuan spoke, Welcome, everyone. I am the person in charge of recruiting the miscellaneous workers. I will now announce the rules for this recruitment assessment. The test consists of 3 stages. First stage, pass through the Heaven's Gate. The Heaven's Gate can assess a person's character. Malevolent individuals cannot enter. Second stage, navigate the Purity Heart Array. This array was obtained by Xuan upon signing in. Those who enter will face the principles of the Great Path. Only those with a steadfast mind will pass. Third stage, ascend the 50 levels of the heavenly ladder. This will test a person's tenacity. Those who pass these 3 stages will become the Yi family's miscellaneous workers. Upon hearing Xuan outline the rules, some individuals in the crowd turned pale, their eyes flickering with trepidation as they cast wary glances at the imposing Heaven's Gate. However, their expressions soon returned to normal. Very well, we shall now commence the recruitment assessment for the Yi family's miscellaneous workers. All participants form groups of 10 and enter the Heaven's Gate in an orderly fashion. After explaining the rules, Xuan began organizing the participants into the test. Soon, 10 individuals stepped into the Heaven's Gate. With a resonating hum, 7 successfully entered the mountain gate while 3 were ejected, their faces dark with dismay. They had not anticipated the formidable nature of the Heaven's Gate. Ashamed, the 3 turned and left with a cold snort. The second and third batches followed, some entering while others were expelled. Finally, in the last batch, 8 individuals attempted to enter the Heaven's Gate, but all were promptly rejected. This astonished the crowd, for they did not expect these 8 to be of such nefarious character. The 8 exchanged glances, their spirits ignited, and they surged towards the Heaven's Gate once more. However, before they could reach it, a figure materialized before them. This was the silver-haired figure, who exuded no overwhelming aura but merely pointed gently at the 8. Instantly, they were blasted away, blood spilling into the void. Humph! How can such audacity be tolerated before the Yi family gate? Only then did the 8 realize where they were, the Yi family. But it was too late. The silver-haired figure lightly pointed again, and before the horrified gazes of the onlookers, the 8 peak Void Realm experts were obliterated into nothingness. Witnessing the effortless demise of those 8, both those who had passed and failed the first stage were filled with dread. The power of this individual was terrifying. Particularly, some who had failed secretly rejoiced that they had not succumbed to folly like those few. Otherwise, their fate would not have been much better. The crowd departed in trepidation. After dispatching a few individuals, Wu Songxin's expression remained devoid of emotion, as if he had merely crushed a few insignificant ants. With a flash, he returned to the heavenly ladder. Many onlookers were secretly astonished. This individual was indeed formidable, appearing as a disciple yet capable of effortlessly annihilating peak void realm experts. Dad, you have already stepped half into the celestial realm. Can you do what that older brother did? A child in the crowd asked his father. The father, clad in a splendid robe, shook his head in disbelief, simultaneously astonished by the Yi family's incredible prowess, having achieved the celestial realm at such a young age. Returning to the end of the heavenly ladder, Wu Songxin's calm gaze surveyed the remaining crowd. Next is the second stage, the purity heart array. Those who exit within half an hour may proceed to the third stage. With that, Wu Songxin waved his hand, and a grand array enveloped everyone. After completing this, he sat cross-legged, awaiting their emergence. As time passed slowly, many Yu family disciples gathered around Wu Songxin, some emerging from the floating pagoda, others from the Thunder Secret realm, rushing here to watch. Finally, after half a stick of incense had passed, a figure stepped out of the array, prompting Wu Songxin to feel a slight surprise. Even the surrounding Yi family disciples exchanged incredulous glances. After that, no one else emerged for a while. Just as half an hour approached, individuals began to exit one after another. By the end of the half hour, approximately 500 had successfully passed through the purity heart array. When time elapsed, Wu Songxin waved his hand, dissolving the heart array, revealing those who had failed, nearly 50,000. The moment the array vanished, they realized they had failed. Curse it. We were so close. Sigh, it seems I lack the fortune. The disappointed individuals left in silence, refraining from outbursts. The resentment of those few who had just perished still lingered. Congratulations to all who passed the second stage. Now, if you succeed in the next stage, you may join the Yi family as miscellaneous workers. Everyone, please ascend the ladder. Before the crowd could celebrate, Wu Songxin's voice resounded once more. 500 figures concurrently stepped onto the heavenly ladder. The moment they set foot on the first level, their expressions shifted dramatically. The oppressive force on the ladder was terrifying. Yet the most daunting aspect was not the pressure but the fact that each level presented its own challenge. Each step was a world of its own. The crowd displayed expressions of struggle, for they had not anticipated the seemingly ordinary heavenly ladder to harbor such might. Some felt an intense chill, as if trapped in a world of ice and snow, while others burned with searing heat, resembling a magma hell. Amidst this turmoil, a delicate figure stood out, incongruous with the surroundings. It was a young boy, around 8 or 9 years old, barefoot with a dirty face, his tattered clothes adorned with rough patches. Chapter 62. The assessment concludes. The crowd, drenched in sweat, pressed forward, each determined to ascend to the 50th level and escape this terrifying pressure. Yet with every step upward, their expressions grew more solemn. Only the boy followed at a steady pace, enduring the hardships with a pained yet resolute expression, refusing to retreat even a single step. In this assessment, a particular scene stood out remarkably. It stirred up quite a commotion, eliciting expressions of astonishment from both the onlookers at the periphery of Tianmen and the disciples of the Yi family at the summit of the heavenly ladder. This was largely due to the fact that the young boy exhibited no significant fluctuations in his cultivation, barely having reached the body refinement stage. However, the level of cultivation was of little consequence, as the heavenly ladder indeed adjusts its difficulty based on the individual. What truly astonished the crowd was the boy's formidable willpower. Each step he took was deliberate and slow. Yet, with each advancement, he tightened the straps of the burden he carried, as if it held something of great importance. Atop the greedy wolf peak, within the courtyard, Yi Xian reclined comfortably in a rattan chair, gracefully waving a fan in his hand. Before him stood a man clad in green, wielding a cleaver. Qingya, Chief, do take a look at this knife. It seems quite fitting for me. Qingya jestingly remarked to Yi Xian, devoid of the demeanor one would expect from a formidable figure of the Imperial realm. Upon hearing Qingya's voice, Yi Xian could only feel a sense of helplessness. This fellow had an undeniable fondness for kitchen knives. Qingya had claimed that his cleaver had seen better days and had come to Yi Xian seeking a new weapon. Yi Xian was not one to be stingy. He promptly produced a pair of sacred weapons for Qingya to choose from. However, to his dismay, upon inspection, Qingya found none to her liking. This left Yi Xian profoundly frustrated. After searching for quite some time, he finally unearthed a revered-grade cleaver from the confines of his system space. As soon as he unveiled it, Qingya swiftly claimed it for herself. Yi Xian felt utterly speechless. Qingya had truly succumbed to madness. With the acquisition of the machete, Qingya was undeniably pleased. By the way, Chief, what about that little fellow outside? Upon hearing the words, Yi Xian's eyes glimmered with a hint of gentleness. The little one had merely come here seeking medicine. You may handle it. He is indeed a rare talent, possessing a resolute will. Ever since the appearance of that child, they had been observing him closely, particularly Yi Xian, who even employed the reincarnation eye to delve into the boy's past. It truly bore a striking resemblance to his own. On the heavenly ladder, someone had already ascended to the 50th level, and upon reaching that height, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Joy swiftly followed. They had succeeded. They had passed the assessment. They had become the auxiliary members of the Yi family. Some were so overwhelmed with joy that they wept. for they had gained the protection of the Yi family, and their familial crisis had finally been alleviated. Yet, many others were unable to withstand the mounting pressure and were forcefully expelled, losing their qualifications entirely. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. Some clung on with unwavering determination. Half an hour passed, and only 58 individuals persevered until the end. On the heavenly ladder, there remained but a solitary figure. The young boy was drenched in sweat, his legs trembling slightly, teeth clenched. The terrifying pressure could not crush his petite frame, yet faint azure light coursed subtly from the backpack upon his back. The crowd was utterly astonished. They understood that they had endured numerous trials to attain their current resolve. This child, at such a tender age, possessed such formidable willpower, undoubtedly having endured countless hardships. At long last, the boy stepped onto the 49th level. Only one step remained to reach the 50th. When he finally took that step, truly standing atop the 50th level, thunderous cheers erupted from both the mountain gate and the heavenly ladder. At that moment, a brilliant azure light illuminated the scene, and a figure clad in azure slowly materialized at the end of the heavenly ladder. Upon seeing the newcomer, the Yi family disciples hastily bowed in respect. "We have met the Elder Qing." The others quickly followed suit, astonished that the revered elder had come in person. Elder Qing merely waved his hand in acknowledgement, and then turned to the boy standing on the heavenly ladder, softly uttering, "Continue your ascent." The boy, upon hearing this, momentarily froze, a flicker of panic and anxiety appearing in his clear eyes. He glanced down at himself, unable to comprehend why others could stop at the 50th level while he was compelled to go on. Lost in thought, the boy's gaze grew somewhat bewildered. Was survival truly so arduous for the weak? Yet he had no choice, thoughts of his ailing sister flooding his mind. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and steeled his resolve. He took another step forward, climbing higher. The surrounding spectators were perplexed. Even the Yi family disciples were baffled by Elder Qing's actions. Only Wu Zongxing glanced at Elder Qing, a glimmer of understanding flickering in his heart. On the heavenly ladder, vivid crimson footprints were left behind. At the 81st step, the boy's legs trembled uncontrollably. At the 93rd step, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he was pushed back 3 steps by the overwhelming pressure. At the 98th step, his entire body was enveloped in blood. At the 99th step, his vision blurred as he was forced to the ground, blood streaming from his eyes. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were deeply moved. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, the boy refused to surrender. His frail arms and trembling legs strained to uphold his entire being, slowly crawling towards the 100th level. Finally, amidst countless witnesses, the boy managed to hoist himself onto the 100th level. Upon reaching this height, the pressure transformed drastically, an immense and boundless force instantly bearing down upon him. In his dazed eyes, a petite figure flickered. He had no strength left, only a profound sense of apology etched upon his face. A vague voice emerged from his lips. "Sister, I'm sorry." He could only watch as the terrifying pressure surged toward him. Suddenly, the overwhelming force vanished without a trace. A figure clad in azure appeared before the boy. The boy's blurred vision struggled to focus on that azure figure. "You did well. You have passed." A voice echoed in the boy's ears. Bloodied and battered, the boy's lips parted slightly as if to speak, yet no words emerged before he fainted. Witnessing this scene, even Elder Qing felt a twinge of compassion. His intention was merely to impart a lesson to the boy. In this world, no one will assist you without reason. To obtain what you desire, you must be willing to exchange something of your own. Elder Qing gently waved his hand, a faint green aura enveloping the boy's form, mending his body. With the boy's ascension to the 100th level, the Yi family's auxiliary assessment came to a close. In the Tianwu dynasty, in an unremarkable little town, amidst a cluster of brick and tile houses, stood an incongruous thatched cottage. Weeds thrived in front of the dwelling. Upon entering, one would find the windows boarded up, rendering the interior relatively warm. The room was cloaked in darkness, with a wooden plank serving as a bed, upon which lay a thick quilt. Beneath the quilt, a petite figure clutched tightly to it, faint sounds of anguish escaping. Outside the cottage, a figure of azure light materialized, cradling a small boy. It was Elder Qing with the boy, whose wounds had been completely healed. Upon closer inspection, one would notice the boy vibrant with life, his blood and energy surging within him. Chapter 63, The 90 in Absolute Pulse Creek. The old door slowly opened. The sounds of suffering from beneath the quilt abruptly ceased. Although the room was dark, Elder Qing could see clearly the tiny hands were evidently suppressing their pain. "Brother, you're back." A youthful, yet somewhat suppressed voice emerged from under the quilt. After a few breaths, a small head peeked out from beneath the covers. Upon seeing the tall figure at the door, a flicker of fear crossed her eyes. However, upon spotting the boy in the man's arms, she instantly burst forth from the quilt, anxiously exclaiming, "Brother." At that moment, the fear in the little girl's gaze evaporated. She disregarded everything else and dashed towards Elder Qing, weeping as she cried, "You villain, give me back my brother." When she reached Elder Qing, her tears flowed freely, soaking her face. She tugged at Elder Qing's robe, her small hands weakly striking him. Elder Qing remained unperturbed. He gently reached out to stroke the girl's head, patiently explaining, "Qin Shi, do not worry. Your brother is fine. The girl is named Qin Shi, and the boy is named Qin Tian. When Qin Tian was but a child, His father tragically passed away. A few months later, his mother gave birth to his sister, Qinshi. Shortly after Qinshi's arrival, their mother succumbed to her overwhelming grief and fell into a deep depression, leading to her untimely demise. That year, Qin Tian was 6 years old, and he found himself carrying his barely 1-year-old sister, humbly begging from door to door, hoping to procure nourishing food for her. Kind-hearted souls would sometimes offer him sustenance, and after ensuring his sister was fed, he would remain to assist others with their chores. On several occasions, when the neighbors could no longer extend their help, the boy resorted to begging on the streets. He would exchange the copper coins he collected for some goat's milk from a neighboring household. Days turned into weeks, and before long, the girl was able to walk and talk. Due to his tender age, townsfolk were reluctant to employ the boy as a laborer. Thus, he sought alternative means to earn a living and began to learn the art of herbal foraging in the mountains. The treacherous terrain posed great danger, and on multiple occasions, he narrowly escaped peril. Yet, he persevered, for he had no other means to ensure his sister's survival. Occasionally, he would gather a more valuable herb to sell at the apothecary, providing enough for him and his sister to subsist for a while. However, as fate would have it, his sister fell ill. He took her to every apothecary in the town, but none could cure her. The copper coins he had earned from his herbal foraging were depleted after purchasing a warm quilt for her. In the early hours of dawn, he would set out to gather herbs, striving to collect medicinal plants and food before his sister awoke. Each day, a boy could be seen at the apothecary, carrying a small basket filled with herbs, exchanging them for coins. After rubbing the coins in his hands, he would hand them over to the proprietor for medicine. As time passed, the nearby herbal resources dwindled due to his constant foraging, and some areas were even monopolized by others. Unable to compete, the boy began to rise even earlier, venturing to the more distant outskirts of the Zhangjiang Mountains. Yet, on his way back from gathering herbs, he caught wind of a rumor. The Yu family was seeking household workers. Although they had lived in the town for many years, the Yi family had recently become quite renowned. Initially, he held little hope and merely intended to take a glance. However, an instinct compelled him to participate in their assessment. This encounter was revealed to Qinya by Yi Xian, which was also the reason Qinya tested Qin Tian, seeking to ascertain his value before granting him what he desired. Below, Qinshi, upon hearing this, halted her tugging on Qinya's sleeve. Her tearful eyes fixed on him as if seeking further confirmation. At that moment, Qin Tian slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. Upon fully awakening and seeing the figure before him, he was taken aback. Elder Qin. Indeed, Qinya replied, and upon noticing that Qin Tian had regained consciousness, he set him down gently. As soon as he was released, Qin Tian heard a voice, imbued with a cry, call out, "Brother." It was then that Qin Tian realized he was back in his own home, returned by Elder Qin. He quickly turned to the petite figure, and indeed, the little one, who barely reached his shoulders, had red-rimmed eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, as if she had suffered greatly. Rushing over, Qin Tian embraced Qin Shi, saying, "Brother is here." Shi, don't cry." This scene deeply moved Qinya. Despite having taken many lives, he found it difficult to resist the genuine emotions of humanity. No wonder the clan leader had taken notice of these two children. After Qin Tian reassured Qin Shi, a hint of a smile appeared on her cherubic face. He then turned to Qinya and offered his apologies, which Qinya graciously dismissed. "Elder Qin, does my previous assessment still hold any weight?" Qin Tian inquired nervously, sensing the vitality coursing through him, likely due to the numerous spiritual herbs Elder Qin had administered. He felt utterly incapable of repaying such kindness. Furthermore, his years spent encountering various deceivers had instilled in him a profound understanding of the capriciousness of promises made without strength to enforce them. Thus, he posed his question. In response, Qinya smiled and nodded. It holds true. Upon receiving confirmation from Qinya, Qin Tian's eyes sparkled with elation, and he leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Wonderful." Just as he was about to share this happiness with his sister, Qinshi suddenly began to slump, and Qinya caught her just in time. The joy on Qin Tian's face morphed into alarm as he rushed to Qinshi's side, calling out, "Shi." After a glance from Qinya, he remained silent, infusing a surge of energy into Qinshi's body, causing the two to vanish from the room. At the Gonlang Peak, Qinya brought Qin Tian and Qin Shi outside the courtyard. Before he could speak, a divine, ethereal voice resonated from within. "Come in." The three entered the courtyard, where a figure shrouded in a holy aura awaited them. Upon seeing this figure, Qin Tian was momentarily stunned, his heart racing with astonishment. It felt as though he were in the presence of an extraordinary individual, one who stood before him yet felt distant as if separated by great expanses. Qinya nodded respectfully to Yu Xian, clan leader. The reverence in Qinya's voice sent a shockwave through Qin Tian. The individual before him was none other than the master of the Yi family, the legendary Yi Xian, a titan of the desolate domain. Quickly regaining his composure, Qin Tian returned the greeting. Upon their entrance, Yi Xian acted swiftly, sending a gentle wave of energy into Qin Shi, stabilizing her condition. Yi Xian activated the chaotic reincarnation eye, revealing the injuries within Qin Shi's body. However, these were perhaps not injuries at all, but rather the 9 absolute veins. The 9 absolute veins represent a formidable constitution among the myriad realms, possessing an innate affinity for the attribute, akin to the sacred body. Within Qinshi, the 9 absolute veins remained in an unawakened state, imperceptible to the ordinary observer. The awakening of the 9 absolute veins necessitates an abundance of celestial herbs to facilitate this transformation. It was precisely due to the prolonged deprivation of such nourishing celestial herbs that the awakening process was sluggish, leading Qin Tian to mistakenly believe she was ill. In Chapter 64, The Awakening of the 9 Absolute Veins, Yi Tianyin conquers the floating pagoda. Within Qinshi, a tumultuous power was poised to break free from its shackles, yet upon encountering Yi Xian's force, it recoiled in fear like a startled bird, retreating into 9 luminous orbs suspended within her being, too fearful to advance further. Under Yi Xian's suppression, the 9 absolute veins gradually yielded, returning to a state of tranquility. Yi Xian slowly withdrew his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. For it appeared that the Yi family had once again acquired 2 promising talents. Both individuals possessed an unwavering determination, which was the quality Yi Xian valued most. Having accomplished this, Yi Xian turned his gaze toward Qinya. Qinya nodded in acknowledgement, and then directed his attention to Qin Tian. Qin Tian, you are now a disciple of the Yi family's auxiliary division. It is time for you to report to the auxiliary office. As for Qinshi, Yi Xian resolved to assist her in fully awakening her potential, allowing her to cultivate alongside Qin He. Qinya merely informed him that his sister's aptitude had caught the eye of an elder within the clan, who wished to take her under their wing for training. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of excitement that caused him to tremble. He had not anticipated that his sister's talents would attract the attention of a prominent figure within the clan, who intended to mentor her personally. Thank you, esteemed clan leader. And thank you, Elder Qin. Qin Tian exclaimed, bowing respectfully to both Qinya and Yi Xian. With this news, he no longer needed to worry about his sister being bullied. Qinya waved his hand, leading Qin Tian to the auxiliary disciples' quarters, reminding him not to forget his true intentions. He then turned and departed, for when Yi Xian entrusted Qin Tian to him, he had already assumed the role of Qin Tian's mentor. However, Qinya chose to allow him to fulfill his destined responsibilities. The personnel of the Yi family, starting from the miscellaneous roles, are afforded a limited selection of martial arts and techniques. These provisions are sufficient for their needs. Moreover, upon accumulating a certain number of task points, the Yi family's miscellaneous staff may gain access to the Sky Tower and the secret realms for further training. Task points are accrued when disciples complete missions assigned by the task hall, with each individual possessing a specific token to record their points. Within the Yi family, resources such as spirit stones can be collected monthly, while other vital cultivation materials must be obtained through various means, including the Sky Tower, performing tasks, and venturing into secret realms. This system was instituted by Yi Xian to deter laziness among the clan's disciples. Yi Xian could assist them in creating favorable conditions. Yet to acquire superior resources, one must strive for them. In the miscellaneous department, Qin Tian gazed at the retreating figure of Qinya and deeply bowed. Without Elder Qing's aid, his sister would not have attained her current state. He still could not comprehend why Elder Qing urged him to continue climbing that day. As Qinya moved farther away, she sensed Qin Tian's gesture behind her, and a faint smile graced her lips. At the Celestial Wolf Peak, within the courtyard, a graceful figure stood resolutely. Before her lay a large vat, filled to the brim with spiritual herbs, including sacred grade and even imperial grade elixirs radiating a luminous aura. This was Yi Xian's method to help Qin Shi awaken her 9 absolute pulse, allowing it to fully absorb the potent medicine for its awakening. Above the vat, a petite figure hovered in midair, exuding an icy and fierce aura. Within her, 9 luminous orbs akin to cold moons absorbed the elixir below, their initially dim glow intensifying. As the liquid in the vat neared depletion, the orbs within Qin Shi reached a critical point. It was at this moment that she awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, a gentle voice resonated in her ears. Do not be afraid. Hold on, and once you pass through this, your ailment will be entirely cured. Qin Shi opened her eyes to behold a stunning fairy-like figure. A slight smile graced her lips as she nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Immediately, her body radiated a mysterious light, and the surrounding atmosphere turned chillingly cold. The 9 beams of cold light emitted a terrifying brilliance, gradually intertwining with Qin Shi's bloodline, enhancing her physique and rendering her skin increasingly fair. A muffled groan escaped her lips. The fusion of bloodlines was excruciating, yet Qin Shi gritted her teeth, striving to suppress any sounds to avoid worrying her brother. Ultimately, when she could endure no longer, a cry of pain escaped her. Finally, after half an hour, the 9 absolute pulse was fully awakened. Qin Shi's petite form exuded an extreme, fierce aura. The 9 beams of cold light vanished within her. As they disappeared, the temperature of the surroundings gradually rose. After awakening, Qin Shi excitedly expressed her gratitude to Yi Xian and Qin He. She then inquired about her brother, and upon learning he was safe, she departed with Qin He. The main peak returned to its previous tranquility, and Yi Xian resumed his monotonous routine of check-ins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a self-service check-in, earning 9 Scripture X1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for automatically checking in successfully, earning Imperial Grade Battle Soldier X1. 3 months swiftly passed. Today, beneath the Leaf family's pagoda, throngs of people gathered. Nearly all the disciples of the Leaf family present had arrived at the battlefield. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on the towering pagoda. On the 98th level, a dazzling light flickered, indicating someone had reached this height. Yet, it seemed this was not the limit. Indeed, shortly after, a golden light shone from the 99th level. The disciples of the Yi family were all immensely excited. They never anticipated that Brother Tianyin would achieve such remarkable success during his expedition. It was astonishing that he had managed to conquer 99 levels in one breath. Stop barking like a dog. Pay attention. Who told you it was only 99 levels? He hasn't even emerged yet. In a corner, a little boy clad in straw sandals and holding a broom looked on with envy at this scene. After a moment of admiration, he returned to diligently sweeping the ground, knowing that only upon completing his tasks would he have the time to cultivate. Before long, a commotion erupted beneath the pagoda. The 107th level of the pagoda had lit up. The final level was soon to follow. With a resonant hum, the 108th level radiated a dazzling golden light. This golden brilliance flickered, enveloping half of Sangqiong Mountain. As the luminescence faded, a figure was directly transported away by the pagoda. Everyone gathered below the pagoda awaited Yi Tianyin's emergence, but after waiting for what felt like an eternity, there was no sign of him. Where is Brother Tianyin? You ask me? How would I know? Goodness, could that rascal have slipped away quietly? The crowd fell into a bewildered silence. So many were waiting for Yi Tianyin, and yet he had seemingly vanished without a trace. Was Brother Tianyin perhaps suffering from social anxiety? Meanwhile, within the courtyard at the peak, a figure with a resolute countenance, long hair flowing over his shoulders, and draped in a black robe, stood silently. An aura of terrifying flames emanated from him, as if threatening to melt the very fabric of the void. Yi Tianyin gazed at the scene before him, momentarily bewildered, for everything here felt remarkably unfamiliar. Yixian's courtyard is not a place accessible to just anyone. Only a select few core individuals are permitted to enter. Yi Tianyin was previously an inconspicuous disciple, but after awakening the royal body, he gradually rose to prominence through personal diligence and fortuitous experiences in the outside world. Chapter 65. The Sacred Body of Burning Heaven. Yi Tianyin gazed in astonishment at the 2 towering trees that pierced the heavens within the courtyard. One radiated an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy, while the other exuded the essence of the great Tao. As the gate of the courtyard slowly creaked open, a figure clad in white, exuding an otherworldly grace, emerged into Yi Tianyin's line of sight. It was the clan leader. Upon seeing the figure clad in white, Yi Tianyin hurriedly bowed in respect. I pay my respects to the clan leader. His face was adorned with a look of excitement. Disciples like him rarely had the opportunity to meet the clan leader alone. At this moment, even if he were somewhat slow-witted, he could surmise that it was Yi Xian who had brought him here. There is no need to be anxious, came Yi Xian's voice, tinged with a hint of calmness. Yi Xian discerned the excitement and a hint of tension in Yi Tianyin's expression. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianyin's initial apprehension gradually subsided, and he respectfully inquired, "Esteemed clan leader, may I ask what brings you here?" Yi Xian did not respond to his words. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly and spoke slowly. "The celestial extraordinary fire is quite remarkable." Yi Tianyin was taken aback, yet he was not overly astonished. How could a being of the stature of the clan leader fail to perceive such a presence? Within him, an immensely violent force pulsed faintly. However, although he had subdued it, complete control remained elusive. With that, Yi Xian gently waved his hand, and a swirl of energy penetrated Yi Tianyin's body. The previously tumultuous flames immediately calmed, trembling subtly, as if confronted by an overwhelming terror. Yi Tianyin felt the within him return to tranquility, secretly astonished by the patriarch's extraordinary prowess, as if he were an omnipotent celestial being. "Thank you, patriarch," Yi Tianyin exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Although taming this greatly enhanced his strength, it also brought numerous complications. At present, it would occasionally erupt, yet it was effortlessly subdued by the patriarch's gentle gesture. "Thee is indeed remarkable, but your royal physique is still unable to contain it, and the 8 desolations Thunder Sutra you practice is not suited for merging with." Yi Xian explained slowly, then suddenly shifted his tone. "Sit down. Today I shall impart a technique to you. It will aid you in suppressing the within." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianyin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yi Xian had summoned him for the purpose of transmitting a method. Yi Tianyin's expression brightened with excitement as he hurriedly settled into a meditative posture. The patriarch's impartation of teachings could not possibly be a mere technique. It was well known that Yi Beichen, Yi Haoyu, and Yi Zhixiao each possessed their own unique cultivation methods, all bestowed by the patriarch. They had believed that only the scions of the peak masters were entitled to such privilege. Now, hearing the patriarch declare that he too was granted this opportunity, how could he contain his exhilaration? Yi Xian gazed at Yi Tianyan, a faint smile gracing his lips as a stream of radiant light flickered through his hand, seamlessly merging into his mind. Yi Tianyan's body trembled as a few grand characters surfaced in his mind. The Eternal Emperor Flame Scripture. It possesses the power to pardon all fires across the world. Before he could revel in this revelation, a radiant flash once again surged from Yi Xian's hand, penetrating into Yi Tianyan's body. Immediately, a terrifying aura erupted within him, as roaring flames surged forth, seemingly intent on incinerating the very heavens. The emergence of this aura caused Yi Tianyan's expression to shift dramatically, compelling him to swiftly channel his spiritual energy to suppress it. At that moment, Yi Xian's voice resonated. Do not resist, it will aid in your awakening. Upon hearing these words, Yi Tianyan relaxed, only to be met with excruciating pain as torrents of flame raged within him. The agony surpassed that of his ascension to the royal body 100-fold. Yet, he gritted his teeth, determined to stifle any sound. The awakening process consumed a full half-hour, and finally, at a certain moment, a resounding boom echoed, unleashing an overwhelming wave of searing heat that engulfed the skies. Yi Tianyan slowly rose to his feet, emanating a fierce and formidable aura, akin to a fiery war deity. The sacred body of burning heaven has awakened. Chapter 66. The Great Catastrophe of the Imperial Realm. Yi Xian gazed upon the figure resembling a blazing war deity and slowly nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed as though the sacred body of fiery heaven and the Eternal Emperor Flame Scriptures were meticulously crafted for Yi Tianyan alone. Yi Xian couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the system. Yi Tianyan felt an extraordinarily terrifying enhancement in his vital energy and bone structure. His body trembled slightly. This was the sacred body. In that fleeting moment of awakening, everything manifested in his mind, the burning heaven sacred body. Yet, the strange flame remained astonishingly tranquil. No longer exuding the previous violent aura, Yi Tianyan understood that the blazing heaven sacred physique was born for the flames of the world, possessing an overwhelmingly formidable dominance over fire. Coupled with the Eternal Emperor's flame scripture, the exotic flames had now completely submitted. Yi Tianyan inhaled deeply, the flames enveloping his body dissipating into the ether. He advanced, stepping 5 paces toward Yi Xian. Bending his frame, he bowed deeply before Yi Xian, expressing profound gratitude. Thank you, esteemed patriarch. I am truly grateful for your immense grace. There is no need for such thanks. This is what you rightfully deserve. If you truly wish to show your appreciation, then devote yourself to your training and protect the Yi clan diligently. The gentle words resonated in Yi Tianyan's ears. When he finally rose and gazed ahead, he discovered that the figure clad in white had long since vanished. Yi Tianyan gazed towards the spot where Yi Xian had recently stood, murmuring to himself, Rest assured, Chief, I, Yi Tianyan, shall never betray your expectations. Having spoken, he performed a respectful bow in the direction of the house before turning to descend the mountain. High above, at the pinnacle of the world tree, Yi Xian perched upon its trunk, his gaze fixed in a certain direction, the place where Yi Tian and Yi Qing were in seclusion. Due to their relatively weaker foundations, their refining process took considerably longer than that of the trio of Hui Tian. At long last, are they nearing completion? Just then, 2 figures soared into the sky, their auras skyrocketing. Heavenly Realm. 9th level of the Heavenly Realm. 9th level of the Heavenly Monarch Realm. 9th level of the Heavenly Lord Realm. A terrifying energy radiated from the 2 individuals. The descendants of the Yi family raised their heads in unison, gazing upwards. It was the masters of Tianxian Peak and Tianji Peak. A terrifying aura emanated from them. What could the 2 peak masters be planning? In that instant, the heavens darkened, endless lightning surged, and divine purple light flickered amidst the black clouds. As the anomaly manifested, Yi Xian swiftly waved his hand, concealing everything. Only the members of the Yi family could perceive it. Above the firmament, countless bolts of lightning converged, and the terrifying power of heaven and earth surged forth. The majestic might of the heavens, with thunder threatening to obliterate the world, was palpable. Finally, 2 immensely thick pillars of lightning crashed down with ferocity. Upon witnessing this, the 2 figures remained undeterred, their combat spirit soaring. An intense, piercing light erupted resolutely. 2 powerful auras of blood surged forth, as they prepared to confront the lightning catastrophe with bare hands. Atop Yawang Peak, 10 figures gazed skyward, their eyes tinged with envy. These 2 individuals had finally emerged from their seclusion. Indeed, what a grand spectacle they created upon their exit. How delightful it would be to confront them. Go ahead, and they might just pluck your beard. Haha, stop with the banter, just behold. The Yi family has gained 2 formidable existences. Boom, bang. The 2 unparalleled figures clashed with the lightning pillars, unleashing an endless roar, their fierce energy spilling forth in all directions. In the collision, the lightning was dispersed. Yet the 2 figures' momentum remained unyielding. They ascended, diving into the storm clouds. Bathed in the light of thunder, lightning struck the 2 unmatched figures. Yet it could not shatter them. Chapter 67. The Ascendant Emperor. Above the sky, the thunder clouds churned as the 2 figures' combat spirit soared. This continued for half an hour. Finally, at a certain moment, tranquility returned to the world. The storm clouds dissipated, and the sky regained its clarity. Only the two unmatched figures remained, their might enveloped in a terrifying royal aura. Suspended in midair, they resembled two resplendent suns, radiating brilliance. After overcoming the royal tribulation of thunder, their realm surged uncontrollably until they reached the 5th level of the Thunder Emperor. We have finally broken through. Is this the Thunder Emperor's realm? The two figures exchanged a glance in the air, bursting into joyous laughter. They had ascended to the realm of the Thunder Emperor. In the past, this was a level they could scarcely have imagined. Yet everything had changed since Yi Xian's emergence from seclusion. Without lingering any longer, they reined in their auras and descended towards the Yi family below. Upon the return of Yi Tian and Yi Qing to the Yi family, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of clan leaders. Elder brother, let me have a look. What are you staring at? Step aside, I wish to see first. Meanwhile, at the apex of the world tree on Tian Shu Peak, Yi Xian stood upon the trunk. Ding. Congratulations to the host. A family member has achieved a breakthrough in cultivation. Family cohesion 2,000,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Another family member has achieved a breakthrough in cultivation. Family cohesion 2,000,000. Ding. Current family cohesion stands at 10,003,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Family cohesion has surpassed 10 million. Reward: 3 Imperial Grade Supreme Formations, 1 Howren Divine Body, 1 Howren Scripture of Heaven and Earth, and 1 Earth Core Divine Flame. Yi Xian gazed at the rewards, his heart swelling with joy. It has arrived. However, before he could utter a word, the system's voice resounded once more. Ding. Congratulations. The highest cultivation realm of the host's family has ascended to the Catastrophe Emperor realm. The host cultivation can now be elevated. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xian broke through. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully utilizing 888 cultivation points. Cultivation is in progress. Instantly, a tremendous aura erupted from within Yi Xian, propelling his cultivation to soar at an extraordinary pace. From the minor heavenly postnatal ancient sage to the major heavenly postnatal ancient sage. Then to the minor heavenly innate ancient sage, followed by the major heavenly innate ancient sage, then ascending to the minor quasi-emperor, the middle heavenly quasi-emperor, and finally to the major heavenly quasi-emperor. With a fierce outpouring of cultivation points from the system, Yi Xian transcended the ancient sage realm. Soaring directly into the supreme quasi-emperor realm, Yi Xian emanated a resplendent brilliance that illuminated the world, as if he harbored boundless power within him, radiating strands of imperial might. Wherever this imperial essence traversed, the very fabric of space crumbled, unable to mend itself for eternity. His profound gaze seemed capable of piercing through the annals of time. At the moment of Yi Xian's breakthrough, he faintly sensed an unsettling truth. The Wen-Xian continent appeared to be incomplete. This revelation caused his brow to furrow slightly. Then, his eyes ignited with a fierce light, as his reincarnation eyes scanned the heavens. This time, the imagery was strikingly clear. In the vision, several terrifying figures engaged in a cataclysmic battle. One side was comprised of 4 formidable entities. One figure stood towering, exuding an awe-inspiring aura that shook the very heavens. As a terrifying imperial essence enveloped him, behind him, a manifestation of otherworldly power surged forth, reducing all in its path to ruin. Another figure was shrouded in demonic energy, unleashing dazzling and devastating techniques that shattered all light. Among them was an ethereal woman, wielding a sword forged from ice and snow, her imperial essence flowing at its zenith. With a single stroke, the heavens quaked. With another, all existence fractured. Finally, there loomed a colossal beast, towering tens of thousands of feet, enwrapped in imperial essence. Each of its movements caused the very earth to rend apart. The 4 terrifying figures united in their confrontation. Before them stood 10 exceedingly peculiar beings, seemingly devoid of corporeal form, shrouded in an ominous black mist that exuded an extreme chill, an eerie and sinister aura. Despite the transcendent powers of the 4 figures, they began to show signs of decline under the assault of these 10 enigmatic entities. Wherever these strange beings traversed, they enveloped all in black mist, gradually assimilating their essence. In this dire moment, the fist-wielding titan transformed his punches into a sword, cleaving the Wen-Xian continent asunder. The other 3 figures formed seals, sealing off the continent behind them completely. At this juncture, the vision faded into oblivion. Yi Xian furrowed his brow, realizing that his initial intuition was indeed correct. The Wen-Xian continent is fundamentally incomplete. It has been shattered into 2 fragments by a single mighty blow. From the earlier vision, it is evident that this place is the sealed land. Yi Xian couldn't help but marvel at the 4 figures he had witnessed. Not only did they possess unimaginable strength, but they also cared deeply for the lives of others. Otherwise, they would not have acted as they did. But are they still alive? Those 4 figures are undoubtedly beings that transcend the rank of quasi-emperors, legendary martial emperors. They represent the pinnacle of existence within the Wen-Xian continent. This must have occurred long ago, as it seems that the current understanding of the Wind Xian continent is limited to merely 3,000 domains. Yet, the vastness of the Wind Xian continent he observed in the vision was immense. The complete Wind Xian continent likely encompasses a staggering 9,000 domains. As the sealed portion constitutes just a small fragment, it is no wonder that the present Wind Xian continent appears so fragile. Unable to withstand even the quasi-emperor aura he discreetly released, which caused the very fabric of space to collapse, Yu Xian gazed at the heavens. As if having made a momentous decision, he then turned his attention towards the offering hall, where a graceful figure was instructing a little girl. The girl, with her bright and innocent eyes, sported 2 small braids atop her head and listened attentively to her teacher's guidance. Suddenly, a flash of light darted through the air and entered the girl's mind, causing Qin Shi, who had been diligently following Qin He's instructions, to leap up in surprise. What's wrong? Qin He inquired, her expression filled with confusion as she regarded Qin Shi. Her disciple was usually well-behaved. What could have prompted such a startled reaction today? Teacher Qin He, a book has appeared in my mind. Qin Shi replied, perplexed. She herself was unsure of how it had come to be. Qin He, concerned, quickly urged Qin Shi to describe the book. Upon hearing her description, Qin He realized that this must be the doing of the clan leader. However, she pondered why he would not simply impart the teachings directly, instead opting for this peculiar method. This left Qin He somewhat exasperated. The clan leader could be reliable at times, yet at others, his actions were truly inexplicable. A similar scene unfolded in a corner, where a small boy, wearing straw sandals and wielding a broom, was engaged in his own pursuits. This was not a matter of preferential treatment from Qin Ye, but rather a request made by the boy himself. The Yi family provides clothing and footwear for their servants. However, he is reluctant to wear them and has thus kept them aside. Suddenly, 2 beams of light flashed and vanished into Qin Tian's brow. Qin Tian's expression instantly changed, and he immediately sat cross-legged to recuperate. His frail body trembled involuntarily, and his face gradually contorted in agony. Qin Ye seemed to sense something amiss and appeared above Qin Tian in a flash. Upon witnessing Qin Tian's condition, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing up at the position of Tianshu Peak, he felt a twinge of helplessness. The awakening process was fraught with pain, yet Qin Tian remained resolutely silent. An unwavering determination that left even Qin Ye astounded. Chapter 68. The eve of the Battle of the Proud of the Wasteland. After completing these tasks, Yi Xian extracted the earth core divine flame and placed it at the terminus of the 3,000 heavenly ladders. Various treasures were stored within the Thunder Secret Realm, along with the pagoda for further training. The system activated 3 Imperial-level formations. Boom. 3 formidable and unparalleled formations instantly enveloped the entire Yi family. The onlookers lifted their gazes, only to find that while the formations flickered above them, they quickly returned to their own pursuits. Such commotion was likely orchestrated by their patriarch, beyond their capacity to discuss. It was more prudent to continue their cultivation. After all, the Battle of the Proud of the Wasteland was about to commence. On the following day, a figure akin to a blazing war deity stood atop the 3,000 heavenly ladders. At the pinnacle, he subdued an overwhelmingly domineering divine flame, stepping into the realm of transcendence with unparalleled talent. The true first holy son of the Yi family has been born, bearing the title, Holy Son of Qiang. The title of Saint Son bestowed upon Yu Tianyin has ignited a fervor within the Yi clan, akin to a tempestuous ascent upon a celestial ladder. Among the throng, a captivating figure captured attention, a young woman clad in green, her flowing tresses cascading like a waterfall as she reached the remarkable height of 1,600 steps, creating quite a stir. Behind her, 2 youthful silhouettes gazed longingly at her graceful form from the 800th step. All 3 had commenced their training within the Yi family around the same time, yet the lady had already ascended nearly halfway, while her companions had yet to surpass the monumental threshold of 1,000 steps. Brother Liu, it seems we have fallen significantly behind, remarked one of the young men. Brother Song, do not compare us to them. Our current prowess is commendable enough. We simply cannot contend with such prodigies, replied the other. These 2 were Song Feng from the Songfeng dynasty and Lu Qian from the Ba Tian dynasty. With the assistance of the Yi family, they had both ascended to the royal physique, attaining a formidable presence in the realm of the void. The young woman in green was Jiang Luoyuan of the Tianyan dynasty. Her being enveloped in a subtle manifestation of the powers of heaven and earth, an omen of her imminent advancement into the realm of the celestials. High above, amidst the 9 Thunder heavenly sect, 2 figures engaged in a fierce battle. One, a figure radiating with a fiery crimson aura, surged forth with a torrent of malevolence, unleashing a barrage of lethal strikes. The other, with hair billowing like the wind, stood as an indomitable shield, wielding her fists as weapons, her fearsome punches illuminating the void, annihilating all in their path. The crimson figure's expression shifted as he roared in fury. Blood fiend royal body, activate. A boundless aura of slaughter coalesced around him, a spectral embodiment of bloodlust emerging behind. With a sweeping motion, he conjured a spear that rend the fabric of space, its murderous intent piercing the heavens as it plunged downward. Natives of the wasteland, perish. Unfazed, the young man in green retorted with an air of authority. If you deem us mere natives, prepare to witness how we shall topple you from your pedestal. If this is all you can muster, you shall leave me sorely disappointed." In that moment, an overwhelming pressure erupted from him, the essence of heaven and earth coalescing into a magnificent form, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance as he lunged forward with a mighty grasp. His formidable claws easily obliterated the aura of bloodlust, converting into fists that relentlessly bore down upon the spear, reducing it to mere fragments. The blood fiend's expression turned pale as he hastily retreated. "Stop." Just then, a voice boomed like thunder across the skies. The young man in green disregarded it, his relentless assault continuing as he struck the blood fiend squarely in the abdomen. The impact sent the fiend hurtling away, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to fracture in his wake. "You dare seek death, Junior?" An ancient figure materialized in the void, his countenance grim, exuding an imperial aura, his gaze fixated on the young man in green. Without hesitation, he unleashed a formidable strike toward him. How audacious for a native of the wasteland to defy his command. The young man's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained undaunted. As the elder's hand descended upon him, he declared, "Humph, you have overstepped your bounds. Fellow cultivator, your actions are unwarranted." A cataclysmic bolt of thunder erupted from the depths of the Nine Thunder Heavenly Sect, surging forth with a brilliance that clashed violently against the elder's hand. The two forces collided with a resounding force, sending the young man in green recoiling backward. The point of impact erupted with a chaotic energy, revealing a massive void in the fabric of space. The elder's expression soured. He realized that the aura emanating from his opponent was that of a royal-level powerhouse. Today's humiliation would be difficult to bear, for the strength of the adversary was likely on par with his own. Moreover, the Nine Thunder Heavenly Sect was a dominant force in the wasteland. It was improbable that they possessed only a single royal. Just then, the blood fiend staggered back to his feet amidst the ruins, his body marred with injuries, blood trickling from his mouth, his aura alarmingly feeble. Observing this pitiful sight, the elder's eyes blazed with lethal intent as he turned his gaze toward the depths of the Nine Thunder Heavenly Sect. "Will you not provide an explanation for the grievous injuries inflicted upon our blood fiend sect's young master?" he demanded, his voice laced with fury. I have stated. We shall not intervene in the disputes of our peers. However, should any shameless individuals attempt to interfere, they shall not escape my wrath." Echoed a somber voice from the depths of the Nine Thunder Heavenly Sect. The elder's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such blatant disregard for the blood fiend sect standing. "Very well, Nine Thunder Sect, we shall remember this," he retorted, suppressing his rage as he enveloped the blood fiend and vanished from sight. As the elder departed, the ominous clouds above began to dissipate, restoring clarity to the heavens. How disgraceful! Unable to defeat a younger opponent, he resorts to calling upon his elders. And yet, he dares to label us as natives, only to be humbled by our young master. The onlookers from the Nine Thunder Heavenly Sect erupted in cheers, many gazing up at the young man in green with admiration, envy, and wistfulness. He was the prodigy their ancestor had sought out, and under their ancestor's promise, he had consented to join them. Upon his return, he had displayed an astonishing rate of progress in cultivation, coupled with unparalleled combat prowess. In stark contrast, within the North Underworld Heavenly Sect, a somber atmosphere reigned. Both the sect leader and the elders bore grave expressions. On this day, the North Underworld sect leader had ventured to the deepest recesses of their ancestral grounds to consult with their forebear regarding the upcoming battle of the Wasteland's elites, only to find no response despite repeated calls. Upon investigation, he discovered that the two most powerful ancestors had vanished without a trace, leaving only a handful of peak celestial elders, who were in a deep slumber and unaware of their predecessors' whereabouts. Chapter 69, The Gathering of Elites. The emergence of the Yi family in the Wasteland, Tianwang City stood as the largest metropolis, strategically located at the confluence of the Nine Thunder Heavenly Sect and the North Underworld Heavenly Sect. It was here that the two sects had initially established a venue for their young disciples to engage in friendly competition. Over time, this locale evolved into the grandest city of the Wasteland, jointly governed by the two sections. The contests between the sects had transformed into a battleground for the younger generation of the entire Wasteland, though many recognized that it was the two sects that remained the focal point. Alas, who do you think will seize the top prize this time? Surely you jest. It must be the young master of the North Underworld sect, for I have heard he has reached the celestial realm. I wouldn't be so certain. Oh, pray tell. Why do you say that? I have a distant relative who works as a menial laborer at the Nine Thunder sect, and he claims that their young master recently defeated an opponent of royal physique. Is that true? You are not deceiving me, are you? The entirety of Tianwang City buzzed with discussions about which of the two great sects would claim victory in the forthcoming battle of elites. In the endless passage of time, the two great celestial sects have dominated the desolate regions, attracting countless prodigies and exceptional individuals to their ranks. Among the younger generation, it is likely that none can rival the prowess of these two sects, not even the newly ascendant hegemonic power, the Yi family. Although the Yi family has reached the pinnacle of power, their disciples are generally considered to be of average strength. Within Tianwang City, there exists an arena that stretches for thousands of zhang, where the leaders of various factions gather. Among them are renowned emperors and sovereigns, as well as masters of significant sections. Even venerable ancestors like Tian Yanzi can be seen on the stage. Among the numerous dynasties, none appear more delighted than Tian Yanzi, as it is widely known that he is cultivating within the Yi family's domain. Moreover, it is rumored that the young lady has made remarkable progress. Instead of seeking out Jiang Luoyuan, they have come directly to Tianwang City, aware that the Yi family is also sending representatives. Presumably, Jiang Luoyuan will accompany them. Look, who are those people? A voice of astonishment broke the silence, prompting everyone to gaze in the direction indicated. In the void, an elderly figure emerged, crackling with violent lightning. Following him were several other aged figures, trailed by over 50 youthful silhouettes. Each of these young individuals exuded an extraordinary aura, and upon noticing the gathering crowd, they stood tall and proud, relishing the attention. Goodness, it's the Nine Thunder Heaven sect. The leaders of the various dynasties were astounded. For the figure leading them was none other than the esteemed ancestor, Lei Patian. They had not anticipated the personal arrival of the sect's patriarch, as in previous years. It was merely the sect leader who attended. The crowd quickly rose to pay their respects, greeting the elder with deference. Greetings, Elder Lei. The elder acknowledged their reverence with a nod. There is no need for excessive formalities. With that, he led the members of the Nine Thunder Heaven sect towards the designated seating area. Amidst the throng, a figure clad in azure scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Wow, those young figures are incredibly formidable. Who is that dashing figure in blue? He is simply my ideal. With the entrance of the Nine Thunder Heaven sect, the atmosphere intensified, and the younger generation present regarded the sect's youth with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Each of these individuals was extraordinarily powerful, explaining why the Nine Thunder Heaven sect maintained its dominant position. Even the venerable emperors and ancestral figures regarded them with caution. Suddenly, a resonating hum filled the air as dark energy began to permeate the space, tearing it apart. Several aged figures emerged, enveloped in a ghostly aura, followed by over 50 young figures clad in black robes. The leading young man bore an unusual expression, his dark pupils surveying the crowd below with a hint of disdain. Upon the arrival of the Northern Underworld Heaven sect, the leading figures noticed the elder at the top and quickly bowed in respect. Greetings, Elder Lei. Although the disciples of the two sects would inevitably clash, it was not a matter of life and death. Rather, as two dominant forces, conflicts of pride were to be expected. The two old fellows, Mingjiu and Minghe, did not come? Lei Patian inquired. Addressing the elder leading the Northern Underworld Heaven sect, the elder promptly explained that both ancestors were in seclusion, leaving him to lead the delegation. Respecting their affairs, Lei Patian refrained from further questioning. With the Northern Underworld Heaven sect seated, the crowd buzzed with excitement. As the younger generation from the two major sects numbered over 100, each possessing extraordinary talents, a significant blow to the self-proclaimed genius is present. At that moment, a colossal shadow materialized in the void, obscuring the sky as if it could eclipse the entire firmament. What is that? Is it a great demon? Someone whispered. But it did not seem to carry the aura of a beast. As the massive entity came into view, the crowd gasped in astonishment. It was an enormous ancient warship. Gazing up, they saw a large banner fluttering in the wind, emblazoned with the character for Yi. Below the banner stood two imposing figures, exuding a restrained aura that made them difficult to discern. Behind them, more than 10 young figures stood atop the warship, gazing downwards. Indeed, it was the Yi family, led by the two peak masters, Yu Tian and Yi Qing, along with other family members. The warship had been provided by Yi Xian. It served as a highly effective means of transportation across the Feng continent, though its high spirit stone consumption rendered it rare in the wild domain. Is this the Yi family? What an impressive display, arriving on such a grand vessel. Below, Tian Yanzi smiled upon spotting a figure aboard the warship, finally arriving. The sovereigns of the Batian dynasty and the Songfeng dynasty were equally excited to see their own offspring, Lu Qian and Songfeng, aboard. As the warship's full form was revealed, the crowd trembled in awe. Amidst their astonishment, the foremost figure spoke. Esteemed guests, the Yi family has arrived late. Please do not take offense. The speaker was Yu Tian, who forewent the customary pleasantries. Their purpose for being there was singular, to ensure the young generation of the Yi family became renowned in the wild domain. At this moment, the members of the Northern Underworld Heaven sect appeared somewhat displeased. However, upon recollection of their absent elder, they withheld their grievances. Lei Patian of the Nine Thunder Heaven sect was the first to address the assembly. Please, take your seats. His tone was polite, devoid of impatience, leaving many puzzled. Meanwhile, on the warship, another figure, Yi Qing, noticed someone among the Nine Thunder Heaven sect and exhibited a look of surprise, followed by a peculiar expression. Acknowledging Lei Patian, Yu Tian then retracted the warship and guided his companions to their seats. Shortly after everyone settled, two elders from the Nine Thunder Heaven sect and the Northern Underworld Heaven sect soared to the arena, their peak cultivation emanating a formidable presence. Together, they erected a protective barrier before turning to face the crowd. We welcome you all to honor us with your presence at the Talented Youth Competition. Immediately, an emperor began to flatter. It is our honor to partake in such a grand event. You are too kind, esteemed elders. The two elders nodded in acknowledgement before gesturing to silence the assembly. All right, I shall not be verbose. Let us first present the rewards for this event. With a sweeping motion of his hand, 5 luminous orbs materialized in the air. The first to appear was a longsword. The force of heaven and earth surged through his body, manifesting as a divine weapon of the celestial sovereign. The second entity was a luminous orb of pristine white, which radiated an extreme chill the moment it appeared, exuding a piercing aura. In stark contrast, the third manifestation was a blazing inferno. Upon its emergence, a tempest of lightning intertwined with the flames threatened to incinerate the very skies. Additionally, there were 2 ancient tomes of profound wisdom. The rewards for the top 5 contestants in this competition included the Celestial Sovereign's Weapon, the Arctic Snow Spirit, Thunderfire, Celestial Sovereign level martial techniques, and Celestial Sovereign level cultivation methods. These were the coveted prizes of this contest, to be selected first by the victor. Those ranked from 6th to 100 would receive various spiritual stones and medicinal elixirs as rewards. Gentlemen, I shall not waste further words. I invite all you prodigies to enter. The first trial shall take place within the Celestial Wasteland's secret realm. Points will be awarded based on the quantity and rank of the beast slain. Only the top 100 from the first round shall qualify for the subsequent ranking battle. However, I must declare that within the depths of the Celestial Wasteland, there exist formidable demon kings of the king and sovereign realms. Do not venture too deep. The aged figure spoke once more, and an ancient portal manifested in the arena. The crowd was taken aback, astonished that the first trial would unfold within a secret realm. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. In a one-on-one competition, who could predict when it might conclude? The portal to the secret realm has opened and will close in 3 days. Enter now. As the portal revealed itself, a peculiar young man from the North Underworld Celestial sect rose, surveying his surroundings before making his way toward the entrance. Observing his movement, others hastened to follow suit. Eagerly stepping through the spatial gateway, let us proceed. The youthful elites of various empires swiftly followed, eager to gain even the slightest advantage by entering first. The members of the Yi family remained unperturbed, trailing at the back. Once all figures had entered the Tianhuang's secret realm, the entrance gradually closed. Subsequently, where the entrance had vanished, a colossal screen emerged, displaying the silhouettes from various corners within the secret realm. A vast leaderboard appeared, initially blank. Soon, an individual encountered the first beast within the secret realm and effortlessly vanquished it. Instantly, a name appeared on the external leaderboard, Zhang Wei, 1 point. Many monarchs who had never participated in such grand events were taken aback. They never anticipated that the secret realm would record events in real time, rendering it considerably fairer. Before long, the leaderboard was filled with names. However, the 2 individuals well known to the crowd did not appear on the list, Yi Haoyu of the Jiulei Heavenly Sect and Ming Wushuang of the Baiming Heavenly Sect. The absence of their names puzzled many. The crowd hurriedly searched the screen for their figures. Look, over there. Following the sound, they beheld a man shrouded in ominous black mist, emanating a terrifying aura. Opposite him loomed a monstrous beast, towering tens of zhang, radiating an overwhelming celestial power. It was a peak celestial realm beast. Ming Wushuang was indeed formidable. Observing the screen, the crowd understood why his name had not appeared. He was engaged in a fierce battle with the celestial realm beast. Meanwhile, as they pondered whether the other individual was similarly occupied, someone exclaimed, "Look, isn't that Yi Xiaozong? What is he doing? Oh my, he's sleeping." To the astonishment of the crowd, Yi Haoyu lay atop a massive tree trunk, his eyes gently closed, murmuring, "Finally, I can enjoy a good sleep. 3 days, what a rare opportunity to rest." Witnessing this scene, the onlookers turned their gazes to Lei Patian, whose face was marked with exasperation. Had Yi Haoyu mistaken this place for a sleeping sanctuary? However, as he contemplated, his expression gradually softened. As long as that young man ranked within the top 100, he would not trouble himself further. Lei Patian reassured himself that with Yi Haoyu's prowess, securing a spot in the top 100 would not hinder the ensuing competition. In the Yi family's vicinity, Yi Tian gazed at Yi Qing with a smirk that was both amused and mocking. Yi Qing's irritation grew, and he vowed to deliver a few slaps to the boy as soon as he emerged. Their thoughts were consumed by this, oblivious to Yi Haoyu, who remained comfortably asleep like a tree. They began to search the screen for other members of the Yi family. At that moment, a brilliant name shone on the genius rankings, inciting a wave of excitement. The previous first place had been dethroned by an unprecedented name, Ming Wushuang, 10,000 points. This revelation elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. What was happening? Ming Wushuang had slain a formidable beast at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Truly terrifying. As expected of the junior master of the Tianzhou, one celestial realm beast equated to 10,000 points. The disparity was staggering. The second place only had a little over 1,000. The crowd turned their attention to Ming Wushuang, who was already on the hunt for a second beast. In contrast, Yi Haoyu remained undisturbed, still comfortably nestled against the tree. The members of the Baiming Tianzhong were elated. Previously, they had been wary of Yi Haoyu. But now that he seemed to be slacking, the first spot in the initial round was undoubtedly theirs. In a less conspicuous section of the screen, a man in a black robe exuded an intensely scorching aura as he advanced deeper into the wilderness. Any beast he encountered fell swiftly before him. In another direction, a striking young man with flowing silver hair strolled along the periphery, gazing intently into the depths before turning to follow that path. To the southwest, a breathtaking woman clad in green radiated a chilling aura as she charged towards a celestial realm beast. Onlookers marveled at her formidable presence. As time passed, the genius rankings shifted continuously. Still firmly seated at the top was the junior master of the Baiming Tianzong, Mingwu Xuan, who had amassed an impressive 265,000 points. In second place was a name unfamiliar to many, Jiang Luoyuan, 185,000 points. However, for certain dynasties, this name was not unknown. They turned their gazes towards Tianyanzi, who sat beside two members of the Yi family. They were aware that the Tianyan dynasty had a royal body rumored to be cultivating within the Yi family, known as Jiang Luoyuan. Tianyanzi, feeling the attention of the emperors and ancestors upon him, relished the moment, nodding slightly as if to say, "You want tea flatter? If you want tea, I will." All of this was keenly observed by Lei Patian of the Jiulei Tianzong, who found it intriguing. He pondered what special allure the Yi family possessed that could elicit such admiration from Tianyanzi. Unable to comprehend, Lei Patian shifted his focus to the screen, where Yi Haoyu lay sprawled on a tree trunk, having slept for 3 days. After a beast from the Jiang realm had disturbed his slumber on the second day, he dispatched it with a mere gesture, and no further beasts had dared to interrupt him since. Consequently, Yi Haoyu had accumulated 10 points. This made Lei Patian seethe with frustration. At that moment, a figure raced towards Yi Haoyu, displaying a grave expression, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Clutching his chest where blood flowed profusely, behind him loomed a massive silhouette, a celestial realm beast in hot pursuit. As the two presences drew near, Yi Haoyu, who had been peacefully asleep, suddenly opened his eyes and murmured, "So it's this brat." The figure, upon nearing, saw someone standing on the tree trunk ahead and was about to shout a warning to flee. Suddenly, he recognized the figure. With a deliberate motion, that figure raised a hand, and in an instant, a colossal hand shot out towards the pursuing beast. With a resounding crash, the overwhelming pressure from the beast dissipated. When he turned to look back, the terrifying creature had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Coming back to his senses, he fixed his gaze on the figure before him. Brother Haoyu. Clearly, he had not anticipated encountering him here. "Ha ha ha, Tiniu, long time no see," Yi Haoyu exclaimed. Recognizing the individual before him as one of the participants from the Yi family, Tiniu, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that Tiniu had reached the realm of Xiaming. Though he had seen the members of the Yi family earlier, their energies were well concealed. And with so many powerful figures present, he had been unable to discern their true levels of cultivation. Tiniu gazed at the figure before him, a tumult of emotion swirling within his heart. The disparity among peers was staggering, despite having reached the profound realm of Xianming. When confronted by the formidable beings of the celestial realm, he realized that had it not been for the life-preserving techniques bestowed upon him by various races, he would have surely met a grim fate beneath the might of these great fiends. Yet, he swiftly recalibrated his resolve. It was evident that he must strive even harder. They believed themselves to have exerted sufficient effort, yet it was only in the face of these great demons that they truly recognized their insignificance. A resolute light flickered in his eyes. Yi Haoyu patted his shoulder and stuffed a handful of elixirs into Yi Tiniu's mouth to assist him in refining. "Hurry and consume these. I must also earn some points." With less than half an hour remaining until the conclusion of the first round of the competition, just as everyone believed the outcome was settled, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Two names surged forth with remarkable prominence. Wu Sangxing, 100,000 points. Ranked 23rd on the Talented Heroes list. Yi Tianyan, 100,000 points, ranked 24th on the Talented Individuals list. As the onlookers beheld the sudden emergence of these two names, their pupils constricted in astonishment. While they might have been somewhat unfamiliar with the second name, it was evident that it belonged to someone from the Yi family. However, the first name was one they recognized well. The esteemed first disciple of the Yi family, Wu Sangxing, had previously remained absent from the rankings. His sudden emergence now signifies that he and another have either simultaneously vanquished 10 formidable beings of the celestial realm or triumphed over a single demon king. Such prowess undoubtedly places them at the pinnacle of the younger generation. While the onlookers continued to search for their figures within the luminous screen, the list of prodigies underwent another dramatic transformation. Wu Sangxing, 200,000 points, securing the third position on the prodigy leaderboard. Yi Tianyan, 200,000 points, ranked fourth on the talents list, while Jiang Luoyuan, 205,000 points, secured the second place. This has undoubtedly stirred a tremendous uproar in the outside world. How formidable are these two individuals? Have they ventured into the very heart of the enemy's lair? Quickly, let us locate their luminous screens. Voices clamored incessantly. Having not previously paid heed to the Yi family members, and with participants numbering over 1 million, searching for them was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. At last, they have been found. After an extensive search, one of the sovereigns of the dynasty bellowed, and the crowd turned to follow his pointed direction. Within the luminous screen, two figures stood resolutely at the deepest part of the secret realm. One, a strikingly handsome man with silver hair emanated a surge of blood vitality. The other, clad in a resolute black robe, radiated an intense, blazing flame. Each figure held aloft a massive, bloodied head, as though freshly severed. Boom. The talents list outside erupted in resplendent golden light. An endless array of divine radiance burst forth. The previously leading figure, Ming Wuxuang, suddenly found himself relegated to the third position. The names of the top two were enshrined in golden light. The abrupt transformation of the list rendered the entire gathering momentarily silent. As the golden light dissipated, the onlookers finally beheld the two names. First on the talents list, Wu Songxing, 300,000 points. Second, Yi Tianyan, 300,000 points. While Ming Wuxuang occupied the third position, 295,000 points. Buzz. Suddenly, portals began to open one after another within the arena. As the golden light faded, the first round of time had indeed come to an end. In this final moment, a name also emerged in the 89th position on the talents list. Yi Haoyu, 20,010 points. Upon seeing this name appear, the previously tense expression of Lei Patian, standing atop the high platform, relaxed, and his tightly clenched fists loosened. This little rascal nearly frightened me to death. Lei Patian mused inwardly. It was only at this moment that everyone began to react to the recent changes in the leaderboard. What on earth? The young master of Biming has been surpassed. The Yi family is invincible. Incredible. Good heavens, these two are astonishingly formidable. Don't hold me back. I want to marry him. Perhaps you should reconsider. They would not look your way. Invincible. Even the numerous sovereigns and venerable ancestors wore expressions of disbelief. It is truly remarkable that such an occurrence could transpire, surpassing 30,000 points in such a short span of time. What a peculiar pair these individuals from the Yi family are. Just then, a diminutive figure emerged from the corridor, a prince of a dynasty. The moment he appeared, the crowd erupted in cheers of invincibility. The figure, slightly perplexed, wondered if his formidable presence had been perceived by those outside. Although his points were not particularly high, he had indeed unleashed his full strength in a fierce battle against a formidable celestial beast. The more he pondered, the more he believed this must be the reason. He then raised his hands high, embracing the fervent applause, welcoming his moment of invincibility. Chapter 72. The fury of Ming Wuxuang. The onlookers gazed in bewilderment at the diminutive figure in the arena. Who is that foolish bird? I have no idea. Why is he raising his hands? Has he been struck senseless? As he lifted his arms, the cheers abruptly ceased, and murmurs filled the air as they regarded him as if he were a simpleton. The young man, equally baffled, wondered why the sudden silence. Among the many dynasties, a ruler turned pale, for the one embarrassing himself below was his own progeny. Suddenly, a colossal black foot emerged from the passage and delivered a swift kick to him. Get lost. The young man, caught off guard, was sent flying. As he steadied himself, he prepared to unleash a torrent of curses. Who dares to kick me? But upon recognizing the figure, his words were abruptly swallowed. It was a man clad in a flowing black robe, emanating an ominous aura, with shadowy eyes surveying the surroundings. A chilling voice escaped his lips. He did not focus on the young man, but instead scanned the crowd. Who are Wu Songxing and Yi Tianyan? Step forward and face me in battle. Within the North Ming Tian sect's faction, the elders observed Ming Wuxuang's uncharacteristic outburst, their brows furrowed in evident discontent. Even within the Tianhuang's secret realm, the celestial ranking was visible, which explained Ming Wuxuang's agitation. He had initially believed that securing the top position was a certainty, only to be surprised by the emergence of these two contenders at the last moment. Stop your prattling. If you wish to leave, do so instead of blocking the way. A rebellious voice from behind Ming Wuxuang echoed. Upon hearing this, his expression darkened. Humph, Yi Haoyu, you dare to instruct me? A hint of disdain flickered across Ming Wuxuang's lips. He had once regarded Yi Haoyu as his greatest rival, only to find him languishing at the bottom. He no longer considered Yi Haoyu a competitor. Noticing that Wu Songxing and Yi Tianyan had yet to appear, he disregarded Yi Haoyu and swiftly departed the arena, making his way to the North Ming Tian sect's faction. Meanwhile, Yi Haoyu merely shook his head, wearing an air of indifference. As he soared towards the North Ming Tian sect, he had just stabilized himself when a large hand from Lei Patian reached out, pulling him forward. In the distance, this scene did not escape Yu Qing's notice. He remained unconcerned, as long as the lad survived. That troublesome boy indeed required proper guidance. His erratic behavior was far from reassuring. Just moments ago, even he had doubted Yi Haoyu's ability to make it onto the ranking. Throughout this process, individuals continued to emerge from the Tianhuang secret realm. The majority appeared dejected, while a select few bore expressions of excitement. The elimination rate in the first round of the celestial battle was alarmingly high. Participants of lower realms like them were merely accompanying figures, lacking even the qualification to challenge the top talents. The various sect leaders and dynasty rulers sighed, finding the celestial battle an arduous endeavor for their smaller dynasties. The rankings were predominantly claimed by the two major celestial sects, with a few talented individuals from smaller dynasties also making the list. Surprisingly, The Yi family members who participated had largely ascended the celestial rankings. Wu Zongxing and Yi Tianyan occupied the top 2 positions, while Zhang Luoyuan ranked 3rd, Lu Qian at 71st, Yu Tinio at 69th, and Yi Fobao also at 71st. 3 of the top 5 belonged to the Yi family. There was also Yi Haoyu, who, at present, represented the Nine Thunder sect, leaving outsiders oblivious to his true identity. Though every member of the Yi family possessed formidable qualities, their awakening times were ultimately too brief, resulting in most achieving only mediocre outcomes. As 2 figures stepped forth, the atmosphere surged to a crescendo. Wu Zongxing and Yi Tianyan stood invincible. How striking they were, truly the embodiment of my destined soulmate. While these 2 appeared to be mere embodiments of charm, their strength was undeniably formidable. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, all were astounded by their terrifying prowess. Only the members of the Baiming Tianzong remained silent. Though reluctant to acknowledge their surpassed status, it was undeniable that Ming Wushuang had indeed been outclassed in the first round. At this moment, Ming Wushuang's expression was one of utter dismay, fixating his gaze on those 2 silhouettes in the arena, his fists clenched tightly. One of the elders from Baiming Tianzong addressed the disciples, urging them not to lose heart, for momentary victories or defeats held little significance. Ming Wushuang had intended to speak, but ultimately held his tongue. The participating disciples of Baiming Tianzong glared at the competitors from the Yi family with disdain. Just wait. In the second round, you shall witness the true strength of our sect. They believed wholeheartedly in their superiority. As 2 hours of meditative respite swiftly passed, suddenly, 2 ancient figures soared into the void once more. The crowd instantly rallied their spirits. The contest was about to commence. Esteemed competitors, the time for recuperation has elapsed. We now enter the second round of the Tianjia battle. This is a time for free challenges. According to the leaderboard, each person has only 3 opportunities to challenge. I implore you all to remain realistic. Upon a successful challenge, one may ascend the leaderboard, while the defeated shall move down a position. The moment no further challenges are made, the rankings for this Tianjiao battle shall be established. With the announcement of the rules, the eyes of the young champions sparkled with fierce ambition. They gazed upward at the leaderboard suspended in the heavens. Now, the second round of the Tianjiao battle was set to begin. After selecting their opponents, they were to inform us. No sooner had the words left the announcer's lips than Ming Wushuang took the initiative, exuding a terrifying aura of the underworld. A resounding voice echoed across the Tianhuang arena. I challenge Wu Zongxing. The crowd erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated Ming Wushuang to be so impulsive, challenging Wu Zongxing right off the bat. However, considering he had just lost the first position, such a reaction was understandable. The elders of Baiming Tianzong exchanged glances but chose not to intervene. The 2 elders in the void turned their attention to Wu Zongxing, noting his lack of objection. Very well, let the challenger and the challenged step forth. Under the gaze of the entire audience, Ming Wushuang was the first to take the stage. As he landed, an overwhelming and imposing aura swept through the atmosphere. His icy glare directed at Wu Zongxing as he bellowed, "Get down here." Wu Zongxing narrowed his eyes. Even Yu Tianyan and Zhang Luoyuan, standing beside him, exchanged bewildered looks at Ming Wushuang's boldness. He has never faced defeat before. Zhang Luoyuan chuckled lightly, a hint of surprise in her demeanor. As the onlookers turned to locate Wu Zongxing, they were startled to find he had vanished. When they redirected their gaze to the arena, they discovered that the silver-haired figure was already present, calmly observing Ming Wushuang as he spoke with indifference. "Make your move." At these words, Ming Wushuang erupted with fury. Wu Zongxing's calm demeanor was utterly intolerable to him. Throughout his life, no one had ever faced him with such nonchalance. He was filled with rage. In an instant, the aura of the underworld surged, creating a resonant hum in the surrounding space. Ming Wushuang was enveloped in dark energy, his murderous intent soaring. He roared, "Activate the underworld emperor body." In the eyes of countless witnesses, a chilling and terrifying aura emanated from Ming Wushuang's form, accompanied by the distant sound of ghostly howls. Boundless underworld energy coalesced behind him, forming a massive, dark specter. Underworld ghost hand, perish. The ghostly figure behind him lunged forward, and suddenly, a colossal, ominous gateway materialized. Its immense, dark hand reaching out to grasp Wu Zongxing with lethal intent. The underworld energy, imbued with unyielding ferocity, sought to obliterate Wu Zongxing entirely, thereby solidifying Ming Wushuang's fearsome reputation. The elders of Baiming Tianzong wore grave expressions. Under normal circumstances, Ming Wushuang's actions would be justifiable, but the stakes were different now. Without the protection of a royal presence, should he truly kill Wu Zongxing, Baiming would surely incur the wrath of the Yi family. The surrounding disciples were equally astonished. They had not expected the young sect master to utilize the supreme martial skill, the underworld ghost hand, right from the outset. Was he truly intent on slaughtering Wu Zongxing? Let him die, for what is a mere upstart power to challenge Baiming Tianzong? Unbeknownst to them, the elders of their sect had vanished. Wu Zongxing, witnessing Ming Wushuang's overwhelming offensive, felt a surge of anger himself. Initially, he had considered showing restraint out of respect for the 2 elders of Baiming Tianzong who had been present at the Yi family's gathering. But it seemed that mercy was unwarranted now. His eyes gleaming with cold light, he slowly raised his right hand. transforming it into a pointed gesture as an aura of indestructible, enigmatic power burst forth. The celestial pressure surged forward like a tidal wave. It was the energy of the ninth heaven, sky-shattering. A celestial resonance whispered in the ears of the onlookers. A golden finger, radiating unmatched brilliance, surged toward the ghostly hand. With a thunderous collision, the golden finger obliterated the ghostly hand, shattering the ominous gateway that had loomed above the arena. Upon witnessing this scene, Ming Wushuang's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily summoned a long spear, entirely black as ink. The spear pulsated with an imperial aura that reverberated through the space, thrusting toward the golden finger in an attempt to penetrate it. The clash resonated through the entire Tianwang city, unleashing boundless divine radiance, illuminating the heavens and earth, while shockwaves spread outward, stirring up countless clouds of dust. As the residual force surged toward the audience, it was met with a protective barrier. The spectators were left in awe. Was this truly a battle between two celestial beings? The sheer magnitude of their might rivaled that of a king. All eyes remained fixed on the two figures within the arena, eager to see who would ultimately emerge victorious. As the radiance gradually dissipated and the dust settled, a figure emerged from the chaos, revealing a deep pit where the explosion had occurred. The members of Biming Tianzong gazed upon the figure with horror. Could it be him? What of the young sect master? One disciple stammered. At last, amidst the rubble of the massive crater, they discovered an exposed hand. Wushuang, the young sect master. Upon seeing the arm, the elders and disciples of Biming Tianzong leapt to their feet, ready to rush in and rescue him. However, just as they were about to act, an unfamiliar energy locked onto them. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, and their hair stood on end as they followed the source of an overwhelming aura. Upon realizing its origin, they were struck with immense shock. The aura was emanating from the leader of the Yi family. Even Lei Potion's face displayed astonishment as he gazed at Yu Tian. Though the aura was subtle, he sensed it was that of an imperial realm. They had never anticipated that this member of the Yi family was, in fact, an imperial powerhouse. Reports had indicated that no such individual existed among the double emperors of the Yi family. A terrifying thought began to take shape in their minds. The members of Biming Tianzong were paralyzed with fear, daring not to move an inch. Despite having several peak Tianjun, should an emperor choose to act, it would be utterly devastating. In the midst of this, Wu Zongxing paid no heed to the astonished gazes from the outside world. Instead, he focused on the two figures in the void, his voice calmly resonating. Have I emerged victorious? Only then did the two elders hastily regain their wits and promptly announce Wu Zongxing's victory. Wu Zongxing wins. Particularly, the elder from Biming Tianzong nearly slapped himself for his slow reaction. Had he delayed any longer, his own people would have been defeated. He too had been intimidated by Yi Tian's aura, momentarily rendered speechless. Upon hearing of his victory, Wu Zongxing turned and returned to the Yi family. With the oppressive imperial aura lifted, the members of Biming Tianzong rushed to the stage to rescue Ming Wushuang. Ming Wushuang was in a dire state. A gaping wound marred his chest, and he was drenched in blood, his aura feeble. It would be impossible for him to return to the battlefield in the near future. This meant that Wu Zongxing was truly terrifying. Even the young master of Biming was no match for him, who dared to claim that the younger generation of the Yi family lacked formidable individuals. I nearly stepped out to challenge them just now. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and many proud talents cast looks of reverence towards Wu Zongxing. The two elders channeled the forces of heaven and earth to restore the arena. Finally, after the restoration was complete, the competition resumed. Except for the first match, the subsequent battles were fiercely contested. Eventually, one individual emerged, eager to challenge Jiang Luoyuan. This challenger was none other than the short man who had been kicked away by Ming Wushuang. He ranked 29th on the leaderboard. However, when the fight commenced, despair flickered across his visage. Jiang Luoyuan had broken through to the celestial realm, sending him flying with a single slap against the defensive barrier, igniting quite a stir. Members of the Yi family faced successive challengers, each opponent falling to their might. As challengers dwindled, a voice pierced the air, causing a significant commotion. An audacious voice echoed above the Tianwang arena. I wish to challenge Ming Wushuang. The crowd turned in the direction of the sound, beholding a figure clad in green rising from the ranks of Julei Tianzong. Isn't that the young master of the Yi family? Shocked gasps followed. What? Is he aiming to defeat Ming Wushuang? This young master of the Yi family is rather ruthless. Meanwhile, in the Biming Tianzong camp, Ming Wushuang had just regained consciousness from his stupor. Upon hearing this voice, his mouth twitched, and blood gushed forth, causing him to faint once more. From the slight movement of his lips, it was evident he was cursing quite vehemently. Witnessing Ming Wushuang faint again, Yi Haoyu looked helplessly at the two judges in the void, unabashedly declaring, You've seen it. He did not respond, and dares not accept my challenge. How does this count? At his words, the judge from Biming Tianzong wore a grim expression. Even the judge from Julei Tianzong's eyelids twitched, secretly thinking this young man was becoming increasingly brazen, intent on thoroughly defeating Ming Wushuang. Following intense discussions between the two judges, it was ultimately determined that Yi Haoyu was the victor, while Ming Wushuang placed fourth. Yi Haoyu finally nodded in satisfaction and took his seat, no longer mentioning the matter of the challenge. Chapter 74. Blood Fiend Heavenly Sect. In the Yi family camp, The onlookers regarded the shameless Yi Haoyu with a resigned smile. After such a long absence, Brother Haoyu remained unchanged. A hint of amusement flickered across Yi Tianyan's resolute visage as he helplessly shrugged. Following Yi Haoyu, no one dared to challenge Ming Wushuang again. They lacked the formidable backing of a powerful sect. Should they venture forth, they might find their clan obliterated by dawn. At the rear, some even questioned Yi Tianyan's position and stepped forward to contest him. However, without suspense, Yi Tianyan unleashed his aura, and the overwhelming pressure of the celestial realm forced them to the ground. Ultimately, no one else dared to take the stage. In the void, two elderly figures observed the disappointing outcome, noting that the best performance from the two great celestial sects was merely third place. Lei Patian glanced at Yi Haoyu, believing that while those two were strong, Yi Haoyu might indeed triumph over them. He hoped Yi Haoyu would challenge them, yet to his dismay, Yi Haoyu merely replied with indifference, expressing his reluctance to engage in battle. Lei Patian wore an expression of frustration, yet he refrained from pressuring him. Having discerned certain truths since the first round, regarding Yi Haoyu's origins, they remained in the dark. They had encountered him 6 months prior, where they recognized his extraordinary talent and, with his consent, brought him back to the sect. Although he could not hear the dialogue within the light curtain during the first round, he witnessed the meeting between Yi Haoyu and Yi Tianyu, and he was certain that Yi Haoyu must have a profound connection to the Yi family, perhaps even being one of their own. Seeing no further challengers, Lei Patian nodded towards the two elderly figures in the void. They understood the signal and stepped forward. Since there are no more challengers, I hereby declare the second round of the arena battle officially concluded. The rankings are as follows. First place on the talented ranking, Wu Songxing. Second place, Yi Tianyan. Third place, Yi Haoyu. Fourth place, Ming Wushuang. Fifth place, Jiang Luoyuan. Upon hearing the final announcement, the crowd was left in a state of shock and numbness. The Yi family was indeed formidable, having emerged not long ago, yet their prodigies overshadowed the two great celestial sects. Amidst their astonishment, their gazes turned towards the two elderly figures in the void, who were aware of their expectations. We invite the prodigies listed on the talented ranking to step forward and receive their rewards, one of the judges proclaimed. Immediately, the two aged figures waved their hands, and spheres of light emerged from their palms. A total of 95 spheres of light soared forth, arranged in order, shimmering in the void. The 95 figures promptly rose and flew towards the arena. Within the Yi clan, some individuals languidly rose to depart. The 95 luminous orbs represented the rewards for those ranked 6th to 100 on the talents list. To outsiders, these rewards were deemed quite generous, featuring rare elixirs and martial techniques. However, for the members of the Yi family, they were entirely inconsequential. Their interest was piqued solely by the pursuit of reputation. The many talented individuals who received these rewards displayed expressions of delight. At this moment, two ancient figures raised their hands once more. 5 beams of divine light suddenly emerged, suspended in the void. As the 5 orbs appeared, they instantly became the focal point of the entire gathering. All eyes were drawn to this spectacle. Wu Songxing and his companions slowly rose to their feet. It was their turn. The crowd fixated on Wu Songxing. According to the rules of the competition, the first place, Wu Songxing had the privilege of selecting first. The opportunity to choose first undoubtedly promised a more advantageous reward. Now, please welcome the first place of this year's Wilderness Talents list, Wu Songxing, to select his reward. The referee in the void addressed a certain direction. Under the gaze of the audience, Wu Songxing vanished from the stands, appearing before the 5 luminous orbs. He slowly extended his right hand towards a sphere of pure white essence, choosing none other than the Polar Snow Spirit. The crowd gasped in surprise at his choice of the Polar Snow Spirit. Yet, one might wonder if it could rival the Thunderfire. You have no idea. The quality of an item must also align with one's capabilities. Even the referee was taken aback by Wu Songxing's decision to select the Snow Spirit. Are you certain about this choice? He inquired. Wu Songxing nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. Following Wu Songxing from the Yi clan, Yi Tianyan stood up and soared towards the orb pulsating with the essence of thunder and flames. As he approached, he felt a faint stirring of flames within him, and a look of joy spread across Yi Tianyan's face. This flame was potent and would greatly enhance his strength. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ming Wushuang seethed with frustration as he witnessed the Snow Spirit and the exotic fire being claimed by others. Originally, the Thunder Fire had caught his eye, and now he could only watch helplessly as it was taken away by someone else. Yi Haoyu maintained his characteristic nonchalance as he glanced at Ming Wushuang before striding towards the celestial war weapons. He mused inwardly. Although he had no use for them at present, they might serve his future son well for chopping firewood. Reluctantly, Ming Wushuang opted for a cultivation method, while Jiang Luoyuan obtained a martial technique. With the rewards successfully distributed, the two judges exchanged nods of acknowledgement. The elder from the 9 Thunder Celestial sect stepped forward, declaring, "Now that you have chosen your rewards, I announce the conclusion of this celestial heroes battle." At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted above the desolate city. Ha ha. So the proud talents of the wasteland gather here. Observing the youthful figures, he scoffed. They don't appear very impressive. As his words faded, the sky above Tianwang City was rent asunder, and a towering figure, bare-chested and formidable, emerged. The moment he appeared, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. and a wave of oppressive bloodlust descended upon Tianwang City. At the highest point, Lei Potion's expression shifted, his eyes turning icy. Blumad. Upon hearing Lei Patian call out the name, the countenance of several sovereigns and ancestors grew grave. Bloodmad was a name well known among these top-tier powerhouses. Being the vice leader of the Bloodslaughter sect from the neighboring Qing domain, Lei Patian, it has been a long time. The man named Bloodmad taunted. Fixing his gaze upon the elder of the Nine Thunder Celestial sect, Lei Patian sensed that today's events were far from ordinary. As the vice leader of the Bloodslaughter sect had unexpectedly arrived here. Bloodmad, what brings you here? This is not your Qing domain. Lei Patian admonished sternly. You dare to harm the young master of the Bloodslaughter sect, and you question my purpose here? I have come to eliminate your young generation. Bloodmad replied. Nodding towards Yi Haoyu, he is quite decent, but what a pity. Upon hearing this, Yi Haoyu frowned slightly, realizing that this individual was indeed from the Bloodslaughter sect. Humph. Are you unable to afford a defeat among the younger generation? Moreover, this is the wasteland. You should consider your actions before attempting to strike here. Lei Potion's expression darkened further. Who says I am alone? As soon as Lei Potion's words fell, the space tore open once more, revealing three ancient figures stepping forth. One of whom was the powerful sovereign from earlier. We are here as well. Concurrently, a voice echoed from the heavens, where a colossal bird, radiating the essence of a celestial sovereign, descended, carrying four figures upon its back, each wielding a large blade, the foremost among them exuding exceptional sharpness. Upon witnessing the sudden arrival of these 7 individuals, Lei Potion's expression turned grim, his countenance paling. 7 sovereigns. He managed to utter with difficulty. The Divine Blade sect. Alongside the Bloodslaughter sect, also reigned as a dominant force in the Qing domain. Given the proximity of the two domains, while occasional skirmishes occurred, it was highly unusual for such a formidable assembly of sovereigns to appear. Lei Patian, do we have enough strength with just us? The leader of the giant bird mocked. As they emerged, 7 terrifying sovereign presences pressed down, threatening to dismantle Tianwang City. Do you truly wish to wage war with my wasteland? Just then, a thunderous voice reverberated across the heavens, emanating from 2 elderly figures enveloped in lightning. A bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, descending upon Tianwang City. Another sovereign from the Nine Thunder Celestial sect had arrived. Despite the newcomer's presence, Lei Potion's expression remained heavy. This was largely due to the silence from another direction, the Northern Underworld sect. The 2 old men had not emerged. Logically, with such uproar, they should not have remained oblivious. At that moment, Bloodmad's mocking gaze fell upon the ground. What, are you waiting for those 2 old men from the Northern Underworld? They seem to have left the sect. Upon hearing this, the elderly figures within the Northern Underworld sect turned pale with disbelief. How could this be? Only a few of us high-ranking members were aware of this matter. There is a traitor among us. Immediately, the elder leading the Northern Underworld sect cast a cold gaze at the others, seemingly attempting to glean information from their expressions. What? The 2 ancestors of the Northern Underworld are not at the sect? No wonder they have not appeared for so long. Observing the expressions of the Northern Underworld sect members, it seemed they were not feigning. The surrounding crowd was filled with astonishment, soon replaced by a sense of foreboding. Enough chatter. With those 2 absent, let us annihilate them. Dao Feng, the leader, was the first to act, drawing forth his massive blade. They had strategized for years. Upon learning that the 2 ancestors of the Northern Underworld sect were missing, they resolved to strike against both sects. Simultaneously, aside from the 2 elders of the Nine Thunder Celestial sect, 3 sovereign presences surged forth. They were the elders of the Xuhua dynasty, the Yuheng dynasty, and the Tianyin dynasty. Amidst the crowd below, gasps of horror resounded. 5 figures soared into the sky, preparing to confront the 8 sovereigns. They understood that if they retreated today, the annihilation of the 2 major sects would soon follow, leaving them next in line. In this entire continent, the weak had no voice, they could only fight. Below, Yu Tian and Yi Qing exchanged glances, their eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. Charge. In an instant, the 2 ascended to the heavens, their overwhelming sovereign auras radiating forth. They surged forward, leading the charge. That is, isn't that the leader of the Yi family? The presence of sovereigns. My goodness, the Yi family has sent 2 sovereigns. The 2 directly confronted Dao Feng and Bloodmad. Among the 5 figures, aside from Jiang Yintian and Lei Patian, the others were momentarily stunned, but their expressions quickly morphed into delight. The Imperial family of the Yi. They surprisingly did not notice until now. The burden has significantly lessened. However, a few individuals still harbored concerns, for the ones they sought out were 2 pinnacle emperors. It remained uncertain whether they could withstand the impending clash. As the battle loomed, Lei Patian surged with crackling lightning, targeting the 2 emperors and pulling them into the void's rift, intending to engage both formidable beings simultaneously. Dao Feng's expression turned icy as he beheld Yu Tian charging towards him. A mere 5th-tier tribulation emperor dares to provoke me. The moment Yu Tian made his move, Dao Feng discerned his realm. After all, he was a pinnacle tribulation emperor, and here was a 5th-tier challenger seeking to vie with him. Was this not a provocation? Such audacity. Instantly, he unleashed the full might of his long blade, radiating a fierce and domineering icy glint that seemed poised to pierce through the heavens. As the lethal blade light descended upon Yu Tian, he remained undaunted, his inner energy erupting in a magnificent display as he countered with a powerful seal. The clash reverberated, propelling both combatants backward, yet a keen observer would note that Dao Feng staggered back further. His countenance darkened. He had actually been forced back. This was intolerable. He launched another onslaught, while Yution roared with laughter, his fighting spirit soaring as he charged forward unarmed. In another battlefield, Yuqing radiated divine brilliance, unleashing an endless torrent of murderous light to suppress his adversary. Opposite him, a terrifying aura of bloodlust surged toward the sky, and the blood-mad's eyes glimmered with a murderous intent, his crimson spear wailing in agony. Though their duel appeared evenly matched, the truth was that he was straining to keep up. The mocking and derision vanished from his gaze, replaced by a sense of trepidation. For he was aware that his opponent had yet to draw his weapon. Below, the ancestors of the Beiming heavenly sect sustained a defensive barrier, contemplating the whereabouts of their forebears amidst the silhouettes in the void. Among them, one figure gazed into the ether, his eyes shifting as he pondered something profound. In the Jiulei heavenly sect's camp, Yi Haoyu stared in astonishment at the azure figure above, reminiscent of a war god. When did my father become so formidable? Is this truly my father? Wasn't he merely a tribulation shadow emperor? How could he have ascended to the ranks of an emperor in such a short span? Aside from the battles involving Yution and Yuqing, another ancestor of the Jiulei heavenly sect, Lei Kong, clashed with his opponent, creating a spectacle that shook the heavens. Their powers seemingly evenly matched. Among the ancestral figures of the dynasty, only Tian Yinzi held a slight advantage, his opponent's long blade vibrating ominously, emitting faint cries of despair. This was due to the colossal 40-meter blade bestowed upon him by Yi Xian. As a space rift tore open in the Songqing mountain, two silhouettes emerged. One was enveloped in a bloodthirsty aura, garbed in crimson ropes, while the other bore a wide blade upon his back, resembling a swordsman. If Lei Patian were present, he would recognize them as the Blood Demon, leader of the bloodthirsty sect, and the Blade Mad, leader of the Heavenly Blades sect. The two figures gazed in awe at the majestic Yu family atop the mountain. Despite being supreme leaders of top sects, they were thoroughly impressed. The man in the red robe remarked, "The Yu family is indeed commendable. In this desolate realm, they have found such a spiritually rich locale." The other figure, with the blade on his back, remained non-committal, then added, "This place is indeed remarkable. Dao Feng and the others have already engaged. But it seems two more emperor-level auras have joined. Let us hasten. After dealing with the Yi family's emperors, we shall send those individuals on their way." Suddenly, two overwhelming auras erupted like primordial beasts, saturating the heavens. On the Tianshu Peak, a vague figure clad in white sat beneath the world tree, seemingly an embodiment of the Tao. Upon the arrival of the Blood Demon and Blade Mad, the figure's eyes slowly opened. "It is time for you to make your move." In the Divine Beast Hall, by the Blood Pool, several figures gradually opened their previously shut eyes, their murderous intent rekindling. In the Offering Hall, a young man in green, bearing a large blade, revealed a fierce battle spirit, bearing his teeth toward a certain direction in the void. In the plaza, three humble figures wielded their brooms, their eyes reflecting mockery. The members of the clan looked up, wondering if there were more stubborn souls. The Blood Demon and Blade Mad bellowed, "Annihilate them." A moment later, a dazzling blood-red light pierced the heavens for 90,000 miles. A chilling radiance seemed poised to obliterate the entire Songqiang mountain. The two attacks descended with unparalleled speed. And at that instant, two elderly figures soared into the air, a majestic emperor's aura sweeping forth. Upon witnessing this, the Blood Demon grinned sinisterly. Indeed, the Yi family has two emperors. The Blade Mad, sensing the auras, regarded them with intrigue, as the familiar energy stirred within him. Upon fully recognizing the two figures, he gasped in disbelief. "Ming Zhouchu and Ming Tianhe, how could it be you two?" The Blood Demon, equally astonished, stared ahead incredulously. As top figures from two domains, they were well acquainted. Without a word, the two elders tightened their grips on their brooms and charged at the Blood Demon and Blade Mad. "Humph. So it turns out the Yi family has your support." The Blood Demon spoke with an icy demeanor. In his mind, the Yi family's emperors were merely a ruse devised by the two top sects of the desolate realm to instill fear and gain time for their growth. Yet, his offensive did not relent, wielding lethal techniques to suppress forward. In a fierce clash, all four were propelled backward through the void at a rapid pace. The Blood Demon and Blade Mad's expression shifted. They had not anticipated such advancements in strength from their opponents. They had nearly exhausted their potential, and the idea of further improvement was akin to scaling the heavens. Yet, these two old men had made considerable strides, leaving them baffled. "Humph. No wonder. It seems you have indeed progressed. But if that is all you have, it may not suffice." The Blood Demon exclaimed as a longsword emanating overwhelming blood energy materialized in his hand. Hearing this, Ming Zhouchu and Ming Tianhe exchanged knowing smiles regarding their brooms. "Aha. Capturing you will not be difficult." The brooms were gifts from Yu Xian, meant to keep their domain clean. Just as they prepared to charge again, a realization struck, and they halted. The Blood Demon and Blade Mad, poised to strike once more, suddenly paled in horror. "You are too slow." A deep voice resonated from deep within the Yi family. "Day after day, one or two of you appear. How tiresome." Another thunderous voice echoed across Songqiang Mountain. Angry shouts erupted, and immediately numerous beams of light shot into the sky, the overwhelming emperor's aura radiating in a dazzling display. Those present felt the terrifying power of these auras, leaving them utterly astounded. Each aura was immensely formidable. The only thought left in the minds of the two was to flee. The Blood Demon and Blade Mad turned to flee, tearing through space, only to find 6 imposing figures sealing all escape routes. Since you have come, you shall remain. A blade of unparalleled brilliance cleaved through the void. Several other figures simultaneously unleashed an invincible onslaught, charging towards the two. The pair radiated an ultimate intensity. Their battle weapons soaring through the air, faces etched with determination as they advanced in a singular direction, striving to break through. However, the crowd would not grant them such an opportunity. A torrent of formidable techniques descended upon them. Particularly, Ming Tianhe and Ming Jiuqiu exerted tremendous effort. Observing the two, one could not help but feel a sense of empathy. Yet, they were fortunate to have encountered the moment when the Yi clan was shorthanded. Now, as they beheld those obstructing their retreat, they reveled in the confrontation. No, Blood Demon, you have wronged me. The Blood Demon duo displayed expressions of despair, unable to comprehend why so many terrifying sovereigns had emerged here, under the unmatched onslaught of the 6 pinnacle sovereigns. The two were utterly obliterated above the heights of the Zhongqiang Mountain. Alas, how fragile! Who would dare return to Zhongqiang Mountain? One could see Qing Yu wielding a massive blade, striding through the void with a face full of disdain. Enough of your prattle, there are still matters unresolved. The figure clad in a flowing black gown, Yining Tian interjected. The crowd nodded, neither affirming nor denying. Soon after, several silhouettes gradually vanished from the celestial realm. Below, the disciples of the Yi clan bore expressions of confusion. Huh? Were those 2 old men familiar? One inquired of his companion. You mentioning it makes me think I have indeed seen them before. That's right. One of them was the one who swept away bird droppings last time. Wasn't he? Goodness. Your words have jogged my memory. He was indeed the one cleaning the steps. When did the clan recruit 2 sovereigns to clean? Moreover, was he there another who often accompanied those 2? Do you think he might be the same? Upon hearing this, I feel as if you were performing for me. Could it be that you 2 have concealed your true strength? With the demise of the great Heaven Sect's master, the Yi clan gradually returned to its former tranquility. In the Blood Fiend sect, within a grand hall adorned with numerous lamps, a middle-aged man reclined in a wrought-tan chair, his eyes narrowed. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from above as the lampshade shattered. The middle-aged man was jolted awake by the noise. Looking up to find that the sole lamp positioned at the highest point had already extinguished, his expression shifted dramatically, yet before he could act, he heard a series of crashing sounds as 4 more lampshades shattered and extinguished. Witnessing this scene, the middle-aged man trembled, collapsing onto the ground. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the Blood Fiend sect. Powerful auras swiftly converged towards the source of the commotion. A similar scene unfolded in the Heaven Blade sect. On this day, the Azure Domain trembled, with 2 major sects enveloped in panic. Both the sect masters and vice masters of the 2 sects had perished, along with several esteemed elders. This constituted a significant loss of high-tier combat power for the sects. Others could not be easily dispatched to prevent incursions from rival factions in the Azure Domain. The Azure Domain is not to be compared with the Wilderness Domain, which only possesses 2 sects, while the Azure Domain boasts 5. The Blood Fiend sect and Heaven Blade sect are the closest to the Wilderness Domain, which is why they have been eyeing this territory. Chapter 77, Blood Fiend sect's ancient ancestor, Calamity Sovereign. In the North Underworld sect, 2 ancient figures exuded overwhelming pressure. While below, a black-robed elder lay in a pool of blood, his demise tragic. The surrounding members of the North Underworld sect regarded him with icy disdain. A bunch of useless fools. In our absence, you nearly brought ruin upon the entire North Underworld sect. Ming Jiuqiu seethed with anger, hurling insults at the sect master and other key figures. The members of the North Underworld sect dared not retort. Once this matter is resolved, I will settle accounts with you all. Ming Jiuqiu scoffed. They then turned to pursue the void ahead, where 11 figures awaited them. Upon reaching Yutian, they clasped their fists in respectful salute. My lord, we have dealt with it. We are ready to depart. Yutian nodded slightly, sweeping his hand to reveal a colossal warship that spanned the heavens and the earth. He turned to lead the members of the Yi family, including Yi Haoyu, aboard the vessel. In an instant, the warship emanated a brilliant light, vanishing into the void and swiftly propelling forward. Within the Blood Fiend Heavenly Sect, situated in the Azure Domain, multiple figures exuded a palpable aura of menace, their expressions grave, enveloped in an atmosphere thick with tension. The weight of the moment was so profound that one could distinctly hear the breath of each individual. Speak up, what strategies do we have? The elder at the forefront inquired, his aura indicating he was at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Lord realm, just a step away from the Emperor realm. Elder, perhaps we should flee. Even the sect master and others are no match for them. We stand no chance, a voice suggested, tinged with anxiety. This proposal gained immediate support from others, as the sect's Emperor realm experts had already ventured out. What remained were primarily heavenly lords, utterly incapable of confronting those who had slain their sect master. Upon hearing this, the third elder furrowed his brow but did not voice any dissent. What news from the north? He pressed. Only 2 words had been conveyed, came the reply from one below. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, he continued, he said. Yi family. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. The term was not unfamiliar to them. It referred to a recently risen hegemonic force in the wild domain. This very reason had propelled the 2 major heavenly sects into action, preparing to annex the 3 dominant powers of the wild domain. Their 10 Emperor Realm experts gave them confidence. Yet, the outcome was beyond their acceptance. Third Elder, we must escape. If we do not act now, there may be no chance left, someone urged. However, the Third Elder, clutching a jade slip, raised his gaze towards the void and spoke slowly. It is already too late. At his words, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, their consciousnesses expanding outward. Above the blood fiend heavenly sect, the heavens darkened in an instant. An overwhelming imperial pressure enveloped the entire sect, causing the very fabric of the Azure Domain to tremble. At that moment, it seemed as though all powerful beings across the Azure Domain felt the shift in the world. Their expressions grave as they gazed into the void where a colossal and terrifying warship loomed. The presence of over a dozen imperial auras was so immense that it awakened the depths of many ancient dynasties and heavenly sects in the Azure Domain. From whence do you come? Just then, several Emperor Realm figures appeared in unison. They were the rulers of the surrounding dynasties. And upon sensing the terrifying auras emanating from the warship, they approached to block the way. In a distant location, more imperial auras flared, suggesting that should they not receive an explanation, they would unite to attack. Haha, we come here solely for the purpose of killing. A figure clad in azure stepped forward, radiating an exquisite and resplendent light, wielding a great blade directed towards the 20 or so powerful presences. The sharp aura of the blade seemed poised to cleave the very heavens. The faces of the Emperor Realm figures shifted slightly. That was a weapon of supreme rank. A wielder of such divine armament was not someone they could contend with. The previously formidable imperial aura gradually began to subside. The Emperor rulers exchanged wary glances, then slowly began to retreat. Within the blood fiend heavenly sect, a shroud of despair enveloped the entire sect. The members bore expressions of hopelessness. Even the Emperor Realm experts had appeared and dared not defend the blood fiend heavenly sect. What kind of adversaries had they provoked? Blood fiend sect. You should not have trifled with the Yi family. A thunderous voice reverberated across the Azure Domain. Numerous powerful beings silently noted the Yi family, vowing never to provoke them again. Inside the blood fiend heavenly sect, the Third Elder crushed a jade slip and bellowed, descendants of the blood fiend sect, we beseech the ancient ancestor to awaken. Following suit, the other elders joined in the shout. We implore the ancient ancestor to awaken and save our blood fiend sect. The jade slip was rumored to be left behind by an ancient ancestor of the blood fiend sect, who had sealed himself within the sect, instructing future generations to shatter it in times of existential peril. As elders, they could not ascertain the truth of the rumors. They could only stake their hopes on a dying horse. Upon shattering the jade slip, there was no immediate response. On the warship, Xingye displayed a fierce battle intent, immediately assuming a combat stance. After waiting in vain, she angrily shouted, "What is this? Are you toying with me?" A terrifying blade of light descended directly. The elders, having waited in vain for the ancient ancestor's arrival, echoed with despairing cries, "Ancient ancestor, you have deceived us." Just as these words fell, a thunderous roar echoed. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged from the ancestral grounds of the blood fiend heavenly sect, spreading throughout the Azure Domain. An overwhelming, unmatched aura, surpassing the Emperor Realm, began to awaken. An ancient, hoary voice resonated from the ancestral grounds. "Ah, young ones, you have gone too far." As the words fell, the heavens trembled, and an unparalleled pressure descended upon the world. A terrifying crimson aura surged forth, causing powerful beings everywhere to recoil in fear, their eyes wide with trepidation as they gazed towards the blood fiend heavenly sect, filled with dread. This aura had reached an entirely different echelon. Even the individuals aboard the warship, save for those of the Yi family, wore expressions of apprehension, their brows furrowed as they fixated on the scene below. An endless crimson mist coalesced, forming an ancient silhouette behind the blood fiend heavenly sect. The figure gazed upon the meager remnants of the sect, sighing. I never thought the blood fiend sect would fall so low. Upon witnessing this apparition, the members of the blood fiend heavenly sect wept, hastily kneeling and bowing. "Please, ancient ancestor, save our blood fiend sect." The ancient ancestor shook his head in disappointment, then raised his gaze forward. "Since it is of my creation, I shall protect you once more." The spectral figure's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. The killing aura solidified, disregarding space as it struck toward Xingye. Startled, Xingye wielded her great blade, slashing forward, prompting others to join in defense. They unleashed their might in a frenzied effort. And with the combined strength of over 10 individuals, they barely managed to withstand the assault. Seeing the attack repelled, the spectre paused in surprise, evidently not anticipating that they could hold their ground. Indeed, there is some strength here, but it is far from sufficient. As the ancient ancestor prepared to strike, a clear, heavenly voice echoed throughout the heavens. "If they are insufficient, then what of me?" The source of the voice was unknown, lacking any terrifying pressure. Yet a divine aura permeated the air, compelling countless individuals to bow in reverence. Suddenly, the very fabric of space collapsed, and a fair, jade-like hand slowly emerged. Where the hand passed, space solidified, and time seemed to stand still. The Crimson Spectre was filled with horror as the surging crimson blood energy attempted to resist the hand. Yet, as he attempted to mobilize his power, he found himself utterly immobilized. "How can this be? You are a saint. Who are you?" The voice of the spectre trembled in disbelief. At that moment, the world fell into an eerie silence. The voice of the blood slaughter ancestor reverberated through the heavens. instilling fear among all factions, leaving them in disbelief of their own ears. Some individuals, unable to contain themselves, fell to their knees. Particularly upon hearing the terrified roar of the blood-slaughter ancestors' phantom, the ancestral grounds of the major celestial sects trembled faintly. This caused the faces of various monarchs to change dramatically as they hastily sought the ancestral lands. Aboard the warship, several ancient ancestors of the dynasties, along with Patriarch and others, stood in stunned silence, soon overtaken by excitement. How long had it been since the word saint had graced their ears? Was the owner of that mysterious jade hand of such caliber? They never anticipated that one day they would engage with a force of such magnitude. The figure did not respond, as the jade hand passed, under the gaze of countless individuals in the Azure domain. The colossal phantom of the blood-slaughter ancestor began to disintegrate inch by inch. His face was a mask of disbelief. How could a place as barbaric as this harbor a saint? Why had the blood-slaughter heavenly sect provoked such a being? Even in the central domain, a land teeming with powerful figures, such an existence was formidable. As the aura of the blood-slaughter ancestor dissipated, the jade hand vanished, and the collapsing space gradually began to mend. The sacred presence that inspired reverence vanished without a trace in an instant. The entirety of the blood-slaughter heavenly sect fixed their gaze upon the dissipating phantom of the ancestor. No, the ancestor is invincible. How could this be? What terrifying entity has the sect master provoked? Whether elders or disciples, their eyes dimmed with despair. They had lost all hope. Even an existence like the ancestor had been crushed. A dazzling blade of light cleaved through the firmament, descending upon the blood-slaughter heavenly sect. Wherever the blade passed, it obliterated all, shattering the protective formation of the sect, tearing the blood-slaughter heavenly sect asunder. Beneath the brilliance of this ultimate blade, countless halls were reduced to ruins, and numerous lives swiftly extinguished under the divine radiance. Have I exerted too much force? Qinya gazed down at the obliterated blood-slaughter heavenly sect, but turned to the disciples of the Yi family and said, "Go take a look, gather anything of use. It will be your spoils." Upon hearing this, the crowd swiftly advanced, rummaging through the debris. Though they were somewhat astonished, it was not overwhelming. After all, every time they encountered a crisis, someone from the sect would intervene, and they had grown accustomed to it over time. In the void above, Patriarch and others looked upon the ruins of the blood-slaughter heavenly sect with a sense of nostalgia. Once upon a time, this sect had been their formidable foe, had it not been for the united front of the two celestial sects and several ancient ancestors. They would have been consumed long ago. They had not anticipated that the blood-slaughter heavenly sect still possessed such ancestral heritage. However, they deduced that the crisis of annihilation must have been unavoidable. Otherwise, the ancestors' emergence would have long since trampled this desolate domain. And what of the Heavenly Blade sect? At this moment, an ancient ancestor of a dynasty spoke slowly. They had lingered here for some time. The Heavenly Blade sect had likely already fled. Upon hearing this, Xuan merely smiled and remained silent. The members of the Yi family wore faint smiles upon their lips. Escape? That is simply inconceivable. In the skies above the Tiandao sect, as more than a dozen Imperial ores manifested in the desolate realm, the elders of the Tiandao sect reached a unanimous decision to flee. Their sect, being the newest establishment, lacked the deep-rooted heritage of the blood-slaughter sect. However, just as they were about to step out of the grand hall, a figure clad in black robes, wielding a broom, obstructed their path. As the disciples of the Yi family thoroughly plundered the blood-slaughter sect and returned to their warship, they were filled with ecstatic delight, clearly having garnered substantial spoils. The elders of the Imperial dynasty aboard the warship gazed upon them with envy. Their own heritage was not inferior to that of this sect. They too yearned to see some resources. Alas, this was the domain of the Yi family, and without their consent, they dared not overstep their bounds. Xuan could easily discern the thoughts of the venerable ancestors of the Imperial dynasty. With a slight smile, he remarked, "Let us depart to the next location." Immediately, the warship radiated brilliance once more and soared into the void. After the vessel vanished, many concluded that the members of the Yi family had already taken their leave and hastened towards the direction of the blood-slaughter celestial sect, hoping to salvage any remnants. Such ancient sects, even a mere trinket, would suffice for their needs. However, upon arrival, they were left utterly dumbfounded. The site of the blood-slaughter celestial sect had transformed into a vast gorge, with a terrifying aura of blade and tint permeating the air. Only a few scattered bricks and tiles remained where the temple once stood. They scoured the entirety of the blood-slaughter celestial sect, yet found nothing of value. What a calamity! Why are these formidable individuals behaving like bandits? One lamented. This is even more ruthless than our Blackwind stronghold. They've left nothing behind. After a thorough search, they managed to uncover a mere tenth of a low-grade spirit stone. Hush, be quiet. Otherwise, those individuals will return and deliver a fatal blow. And you'll understand the gravity of the situation. Another cautioned. Besides, there is still that gorge left, is there not? The crowd gazed at the ravine, and a flicker of hope illuminated their previously despondent expressions. This was indeed an excellent location for cultivation and understanding the essence of the blade. Meanwhile, the warship gradually materialized above the Heavenly Blade sect, which appeared to be in an even more dire state than the blood-slaughter sect. The entire sect seemed as though it had been crushed by a colossal hand, deeply sunken and devoid of any signs of life. The surrounding mountains lay in ruins. An ominous aura of desolation lingered in the air. On board the warship, Several venerable ancestors of the dynasty, along with Lei Patian and others, beheld this scene, their astonishment palpable. Who could have executed such a feat? Could it possibly be the one from earlier? Yet, the lingering aura on the battlefield did not quite align with that notion. Contemplating this, they turned their gazes towards Xuan and his companions, increasingly perplexed by the enigmatic Yi family. Xuan and his companions offered no explanation, merely gesturing towards the rear. Go forth, claim your rightful spoils. As the words left his lips, the young members of the Yi family erupted in jubilant cheer, eagerly making their way downwards. It was evident that they relished such endeavors. To everyone's surprise, Xuan turned with a smile towards several ancient ancestors of the dynasty. Esteemed friends, you too may descend to seek your own treasures, to take back some for your descendants. The ancestors, filled with joy at his words, hurriedly expressed their gratitude before soaring towards areas devoid of Yi family members to scavenge. Chapter 79, Secrets of Heaven and Earth After a Thorough Search. Both the Yi family disciples and the venerable ancestors departed with satisfaction. By the time the people of the Azure Domain discovered the situation, the Heavenly Blade sect had already been annihilated. Prior to this, they had not even realized when the sect met its demise. Upon entering the Heavenly Blade sect to collect resources, they found it in a state far worse than that of the Bloodslaughter sect. The entirety of the sect's grounds bore only a colossal handprint, with nothing else to be found, leaving the treasure seekers in utter disarray. Since then, numerous forces within the Azure Domain were shaken to their core, with even some ancient figures emerging from their coffins, eager to personally visit the Celestial Mountain for homage. The entire Azure Domain was bustling with preparations to present resources to the Yi family in goodwill. Meanwhile, news of the sage's emergence spread like wildfire, reaching beyond the two domains. In the Wild Domain, at the Celestial Mountain Range, there lay the Divine Wilderness City, the first city of the Celestial Mountain Range, constructed by the Yi family. The name was a consensus among the higher echelons of the family. Within Divine Wilderness City, crowds thronged the streets, where vendors called out incessantly, selling their wares. Among the visitors were many clad in splendid garments, and occasionally, one could sense powerful auras passing through. Amidst the throng walked a young girl in a light blue dress, her hair styled in two playful braids, joyfully traversing the streets. Trailing closely behind her was a boy in simple attire, his eyes bright and clear, noteworthy for the straw sandals adorning his feet. He followed her closely, occasionally reminding her, "Sister, do slow down a bit." Yet, the more he urged, the faster she scampered, stopping now and then to make faces at him. These two were none other than Qin Tian and Qin Shi. The Yi family placed minimal demands on their servants, as long as they diligently cleaned their designated areas. They were free to roam. As for Qin Shi, she had been brought along by Qin He and was under no constraints, so after Qin Tian finished his chores, she insisted on visiting Divine Wilderness City. Unable to resist her enthusiasm, Qin Tian eventually relented. As they passed an elderly man's stall, Qin Shi suddenly halted, her gaze drawn to the wares displayed. Noticing her pause, Qin Tian quickly stopped as well, his attention captured by the sight of a kind-eyed, ethereal old man, who was smiling warmly at them, specifically at his sister, Qin Shi. She was captivated by a pair of beautiful shoes at the old man's stall. The old man, noticing her interest, chuckled, "Ah, little girl, you truly have an eye for beauty." He then lifted the shoes, explaining, "These shoes are crafted from the hide of a fearsome beast I personally vanquished. They're exceptionally comfortable to wear. I sense a connection between you and these shoes, so I shall offer them to you for the friendly price of 999 medium-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this price, Qin Shi's brow furrowed in confusion, as if doubting the old man's words. Meanwhile, Qin Tian inhaled sharply. It seemed like a blatant scam. He grasped Qin Shi's hand, intending to leave. Although they had access to some resources as servants of the Yi family, he was no fool. To him, they were merely shoes that appeared slightly more attractive than ordinary ones. However, upon noticing the straw sandals on her brother's feet, Qin Shi seemed to make a resolute decision. She freed her hand from his grip and declared to the old man, "Sir, I'll take these shoes." Without hesitation, she produced a storage ring and presented it to him. Is this enough? Since her earliest memories, her brother had never owned a proper pair of shoes. While the family did distribute shoes, he had always set them aside. Part of the reason stemmed from their childhood hardships, where purchasing shoes was a luxury they could not afford, leading to a habit of going barefoot. Additionally, after years without shoes, wearing them felt uncomfortable. "Sister, those shoes are too expensive. I already have shoes," Qin Tian implored earnestly. Yet, he could not withstand the pleading gaze of his sister. Ultimately, he conceded and accepted the shoes. Once in possession of the shoes, Qin Shi eagerly urged him to try them on. To their astonishment, upon wearing them, Qin Tian's expression lit up, and he could not help but stomp his feet in delight. "How do they feel, brother?" Qin Shi asked anxiously. "Wonderful. These shoes are far more comfortable," Qin Tian exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. He had never anticipated such comfort. They were entirely different from any shoes he had previously worn. After putting on the new shoes, he remembered to retrieve his old straw sandals from the ground. Qin Shi, hearing his words, was equally astonished. "Sir, you truly weren't deceiving me." She beamed at the old man. In truth, she did not know whether the old man was truthful or not. She simply wished to buy her brother a good pair of shoes and was pleasantly surprised to discover their remarkable comfort. The old shall not deceive the young. The old man nodded slightly, affirming earnestly. Ultimately, under the old man's watchful eye, the two siblings happily wandered away, gradually disappearing into the crowd. The old man stroked his beard, his gaze growing dim as he contemplated the direction of the celestial mountain. Murmuring to himself, he reflected, let this be a pleasant bond. But it took me considerable time to craft those shoes. I've given you quite a bargain. With a wave of his hand, the items on his stall vanished as he turned to leave. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and the old man felt dizzy, as if being forcefully pulled by some overwhelming terror. In the void, a figure clad in white robes emerged, standing upon nothingness, his countenance one of shock. Who? He wondered. Realizing he had been dragged into the void against his will, it was important to note that he was among the elite of this realm. He lifted his gaze, and before him appeared a hazy figure, seated in the void, surrounded by an aura of unfathomable power, as if he were the center of all creation. Upon seeing this figure, the old man's pupils dilated in terror, his body trembling involuntarily, and every hair on his body stood on end, as if he had beheld something utterly incomprehensible. How is this possible? He gasped in disbelief. How could an emperor still emerge in this realm? Could it be from that place? The old man quaked with fear. Just as he spoke, the hazy figure slowly opened his eyes, and the brilliance within them was beyond description. Lofty and profound, a chilling aura enveloped the elder, who felt as though he were being scrutinized by a terrifyingly supreme entity. In an instant, it seemed that with but a thought from this being, he could be reduced to mere ashes. You appear to possess some knowledge of the secrets of this realm. A voice, both majestic and commanding, emanated from the indistinct figure, reverberating in the elder's ears and evoking a sensation akin to standing before the very Tao of heaven. In response to the inquiry from this formidable presence, the elder hastily bowed in reverence. I am the junior Ji Kong, honored to meet you, senior. Chapter 8, The Peculiar Invasion. Secrets of the past. The nebulous figure remained silent, instead fixating its gaze upon Ji Kong. I possess but a scant understanding of the Fengshan continent. May I inquire what the esteemed senior wishes to know? As Ji Kong's words lingered in the air, a heavy voice resonated nearby. Eerie beings. Upon hearing these words, Ji Kong's eyes widened in shock, quickly replaced by a profound sense of dread and trepidation, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. This fear eclipsed even the terror of confronting the hazy figure, as if it emanated from the depths of his very soul. Observing this, tendrils of light emerged from the figure, enveloping Ji Kong and gradually restoring the tumultuous emotions within him to a state of tranquility. His fear began to dissipate, and as he regained his composure, Ji Kong recalled the previous conversation. Eerie? Does this imply that the esteemed senior did not originate from that side? Yet, if not from there, from whence did they come? It was known that within this realm, the Tao of Heaven was flawed, insufficient to birth an emperor-level powerhouse. Thank you, senior, for your understanding, Ji Kong said, bowing deeply in gratitude. He then lifted his head, inhaling deeply as memories of the past flooded back. It turned out that Ji Kong was also known as the Elder of Heavenly Secrets, the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion in the Central Domain. According to his understanding, approximately 500,000 years ago, the Fengshan continent experienced an unprecedented golden age. Saints emerged in succession, and the fortunes of the continent reached unparalleled heights. 10 quasi-emperors were born, yet this was not the pinnacle. Most terrifyingly, during that era, for unparalleled martial emperors, each a paragon of martial prowess, came into existence. These 4 martial emperors dominated the world, and after transcending to the emperor realm, they became indifferent to worldly affairs, solely focused on ascending to a higher plane to fulfill the Tao's requirements for passage to that legendary realm. Although there were occasional skirmishes among the various clans, these were mere trifles. However, just as the people believed this was a promising beginning, calamity struck. One fateful day, the sky of the Fengshan continent collapsed. An evil force, its origin unknown, shattered the heavens unnoticed by the 4 martial emperors. 10 dark and sinister auras instantly engulfed the entire continent, instilling panic among the populace. The Fengshan continent seemed on the brink of annihilation when the 4 emperors emerged in the nick of time. They battled against the heavens in a cataclysmic confrontation that shook the earth and moved the heavens. Even the strongest quasi-emperors of the Fengshan continent ascended to join the fray, as countless saints surged forth like radiant suns, charging at the myriad of eerie beings. Yet, the battlefield of the emperors was beyond their comprehension, and they possessed little knowledge of it. Though quasi-emperors lacked the might of true emperors, they too were beings who had nearly reached the pinnacle of humanity. Each was filled with murderous intent, shattering the sky with their power and unleashing devastating techniques that could obliterate the heavens and earth. They were unmatched, every figure appearing as if they were deities or demons. After a protracted and arduous battle, the Fengshan continent was rent asunder by a single, unparalleled punch of light, leaving only a third of its original expanse. At that time, Ji Kong had only just attained the Heavenly Monarch realm, rendering him ineligible to participate in the conflict. This realm was subsequently sealed off, with only a few survivors being utterly suppressed. In the void of space, listening to Ji Kong's recollections, Xuan furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the origins of this realm, having witnessed it in the heavens above. What perplexed him was why this realm had been sealed off. According to Ji Kong's account, for countless years following the sealing, There had been no signs of the so-called anomalies. Could it be that these anomalies had been suppressed? If that were the case, why had those individuals not returned to the Fengshan continent? Or why had they not reunited the two continents? Furthermore, considering that the human emperor had cleaved this land apart, it suggested a singular possibility. They lacked the assurance of victory and sought to preserve certain legacies while leaving a glimmer of hope. Contemplating this, Xuan felt a sense of detachment. Perhaps the Fengshan continent harbored secrets impervious to the anomalies. After finishing his narrative, Jichenkong noticed that the indistinct figure remained silent, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. The scenes of those countless years were still etched deeply in his mind. The presence before him felt even more terrifying than the four formidable beings he had encountered. He could hardly fathom the magnitude of the unparalleled power he was facing. Suddenly, Xuan seemed to sense something. Do you have connections to the Yi family? Upon hearing this, Jichenkong was baffled and promptly replied, No, esteemed elder, I do not. Oh? Then why do I sense a familiar aura emanating from you? Xuan's cold, indifferent gaze bore down on Jichenkong as he detected the bloodline essence within him. A murderous intent instantaneously locked onto Jichenkong, seemingly awaiting a reasonable explanation. Elder Jichenkong of the heavenly mechanism was enveloped in an overwhelming pressure, trembling uncontrollably. Only then did he realize the compass within his spatial ring was vibrating violently. The truth dawned on him. This terrifying entity was a member of the Yi family, implying that the Yi family possessed Imperial-level combat power. No wonder he had been unable to deduce such an existence. It was beyond his capabilities to fathom. With no time to ponder further, Elder Jichenkong hastily bowed and retrieved the compass, recounting to Xuan the entire sequence of events, explaining that someone had once sought him to divine the Yi family. Xuan activated the chaotic reincarnation eye. Should Jichenkong harbor any secrets, he would not hesitate to eliminate him on the spot. As Jichenkong recounted each segment, he would cautiously glance up at Xuan's indistinct figure, only continuing once he was assured that Xuan bore no anger. Under Xuan's probing inquiries, Jichenkong revealed a secret that ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within Xuan. The ancestors of the Yi family once produced a formidable quasi-emperor, Yi Tian, who was among the 10 greatest quasi-emperors of his time. During a great war, Yi Tian led many high-ranking members of the Yi family into battle. But only a fraction of the clan was saved at the last moment, entering the remaining 3,000 domains. According to the Elder of Heavenly Secrets, the Yi family was a top-tier family in the Fengshan continent, dominating over various sacred lands and sects in all aspects. However, for reasons unknown, they suffered a catastrophic suppression from numerous great families, sacred lands, and sections. After years of conflict, the Yi family was ultimately eradicated. The current Yi family consists solely of the direct descendants who ventured out for training. The reason Jichenkong bears the bloodline aura of the Yi family is that someone once sought his assistance in divination. In recent years, those ancient ancestors who participated in the eradication of the Yi family have awakened. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets, while aiding others in divination, witnessed a terrifying scene. Subsequently, he performed a divination for himself and, guided by the signs, found his way to Shenhui City. Upon his arrival, he recognized that the Yi family of Songtian Mountain was indeed the one he had divined. However, his journey was solely for personal reasons, and he had not been informed by anyone else. Additionally, he sensed a strong aura of causality within the Yi family, ultimately choosing to forge a benevolent relationship with Qin Tian. Chapter 81. The Heavenly Sect's Pilgrimage. Stunned into silence the following morning at the Songtian mountain range, voices filled with reverence echoed from outside the Heavenly Gate. From the Qing domain, Qinghai of the Qiming Heavenly Sect sought an audience with the Yi family. From the Qing domain, Su Bohuai of the Tianqing dynasty sought an audience with the Yi family. Outside the Heavenly Gate, a throng had already gathered, all clad in splendid attire, blocking the entrance completely, yet none dared to take a step forward. Surprisingly, even more individuals continued to rush towards this direction. In Shenhui City, many looked on in awe at this scene, filled with respect for the Yi family. With the cries of mythical beasts, a colossal crimson, fiery avian approached. Several figures stood atop the beast, the foremost being an elderly man who appeared frail and decrepit, emanating an aura of death as if a mere breeze could topple him. Behind him stood a stern-faced, middle-aged man and a remarkably attractive young woman. The aged figure, claiming to be Qinghai, gazed at the great bird in the sky, murmuring, "That old fossil, Qitian Yang, has also arrived." The elderly man stood atop the avian, observing the already arrived Qinghai. "Qinghai, you old fossil, you're quite swift." At his words, those behind him gasped in astonishment. Qinghai. It was indeed that person, a contemporary of their venerable ancestor, the ancient ancestor of the Qiming Heavenly Sect. As they neared the Songtian mountain range, the elder and his companions descended to the ground. Qitian Yang strode heavily towards Qinghai, snorting derisively, "Humph, old man. I didn't expect you to be so quick. Be careful not to break a leg." Unfazed, Qinghai retorted, "Your health seems fine, hence your speed, unlike you, who has forgotten how to walk properly. Shouldn't you be resting in your coffin at the Qiang sect instead of making a fuss? Don't let it be said you passed away on your way back." Qitian Yang was not one to back down and was about to retort when suddenly, the sound of swords slicing through the heavens pierced the air. Everyone looked up to see a gigantic heavenly sword materializing at the edge of the void, hurtling towards the Songtian mountain range. At the tip of the sword sat a white-robed elder, exuding a faint sword aura. It's the Heavenly Sword Sect. The elder opened his eyes, unleashing a fierce sword aura directed at Tian Yang and Qing Hai. Both men waved their hands dismissively, extinguishing the attack with disdain. Old sword dust. Do you wish to fight? Tian Yang could not tolerate such provocation and rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the elder. The elder known as Sword Dust gently landed on the ground and casually addressed Tian Yang. Suit yourself. Seeing Sword Dust's nonchalant demeanor, Tian Yang exploded with fury, thinking, does he truly believe I have grown weak? A tempestuous aura began to rise around him, the temperature in the void escalating rapidly. Both Sword Dust and Qing Hai furrowed their brows. Was this old man genuinely enraged? This aura hinted at him stepping into a higher realm. A middle-aged man behind Tian Yang attempted to restrain their ancestor, but found it impossible to approach. Their ancestor was evidently on the brink of entering the realm of supremacy. Tian Yang did not seek a fight. Rather, he aimed to assert dominance over the two. Even a dog has its pride. Didn't they see the multitude surrounding them? Just as Tian Yang reveled in his superiority, a thunderous scoff resonated through the heavens. Humph. The Yi family south doors are no place for noise. Otherwise, you shall perish. Immediately, an aura surpassing that of the Imperial realm descended upon the crowd, pressing down upon them. In an instant, Tian Yang's aura was suppressed back into his body. The crowd was aghast. Had a member of the Yi family intervened? However, the pressure arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, vanishing without a trace. Once the oppressive aura faded, they hurriedly turned to the heavenly staircase, only to see a figure diligently sweeping the steps with a broom. Beyond that, there was no one else. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Is this a master of the Yi family? Why is he sweeping? Could it be a peculiar quirk of the Yi family's experts? Yet, they all bowed respectfully to him. Greetings, esteemed sir. The figure paid them no mind. Just as confusion enveloped the crowd, a resounding voice echoed from within the grand hall, reverberating throughout the Songtian mountain range. Esteemed guest from afar, please enter. The crowd rejoiced. At last, a member of the Yi family was willing to meet them. Tian Yang then bellowed at the stunned crowd behind him. Why are you all dawdling? Present your tributes. The followers of the Qiang sect, upon hearing his command, suddenly came to their senses, hastily retrieving various treasures and elixirs from their spatial rings. Even Tian Yang pulled out a large red sack from somewhere, slinging it over his shoulder as he led the Qiang sect into the heavenly gate. This spectacle left the remaining onlookers utterly flabbergasted. They found it hard to reconcile this scene with the dominant Qiang sect, renowned across the Qing domain. Tian Yang marched at the forefront, filled with disdain for the astonishment of outsiders, thinking to himself, you two are still too naive. This is a family of saints. If not now, then when? By the time you realize, it will be too late. He reflected on that day when the overwhelming aura emerged, nearly causing him to lose his composure in his coffin. Such a presence was indeed that of a saint. Across the 1,000 domains, apart from the central region's esteemed families and sects, there were virtually no such extraordinary beings. Each one was a terrifying existence. Tian Yang glanced back at the striking young woman behind him, chuckling to himself. He had prepared quite a few tricks for this occasion. The Yi family, led by the indomitable Tian Yang, strode forward with reverence, accompanied by representatives from the two great celestial sections. Many imperial dynasties followed suit, transforming the atmosphere into one of jubilant celebration. To an outsider, it might have seemed as though the Yi family were hosting a momentous occasion. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, Qi, who was sweeping the ground, gazed at the elder leading the procession with admiration. Had he been in such a position, his fate would not have led him to such humble tasks. As the crowd passed through the heavenly gate, a wave of spiritual energy surged towards them, as if to cleanse them of the dust of the mundane world. They were utterly astonished. Was this the aura of a sacred clan? The richness of the natural energies was beyond compare. Without further ado, they ascended the celestial steps and arrived at the Yi family plaza, where they beheld a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. From a distance, they had observed two peerless powerhouses, formidable beings at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, ardently sweeping the ground with brooms in the plaza's center. Their aged faces adorned with smiles that spoke of a carefree existence. The grass nearby was not mere grass. It was a verdant carpet of spirit herbs, the least of which were of heavenly grade. Standing at the plaza's heart, they could behold the majestic mountain ranges, with grand palaces spiraling above them. In the distance, a tower stretched skyward, while above, a floating island loomed, a platform for combat, surrounded by Yi family disciples who were fixated on the two extraordinary figures engaged in fierce battle. The white-haired man exuded an aura of an invincible war god, while the man in black radiated flames that seemed to ignite the very heavens. The spectators were left in a state of stunned reverence. Floating islands. Such constructs could only be created by those who had touched the forces of the arcane. Even more astonishing was the faint glow emanating from the observing disciples, a sign of their repressed power. Each of them was a possessor of extraordinary physiques. Tian Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the abundance of such physiques in this realm, while even Jianshan, stroking his beard, found himself nearly pulling it out in astonishment. Meanwhile, the woman trailing behind Tian Yang was entranced by the figure cloaked in black, her eyes sparkling with the essence of otherworldly flames. As they progressed, they encountered a mountain chicken perched atop the head of a young man, presumably a Yi family disciple, directing its path beyond the mountains. The aura emanating from the chicken was so powerful that it left them paralyzed with fear. After the initial shock subsided, a Yi family disciple approached to guide them, bringing only a select group of important figures to meet the higher echelons of the Yi family. At last, they stood before the esteemed leaders, with the 12 peak masters seated on either side, yet the central seat remained unoccupied. The presence of Tian and Qing at the forefront was commanding. Many elders raised their brows in surprise at the powerful energies emanating from these seemingly unassuming individuals. Realizing the true nature of appearances, in the vast expanse beyond the endless sea, within the central domain, a land of great breadth and myriad powers congregated. Towering mountains and floating islands reached towards the heavens, along with ancient staircases leading to the skies. Here, those deemed formidable in other realms were but one among many. In the rear mountains of the Tian sacred land, a place shrouded in fog and emanating an ominous presence, murmurs of impending danger had begun to echo. An ancient voice lamented the past, expressing regret over past conflicts and the ties to a certain family. As the discussions dwindled, an unexpected event unfolded, a shimmering aura descended, crushing the space towards the rear mountains of the Tian sacred land. In an instant, several hills split open, revealing coffins that exploded forth, unleashing ancient figures who recoiled in fear at the sight of the radiant glow. With their powers unleashed, the assembled elders summoned holy wheels, symbols of their transcended strength, to counteract the overwhelming light. Yet, they underestimated its ferocity. The sacred light was extinguished upon contact, leading to widespread panic. Summon the war weapons. We need them to shield us, they cried, realizing they faced a foe far beyond their current strength. The aged figures, knowing only the most powerful could dwell in these sacred grounds, were desperate to defend themselves. As they unleashed their ultimate artifacts, a cataclysmic clash ensued, shattering the very fabric of reality and leaving the battlefield in ruins. As the brilliance faded, many of the ancient figures were sent reeling, some losing their very essence in the process. The remaining elders, their eyes filled with dread, beheld the shadowy outline of an old man materializing amidst the devastation. Jizi, it cannot be, they exclaimed, disbelief mingling with rage as they recognized the figure before them. You've broken through? They demanded, their desire for vengeance palpable. Yet, Jizi simply shook his head, a hint of amusement in his gaze. This is not my doing. I lack such power. Having spoken, he respectfully gazed at the indistinct figure ahead. Is this the emperor? How terrifying. He felt that if the individual before him were to unleash their power, they could undoubtedly shatter the Wen-Xian continent completely. My lord, why do you choose to act against us? The numerous aged figures, realizing it was not the Jizi who had made a move, swiftly turned their attention to Yi Xian. Judging by recent events, this person had likely attained an entirely different realm, rendering them beyond the capabilities of his companions. In light of this, it would be prudent to adopt a more humble stance. Perhaps this individual might spare the Tian sect. Yi Xian remained silent, his palm slightly raised. With a gentle tug, he summoned the leader of the Tian sacred land towards him. The Tian disciples attempted to intervene, yet before they could even move, an overwhelming aura of terror immobilized them. The elderly figure was filled with horror, longing to speak but unable to utter a word, as Yi Xian's reincarnation eyes penetrated the elder's consciousness. A piercing scream echoed through the back mountain, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit's wail. Yi Xian remained unfazed. The area had been sealed by him, ensuring that even the most cataclysmic events within would not reach the outside world. The agonizing cries persisted for several breaths, until, moments later, the elder's eyes lost their luster, evidently suffering an irreversible mental blow. This left even a formidable being of the innate ancient saint realm unable to recover. Chapter 83, The Fall of an Ancient Saint, Part 2, Panic in the Central Domain. The onlookers from the Tian sacred land watched in horror as the elder's plight unfolded, their bodies trembling involuntarily. They had long forgotten the sensation of vulnerability. For hundreds of thousands of years, they had occupied a lofty position, looking down upon the mortal realm. Even the Tianchuzi cast a sympathetic glance at the elder, recalling their past interactions, astonished by his current pitiful state. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Suddenly, Tianchuzi seemed to sense something, lifting his gaze towards Yi Xian's direction. There, Yi Xian was enveloped in an aura of imperial might, intertwined with supreme laws of slaughter. For a fleeting moment, he resembled a deity of death incarnate. Under Tianchuzi's astonished gaze, many elders of the Tian sacred land were pierced through and obliterated by the force of the loss. The remaining ancient figures were engulfed in despair. Their sacred land was utterly doomed, with an imperial figure personally intervening, even if the Tian sacred land were not entirely annihilated. The absence of their ancient saints would inevitably lead to their gradual consumption by surrounding powerful factions. This was the survival law of the central domain, reminiscent of the Yi family in bygone days, who were divided among numerous forces. The Yi family. In their despair, they seemed to recall something before fading into oblivion. On a single day, over a dozen ancient saints were eradicated. As the ancient saints of the Tian sacred land fell, the imperial aura surrounding Yi Xian dissipated, and the power of the laws merged back into his being. Master, what about the one outside? Tianshu Elder Ji Kong questioned, perplexed as he glanced at Yi Xian. Someone will come to kill them. With those words, Yi Xian's figure gradually vanished, prompting Tianchuzi to hastily follow, casting one last glance at the Xiantian sacred land. Shaking his head. After their departure, the barrier sealing the area disappeared. In the square of the Xiantian sacred land, the sacred lord was reveling with the leaders of various great powers in the central domain. Suddenly, the skies darkened, thunder rumbled, and the previously pristine clouds were stained crimson in an instant. A mournful wail echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. The inebriated sacred lord was jolted awake, as were the other leaders, who quickly looked up at the heavens, their expressions shifting dramatically. What is this? The heavens mourn. How can this be? A saint has fallen. A leader of a powerful faction exclaimed in terror. As soon as his words left his lips, the surrounding individuals turned their fearful gazes skyward, realizing that a saint had indeed perished. Soon after, blood rained down from the sky, enveloping the entirety of the central domain. All the powerful beings of the sacred path looked up in astonishment. The entire Fengxian continent seemed to sense the calamity, raising their heads towards the heavens, though most remained unaware of the reason, feeling only an overwhelming sadness permeating the air. In the Tianxin sacred land, the blood rain persisted for half an hour and showed no sign of abating, while the guest had already departed. The sacred lord of the Tianxin was furious. The blood rain had marred the day of celebration, shattering his enthusiasm for the bridal chamber. He cursed the misfortune of the unfortunate saint who had perished, lamenting that after so many years without witnessing a saint's fall, it had to occur on his wedding day, truly a stroke of bad luck. The fall of a saint did not alarm him, for his own saints were present at the ceremony. Only the ancestors were absent. But each of them was an invincible force in Fengxian. Thus, he felt no concern. Nevertheless, he still needed to report to the ancestors. Consequently, the sacred lord of the Xiantian vanished from the grand hall and appeared outside the back mountain array. The 17th generation patriarch of the Xiantian sacred land seeks an audience with the ancestors. He respectfully bowed before the array, yet no response came from within. The sacred lord furrowed his brow. Could the ancestors have entered slumber once more? He hesitated and called out again. The 17th generation patriarch of the Xiantian sacred land seeks an audience with the ancestors. Seeing that he was still ignored, the furrow in his brow deepened. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to break the array and stepped inside. Upon entering the sacred resting place of the ancestors, the sacred lord was left in shock. The small hill that had previously existed had vanished without a trace, replaced by an immense pit. Within the pit, terrifying laws of power surged chaotically, mingled with an aura of dread. Above the back mountain, a colossal void loomed, slowly mending itself. The sacred lord trembled uncontrollably, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, his heart filled with endless fear and panic, his eyes reflecting despair and disbelief. Ancestors! Who could it be? He screamed in anguish. It dawned on him that the so-called fallen saint was indeed their ancestor of the Xiantian sacred land. The blood rain enveloped the entire central domain. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. The blood rain showed no signs of stopping and instead intensified. The prolonged blood rain was impossible from the fall of an ordinary saint. This revelation sent tremors through the already shaken central domain, prompting a hurried return to their ancestral lands. For an entire month, the blood rain continued, plunging the central domain into a state of panic. In a realm of void, Jichen Kong gazed down upon the familiar terrain of the central domain, which now felt markedly unfamiliar. He understood that henceforth, the power dynamics in the central domain would shift. It could be said that on this continent, no formidable force that had once acted against the Yi family remained above the realm of the celestial saints. They had all been eradicated by Yi Xian. As for those that remained, they were deliberately spared for the Yi family. It was time for him to venture to that place, the location where help had been sought from this realm 100,000 years prior. He wondered if it still existed. From the ancestors of the Tianxin sacred land, he had learned that those guardians still watched over this land. Even 100,000 years ago, there had been those who were forcibly sent to seek assistance from this realm. Unfortunately, after hundreds of thousands of years of complacent living, the inhabitants of this realm were reluctant to endure the bloodshed and chaos again. The head of the Yi family, unable to tolerate the actions of these forces, led his clan in a bid to shatter the seal and provide assistance. Regrettably, these factions feared that breaking the seal would expose the Fengxian continent, leading to detection by those enigmatic beings. United, they sought to obliterate the Yi family entirely, casting the strongest among them into the altar for forced refinement, thereby reinforcing the seal of the Fengxian continent. It has been 100,000 years. At this moment, Yi Xian slowly lifted his gaze towards the heavens, his profound eyes seemingly penetrating the very fabric of reality. The light of the reincarnation eye blossomed, and this time, he beheld a being, transparent yet tangible, appearing exceedingly frail. In its presence, Yi Xian felt as though he were confronting the entirety of the world. The spirit of the heavenly way, a vibrant surge of life emanated from the far east, gradually merging into its form, mending its wounds. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, realizing the truth. The martial emperor had initially intended to seal a part of the Fengxian continent, while his companions would fend off enemies from the outside. He hoped that one day they would welcome several powerful allies to assist them. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the severity of the heavenly Tao spirit's injuries. After hundreds of thousands of years, this realm had yet to recover sufficiently to give rise to a quasi-emperor, let alone the martial emperor himself. Of course, excluding him, who was merely a facade. Chapter 84. Nailing Yinshi in the void, Yuxian's profound gaze pierced through the boundless emptiness towards the sky of Feng Xian. Jichin Kong's pupils slightly constricted, a hint of anxiety evident in his demeanor, for he had already discerned the intentions of Lord Yi before him. Yuxian gradually raised his right hand, the imperial radiance surging within it, accompanied by a violent aura of law that enveloped the space, suddenly thrusting forward. With a resounding tearing sound, a colossal and menacing fissure abruptly materialized in the void, revealing an abyssal darkness within, fundamentally distinct from the void in which Yuxian resided, devouring everything around it. An aura unlike that of the Feng Xian continent surged towards Yuxian and Jichin Kong. The Feng Xian continent had been forcibly torn open a passage by Yuxian. As the rift in space opened, the heavenly Tao spirit seemed to sense something. Its tightly shut eyes appeared on the verge of opening, yet due to its grave injuries, it was beyond its capacity to do so, and in its struggle, it once again fell into stillness. Let us proceed. Yuxian did not look back. With a single step, he entered the gaping maw. Jichin Kong, witnessing this, took a deep breath and followed suit, stepping into the crevice as well. After the two vanished, two streaks of light shot forth from the fissure. One was a bottle containing a substance resembling milky liquid, within which an enigmatic aura flowed subtly. The bottle ascended towards the heavens of Feng Xian continent, gradually fading from sight. The other beam of light lingered at the crack, and the once fearsome rift began to heal rapidly. Recently, a piece of news emerged in the Qingyu that utterly astounded its inhabitants. A month prior, Qi Tianyang, the ancestral figure of the Qi Yang Tian sect, had taken a monumental step, overcoming the nine heavens thunder tribulation, thus becoming a true master of the calamity. His lifespan was significantly extended, granting him the prospect of ascending to even higher realms. All of this was made possible due to Qi Tianyang's recognition by the peak master of the Yi family, who bestowed upon him a rupture pill. The rupture pill could enhance the chances of a peak calamity emperor in overcoming the tribulation by 50%. This left Jianshin and Qing Hai, the ancestral figures of the two celestial sects, envious beyond measure. They secretly lamented that this old fellow had truly mastered the art of flattery. In terms of sycophancy, they found themselves utterly outmatched, now overshadowed by him. Who could have anticipated that he would so readily relinquish a treasure that had safeguarded his sect for hundreds of thousands of years? They vaguely recalled the day when Qi Tianyang unveiled the Qi Yang heavenly flame within the grand hall of the Yi family. It was a supreme royal-grade flame, with the potential to ascend to the revered tier, and that old man had simply presented it. Soon after, the Qi Yang Tian sect was incorporated as a subordinate force to the Yi family, with one disciple granted the opportunity to cultivate within the Yi family. Although the other two families also became affiliates of the Yi family, they were denied the privilege of cultivation, relegating them to mere embellishments. This infuriated the two elders, who secretly scorned Qi Tianyang. However, they dared not exhibit their disdain too overtly, for the old man was indeed capable of retaliating. Today marked the occasion of Qi Tianyang's breakthrough to the Calamity Master realm, and a grand banquet was held to celebrate this event. The Qi Yang Tian sect was awash with joyous festivities. On the elevated dais, the primary seat was not occupied by Qi Tianyang but by a young man. The attendees from various factions bore expressions of reverence, particularly Jianshin and Qing Hai, who sat at the forefront. Qi Tianyang, seated beside, raised his goblet towards the main seat, proclaiming, "Let us toast to the holy son Kai Yang." This individual was none other than Yu Tianyin of the Yi family. Due to Qi Tianyang's earnest invitation, coupled with the fact that the Qi Yang heavenly flame had been entrusted to him, he felt it inappropriate to decline and thus attended. Everyone raised their cups, and behind Yu Tianyin stood a strikingly attractive woman, her face aglow with a radiant smile, eagerly pouring wine for him. This young lady was Nailing Yinshi, the young master of the Qi Yang Tian sect and the designated successor of the sect. Without hesitation, Qi Tianyang granted her the opportunity to cultivate within the Yi family. Nailing Yinshi had been training in the Yi family for some time and had recently arrived at the Qi Yang Tian sect alongside Yu Tianyin. Now, she was delighted to be serving wine beside him, fulfilling the role assigned to her by Qi Tianyang. Yu Tianyin wore a look of helplessness. Yet out of respect for the Qiyang Tianzong, he refrained from declining. Observing this, the elders from various celestial sects and empires below silently cursed, deeming it despicable to resort to such underhanded tactics. After toasting, they hastily communicated through sound transmission, inquiring whether any of their junior disciples possessed commendable qualities. While outwardly maintaining a facade of tranquility, they were secretly engaged in a silent competition. Qi Tianyang glanced at the subtly shifting expressions of those below, a cunning smile gracing his lips. Everything was proceeding rather smoothly. In fact, he had initially deemed today's banquet a resounding success. Just then, an incongruous voice pierced the atmosphere. "Is this the place?" A resonant hum echoed through the space. Soon after, an ancient warship materialized in the void, adorned with a grand banner emblazoned with the characters Nailan. A formidable aura surged forth, and upon witnessing this, Qi Tianyang immediately unleashed his own energy to counter it. The individuals aboard the warship seemed somewhat astonished. "Oh, this barbaric land actually has a Jiazun. What is there to be surprised about? Jiazun are plentiful in our household." Another voice chimed in. As the crowd turned to follow the sound, they beheld two remarkably poised young individuals standing atop the warship, flanked by two venerable elders. Upon seeing them, Nailan Yinshi, a woman behind Yu Tianyin, noticeably paled, as if she had recognized something significant. The assembly below fixated on the warship in the void, a sense of foreboding creeping over them. The newcomers were certainly not benevolent. Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the tremors of the woman behind him, as if she were engulfed in panic. Upon noticing this, Tianong immediately rose and cupped his hands in respect towards the figure above, aware that this individual was not someone he could provoke. Although the warship was not on par with the Yi family's vessel, it was evident that the person hailed from a force far from ordinary. Your Excellency, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our Qiyang heavenly sect? Tianong inquired. The two young men did not acknowledge Tianong to them. He was merely a minor figure in the realm of Jiazun, unworthy of their attention. Instead, they brazenly unleashed their divine consciousness to scan the crowd below, ultimately locking onto Nalan Yinshi, who stood behind Tianyan. Found her. One of the young men exclaimed, directing his gaze towards Nalan Yinshi. Joy illuminated their faces, and even the elder accompanying them displayed signs of elation. Their family was finally saved. Yinshi, you were truly difficult to find, the other young man said, his eyes glimmering with hope as if he had spotted a savior. He then leapt off the warship, and the overwhelming aura emanating from the two young men caused the crowd's expressions to shift. The two young men had already reached the initial stage of the Heavenly King realm. They descended gracefully, disregarding Tianong entirely, and advanced towards the front. Yinshi, do you remember me? I am your brother Tian, the slightly older young man called out from the right. Chapter 85. Yi Tianyin takes action. A flicker of disdain crossed Nalan Yinshi's eyes, revealing her aversion to these individuals. As they approached, she stepped forward, waving her hand to send a burst of flames towards them, instantly creating a fissure in the air. The two halted abruptly, stunned in their tracks. They exchanged puzzled glances, raising their brows in confusion towards Nalan Yinshi. The look of disdain on her face vanished, replaced by an expression of cold indifference, as if she were gazing at mere passers-by. The young man on the left appeared visibly angered by Nalan Yinshi's actions. Nalan Yinshi, my brother Tian and I traveled great distances to bring you back to the Nalan family. What do you mean by this? Upon receiving the elder's command and deducing Nalan Yinshi's location, they had set off from the central domain, journeying tirelessly to retrieve her. Yet now, it seemed Nalan Yinshi was ungrateful. In their minds, after years of her absence from home, she should have been overwhelmed with joy and tears upon their arrival. Eager to return to the Nalan family, Nalan Yinshi held her reservations, and at that moment, an ancient voice resonated in her ear. Do what you wish to do. Upon hearing this, the hesitation on Nalan Yinshi's face transformed into resolute determination. Home? You may leave. That place is no longer my home, and I have no desire to return, she declared slowly, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. At her words, the expressions of the two young men visibly shifted. But the one named Nalan Tian's gaze flickered, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Yinshi, I know you were still angry about what happened back then. However, the clan leader had no choice regarding your engagement to the Demon Soul Palace. Nalan Tian hastily explained. The Nalan family was a second-tier family in the central domain, with a sage overseeing it. Nalan Yinshi was the daughter of the current clan leader, having awakened the flame demon emperor physique. Everything was initially progressing positively. However, when the young master of the Demon Soul Palace passed by the Nalan family and discovered Nalan Yinshi, everything changed. The young master of the Demon Soul Palace chose her, intending to take her back to marry her. But the Nalan family was well aware of the rumors surrounding him. His intentions were not for marriage but for cultivation. His goal was to use her as a furnace. Faced with this predicament, the Nalan family had no choice but to agree, permitting the marriage when Nalan Yinshi turned 18. Nalan Yinshi fell into despair. Her old servant, unwilling to watch her sink into the role of a furnace, helped her escape under the cover of night. However, the journey proved perilous. The old servant perished while buying her time to flee. This remained a thorn in Nalan Yinshi's heart. Had she not encountered the sect master of Qiyang Heaven, she might have already met her demise on the road. Over the years, the Nalan family had not sought her out, and she had assumed that the matter would fade into the past. Yet now, the Nalan family had once again appeared before her. In this moment, she realized that everything prior had merely been the Nalan family's attempt to grant her a final reprieve. I know you still blame the clan leader, but he had no choice back then. Now that the crisis has been resolved, the clan leader sent us to bring you back, Nalan Tian continued, seeking to persuade Nalan Yinshi. They had finally located Nalan Yinshi, the individual specifically requested by that person. And it was a matter of life and death for the Nalan family. Observing the two before her, Nalan Yinshi's gaze remained indifferent as she resolutely stated, please return. I have said that place is not my home. Witnessing the determination in Nalan Yinshi's expression, the two men's faces darkened, and a flicker of malice crossed their gazes. The young man on the left bellowed, Nalan Yinshi, do not refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Come with us now. Marry the young master of the Demon Soul Palace. The aura of the Heavenly King erupted fiercely, aiming to seize Nalan Yinshi. In response, Nalan Yinshi's cold voice rang out. So you have finally stopped pretending? This is your true nature. I truly feel nauseated watching your masquerade. As the young man prepared to strike, the atmosphere around Qiyang Heavenly Sect darkened, and both Qi Tianong and the sect master's expressions turned grim. Particularly, the sect master had recognized Nalan Yinshi's extraordinary nature since the day he brought her back to the sect, raising her as his own daughter. Now, he could not allow anyone to harm her. Impudent. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged forth, the presence of Jie Huang and Jie Zun clashing against the two young men, seeking to impede their advance. Just then, two figures rose from the warship as they noticed Qi Tianong and the sect master taking action, their expressions darkening ominously. Seeking death. A thunderous voice erupted above Qi Yang Heavenly Sect, a ferocious aura far more terrifying than Qi Tianyong's crashing down upon them. In an instant, it rendered everyone immobile as they watched the young man reach for Nailan Yinshi. Qi Tianong produced a feather in his hand, an item he had obtained during his days at the Yi family. This was the very reason he dared to speak so boldly to Nailan Yinshi. As he prepared to unleash the feather, a calm voice resonated. To lay a hand on those under the protection of the Yi family, you are not worthy. Amidst the astonished gazes, the figure clad in black robes seated at the head rose, taking a step forward and slowly raising his right hand. With a firm grip, he seized the young man's attacking hand, halting his advance entirely. The young man was taken aback, attempting to break free, but found himself utterly incapable, roaring in fury. How is this possible? Who are you? Let me go. In response to the young man's frantic cries, Yi Tianyin offered no reply, instead tightening his grip, causing the young man to emit a pained howl as he was sent flying with a kick. Witnessing this, Nailan Tian's eyes narrowed, a chilling glint flashing within them, and a wave of murderous intent surged forth. Dare to meddle in the affairs of the Nailan family? You seek death. In an instant, he launched his attack. With a flourish of his martial prowess, he unleashed his full strength, aiming to suppress Yi Tianyin through sheer force. The clear light divine wind palm. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming hand, forged from the very essence of heaven and earth, surged forth to crush its target. In the face of such terrifying might, Yi Tianyin remained remarkably composed. Unnervingly so. He slowly lifted his left hand, 3 flickering flames materializing faintly within his grasp. The flames danced in the wind, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers through the soul. Suddenly, his left hand transformed from an open palm into a clenched fist, releasing an inferno of boundless flames. A tricolored fire fist illuminating the sky. Boom. The two attacks collided violently. The two elders hovering above remained unmoved, believing that such a barbaric individual from a backwater land could never hope to rival Nailan Tian, though the young man had just been captured. It was largely due to carelessness. Yet soon, they were left in shock. A figure engulfed in roaring flames was propelled like a comet, crashing into a mountain hundreds of feet away. As realization dawned upon them, their expression shifted dramatically. There was no time to concern themselves with Qi Tianong and the others. Little Tian, they cried, soaring towards Nailan Tian, who was ablaze, desperate to extinguish the flames. Even as two peak experts of the Tribulation Sovereign realm, it took them considerable effort to quell the inferno. Nailan Tian lay on the ground, his body charred and emitting a burnt odor, resembling a lifeless dog. Chapter 86. The cunning Qi Tianong. The onlookers gazed at Nailan Tian, reduced to a charred remnant, barely clinging to life. Except for Qi Tianong, who held significant favor with the Yi family, the rest were taken aback. They had initially assumed that the visitors from the central region would struggle to withstand even the young master of the Yi family, perhaps managing to fight to a draw at best. What did this outcome reveal? Was this truly the caliber of those from the central region? It appeared they had failed to allow the young master of the sun to fully exert his prowess. One elder urgently stabilized Nailan Tian's injuries while another suddenly turned. Die. He roared, his fury reaching its zenith, a murderous intent sweeping across the heavens, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The individuals from the Azure region felt an ominous shift, gazing upwards at the tumultuous sky. Before anyone could react, a devastating seal was thrust forth by the elder, hurtling towards Yi Tianyin. Qi Tianong and the others were struck with terror, hastily attempting to intercept the attack. Yet it was too late. Perish, indigenous fool. You wretched creature from the savage lands. The previously disparaged young man, who had been sent flying, wore a sinister grin as he mocked Yi Tianyin upon witnessing the elder's strike. Yi Tianyin raised an eyebrow, his hands forming intricate seals as 3 torrents of searing flames erupted from his palms. In the fleeting moment when his hands converged, the flames began to intertwine and merge, an oppressive heat surging forth. One side of the void transformed into a vivid crimson hue, while the other was enveloped in an endless expanse. In an instant, a tricolored fire lotus, exuding 3 distinct energies, took shape. The moment the flames ignited, a pure and unending blaze of fire surged forth, causing even the surrounding void to struggle under the intensity of its heat. Burning heaven sacred lotus, go. Yi Tianyin's voice resonated with a powerful timbre. The tricolored lotus surged forth, colliding with the elder's formidable earth and heaven seal. With a thunderous roar, the point of impact erupted in divine radiance, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling brilliance, beneath which lay an aura of extreme ferocity. The elder's expression shifted slightly, clearly taken aback that such a casual strike would be countered by this young man. Realizing this, his countenance darkened further, as if it were about to drip with malice. In contrast, Yi Tianyin felt the brunt of the force, staggering back several steps, a trickle of crimson blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Nailan Yinshi, standing behind him, hurriedly came to his aid. Yi Tianyin narrowed his eyes. So this is the legendary robbery sovereign? Indeed formidable, for even with all his might, he cannot neutralize a mere casual strike from his opponent. Kill him. With all your strength, slay this barbarian from the wild. the youth yelled, seeing the elder's failure to eliminate Yuan. As the elder, undeterred, propelled himself toward Yuan with the intent to annihilate him, the air crackled with tension. And even Yuan felt a slight chill, though he remained unperturbed, his hand caressing the spatial ring. In the face of such overwhelming hostility, a flicker of anxiety crossed Nalan Yinshi's eyes. Resolutely, she stepped forward, determined to intercept the impending attack. This conflict had arisen because of her. It was her responsibility to bear the consequences. She was also convinced that her adversary would not dare to kill her. Just then, a voice filled with ancient authority thundered. Nonsense. An aged hand grasped Nalan Yinshi, pulling her back. It was Yang. Let me see just how strong the robbery sovereign from the central domain truly is. His voice resonated with a formidable battle intent. The onlookers were captivated by his unwavering resolve. Upon speaking, Yang was engulfed in blazing flames, his fury illuminating the area, making his hunched figure seem grand and imposing. He soared into the sky to confront the elder. The elder scoffed, dismissing him with disdain. A mere first-level robbery sovereign dares to challenge me? How foolish. Witnessing this scene, Jianshin and the others felt their perception of Yang shift. This old man possessed a fierce spirit. Perhaps they had misjudged him. They exchanged glances, determination gleaming in their eyes. As the two were about to collide, the elder noticed the resolve on Yang's face suddenly vanish, replaced by a sly and lecherous expression. Alarmed, the elder instinctively sought to retreat, but it was too late. As the crowd surged forward to assist, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A powerful aura emanated from Yang, flooding the entire Qingyu, a mysterious radiance illuminating the heavens, evoking an instinctual desire to worship. The onlookers beheld a massive blade, 3 meters long, materializing in Yang's grasp. The true terror did not lie in the weapon itself, but in the overwhelming holy aura exuding from it, a saintly battle weapon. Yang grinned, gripping the blade firmly before unleashing a fierce slash. Die, you wretch. A brilliant arc of light cleaved through the sky, obliterating all in its path. The elder swiftly conjured numerous defensive barriers and hurled countless battle weapons, but the blade's brilliance remained undiminished. Gritting his teeth, the elder summoned all his strength, unleashing a torrent of divine light to counter the radiant blade. With a resounding explosion, the elder was sent hurtling through the air, blood spilling like a cannonball, leaving devastation in his wake as mountains crumbled and rivers were severed. He soared for what seemed like an eternity before coming to a halt, his face drained of color, a mixture of resentment and fury lingering before his final utterance. Saintly weapon, you lack martial ethics. After that, silence enveloped the battlefield. The onlookers staring at Yang in disbelief, still reeling from the astonishing events. It was not until a voice broke the stillness that they snapped back to reality. The youth shouting in outrage, how dare you kill a member of the Nalan family? Another elder from the Nalan clan stood, bellowing in fury, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. How could you possess a saintly weapon? He had not even registered how the tide of battle had shifted so dramatically with the appearance of the weapon. His face was a canvas of disbelief, confusion, and suspicion. What is impossible? If you dare to come to my Qingyu to capture people, then I shall dare to kill you. I offer you a chance. Return to the central domain and spare your lives. Otherwise, Yang hovered in the air, looking down imperiously, his voice resonating throughout the Qingyu, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor, hinting at renewed aggression. Hearing this, the elder forced a smile of resignation. I have miscalculated. However, he understood that failing to retrieve Nalan Yinshi would mean their demise upon returning to the Nalan family. He produced a token in his hand. At the sight of it, a sense of foreboding washed over Yang, who attempted to intervene, but as he activated the saintly weapon, he felt a surge of weakness coursing through him. His earlier bravado had merely been a fade. The assault initiated by Jianshin and the others was effortlessly extinguished by the elder's wave of his hand. The token shattered before their eyes. Chapter 87. Great Heavenly Marshal Saint Nalan Xuan. As the token fractured, the elder's thunderous voice echoed, we have failed in our task. Please, ancestral spirit, descend. Even Nalan Yinshi's expression turned serious at this invocation. The ancestral figure of the Nalan family was a being of a different realm. Although the Yang sect had allied with the mysterious Yu family, it remained uncertain if they would intervene. In that moment, the world fell into an eerie silence. A terrifying aura ascended from afar, growing ever closer, as if crossing vast domains to descend upon this realm. As the aura swept through, countless powerful beings looked up in alarm. Suddenly, the tranquil atmosphere of the Qingyu was disrupted by a resonating force, akin to the thunderous roar of the heavens or the tremors of the earth. High above, a pair of ancient, profound eyes materialized in the sky, exuding an overwhelming presence. In an instant, celestial might surged, and a vast holy aura enveloped the surroundings. It seemed as if an immense saintly wheel was manifesting in the heavens. The beings across the domains were engulfed in terror. What kind of terrifying existence is this? Someone trembled, their voice laced with reverence and fear. The gaze from above resembled that of a deity surveying the mortals below, rendering them insignificantly small. Oh, a saintly weapon. No wonder. The ancient eyes focused on Yang, and a voice like rolling thunder reverberated across the vast domain, echoing in the ears of all, as if their heads might explode from the sheer force of it. Yang was the first to be struck, the thundering voice crashing down upon him, embedding him into the ground and creating a massive crater. The crowd gasped, and Nalin Yinshi, along with the sect leader of the Qitian Yang sect, rushed forward to assist him. At that moment, a section of the sky suddenly collapsed, as if shattered by an unimaginable force. In the boundless void, an elderly figure in white robes became discernible, rapidly descending. Nalin Yinshi gazed at Qitian Yang and the sect leader, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a mix of sorrow and determination swelling within her. Suddenly, Nalin Yinshi knelt before the two, saying, "Thank you for your assistance all these years. I have decided to return with them." She understood that if she did not leave, there would be no hope for anyone. Returning now might afford a sliver of possibility for survival. Before the arrival of their ancestor, perhaps the Qitian Yang sect could withstand the impending threat. However, with the saint's descent, they would no longer have the opportunity, in her view. It was highly probable that the sage of the Yi family would not intervene in this matter. After all, their ancestral elder would not have personally come forth unless faced with a familial crisis. Rest assured, Yinshi, I am still here. Qitian Yang smiled faintly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing Qitian Yang's smile, Nalin Yinshi was momentarily taken aback. And even the leader of the Qi Yang Tian sect was inwardly astonished, uncertain of where the elder's confidence stemmed from. Although their elder was indeed a venerable figure, the incoming presence was that of a transcendent sage who had weathered the tribulations of heaven and earth. Under the gaze of the multitude, Qitian Yang produced a feather, cradling it reverently in his palms. He implored, "I beseech you, esteemed one, to aid my Qi Yang Tian sect in repelling this formidable foe." As countless eyes watched, the crimson feather ascended slowly, vanishing into the ether. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of sacredness surged forth from the collapsing passage, heralding the arrival of the Nalin family sage. A formidable figure emerged from the void, an elderly man clad in white robes, bearing a radiant wheel of divine light upon his back. In the presence of this figure, countless beings instinctively fell to their knees in worship. It was the revered Xuan ancestor. Upon seeing this figure, the elder who had just shattered the command medallion wore an expression of sheer delight. The arrival was none other than one of the ancestral elders of the Nalin family, Nalin Xuan, a terrifying existence at the Grand Heavenly Martial Sage level. Nalin Xuan paid him no heed, his indifferent gaze surveying those below as if he were a celestial deity looking down upon mere ants. "You dare to harm a member of the Nalin family. Such an offense is unforgivable." Nalin Xuan's voice resonated, each word seeming to carry an unparalleled might that pressed down upon the Qi Yang Tian sect members, causing many to stagger backward, with some even spitting blood and losing consciousness. Upon witnessing the scene, Yu Tianyan narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Qi Tianyang and the others wore expressions of confusion. Could it be that the feathers given by that esteemed individual were mere fakes? Utterly useless. Nalin Yinshi, under the weight of pressure, stepped forward resolutely. "Old ancestor, Nalin Yinshi is willing to return with you. I beseech you to spare their lives." She hoped that the old ancestor would show mercy, considering her willingness to comply. Upon hearing her plea, the elder in white remained impassive, his large hand reaching out to pull Nalin Yinshi towards him. Qi Tianyang and the others attempted to grasp her, but they found themselves bound by the aura of the holy path, unable to move. Humph, just a bunch of insignificant ants. The old ancestor cannot be bothered to take action. However, at this moment, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Nalin Xingchuan's eyes. "To dare lay hands on my Nalin family and harm my kin shall not go unpunished." As his voice fell, two unmatched divine lights erupted from his eyes. The power of the laws descending upon the two individuals. Those present, even Yu Tianyan, changed countenance. For this was the power of the laws that could only be comprehended by a sage, distinct from others. Nalin Yinshi's face was etched with panic. "No, please." She mobilized her spiritual energy, attempting to break free from her constraints. Even before the divine light arrived, both felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. At that moment, a youthful voice echoed from the void. "I just dozed off. How careless of me. Thankfully, or else I would have to find new subordinates." The voice continued. "But do you truly seek death?" Suddenly, time stood still. The two streams of law's divine light began to dissipate, returning to the cosmos. Upon hearing this voice, Nalin Xingchuan, who had been feeling relaxed, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and his hair stood on end. Behind Nalin Xingchuan, a radiant wheel of light shone brilliantly, illuminating the heavens for miles. The boundless power of the laws coalesced within the wheel, striking towards the void. "You dare to act? Such audacity. Then you shall serve as my steed for a millennium. Clean up after me for eons." In the space illuminated by the laws, the fabric of reality suddenly collapsed, and a gigantic golden claw emerged from the infinite void. The claw, infused with the essence of flame and law, seemed poised to pierce the heavens. At the moment of collision between the two forces, Nalin Xingchuan's offensive was instantly extinguished, and the colossal claw surged forth, unimpeded, across the sky. "Great sage." Nalin Xingchuan's expression shifted dramatically, fear erupting in a roar, as he desperately sought to launch another attack. Yet, the law's claw was already descending upon him. "Ha!" Nalin Xingchuan's furious bellow resonated, shaking the very firmament for millions of miles. His wheel of light blazed with brilliance, striving to unleash one final strike to carve a path for survival. However, his struggles were futile. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, as the law's claw gripped down, Nalin Xingchuan's sacred will shattered abruptly. The boundless divine light emanating from him was violently dispelled. In that instant of destruction, Nalan Xingchuan's pupils constricted, a mouthful of blood erupted. And his gaze dimmed instantly, crushed beneath the colossal claw. In his dimming eyes flickered disbelief. He could not fathom why a great sage would appear here. I am unaware which esteemed great sage of the demon race you might be, but if you were present, I humbly seek your pardon. Nalan Xingchuan, filled with confusion, hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Like a mere insect, he felt as though he could be crushed at any moment. A moment's delay could mean the loss of even the chance to beg for mercy. Oh, just a moment ago, were you not boasting? You still dare to harm those of the Yi family. A voice, slightly childish yet imposing, emerged from the void. To Nalan Xingchuan's ears. It had the tone of an ancient being who wished to remain youthful. Esteemed senior, I, Nalan Xingchuan, was unaware of the presence of your Yi family here. Otherwise, I would not have dared. Nalan Xingchuan's face was earnest, fearing that the entity from the void would not believe him. For beings who had lived as long as he had, every one of them would cherish life, who would willingly seek death. After a prolonged silence, a voice finally resonated from the void. Since you still possess some strength, hand over your belongings as an apology to the holy son of the Yi family. And this matter shall be forgiven. With these words, the colossal claw gradually released its grip. Upon hearing this, Nalan Xingchuan was filled with joy, hastily retrieving his spatial ring. Though he hesitated momentarily. Then, seemingly recalling something, he produced a bulging storage bag from his white robe. I was unaware of the presence of the Yi family as holy son and sincerely apologize. This is a token of my goodwill. With that, he waved his hand gently, letting 2 items fall towards the ground, showcasing his willingness to comply. In his view, nothing was more precious than life itself. Seeing the old ancestor act thus, the elder swiftly removed his spatial ring and that of Nalan Tian. As for the other young man, despite some reluctance, he too removed his ring and tossed it towards Yu Tianyin. Yu Tianyin, naturally, accepted the several space rings with a sense of humility and satisfaction. Upon witnessing Yu Tianyin's acceptance, Nalan Xingchuan raised his head respectfully towards the void, expressing gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your mercy. I take my leave now. As his words fell, he prepared to depart with Nalan Yinshi and a few others. However, just as he turned, he found himself halted, not by his own will, but by an invisible force that locked onto him. What is happening? Where do you think you are going? A voice resonated from the void once more. In an instant, Nalan Xingchuan's face exhibited a hint of anger, yet he quickly quelled it, remembering that the presence before him was a formidable sage. My lord, did you not say that if we surrendered the treasures, we would be allowed to leave? Why is that not the case? I never stated that I would let you go, came the retort. I merely mentioned that if you handed over the storage rings, I would spare you for attempting to slay the holy son of the Yi family. From the ethereal depths, an intense gaze scrutinized Nalan Xingchuan. As for your attempt to attack me, I shall not take your life. Instead, you shall remain here to serve as my mount. No sooner had the words left the void than an unyielding force of flames surged forth from all directions, binding Nalan Xingchuan tightly. No, esteemed elder. You cannot go back on your word. Nalan Xingchuan's expression morphed to one of despair as he struggled fervently to break free. Yet, his efforts proved futile as he was dragged into the void amidst his cries of terror. As for the rest of you, considering your ancestors' willingness to serve as my mount, you may leave. After pulling Nalan Xingchuan into the void, the youthful voice faded into the distance. By the way, Nalan Yinshi can be considered half of the Yi family. The onlookers outside were left in a state of bewilderment, especially those from the Nalan family. However, it wasn't long before the elder of the robbery sect snapped back to reality. Glancing toward the direction in which the ancestor had vanished before seizing 2 young men and plunging into the void himself. As for Nalan Yinshi, they were destined to leave her behind. Once everything concluded, the air above Qiang Tianzong resounded with countless cheers. The Yi family truly stands invincible. Ancestor, how did you manage to befriend such a powerful figure? It was astonishing that a sage from the central region had been captured by a prominent member of the Yi family to serve as a mount, leaving the crowd in awe.